1030. Photo.jpg. Clear Entertainment Building. Seoul equals Today Star. Resale and DB prohibited. 20xx.08.xx. Seoul equals Today Star. Boy group all over, belonging to Clear Entertainment, has fallen into becoming an unprecedented drug group in the history of the entertainment industry. It has been revealed that the majority of the group is involved in drug crimes, with 4 members including Seo Yunseop, 24, suspected of habitual drug use, and 1 member suspected of aiding and abetting drug use. Seo Yunseop, who encouraged the drug use, was revealed to have recommended drugs to colleagues and acted as a middleman for distribution. Transactions were conducted only in cash, and drugs were distributed during overseas year-end stages or overseas tours. As a member of a group that appeared as a guest at their overseas concert also tested positive, all groups related to All Over have become subjects of investigation. Hyung Won, 20, suspected of aiding and abetting drug use, is known to have been silenced by the members. Experts explain that the fact the group's eldest member and leader continued to threaten him after the drug use was discovered may affect sentencing. Telephone to report suspected drug activity, call 112. The viewer board for Idol Dynasty Chronicle, where half of the previous cast was summoned to the police station, was in chaos. Posts with titles like, "Doesn't the program check the basic ethics of the cast?" and "Kick Parth out of the show" poured in real time. The show tried to gloss over it with a notice saying they were verifying the facts, but they were thoroughly thrashed for it. Did the IDC side not call UA? They did. We told them Spark isn't involved. Did they believe you? Half of Season 1 is under investigation. The production team saw the atmosphere on set. Above all, we weren't summoned by the police. Suspicion kept bubbling up that those myth bastards had spread Choi Ji-ho's dating rumor to neutralize public opinion. Companies usually got a rough idea of the news before articles went out. It made sense if they wanted to make Spark a noisy group too, to disperse the attention focusing on Partha. But attacking someone's family for that? Bastards. I couldn't say anything since there was no solid proof. I was boiling inside. I didn't show it, as Choi Ji-ho was probably angrier than I was. Although it wasn't the direction Myth wanted, Spark did end up in the center of the commotion, much greater than in the Idol Drug Chronicle. Are Turkit, Blighter, and Spark really clean? Honestly, it feels off. Would they really not have known? Even within the same group, some members didn't know. If they're not on the suspect list, doesn't that mean they're innocent? I really hope there's no one in Blighter and Spark. There were so many minors in their groups last year. Much greater than they just haven't been caught. Yet, probably not innocent. Now stories like, "I smoked it without knowing what it was" will come out. Without knowing is an invincible shield. Everybody uses that excuse, trying to pass it off as thinking it was a cigarette. You're singers. Why are you bragging about smoking? Absolutely not trying to defend them, but smoking and drugs are vastly different. Cool. Entertainers seem to come back fine even after doing drugs. No, idols are done the moment drugs are involved. The next season of Idol Dynasty Chronicle will be held in prison. At first, the tone was mainly questioning if kids who even went to the training camp together could be spotless. Much greater than our household octopus did it again. Photo. My image, where my social skills died completely only in front of All Over, surfaced. Much greater than the controversy detection dog re-examined at this moment. I think everyone guessed who it is without me saying, but it's Spark Yiwol. He got cursed out so much for acting cold to All Over in Idol Dynasty Chronicle. People said his personality sucked. Caught on camera just greeting and not saying a word while sitting next to COY.S+ during camp. Looked at All Over's side, then sat members on the opposite side of the table. Got criticized like hell by All Over fandom. Now, because he never got involved with anyone, he survived the All Over scandal. I rewatched Season 1 as soon as All Over exploded. And seriously, he didn't speak at all unless it was a greeting. On the same show, on a survival show, no less. And that's possible? He reacts normally to stages, but doesn't mention them at all during interviews or rankings. Then wouldn't he get cursed a lot for his attitude? Not just cursed a lot. They could have plastered his agency building with hate posts. If people around him didn't cover for him, wouldn't he have been suspended? But it seems karma exists. Not a single celebrity is siding with All Over. Well, an attitude controversy and a drug controversy are on different levels. The replay is taken down. Guess we can't watch anymore. Much greater than I think Chonghyun surviving is a miracle. Barian and Sticky, who don't have composing members, had no excuse to be approached, but seeing that Drug Seup was recruiting both Partha and Log, there's a high possibility Chonghyun was also a sales target. Chonghyun is still a minor. Would he have done that? I feel so sick right now. Seeing how they silenced their own team's Magne, seems like there was nothing they wouldn't do. It's not completely baseless. Didn't all over say on Polo's radio they wanted to get close to Spark? Is the comment above true? I remember they openly pointed out Chonghyun and Yiwol brushed it off, saying he has no friends. Wow, goosebumps. Much greater than doesn't Kim Yiwol seriously know something? Only Barian, whom Kim Yiwol didn't wall off, survived. Sticky didn't get caught for drugs, but they've got fan drama among themselves. If he knew, he would have been called in for aiding and abetting. If he didn't know, I acknowledge him as a real psychic octopus. Reasonable suspicion. Sticky's issues are more about the parasocial relationships, not really scandals, right? That's fine and all, but please don't lock him into the octopus image too hard. A lot of sparklers don't like that nickname. Huh, why? I mean, other idols get compared to cats and puppies, but if mine gets called Idol Octopus or Barnacle, I'd be a little sad, even if it's funny. I never said Idol Octopus, okay? Spark's actions, treating all over like rocks, and my role in supposedly directing them became widely known. In sports communities, my worshippers returned like clockwork. Short content creators also raced to attach captions like, "This idol really sees the future," under my photo. People half joked, half marveled at my fortune-telling octopus image. But Spark couldn't laugh it off. The guys who received direct instructions from me to keep a distance from the Parthal overline couldn't see that Kim Yiwol, with spiritual abilities, flow as a joke. Especially Lee Chonghyun, who almost became a target, hardly left my side. Hyung. Huh. Sorry for daring to question you when you told us to avoid the sunbanems. What? I won't question your instructions ever again. I told him he didn't need to and showered him with praise, but it didn't help much. He was clearly shaken. Not that I didn't understand that feeling. So we decided the members would take turns taking good care of him for the time being. Spark wasn't the only one flustered by the series of events. Unexpectedly, cracks occurred within Part's fandom, much greater than reading those messages for real. I'm losing all affection. So what if they didn't do drugs? The words they said among themselves are like that. You haven't even made your own rap since debut, but what's so hard that you whine about the pain of creation and whatnot? Should I be happy that you accidentally turned down a drug buying offer because you bought a watch and had no money? Or feel empty watching you accept fan gifts and blow all your cash on luxury brands? You hate when people say this on public accounts? You always guilt trip us, saying you see all the trending topics. This is me holding back because it's public. That's why more and more Naos are making private accounts to say what they really think. You should have treated fans better when they were still covering for you. This is exactly how I feel. I'm so disappointed, wondering if the idol I loved was really just like this. Much greater than guys you didn't rise because of your skills. Seeing Naos always bashing the agency, you must have thought you were really ill-fated idols who met the wrong agency. But that's just your delusion. Fans might have been pushovers for overlooking your sour attitudes because no idol is perfect. But you should never have said you lacked motivation to write songs for the idiots who'd praise anything you released. Naos didn't say your songs were good because they were good. They said they were good because they liked you. Just find any YouTuber right now and watch part of the song reactions from early debut videos. Every time, they only say it's worse than before or disappointing. I'm crying. They say fans who leave are the scariest. Are you watching, guys? Sorry, but at the point of writing this kind of post, I don't feel like you're a Naos. If you're a true fan, shouldn't you support fully when the kids are having a hard time? How does blindly criticizing help the kids? Opie. I am not a fan anymore. Unstanning. Bye. Much greater than busy bashing other teams for being rude. Turns out my bias was 3 seconds away from opening a syringe. Just reading the text makes my heart drop. Brutal. Former Naos unlocked their accounts and started exposing everything they'd bottled up. Naturally, SNS and entertainment forums went wild. During this venting spree, the group mentioned the most was Spark. Initially, there were many posts cursing all over for luring innocent Partha, but as some Partha members' so-called fan-hating tendency was mentioned, The atmosphere changed to "Aren't you ashamed to face your juniors?" Much greater than "Why on earth did Song Minal snipe SBK?" Because they didn't greet him. Berrien or other groups who appeared on Idol Athletics never said anything like that. Sniped? He said on Bubble that they ignored him and didn't greet him. Photo. Did people just let this slide back then? He was basically asking fans to go attack them. Back then, the fandom atmosphere was a junior ignored a senior, so it overheated. KKY had to come out and explain they weren't like that, and they still got beaten up for power plays. As the comment said, a fan who turned their back was scary. How much energy must it take for love to turn into hate? How long must that love have built up? Much greater than, let's be honest. Your pride was hurt for being compared to Spark. They don't even look at you, but you guys were on their ass, copied their stages and concepts, and fans covered for you. I'm tired. The time I spent liking you feels embarrassing. Moving past old stories, some Naos reached the point of admitting to the plagiarism in Idol Dynasty Chronicle. 378. Chapter 378. Exposure 3. Much greater than what the hell is even happening right now? So, PRT was acting all buddy-buddy with AO while trashing SBK, and PRT's fans kept shielding them until they finally jumped ship, threw salt on their way out, and deleted their accounts. They basically just blew up everything they'd been turning a blind eye to. The remaining fans are saying it's disrespectful to the artists they once loved, but the idols were the ones who were disrespectful to the fans first. I totally get how those ex-fans feel. Much greater than Spark must have been so freaking frustrated this whole time. The didn't greet seniors incident got trashed due to fake testimony plus media play appearing on IDC2 not by choice, got dragged there by the hair, then got trashed again for supposedly making the previous season's winner's position awkward concept, and stage got stolen, then the issue got blurred and public opinion manipulated, so only Spark fans looked oversensitive, and they got flamed again for acting like only they get to use youth. At this point, their entire promo period is just getting unfairly screwed over. On a side note, it's honestly impressive how they managed to thrive despite getting hate so regularly. Their mental strength is no joke. Except for Banana and Octopus, the others don't seem that tough. Seeing stuff like this makes me realize that for a group to last long, the eldest or the leader really needs to hold the team together. Look at AO, the oldest member is out here doing drugs. It's not a miracle of a small agency. It's a miracle that a small agency managed to get them. UA should be grateful Spark is their idol group. Much greater than I seriously don't know what myth. Was thinking, did they lose all their big company pride? Copying Kim Pep's one-trick bomb move and not even feeling ashamed? Naos are truly something else. Acting like they did nothing wrong and blaming it all on the agency with no pride that copied a small company junior group. Much greater than Minal. If you're that envious of UA, just change your stage name to Minalwool and ask them to take you in. Who knows? Maybe they'll let you debut as Spark's junior group. You want to come to our company? It's just an imagination, but I can already see Spark's awkward faces. That's cruel. Except for a few posts saying this sudden switch is disgusting and Spark isn't even that great. The overall mood completely flipped. Much greater than what is this? I stayed quiet and stuff just keeps floating my way. A gentleman's revenge doesn't even take 10 years. Only the Sparklers, who had been sighing in relief because their boys weren't doing drugs, were left bewildered. Once they realized the full story, the Sparklers started a festival using all sorts of party memes. Thank goodness. Park Ju-woo, who had just downed some calming medicine, breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't been able to calm down ever since he was pressured by the swarming reporters. It was a relief he was feeling better after resting for a few days. If he hadn't, I would have staged a one-man protest in front of the newspaper office, even if it meant getting my face plastered on the front page of internet news. I saw all the agency stickers on those cameras. I knew who they were. What will happen to IDC? Kong Keon asked. It'll probably proceed as planned, right? No one was caught doing drugs in this season. The place identified as the drug exchange hub was another broadcaster's year-end stage, so that station might be the one skipping this year's end-of-year show instead. For us, our names were cleared, so we had nothing to lose. Besides, we traded our entire second-half comeback for this activity. If it collapsed halfway, it'd hurt us too. The Sunbanums might voluntarily drop out. Those who knew the inside story would know the blame wasn't only on Partha. It was common knowledge that Partha had been operating without much autonomy, and it was hard to believe the agency's influence wasn't involved. However, the public's perception was different. To them, it was simply, "So you're saying you copied another group's work, nothing more, nothing less." The public opinion they had been happily using as a shield was now blowing back as a headwind. It'd be great if they dropped out on their own, but if they insisted on staying till the end, it would turn into a battle between agencies. I was ready to accept either outcome. To skip to the conclusion, Partha did not drop out. It seemed they thought quitting the program at this point would look like an admission of guilt. Besides, their overseas votes weren't looking too bad. Whether it was for comparison, out of spite, or to support their bias, people watched Partha's videos a lot, which resulted in high view counts for their position battle fan cams. Han Ga-won, who took first place in the vocal category, gave his acceptance speech with great difficulty. "Thank you for taking good care of Songbin." When I greeted Han Ga-won as he headed back to the waiting room, he gave me a small smile. Back at the dorm, I hesitated for a long while before calling out Choi Ji-ho. "What? There's something I want to ask." Judging that it wouldn't be a short conversation, Choi Ji-ho pulled out a chair at the dining table. I looked at him and asked, "You know that hotel staycation you went on?" "Yeah." "Did your sister like it?" Choi Ji-ho's expression changed to, "Why are you asking that?" "She liked it, I guess. Though she did nag me for spending money on weird things." Even if he didn't know the reason why I was asking, he answered sincerely. "What? You planning on going to a hotel or something? Is that the question you want to spit out after looking like you were going through 50,000 existential crises?" I wanted to ask just how low my credibility was in his eyes, but out of gratitude for the guy who made a big decision for the team early on, I answered kindly. "If I find my sister, I want to send her there too." I heard Ms. Ju Kyung went with her classmates recently, so it seems like a popular thing to do. I don't know much about that stuff, and a review from someone who's actually been there is the most reliable. "You go with your friends often, right?" Choi Ji-ho, who had been slouching indifferently, straightened up. He asked for my phone, pinned a hotel location on a map app, and handed it back. "Don't know which floor, but they've got a big pool. An infinity pool. Dunno. My mom, Nuna, and Choi Miho went together, and they said it was nice." "Why didn't you go?" In a world where dating rumors sprout just by stepping into a lobby, what kind of talk do you think would start if I went to a pool? Common sense actually came out of Choi Ji-ho's mouth. I was shocked. "You've really become a celebrity, haven't you? Just how much of a hopeless case do you think I am?" Choi Ji-ho snapped at me. Even so, he provided a detailed review by his standards. "The bed is good. Great nap. Is it noisy?" I was asleep, so I don't know. Ordering food to the room was meh though. "Why? Was it expensive?" "No matter what you ordered, they gave you a portion the size of a fist." That must have been disappointing. I wrote down everything Choi Ji-ho said in my planner without missing a single detail. He waited until I finished writing, and once I closed the planner, he left, saying he'd head out if that was all. Gu Jahan sunbeamed him. "I heard some idols got caught doing drugs." "Me? Not many, just some of them." Gu Jahan sunbeamed him. "I heard they were people you were on a program with." "Me? We weren't on speaking terms with them." After the incident settled down, I suddenly got a message from Gu Jahan. Gu Jahan sunbeamed him. "Wild stuff. There are a lot of crazy people. Be careful." For a moment, I wondered if he was doubting me, but fortunately, that wasn't it. "Please, don't make my heart drop with texts like this." I checked every messages 3 times like I was playing Bubble Pop, because I never knew when or where a screenshot might start circulating. Still, I couldn't deny that he was looking out for me in his own way, so I expressed my gratitude with a long message. "Hyung, can we start the meeting?" Right after I sent the text, Jong Song-bin gave the signal to assemble. It was time to prepare for that headache of a department store performance. Given the gravity of the situation, we held an emergency strategy meeting before the broadcast filming. Despite their passion, the members' complexions were sallow. It seemed they had all tried to find a solution, but coming up with a countermeasure wasn't easy. The dedicated team narrowed down potential filming locations. They said this kind of event is more common overseas, so there aren't many. Candidate department stores in Seoul. Did they look for references globally? Park Ju-woo tried to phrase it kindly. From my perspective, it just looked like sloppy research. They probably watched a few outdoor performance videos and threw something together. We reviewed the materials the team had gathered. After the videos finished, Kang Keon spoke with a worried voice. If the vocal hyungs hit a high note, it feels like a piece of equipment will tear itself apart. If I shout while rapping, the mic will probably explode, right? Faced with terrible audio conditions, the guys put their heads together. Watching this, Park Ju-woo opened his mouth. Would it be a cheat if we just didn't sing at all? Following Lee Chong-hyun, whose way of thinking had become almost identical to mine, Park Ju-woo had now reached the same conclusion. To overcome a poor environment, one of the things you must do is strip away unnecessary elements. No matter how good an orchestra is, it's not easy to hold a concert in the middle of a traditional market. Where would you get the chairs, and where would you put the instrument cases? There are many causes for bad audio, but if proper audio support is difficult, it's right to reduce the elements you need to worry about. The Mr. Track might skip. Now imagine all 6 of us using handheld mics. We'd be lucky if we didn't end up passing mics around mid-performance. If we're worried about the Mr. cutting out, shouldn't we be singing as much as possible? Even if the MR stops, if we keep singing, people will call it a live vocal flex instead of a broadcast accident. You can prove live vocals even without a broadcast accident. An accident is an accident. I think it's right to minimize variables as much as possible. But I don't think we can ignore the possibility of the Mr. cutting out. It happens quite often. Jong Songbin said while jotting down Lee Chong-hyun's feedback. We'll need a site visit and coordination, but we just need to choose the equipment with the lowest probability of failing. Don't we have to use the equipment IDC provides? At Choi Jiho's point, Kang Keon nodded. There's something better than that. Something easier to operate and capable of producing volume on a much larger scale. What is it? I looked at Lee Chong-hyun, who was ready to write, and answered. The department store's public address system. 379, Chapter 379, the 4th competition, 1. The day after I gave the order, Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Keon bundled themselves up and went on a department store tour. To avoid leaking spoilers for IDC, I told them to pretend to take proof shots in front of the brands Lee Chong-hyun modeled for. Naturally, sightings of them started popping up everywhere. I was worried they might forget their real purpose while carrying out the camouflage mission, but it was a needless concern. The sound is a bit low, but audible. You won't notice it if you aren't conscious of it, but once you start paying attention, you hear it constantly. On the other hand, in this department store, the background music gets completely buried by the sound of conversation if even a small crowd gathers in the lobby. It's not exactly hectic, but there's a chance we might lose the beat. They have something called an integrated broadcasting center that controls the music for the entire store. One location uses an external audio company, so if that's where the filming takes place, we'll need to make inquiries early. I heard they can turn the volume up, but because some individual shops play their own music, they can't make the main volume too loud. They had done a thorough job with the research. As a reward, I handed each of them a handmade, one-time nullification of Jong Songbin's patient's coupon. Jong Songbin asked if I was allowed to issue such things so recklessly, but he kindly stamped the coupons anyway. Are you really planning to just rely on the background music? Choi Jiho's question was laced with clear skepticism. Even if it's for a broadcast, making a bunch of noise in a public place used by many people will only hurt our image. I have no intention of letting a controversy section be created on Spark's wiki page. On top of that, anything that could be prevented should be prevented. What if we're recording in a place with unstable sound and the audio file cuts out or picks up noise? But if we pre-record the background music, we wouldn't have to worry. We could just add a clean track during post-production when the video was uploaded. If the issue was with the filming equipment or the site itself, the broadcasting station would handle that much. Once the specific branch is decided, let's get the playlist first. Songbin, work with Chong-hyun to draft the comments. Ju-woo, help Jiho and Keon. We have to film the meeting scene the day after tomorrow. Hyung, what are you going to say you're doing? I'll be the communications officer. From now on, all opinions go through me. With that, all preparations for the filming meeting were complete. Those shameless broadcasting people. If they notify us that they've booked the department store with the worst facilities after all this, I'm going to pray for their viewership ratings to hit rock bottom. Spark's meetings always tended to stray from the production staff's expectations. The important principles are as follows: providing a fresh stage experience Spark hasn't shown before, securing immersion that can catch the eyes of passers-by, and finally, refraining from causing noise. Even the meeting ahead of the fourth competition was no different. While everyone else was pouring out romanticized ideas of busking, Spark alone pursued a path of extreme realism. If we're on the first floor, the music will be especially calm. We might have to set the concept to Swan Lake. That won't be easy. I'd like to use the department store's own playlist if possible, but if it doesn't look like the stage will turn out pretty, let's suggest other songs with a similar vibe. Whether Jong Song-bin was flustered or not, Kim Yiwol was dead serious. He even pushed his suggestions aggressively. We just go in, dance without a sound like a ghost, and leave. How about it? What if we dance so quietly that nobody even realizes we were there? The department store would love that. It wouldn't be noisy. Then, Spark actually declared they would dance to instrumental music without a single lyric. It was impossible not to think of it as a reckless challenge. However, the members were all fired up, saying they wouldn't get another chance to do something like this if not now. Their passion was truly impressive. The junior writer recalled the meeting scene of Partha, which had a completely opposite atmosphere. Voices had been raised, arguing about whose fault it was that the show was failing and whether they should even bother filming like this. If Han Ga-won hadn't settled things down, a disaster might have occurred that day. Honestly, even if this stage fails, it'll be our fault. The writer thought to herself, swallowing her tears. Now she finally realized why almost none of the writers who were there for season 1 remained when she was hired. When the broadcast was run so haphazardly and with such blatant bias, you couldn't help but quit out of sheer disgust. She couldn't blame anyone but herself for not noticing the escape signals sooner. Vowing never to make the same mistake again, the junior writer even delayed her clock-out time. Actually, she was slowly forgetting when her official clock-out time even was, and received and delivered the BGM playlist for the filming location Spark had requested in real time. There were many hurdles to cross just to get one file, but she wanted to do at least that much for them quickly. Spark Lee Chonghyun. We couldn't find anything past last year no matter how hard we looked. How did you get this so fast? Thank you. You're the best, writer Nim. Spark Kim Yiwol. Thank you for working hard until this late hour. We will do our best to prepare so we can repay your consideration. Have a peaceful night. See you on the day we film the practice scenes. She didn't know where they had managed to get a playlist from, but seeing their overflowing motivation, the junior writer tapped the best reaction on the last message from everyone who had texted her. On the day of the practice room filming, which she had approached with a racing heart, she felt herself looking forward to the actual recording day after seeing Spark bring a composition that exceeded anything she had imagined. Please step away from the glass. Please. After learning what kind of stage the participants wanted to create, she wanted to help foster the atmosphere they desired, even if only a little. She did her best to keep her voice calm as he repeated the same warnings for the umpteenth time to people who crossed the lines set up for filming or leaned against the high glass railings. What are you filming here? We'll be filming for about an hour. What kind of shoot do you do in such a crowded department store? It's such a hassle. Though the voice was full of complaint, the speaker's gaze was already drifting past the writer's shoulder toward the stage. We'll be careful not to be noisy. We ask for your understanding. The junior writer replied with a smile. Spark's busking performance took place on a small stage set up on one side of the department store's first floor. It was a spot usually used for pop-up events or luxury brand makeup demonstrations. The space was cramped, but since they didn't set up speakers or other equipment, they could use the area to its maximum. Around the time people began to take interest in the neatly arranged chairs, Spark appeared. Hello, we are Spark. Unlike their usual thunderous greeting, only Jong Song-bin spoke the lines, while the other members substituted the group chant by bowing at the waist. After finishing the greeting, Spark sat side by side on simple, gold-colored metal chairs placed on the stage. A gentle piano accompaniment began to flow. Their light material white t-shirts, each with slightly different designs, and light beige pants gave a somewhat plain impression, but their elaborate makeup filled the gap. Dressed down to their brown suede loafers, they looked less like idols out for a busking session and more like logo-less clothing models targeting the younger generation. After a short program intro, an introduction to the department store followed. One by one, the eyes of passers-by were drawn to the crowd of cameras and bright lights. By the way, Mr. Keon, doesn't the music we're hearing right now sound familiar? At Jang Songbin's words, Kang Kian made a gesture of listening closely. The sound of smartphone camera flashes and the chatter of groups momentarily subsided. It's a familiar song. Where have I heard it? Isn't this that song? The pop song that became famous for its music video filmed in a snowy field. That's right. To be precise, it's a piano arrangement of that song. The talk, reminiscent of an educational radio broadcast, wasn't particularly exciting. Just as a few people who had shown interest were about to turn away. They say certain music makes customers stay in a store longer, while other music induces faster actions. Jang Songbin's soft voice was delivered at a modest volume. In that case, how about this next piece of music? As Jang Songbin finished his comment, the members began to take off their shoes one by one. The sense that something was about to start stopped people who were about to walk away. The members at both ends handed their chairs off to staff outside the stage and cleared them away, leaving only the barefoot members on the empty stage. The flowing piano accompaniment stopped. Let's listen together. The noise that had inevitably grown as the crowd gathered vanished completely at Jang Songbin's barely audible voice. From a distance, a new form of piano accompaniment and percussion slowly began to reveal their presence at a very low volume. How about jazz dance? Kang Kian, who had been staring intently at the department store's music list provided by the writer, had made a suggestion. I think contemporary jazz, mixed with a lyrical jazz feel would suit it well. Wait, give me 5 minutes to search. For example, something like this. Kang Kian played a famous pop song and showed us a very artistic dance. It was significantly different in style from typical idol dancing. Compared to the dances we've done, the movements might look slower or have more empty space, but it looks cool when done as a group. It's also great for expressing things with just the body without vocals. No, Kian, you danced it alone and it was plenty cool. So you're telling me to go out there by myself? Though he misinterpreted my words, Kang Kian collaborated with the roommates Choi Ji-ho and Park Ju-woo, who were suspected of enjoying b-boying whenever they were bored, to create a high-level dance like a competition choreography. It was a task with a 100-star difficulty level that required splitting legs, rolling on the floor, and running and flying across the stage. The connection between the dance and the music is strong, so viewers' ears will naturally follow the music. The problem is, if all 6 of us don't dance exactly the same, it'll look distracting. Choi Ji-ho killed me with his words. 2 weeks since then, I sacrificed 280 hours of my life to the practice room of time and space. And system, a work order from Superior has arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim, you're flying around now, aren't you? I guess you're all recovered? What did I tell you? I knew Assistant Manager Kim was faking it. System, ***, increase in dance proficiency, is notified to the subordinate. Performance evaluation, 100. Vocal proficiency, 14/20. Dance proficiency, 12/20. Self-PR, 19/20. Attendance management, 19/20. Organizational adaptability, 18/20. Total fatigue, 41%. After painstaking effort, I was reborn as Kim Yiwol, who, while not quite a dance master, had reached the level of a rising star. 380, Chapter 380, the 4th competition. 2. The introduction to jazz dance was not easy. Park Ju-woo, Lee Chong-hyun, and I frequently failed at the movements where we had to roll on the floor and stand back up, ending up in a tangled mess like a clump of matted hair. Jang Songbin would often have to suppress his laughter as he came over to rescue us. It was a mystery why Park Ju-woo struggled so much after even helping create the choreography. Regardless, we eventually pulled it off. Maybe not elegant enough to be called refined, but we succeeded in becoming swans, at least. The joy of completing the entire piece for the first time without a single mistake was indescribable. Having put out a result born of blood, sweat, and tears, I naturally found myself scanning the audience's reactions. How was our stage? Jang Songbin, who was the first to grab a microphone, asked the question. Small voices of support saying they loved it drifted toward us. It wasn't a common sight, so everyone shared a silent smile. The song you just heard was Hi by Millie Frown, released in 1998. As you heard, instrumental tracks without vocals are frequently found in jazz concerts. I'm glad we could show it to you in such a unique way. After a short music introduction and closing remarks, the fourth competition was over. I finished my assigned lines against the backdrop of calm music suitable for an exit. I hope you have a day filled with the joy of the present. Thank you for being with us. As I bowed and then lifted my head, I finally caught sight of the railings on the upper floors looking down into the hall. Beyond the safety marshals, people were packed tightly around the railings. Realizing that busking performances made it impossible to prevent spoilers, the IDC production team uploaded the official fan cams the very next day. New regulations were also announced, stating that duplicate voting, the center of controversy every round, would be banned and invalidated. It seemed they realized that if they took any more hits to their reputation, the program might actually be canceled. Thanks to this, Shahi was able to enjoy the new content that had piled up during her overtime work with a slightly less irritated heart. When new content dropped, fandom reactions usually followed a certain pattern. Shahi, who had unknowingly become a veteran sparkler herself, now understood these habits perfectly. First, they aggressively appreciated Spark's transformed visuals. Much greater than who dipped our boys in a gold mine and pulled them out. There's gold dust sparkling on their faces. Their hair has turned yellow. They look like the secret gold bars of a jewelry shop owner who's been in Jongno for 70 years. I saw the gold dust comment and thought, oh, just typical fan exaggeration, but is there a German word for the embarrassment I felt when I saw actual gold dust in the site photos? The clothes are simple, but the glitter is so flashy that the beauty of empty space the outfit was supposed to give has completely vanished. Much greater than I love Jiho, but I never once thought bright silver hair would suit him. After seeing ash gray Jiho, I feel like I've wasted 20 years of my life. Why haven't you given us bright hair until now? I love Kion, but I never imagined platinum blonde on him. Kion, was our loyalty really only this much? Are you telling me Yiwol never once suggested platinum blonde to you? There's no way Yiwol wouldn't. Sparklers have told you time and time again that if you listen to your hyungs, you'll get Jalmayan even in your sleep. A sparkler has run out of space to nag. Much greater than brown-haired Songbin Protection Society is back. The blonde ombre in the middle is so good I might actually die. Jong Songbin's hair needs to read the room and grow back brown. Seconded. And Lee Chonghyun's hair needs to read the room and grow back gold. I thought I wouldn't see blonde Chonghyun after the mission, but thank you for coming back with an even brighter gold. I love you. Much greater than so you're saying the people who went to Hyundai department store yesterday saw that for free? They didn't do ticketing, didn't pay money, and didn't wait in the audience queue? Does this make sense? Calm down and tell us what you want. To whoever took the previews, please upload them immediately. Much greater than I've been staring at a single photo of Juwoo for over 30 minutes. Is this normal? The concentration required to observe one photo for 3 hours. The concentration required to observe one photo for 3 hours. The concentration required to observe one photo for 3 hours. You guys, it's scary. Stop sending the same mentions. Next come the unfiltered emotional reactions from people who actually saw the stage. These posts rarely formed complete sentences. Much greater than Much greater than I can't believe my eyes. Even on Chi's private account, it was the same. Everyone communicated using forehead-slapping emojis, sighs, ironic profanity to express joy, or rough memes screaming immense love. Coherent posts only appeared after this period. People clutching their throbbing heads would desperately try to explain why and how they were so overwhelmed. Much greater than jazz, served by Spark. You can't see this just anywhere. This closet jazz maniac is crying. I thought I'd never understand the phrase, being full without eating, but I understand it today. More than anything, the fact that Choi Jiho choreographed the pair dance is way too stimulating for my heart to handle. Much greater than they're not kids who don't know that it's hard to get intense reactions with a lyrical song. So seeing that fearless challenge alone is amazing. And the fact they pulled it off this well makes me proud too. I'll be a sparkler forever. Much greater than it looks like they dubbed the audio over the video, but could people hear the sound well on site? This looks like a dance you absolutely have to watch while listening to the music. Looking at the reviews, the atmosphere on site was super quiet. They said it was almost like a radio broadcast. Radio. There was one peculiar thing, though. Pictures of Kim Yiwol were appearing much more frequently than usual. In performance-heavy stages, Choi Jiho and Kang Kion usually took the spotlight. Even during the group reveals, the boards were plastered with Kang Keon's middle school videos, trainee videos, and his IDC Season 1 random play dance. But this time was different. There had already been talk that Kim Yiwol wasn't bad at dancing anymore, but the posts now were clearly on another level. Much greater than when did Kim Yiwol become a man? Wasn't our Yiwol the snow queen of Spark, Songbin's loyalist, the master of handmade notebooks, and the lazy grasshopper of the Firestorm High baseball team? Something that isn't human is tucked into the end there. But seriously, when did Kim Yiwol become a man? Much greater than he said they'd do a sexy concept only after the younger one's ID card ink dried. I guess he wanted to do it all himself. You greedy guy. Much greater than no matter how I look at it. The outfit and choreography aren't aiming for sexy, but watching it feels strange. It's a really weird video. I lie down to sleep and I keep thinking about it. Why isn't there a solo fan cam? For High? They said because it was busking, they're only releasing the stage video this time. Tasteless B** stars. These people don't know how to farm views. Kim Yiwol with ash blonde hair, performing a slow dance and owning it like it was made for him, caused a massive ripple among sparklers. Three-way split GIFs with slow-motion effects and perfectly captured screenshots of his languid expressions poured out non-stop. Did he go into secluded training or something? One Chae knew well that Kim Yiwol didn't have time to go all in on dance practice. It hadn't been long since she saw his bubble pop message saying the exclusive report filming was over. It was impossible they weren't monitoring the situation, too. He was relentless. The fact that he showed no sign of hardship, yet conveyed just how much effort he put in without saying a word. And the fact that Kim Yiwol himself probably wouldn't want that kind of reaction. Kim Yiwol, I hear you loud and clear. As soon as One Chae got off the subway, she bought 2 cans of high-caffeine drinks at the convenience store in the station. She downed one can immediately in front of the convenience store trash can. Holding the remaining can, she ran diligently. Tonight, I'm going to turn you into the main masterpiece of an art fair. That night, One Chae truly managed to salvage 20 moments as precious as gold. Amidst her blurry vision. From those, for carefully selected photos were elegantly packaged, using her sleep hours as fertilizer. With less time to shave jaws and smooth skin, she poured all her effort into blowing out the background and preserving natural color tones. One Chae was only able to fall asleep with 2 hours left before sunrise. These photos would, in the near future, ascend to the honorable position of photos found with suspiciously high frequency in idol fan galleries. During IDC Season 1, the contestants lived together in a dorm leading up to the final stage. This event was intended to be the same for this season. However, the communal lodging plan was scrapped a week before filming. In a way, it was inevitable. They couldn't skip gathering the cast since they had to film the 4th competition ranking announcement, and since the live broadcast schedule was set, they couldn't skip filming content to be aired before then. So the IDC team decided to proceed with separate group-only content after the ranking announcement shoot. First, in the 4th competition, Spark took 2nd place by a narrow margin. Slay, who showed a massive performance with dancers in Daikoro, took 1st. It was a year-end stage-level spectacle. Partha took 5th place. Compared to the firepower their fandom had shown previously, it was a significantly low ranking. However, Song Minil didn't voice any complaints even after the slate was struck. After the ranking announcement, we headed to a large tent decorated with fairy lights. It was a bit contrived to have 6 tents just sitting there indoors, but since filming outdoors in this weather would turn us into rotisserie chickens, we decided to accept it quietly. And, a 9-member group, resisted strongly, saying, humanly speaking, shouldn't you give our team 2 tents? They threatened to make the 2 people who lost at rock, paper, scissors sit outside, but fortunately, everyone was able to fit into the large tent. Even for us, a 6-member group, we couldn't exactly use the space lavishly. Should we all fold our legs a bit? Kang Keon, you can stretch your feet out. It's cramped, so you should fold your legs into 3 sections. Chonghyun said that because he's worried about your knees, not because of your height. Keon. Park Juwoo stopped Lee Chonghyun and Kang Keon from bickering. He used to panic whenever sharp looks were exchanged between members, but recently he'd been trying to mediate. This guy, who had finished his growth spurt, was growing every day. I'm proud of him. A lamp shone brightly in the middle of the tent. From a corner of the flickering light, Jong Song-bin pulled out a small envelope. 381. Chapter 381, Flashback Scene. What's with the envelope? I'll open it. Inside the traditional Hanji envelope was a letter that looked like it belonged in a museum. As we untied the string and spread out the paper, a message written in brush calligraphy resembling a period drama prop was revealed. To the members of Spark, who have run forward with one heart and mind until now, we grant you free time. Share the warmth with your colleagues and open up your hearts. That's what it says. Even though Spark opened up their hearts just last week while folding laundry, even though we already reached an agreement for Kang Kian to inherit Choi Jiho's clothes because Jiho threw shrinkable items into the washing machine, turning them tiny, still, a true professional does what needs to be done. While Jong Song-bin carefully tucked the letter back in, Lee Chong-hyun pulled his legs toward himself and adjusted his posture. Don't we share warmth too often? I recently saw a compilation of comments saying Spark is a bugged Kyo. Usually, when three gather, they're supposed to pop, but we don't pop. People just keep getting added. Calling it a bug is a bit sad, so how about calling it an upgraded version? The difficulty level just got higher. Thanks to Jong Song-bin's sweet suggestion, we went from glitched Kyo to expansion pack new Kyo. Usually, when a broadcast like this aired, fans looked forward to the hidden inner thoughts or unreleased anecdotes of their idols. But Spark, whose members rushed to bubble and social media the moment anything happened, hardly had any unreleased stories to begin with. Just this morning, we'd already revealed our commute playlist and Lee Chong-hyun's GPA from the first semester of his junior year. I'll make one honest statement since we're in front of the camera. While I was wondering if there were any interesting stories left that hadn't been revealed to the world, Kang Kian beat me to it. I wish the members would stop watching my fan cams at the dorm. Why? That's the hottest content in our dorm. Watch your own. Lee Chong-hyun cackled at the sight of Kang Kian's reddened face. You guys watch it to an excessive degree. Lee Chong-hyun has the volume turned up in his room, and when I go out, Iwol Hyung is watching it on the living room TV. The members did it out of affection. Kian, what about my human rights? Kang Kian shot back as if my words were absurd. I didn't bother answering. With Kang Kian opening the floodgates, the others began to bring up topics one by one. Song-bin, you kept feeling sorry for me after you went out for the position battle, but I wish you wouldn't. I'm just proud that our members are out there promoting under our team name. Park Ju-woo, comforting the friend who had been carrying that weight on his heart, was particularly impressive. And there's still more left to show. Park Ju-woo didn't just stop at sentimental comments. Seeing him subtly slip in a spoiler made me almost laugh. We did a lot of new things this season, didn't we? That's because you insisted on doing a musical. And that's why I did the jazz dance without a single complaint. The conversation flowed with banter that dealt zero actual damage to anyone. While Lee Chong-hyun and Choi Jiho performed their comedy routine, Jong Song-bin managed to claim a cushion to enhance the cozy atmosphere. What was the most memorable moment for everyone during IDC? For me, it was Kang Kian during the reveal ceremony. Kang Kian sighed at Lee Chong-hyun's blunt answer. I'm serious. The last time I saw Kang Kian do traditional dance was at a competition. I felt bad that there was no way to show the fans anything other than digitally degraded old videos. So I'm glad we got a stage that fit the program's concept so well. Kang Kian didn't argue against his friend's following words. Lee Chong-hyun was the one who had watched him since his days in traditional dance, which was the foundation of Kang Kian's life. No matter how embarrassed he was, he couldn't speak harshly to a friend like that. Everyone gave a lot more input this time too. The guys nodded at my comment. Last season, I mostly pitched the ideas and the members added details. This time, nearly everyone took turns leading stage planning. Speaking of inputs, I actually feel a little sorry for asking the members to do a musical. Why? Everyone suffered so much. I found myself thinking, did I insist on it too much? I feel like I made the Hyungs and Kang Kian work too hard to produce that result. Lee Chong-hyun gave an awkward smile. He only relaxed after hearing us say, when else would we get to try such a challenge? Song-bin and Ju-woo, you spent the end of your teens and the start of your 20s with IDC. How do you feel? The production staff even threw in a question that would be great for the final edit. If you staff members have any sense, please get us a decent venue for the finals. Even though it's just a one-year difference, it feels huge. Maybe it's the wording? Personally, I do think I've grown a lot. Physically, I didn't grow that much. Jang Songbin's voice trailed off at the question from Lee Chonghyun, who had shown overwhelming physical growth. Jang Songbin worked hard, managing the practice schedules and all. Choi Ji-ho praised the leader's efforts. I was running around filming a drama. Lee Chonghyun was running around filming ads while arranging music. On top of that, he had to look after Park Ju-woo and Kang Ki-on, who had individual stages. It must have been an extraordinary burden. The managers handled the pickup schedules, but the people closest to you knew your condition and work status best. And Jang Songbin was the kind of leader who didn't turn away from that. Choi Ji-ho must have been quietly watching over his struggling Dongsing in his own way. Jang Songbin blushed, but didn't forget to express his gratitude. He used to react like that when I praised him. These days, no matter what I said to him, he just said, "Yes, Hyung. Thank you. Now please get inside and go to sleep." Time is so cruel. There's no one better at holding the team together at critical moments like Songbin. Just like during the Season 1 finals. Jang Songbin's eyes went wide at my words. He probably didn't expect me to mention that period on broadcast. But this guy needed his solid track record known. That way, even if Jang Junhoo got jealous again and tried to drag him down, Songbin wouldn't crumble under external attacks. After quietly listening to me, Jang Songbin quickly redirected the topic to the younger members. He said it wasn't hard at all because they followed his lead so well. Do you really think that? Haven't you ever wanted to smack us? Why would I smack you? Jang Songbin hurriedly denied Lee Chonghyun's words. You've never thought we were cheeky? Not even once. Finally, even Kang Ki-on joined in. Jang Songbin broke into a sweat, cornered by his dongsangs. Not at all. I don't think I've ever been stressed because of you two. Then, as expected, it was because of me and Ji-ho. No, Hyung. Jang Songbin waved his hands frantically. I was sure my image laughing after teasing a much younger member would air as the most villainous version possible. What? About the Hyungs? Was there ever a time you were upset because of the younger ones? Jang Songbin asked, refining the wording slightly. Even in a Be Honest segment, the wrong phrasing could spark rumors of discord. Since the cameras were rolling, we couldn't say nothing, but it was impressive how he laid the groundwork so that even if it became an issue, it could be explained away as lightly as possible. Not particularly. Choi Ji-ho's answer was so simple that Jang Songbin's efforts weren't even needed. My opinion wasn't much different. You guys don't even speak casually to us, even when we tell you to. Ju-woo and Chonghyun dropped the honorifics, but are still incredibly polite. Me? Lee Chonghyun asked back. Living in a group, none of them acted like dorm villains, and there were no kids better than them. Even if there was something upsetting, it wouldn't necessarily be because of the younger ones, right? I'm sure you guys have had a hard time because of the Hyungs, too. Songbin or Ju-woo might have had it tough being stuck in the middle. I have never had a hard time. Then that's a relief. Park Ju-woo explained with difficulty. In the first place, if you or Kang Ki-on crossed the line, wouldn't Jang Songbin have handled it? Choi Ji-ho delivered a heavy fact. Lee Chonghyun and Kang Ki-on nodded without rebuttal. I'm glad there are no hard feelings. I was worried. Since everyone is so kind, I wondered if you'd just hold things back when everyone looked busy. Our members do have that kind of image. I agreed with Kang Ki-on's words. What should we do then? Change the weekly meetings to daily meetings? Should we have 2 meetings a day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon? We concluded there's no problem. Why increase the workload? When higher-ups see no problems, they assume you're free and pile on more work. Conversely, if there are problems, they pretend not to see so the work doesn't increase. Hyung, I think you should stop going on those sharing worries programs. With Park Ju-woo's heartfelt plea, the filming wrapped up. It was a time that left both body and mind at ease. The broadcast of the third competition aired on time without any issues. I had wondered if a slot would be replaced by another program if the drug scandal escalated. But it seemed they avoided a major fallout since no more drug offenders were identified. Much greater than didn't IDC just screw over Han Ga-won? Out of all people, he was on stage with Spark, and anyone could see Songbin carried him, yet they still gave him the win. It's those over-the-top fans who did the screwing. Poor guy. Still, isn't it unfair to call Han Ga-won a freeloader? He's a good singer. True, Partha did wrong. but the forced hate right now is a bit much. Didn't everyone agree Han Ga-won was a Tier 1 main vocal? Until Spark debuted? I can't cover for him as not a freeloader because the balance was off. The gap in class was too big, so Han Ga-won looked relatively lacking. The other teams where members were similar in skill felt more stable. Much greater than vocals, I acknowledge. But the dance. How is the Taekion team third? Crying face, this makes no sense. When you say Taekion team, you mean Taekwon and Kion. They're third? Aren't there only 3 teams? Even from the live audience's perspective, the Taekion team was legendary. I thought the broadcast edit was good too. Spark's weakness really is their agency. Was this filmed before the drug thing broke out? Song Minil is being so extra. Viewer reactions shifted from the production team must reflect back to commentary about the episode itself. However, once the buzz grew, it didn't die down. Even people who weren't fans or fans who avoided survival programs because they were emotionally exhausting began watching IDC. From hunting down drug-involved idols, public attention had shifted to a variety show. When something like this happened, there was a non-negligible chance that, much greater than exposing the corrupt relationship and power abuse between NBC and Myth. Public discourse erupted, driven by the whistleblowing of an internal source. 382, Chapter 382, No Secret Lasts Forever. The whistleblower, who identified themselves as one of the writers for IDC Season 1, proved their identity by providing parts of the draft plans and photos from the filming site. The subsequent expose was filled with all sorts of revelations. It was revealed to the world that when IDC was first planned, instructions had come down from the higher-ups to provide special favors to Myth artists. It also came to light that during Shining Star K Civil Service exam, a dedicated one-shot camera had been assigned exclusively to Partha. Much greater than the cast of Shining Star is given about 10 pages of prep material in advance. However, certain idols were provided with a 20-page answer key. Unlike the general preparation materials, where the study content was shuffled randomly, the cheat sheet contained the actual questions presented in the broadcast, organized in the exact order they would appear. The answer key file was exposed as well. My suspicion that Song Minil might have had the question list turned out to be correct. There were also claims that they had been pressured to manipulate votes, though the writer said they refused that request. Instead, there had apparently been an internal agreement within the program to push Partha. This arrangement continued into Season 2, after the whistleblower had left the program. Screenshots of messages with junior writers revealed that assigning the best locations for the busking competition or increasing the budget for stage sets was also part of this agreement. Myth, which had initially responded by calling the allegations groundless, fell silent when further revelations followed. When MYEH tried to play down the whistleblower as a mere staff member rather than a person of interest, and treated them as a troll spreading false facts to gain attention by writing the program's controversy, the enraged writer released audio recordings. That's not what we agreed on. Why are there questions that were never shared in advance? Since there are variables in the broadcast production process, isn't that why writers exist? To decide those things ahead of time? If you're not even going to handle that properly, why are you getting paid to be here? Even so, we're taking good care of you, Mr. Minil, and we've secured enough solo screen time. Looking after me? How? You gathered dozens of people. My seat is way in the back. There's no way I can stand out. And there, as the finishing touch. Sigh, there's no trash can on this floor. My own voice was in it too. Is this why you told me to show off my knowledge? Even Lee Chonghyun came running to me to ask. Song Minil was truly unlucky. See, I told you to watch your mouth, didn't I? The public sympathized with the hardships of ordinary employees much more easily than those of celebrities. Since the former was closer to their own lives, it was a natural reaction. Much greater than you get scripts handed to you, get one-shots, have staff cater to you over the phone. So what exactly are you dissatisfied about that you're throwing a tantrum like this? Because a question you didn't know came up? Every single person there filmed under the same conditions, idiot. Much greater than you'd have to be ready to leave the industry to expose something like this. It really must have been that bad. I'd feel miserable working there too. Much greater than Minil. What were you thinking when you saw Ga-won unable to even lift his head on IDC? They said it was so kind of you that you introduced Ga-won everywhere and helped him get recognized. Don't you think it would have been better if he hadn't been recognized like that? Much greater than that attitude. His words and actions are insane. His tone is exactly like those young boomers nuisances you see so much lately. Much greater than meanwhile, because they were busy pushing these guys, Spark didn't even get half of Parth's reaction shots and had to busk in a department store. Is this for real? If it were me, I'd have sent 100 sarcastic bubble pop messages mocking Parth and the production team and caused a personality scandal, then written a handwritten withdrawal letter. Song Minil, who belittled the writer's work and spewed out verbal abuse, was torn to shreds. Criticism also intensified toward MYTH, which had shattered the stereotype that agencies are always the weaker party by negotiating with idols' appearance as leverage. In the midst of this storm, I unintentionally received reflected benefits, much greater than someone said the voice passing by sounds like Yiwol. Is that true, sparklers? It sounds like him, but Yiwol isn't the type to talk to himself. It's ambiguous. Is he not the type to say, I wonder where my socks are? Unexpected. Why is that unexpected? Much greater than I'm pretty sure it's Kim Yiwol. Appeared on the same program plus while everyone else wiped their answer boards with marker erasers. Only Spark used wet wipes plus in the behind-the-scenes cam. Chonghyun and Barian were there, and Songkan mentioned that Chonghyun was left with him because Yiwol Hyung went to throw out trash. Is your name Conan? Are you a detective? Much greater than if the outside noise was recorded on a phone call inside a room. The soundproofing must be terrible. Wouldn't everyone walking by have heard what Song Minil was saying? Seeing how Song Minil went quiet after Kim Yiwol said that, it's practically confirmed. Judging by how Yiwol stayed silent until now, it looks like he gave a warning and let it go. Warning, my food, he just happened to be passing by. He just happened to be passing by, and the phone hung up immediately? Can you still say that after seeing how Song Minil kept bringing up Lee Chonghyun's family and mocking him until the middle of the broadcast that day and then shutting up for the rest of it? Our boy doesn't have a loose mouth like a certain center, so he doesn't add fuel to the fire on Bubble Pop just because he's annoyed. Be grateful Yiwol never once complained about being disadvantaged while the so-called beneficiaries got special treatment. Much greater than you never know how life turns out. Back in Season 1, Yiwol got so much hate for supposedly receiving special treatment and abusing power, but now in Season 2, the situation is completely reversed. While our boy was walking a gravel path and clearing away stones, the real silver spoons were complaining about motion sickness while riding a bus. It's the principle that if you're standing next to food waste, even a common pebble looks like a beautiful natural object, or something like that. Suddenly, I became the king of perseverance, an unparalleled figure who remained unshaken between morally questionable senior all over and the broadcaster's favored sons. Partha, just silently doing my job through rain, wind, and even cracked skulls. Myth eventually posted an apology. The IDC team also posted a notice apologizing to the groups harmed by unfair processes. There are a lot of posts saying they're filing complaints with the Broadcasting Review Board. Beside me, Jong Songbin's brows drooped as he monitored the situation. He looked conflicted. Don't worry too much. The program won't be canceled halfway through. Even though the favoritism issue has been exposed this much, they'll probably say some editing was unavoidable for the sake of entertainment. Other shows don't air raw footage either. Unless paid votes were manipulated, this'll likely be seen as within the broadcaster's discretion. Have you ever seen someone punished just for evil editing? Though it would be difficult for a next season to be produced. Honestly, if this season could be our last instead of appearing on IDC again, I'd welcome it. Actually, this worked out well. Huh. Jong Songbin looked puzzled. I closed my laptop and said, we had a lot to prepare for the live stage, right? Until now, it was just suspicion, but now it's different. Everyone knows there was discrimination. So to lessen their burden, the production team will provide as much support as possible. Since there's only one stage left, taking good care of us will be beneficial for them so public opinion doesn't get even worse. Though not completely, Jong Songbin agreed with me to some extent. There's no point in discussing things that have already passed. Let's think about the benefits we can gain moving forward. Got it. I patted his shoulder. Jong Songbin ran to Park Juwoo with a face full of determination. After the controversy over Parth's special treatment and Spark's exploitation on IDC, I received many messages. Mostly, they were concerned texts worrying about our mental state. Ha Siamayang Sunbeam. I saw the articles. It's so upsetting, but I'm glad more people are starting to recognize. You and Spark. Become a big shot and take revenge on them all, Mr. Yiwol. Got it. I believe in you. Hirang Sunbeam. I saw the articles. Are you okay? I'm cheering for Spark and Yiwol Hyung. Sankin Sunbeam. Man, I can't say everything through messages. Let's have a meal with Baryon and Spark soon. Hirang found a good restaurant. I'll steal CEO Moon's card and come over. Just you wait. Gu Jahan Sunbeam. If you're upset, want me to ask my company if they have any plans to start an idol business? Me. I'll only accept the sentiment. Thank you. Gu Jahan Sunbeam. No. What's so hard about just asking? Me. I am truly, sincerely okay. Aside from the chill down my spine, thanks to Gu Jahan, it was heartwarming. Modern society was still worth living in. Yesterday, we even ate beef on the corporate card. There was a bittersweet episode where Manager Chanyang cried, saying he was sorry the agency lacked power and Manager Dayan had to take him outside. After receiving so much support and eating our fill, we gathered in the meeting room, thoroughly healed from all directions. We only shared light greetings with the staff who came to film. No one looked well enough to engage in small talk. When they said they had no face to look at Spark, Jong Songbin smoothed the atmosphere by saying it was fine as long as they filmed us. Beautifully. If I hadn't heard the dedicated team shouting in rage on our behalf, I would have laid down on the meeting room table. Fortunately, the filming of the meeting scene began in a calm atmosphere without any raised voices. Everyone. Lee Chonghyun spoke in a solemn tone. The time has finally come. Park Jiwoo's eyes sparkled. My hands also started to sweat. After a long wait, the time had arrived to bring out Spark's long-cherished business project. 383, Chapter 383, the fifth competition, 1. When Spark's participation in IDC was first confirmed, there was exactly one thing that Lee Chonghyun and I had agreed on in advance. It was a discussion regarding the final stage. This topic was officially announced during our first unofficial meeting, held to refine our mindset for the program. If we end up doing a live broadcast again, there's a stage I want to do for the finale. Can I suggest it? What is it? Kong Kian, who hadn't been briefed beforehand, showed immediate interest. Since we're appearing on a broadcast instead of doing second-half promotions, I want to deliver something with at least music show-level quality. At my words, Park Jiwoo's typing speed increased. Park Jiwoo probably carried the entire group's average typing speed on his back. This time, I want to fully take advantage of the fact that it's a live broadcast with a big audience. So what do you want to do? Choi Jiho asked. I turned to look at Park Jiwoo as I posed my question. What genre do you think creates the best synergy when it feels raw and present, can capture a refreshing vibe, and truly shows off the charm of a live performance? Park Jiwoo froze for a split second as if he had glitched. He looked around, saw Lee Chonghyun with the corners of his mouth pushed up to his ears, and wore a look of pure shock. Then, as if reaching a sudden realization, his eyes sparkled as he shouted, "A band!" In that moment, the date was set for the fulfillment of Park Jiwoo's long-cherished, precious wish. Band practice was carried out simultaneously with IDC preparation and filming. It was incredibly difficult to keep it a secret from the fans. At least so far, no one seemed to have caught on. For the final stage, Lee Chonghyun began composing the song before the IDC recordings even started. He claimed the preparations were already done because it was a song meant for our second-half activities anyway, but I knew it couldn't have been easy. We didn't just rush into it blindly, either. Since the members already had a basic grasp of their respective instruments, it was a decision made after measuring the odds dozens of times. Nevertheless, because basic skills alone weren't enough to reach the level of perfection we aimed for. Chonghyun, the sheet music is completely black. Mine is too, so just bear with it. The experienced members, Chonghyun and I, decided to play until our fingerprints wore off. For once, I was truly grateful for the synchronization feature. And as for Park Jiwoo, there was no need to even ask. He spent 3 months in a state of extreme happiness. While the other members were busy with the group reveal ceremony or the position battles, he steadily built up his strength. He didn't need to change his vocalization like in a musical, nor did he need to match tones with the other members. Unlike our first stage, his lines weren't sparse. Meeting a song that fit his taste perfectly resulted in. How was it? During our first ensemble practice, Park Ji-woo managed to ignite a sense of crisis in the rest of Spark. Is it even possible for a kid who just turned 20 this year to be like this? Even if the genre is different, can his explosive power really get this great? I wasn't the only one flustered. While Park Ji-woo was overjoyed, saying how cool it was, everyone else stood frozen like ice sculptures. Please let me sleep in the practice room today. Yeah, I'm sleeping here too. Kang Ki-yeon and Jong Song-bin muttered with empty eyes. Our predictions were way off. Originally, my plan was to put both beginners, Jong Song-bin and Kang Ki-yeon, on guitar to fulfill the visual flashiness expected by the audience while Chong Hyun reinforced the sound with his keyboard. I intended to cover the drums for Choi Ji-ho, who was also a novice. However, Park Ji-woo rendered all our efforts moot. This wasn't something that could be fixed by a few members helping each other out. Everyone had to move past the basics and reach a certain level of proficiency. After that, it was nothing but practice, practice, practice. Lee Chong-hyun set up a 2-tier keyboard, and I changed my bass strings 3 times. The guitar beginners spent their time in the car pressing down on chords until their fingers developed thick calluses. After passing through that long period of penance, today was the day. Lee Chong-hyun pulled up a band image on the monitor. Spark, let's go for the band. Who? The meeting room became a crucible of excitement. The writer's eyes went wide as if they were trying to send some sort of signal, but Lee Chong-hyun's slide moved naturally like flowing water too. Instrument layout proposal on stage. 1. Are you really doing a band? For real? Yes. Did you already know how to play instruments? We started this year. There's a huge difference between practicing and actually doing it on site. Experience is crucial for a proper band sound. As soon as the recording ended, Spark was showered with concern from the writers. Well, it was a provocative choice. Still, it was a stage we'd always wanted to show our fans at least once. There would never be a better opportunity to go all in with a band. We did our best to reassure them before sending them off. The finals are finally here. Lee Chong-hyun, who had been running non-stop, sounded oddly sentimental. A lot certainly happened along the way. I wonder if there's a vacation after IDC. It might be hard since we had one not long ago, right? Even if you get a vacation, don't you and Kang Ki-yeon have to go to school? Choi Ji-ho hit Lee Chong-hyun right where it hurt. Facing the start of a new semester, Chong-hyun clutched his aching heart. You should rest a bit when school starts, Chong-hyun. Song-bin and I will handle the album work. Oh right, Song-bin Hyung is on leave for the next semester. At Chong-hyun's words, Jong Song-bin averted his gaze. My Dong-sing is a high school senior, yet the Hyungs can't even foster a proper academic atmosphere. Good point. Want us to really foster one? I asked with full sincerity, but Lee Chong-hyun didn't react well. Chong-hyun's a self-directed learner, so it's fine. No, as the Hyungs, we should help you with your studies. Song-bin, can you add study with me to the Dataeon list? No. Why do I have to study at school and at the dorm? You study on your own whenever you have free time anyway. Doing it voluntarily is different from being forced. Lee Chong-hyun shrieked. Jong Song-bin watched his Dong-sing with a smile as he wrote study with me into the self-produced content items. Chong-hyun collapsed onto the floor in despair. Is the premiere date for exclusive report confirmed? Jong Song-bin asked while organizing the Dataeon. Yeah, the second Saturday of September. That's right after IDC ends, isn't it? Tell me about it. There isn't a day where Kim Yiwol isn't on TV. We have to throw a festival this time. Film self-produced content for the live premiere of episode 1. And do a UA company skit too. Lee Chong-hyun shouted, rising from the floor. Why go that far? When In My Office aired, we just let it pass quietly. This time we need double the fanfare. There'll already be articles everywhere. Hyung, stay quiet. We're in charge of the promo. Perhaps they were still hung up on the fact that we only promoted the OST work last time. Lee Chong-hyun and Jong Song-bin disappeared with a tablet, leaving me behind. The day of the live broadcast was busy from dawn. To be precise, it had been busy since the previous afternoon. This was because Choi Ji-ho's hair had been in the process of being dyed since then. He has to be at the very back for the full 4 minutes, so we have to do something. He's our team's center. In the end, we gave him a 2-tone hairstyle so he'd look pretty whenever the camera caught him. Choi Ji-ho's hair follicles were as resilient as his body, so there shouldn't be any issues. Park Ju-woo went through another round of bleaching to make his hair white. We judged that no color suited a youthful, otherworldly, genius band vocal. To differentiate it from his white hair during mission, we added a light silver tint to the tips to give it a cold feel. I returned to black hair. It was a color that brought peace to my mind and body. In the end, only black hair made me feel comfortable. We even took photos together, wearing matching white t-shirts and jeans. Standing in front of the concrete walls of the broadcasting station, we really looked like fresh-faced band rookies who had just started music. It was worth the effort of searching for places that felt like a live cafe. The bracelets are clearly visible, Kang Keon said. Lee Chong-hyun wore a smile full of pride. As Keon said, each member had a bracelet around their wrist. They were all silver bracelets of the same design. This was the second friendship item Spark had acquired, following the all-black practice clothes that had long since worn out. Members, gather around for a second. Last night, after calling all the Hyungs together, including Choi Ji-ho, who had just come out from washing his hair, Lee Chong-hyun had brought out 6 small boxes. What's this? Chong-hyun is giving a gift to the members who worked hard until the final broadcast. These bracelets were what came out of the accessory boxes Chong-hyun opened. He handed them out one by one, light bracelets made of thin chains. Why bracelets all of a sudden? I told you. It's a gift from Chong-hyun. For Park Ju-woo, he put a wristband on his wrist first, then fastened the bracelet over it. It was for the Hyung who didn't really like things other than clothes touching his skin. Bands usually have something like this. It gives you a sense of unity. Park Ju-woo accepted his Dongsing's kindness happily without a single word of complaint. Choi Ji-ho, who also wasn't fond of accessories, accepted it without a peep. However, Jong Song-bin and I couldn't simply be proud of him, thinking, Agu, look how much this kid has grown. Chong-hyun. Yeah. Please tell me, are these sponsored? No. It would be a bigger problem if you got a sponsorship without telling us. No, but while I was rambling, Jong Song-bin placed a hand on Chong-hyun's knee. Veins popped up on the back of the leader's hand. When did you spend this much money? Jong Song-bin asked with a gentle smile, interrogating Chong-hyun. Chong-hyun avoided his gaze. What do you mean this much money? It's not even pure gold. As Chong-hyun made his excuses, Jong Song-bin held up his own gifted bracelet with eyes devoid of light and said, Do you really think we haven't been keeping up with your pictorials? The newest release from Lanès sparkled brilliantly. Park Ju-woo turned pale and tried to take his bracelet off, but Lee Chong-hyun desperately stopped him. 384. Chapter 384. The 5th competition, 2. It's all out of love for the members. To celebrate becoming a brand model. This is a one-time thing, okay? I'd appreciate it if you guys just accepted it. Lee Chong-hyun hurriedly made his excuses. However, Jong Song-bin didn't back down. That's because the price is anything but one time. But when else will I get to give such a meaningful gift? I'm doing this before my contract ends. I won't be able to do this for you guys later. Do you really think Lanès would let you go without a contract renewal? When their brand recognition among people in their 20s shot up after changing the model to you. Moreover, do you think Lanès is the only brand eyeing you? Although accessory competitors might not be able to have you, products for every part of your body from head to toe are waiting for you. As I held my forehead, Choi Ji-ho brought me a headache pill and water. I couldn't tell if I should be grateful or not. When did you even buy these? When we went for the department store scouting. You didn't suspect a thing, did you? Did Keon know too? He didn't. I lied and told him the staff called me away briefly for model work. I don't recall Lanès selling stainless steel products. Is it white gold? Exactly. I wanted to go with gold to give off a vibe of wealth, but our members are all cool-toned. I matched them to your personal colors. If it were up to me, I would have gone with 24K, but they said they don't make 24K products. Apparently, they deform too easily. Huh. And pure gold is heavy. Lee Chong-hyun spouted nonsense with a perfectly serious face. I left the scolding to Jong Song-bin and collapsed onto the sofa. The moment I closed my eyes, a medley of nagging began, so lulling it almost put me to sleep. He even threw away all the receipts already. The bracelets we never managed to refund had remained on the members' wrists ever since that day. After experiencing his bracelet getting caught in the guitar strings a few times, Kang Keon exhibited the bizarre behavior of practicing with the bracelet taped down. Lee Chong-hyun cackled while taking photos of it. Seeing how happy Lee Chonghyun was just from the members wearing them, I thought he'd be several times more delighted today, the first official occasion where we'd step out wearing our friendship bracelets. Yet, a slight frown was etched between Lee Chonghyun's brows. He seemed dissatisfied with something. What kind of serious worry do you have that you're doing something as bold as straining your brow while getting makeup done? Our styling. We're recreating our Season 1 self-PR stage, right? Lee Chonghyun spoke while lightly tugging at the white t-shirt he was wearing. What was our concept back then? Pure, fresh, refreshing, bright, lively, and healthy rookie boy group. Right? What if the bracelets make us look like nouveau riche? It was a fairly plausible concern. Fashion often teetered between hip and tacky by a hair's breadth. I don't think you look like new money. It's not yellow gold, and it has a simple string bracelet feel. Is that so? I guess I made a good choice picking something simple, after all. But since you, the giver of the gift, brought it up first, I have a proposal. What is it? As soon as I finished speaking, the stylist brought over a small, flashy box. It was filled with tiny tools and high-presence charms. How about a limited-time kitsch custom? I didn't even need to hear the answer. Lee Chonghyun's eyes were already fixed on the sparkling jewels filling the box. Living as a celebrity, there were countless hardships. He'd been unfairly showered with camera shutters over things he hadn't done, and being lumped together with others and cursed at was practically routine. Nevertheless, the reason Polo could keep his head high was that his conscience was clear. I have never done anything to harm others. I haven't broken the law, nor have I lived insincerely. In an industry where smoke rises even without fire, that pride had been what sustained him. And yet, that pride crumbled so easily. Much greater than there was a reason Hellas came out. As the MC, much greater than they were all in it together, must have been sweet as hell for them. As always, Polo had done nothing shameful. He could confidently say he'd never excessively pushed Parlo on air. However, he couldn't claim innocence amidst the pouring criticism. Having renewed with MYTH, it was natural for people to think Hellas was just like their agency. This was a responsibility that someone with decision-making power had to bear. He wanted to quit. But finishing what he'd taken on was also part of that responsibility. Polo couldn't step down. In a situation where it was revealed that even the program had been run under the agency's pressure, the MC couldn't cause more trouble for the production team by bailing. With a heavy heart, Polo came to the set. When the cast members approached to greet him, he told them they'd worked hard. Once the live broadcast began, he did his best to maintain a bright demeanor. Though he could practically see the comment window he'd read all night hovering above the audience, he narrowed his vision and smiled until the corners of his eyes crinkled. Please welcome the first contestant to open the battle for the throne. Spark had earned the right to decide their order after Slay, who had taken first place in the previous round. The young juniors boldly chose the first slot. The script delivered before the live broadcast was packed with comments before and after Spark's turn. He had wondered if it was a shallow gesture of goodwill to make up for the biased broadcast. Spark is doing a band stage. We have to clear away all the instruments before the next turn, so you need to buy us some time after Spark's stage ends. So they did have a reason. Polo looked down at the cue sheet, which had an unusually high number of lines, for a long time. Inevitably secured interview time. A leading slot chosen to match the day real-time text voting would be tallied. A band genre optimized for livening up the atmosphere. None of this could be a coincidence. Spark wasn't a team that relied on luck. Spark walked out from behind the stage. They were dressed in white t-shirts and jeans splattered with paint. It was an outfit similar to the first episode of Season 1, which Polo had monitored before joining IDC. Our Spark, I heard you prepared especially hard for this stage. Yor began the interview. Jong Songbin's eyes, catching the bright lights, sparkled as he held the microphone. Yes, we've been waiting for this day. Jong Songbin and the members on either side of him smiled brightly. No one was whipping Spark to work harder. Even Polo, who had worked under good treatment, had found himself wishing, let's just wrap this up and be done with it. Yet they said they had been waiting for today. It must have been difficult preparing a self-composed song and practicing as a band. Any memorable episodes from practice? Jwoo Hyung is such a good singer that I had to work hard not to get in his way. It's true. Keon even slept holding his pick. Through this whole ordeal, Polo learned that Song Minil had often made inappropriate remarks about Spark. Something about there was some friction, wasn't it? Yet, Spark, who must have suffered for nearly a year, didn't say a single word. They showed no sign of exhaustion. It felt different from just being mature. It was a focus on only what they had to do. That was something the current Polo was also struggling and trying hard to do. I'm really looking forward to what kind of stage Spark will show us. Then, Spark, please get ready. The pre-interview ended with Yur's words. The practice scenes of Spark were broadcast on the displays installed on both sides of the stage. The original footage was likely airing for the viewers. Yiwol, let's run it from start to finish, and every time someone makes a mistake, 20 push-ups. Kian, that's fine, but who's counting? If we're going without stopping, someone has to count in the middle dot. Yiwol, I'll count. I can do it. Chonghyun, shouldn't this Hyung go on Idol Oddballs Chronicle instead of Idol Dynasty Chronicle? Ju, should I have played an instrument too? Songbin, was there an instrument you wanted to learn? Ju, there was something you strike like a harp. Shshshring. Jiho, a blind. Yiwol, a wind chimed. Kian, I filled up my whole practice notebook. Chonghyun, wow, memories. We used to draw an apple for every run-through. Kian, Songbin Hyung sometimes sighed and put his pen down after trying to color in 2 apples for 1 run. Songbin, you saw that? Chonghyun, don't be embarrassed, Hyung. It's a natural phenomenon. Even on the slightly blurred screen, the fingers tightly wrapped in bandages and the wrist taping peeking out from long sleeves were clear. As the video ended and the stage turned dark, Polo stood frozen at the edge of the stage, unable to take a step away. As I plucked the strings a few times to check the sound, the bass resonated heavily. It was a calming vibration, the very mid-low tone that had first captivated me. The lights blazing down from above were bright and hot. Even inside the venue, it felt like standing beneath a midsummer sun. As I took my place at the back left of the stage, I could hear small rustling sounds. The sound of Choi Jiho pulling his chair, the sound of Kang Kian habitually pressing the strings hard to prevent noise and scraping the edge of his pick against a string. The sound of Park Ju-woo tapping the microphone handle twice with his fingertips, and Lee Chonghyun meaninglessly pressing the A key. I was 22 when I first performed in a band club. I remember learning only chords and basics after entering, declining to perform the next year because I was too shy to play in front of people, and then finally doing it just before enlisting. It was fun. The sound hadn't carried as well as in the practice room, and without air conditioning, the humid early summer air made the bass feel heavier than ever. Even so, the feel of the strings under my fingertips on that early summer night, the low rhythm vibrating through the amp and speakers into the stage floor, it had thrilled me beyond words. The people I was with back then weren't by my side anymore, but faces just as familiar filled the void. Gazes more inexperienced than theirs were directed at me. Let's have fun. I spoke just loud enough to be barely caught by the microphone installed at waist height. Park Ju-woo, standing at the very front, smiled brightly. The bracelet on the wrist of his hand, holding the microphone, glittered. The production team's cue signal came from below the stage. Choi Jiho struck the crash cymbal rhythmically. The sharp metallic sound shattered like dust. A fan service band song that we planned to include as a B-side if we were to make a comeback in the second half of the year. Speaker began. 385, Chapter 385, the 5th competition, 3. Powerful and rhythmical drums, flashy guitar, cheerful and lively keyboard, and the bass that firmly holds all these elements together. Speaker was crafted solely from the things Park Ju-woo loved. Lee Chonghyun added substance to a melody of an original song he used to play in secret back in middle school whenever he got bored of practicing only competition pieces. By adding sound effects to the classical sections, a brand new style of music was born. The reason I had encouraged Chonghyun to start composing early was that he felt the finiteness of time was a waste. It was something I hadn't even considered back then, as I was only focused on Spark's immediate activities. Didn't you start working on this less than 2 weeks ago? The quality's high. Maybe it's because it's a song I've been playing over and over in my head. I had overlooked the fact that some forms of creation could proceed in parallel. Even while writing Spark's title tracks, Lee Chonghyun would casually pull out pieces he'd composed years ago and tinker with them whenever he was bored. With a primal, easy-to-memorize hook and lyrics that had been mulled over for years, not to mention 3 years spent on revisions alone. Every part of the song was smooth yet intense. The gripping power of the intro went without saying. Whether a singer or an instrumentalist, meeting a great song inevitably ignited passion. That was exactly the state Spark was in. There had been many great songs suited for idols so far, and there would be many more in the future. But everyone instinctively knew that as a band track, there would never be a song as outstanding as Speaker, Entangled People, Boiling Noise, Piercing Through the Gaps, a sharpshooting voice. Instead of matching Jang Songbin's tone as he had before, Park Ji-woo opened with a cold, steely vocal, like a wall raised in iron. His voice, sounding like a plucking electric guitar, resembled his trainee days, yet was even sharper. Like a blade that had been cherished and well-honed for a long time. I'll shout until I'm heard. Pay attention, right now. The resolve from last season, to win no matter who stood against them, had fortunately carried into this year. Whether or not we'd succeeded, we had tried their best to give fans as much joy as possible, as promised this season. And more than anything else, I'm speaking to you. If you won't listen, speak louder. The only way is to play harder. We were having fun. We did plenty of things we normally wouldn't get to do and received a lot of support. We had a duty to return this refreshing exhilaration to them. Let's think of this one day as a rock festival. Got it. The image of a band in an amateur's mind was often simple. Comfortable clothes evoking free spirits, total immersion in their instruments. Among the IDC cast, no group could pull off this atmosphere better than Spark, who had obsessively served up the theme of youth. Under the glaring lights, Jang Songbin's hair became damp. Despite being a guy who didn't sweat much, he always ended up looking like that after concentrating on playing with a heavy guitar strapped to him. When I told him, the rhythm guitar needs to support the lead guitar. In terms of role distribution, he even developed a habit of biting his lip while playing. Now, fans who had Jang Songbin as their bias would be able to see that side of him. Kang Kian had to keep his taping on throughout the practice period, but thanks to properly alternating between rest and practice, he was able to play the guitar excitedly today in perfect condition. Who knew his joints would be weak everywhere, not just his ankles? I had already made a reservation for a nutritional supplement consultation as soon as IDC ended. Lee Chong-hyun, who used to return to a stiff posture every time he played the keyboard, now moved naturally. Though he still had the build that suited tailored suits, he shone beautifully under blue lighting, too. I could only hope the camera captured his long, straight fingers dancing brilliantly over the keys. Choi Ji-ho, for whom this was likely the first time standing at the back for such a long duration since birth, also silently fulfilled his role. If the drums missed the beat, the live performance is over. Keep your head on straight. You say that as if I've ever missed a beat. You haven't, which is why I'm letting you do the drums. Stop nitpicking my words. Actually, that guy easily stood out even if you put him at the back. He was tall and broad-shouldered. His X and Y axes were endlessly expanding. Regardless of his physical build, Choi Ji-ho stood out no matter where he was. Was it thanks to the sleeveless shirt, a drummer's essential? Despite sticking to the beat with clockwork precision, Ji-ho had the power to draw eyes even without flashy performances. The accumulated feelings, in an agonizing state, have come to me. Park Ji-woo was literally flying. Shining in the front under the lights, he looked like a star rising in a dark audience, or the protagonist of a coming-of-age band story. It might have been a few years of waiting for Park Ji-woo, but sparklers had been waiting far longer for this version of him. A youthful vocal who crushed the high notes with a voice as sharp as unrefined metal scraping against a concrete wall, with a fierce light returning to his languid eyes. One who sang passionately with blue veins standing out on his neck while clutching the stand microphone with both hands. I'll shout until I'm heard. Pay attention to me. As the music reached its highlight, I felt everyone becoming one with the song. A smile began to slowly appear on Jang Songbin's face, and Kang Kian laughed while making eye contact with Lee Chong-hyun. Choi Ji-ho, while playing the drums as he pleased, occasionally cast a glance at the members. I'm telling you, if you're going to look away. My fingers felt infinitely light. It was as if the times I pounded them until they were numb never happened. During practice, Park Ji-woo once asked me if it was okay to be this happy, that every day felt like a dream. That's what unity is. Once you feel it, it's hard to get out. The sweat flowing down Park Ji-woo's jawline and the bracelet shaking on his wrist clearly revealed his emotions. As we approached the end of the song, I was reminded of what Jiwoo had said in response to me, that he never, ever forgets a promise. I'll shout until I reach you. Accept it all. Everything I say. So, this song was, in a sense, a story that Park Jiwoo was sending to everyone. When the song ended, cheers like a tidal wave slowly surged in from afar. The sound of crashing applause drenched our feet. I couldn't move a single step until the water dried. You showed a tremendous spirit of challenge in the final stage. Spark, how do you feel? You were asked on the screen. Baek Haewon turned up the TV volume. She hadn't noticed while listening to the roaring band music, but now that the interview had started, the other people's voices sounded as small as ants. Win, this is Spark's win. No survival stage she had seen over the years had given her this much catharsis. And Band Spark had shown up. If this wasn't a winning stage, then what was? She had secured all the family members' phones, but it wasn't enough. Baek Haewon requested help from all her friends. Guys, please, just throw one vote for Spark. I'll give you 101 tomorrow. Her mom had scolded her for voting before watching the stage, so Baek Haewon had waited until the song ended out of conscience. By the time her mother said, "They're good," Baek Haewon had already finished voting with her own, her mother's, and her father's phones. Even her mom, a total member of the general public, acknowledged them. She said Spark was good. The dating rumors forced out by another agency to draw aggro, the drug crimes spread by people around them making a fuss, and the sabotage from the senior group couldn't shake Spark until the very end. Their flawless perfection and the members' satisfied expressions proved it. We were grateful that at a time when everyone's intentions aligned, we were given such a good opportunity. Kim Yiwol answered with a refreshed face. Compared to the younger members who looked visibly nervous, Kim Yiwol seemed relatively calm. However, he couldn't hide his flushed cheeks and the corners of his mouth that were slowly creeping up. It seemed he had thoroughly enjoyed an incredible live performance. Mr. Jiho, Mr. Songbin, and Mr. Kion, I heard you only started learning instruments this year. Yes, Jiwoo often mentioned that he really wanted to form a band with the members, and it's finally becoming a reality. Park Jiwoo smiled widely at Choi Jiho's words. Baek Haewon was reminded of an acquaintance who particularly loved Jiwoo's languid, mature, sexy moments. She checked social media, and sure enough, much greater than Park Jiwoo just now. Much greater than Jiwoo. Much greater than Kill Me. Much greater than what is happening with Jiwoo's beauty. I'm sorry for saying white hair was his personal color all this time. Our Jiwoo's personal color is rock and roll white. Nuna is sorry. Jiwoo, be in a band for life. Much greater than please put a band stage in the concert. Are the boys holding a concert? I'm suing if they don't. It was chaos. Out of loyalty, Baek Haewon hit, like on all of her acquaintances' posts. Today is the last day for IDC. What is the first thing you want to do when it's over? There were a lot of questions for a segment that wasn't even the ranking announcement. Behind the MCs and Spark, black silhouettes bustled around. It was for stage maintenance. Even better, then. Baek Haewon leaned back on the sofa with a happy heart. Then, Baek Haewon noticed Baek Haen watching the TV with an unreadable expression. Just 10 minutes ago, Baek Haen had snapped at Haewon when she suggested he cast a precious vote for his friend, saying he'd take care of it himself. Despite not knowing any groups other than Spark, Baek Haen had stubbornly claimed a spot on the edge of the sofa. Baek Haewon didn't know if Baek Haen had been staring at Band Spark as intently as she had. At the very least, current Baek Haen did not take his eyes off the screen. Turning back to the TV, a close-up of Kim Yiwol was shown. I'm leaving with unforgettable, good memories. I hope the fans also enjoyed watching our staged. Watching Kim Yiwol state his feelings on participating, Baek Haen got up. Haen's hand, which had been fiddling with his mouth, soon went to the tip of his nose. The bridge of Baek Haen's nose was red. Are you crying? Baek Haewon asked. Instead of answering, Haen unlocked his phone and handed it to Haewon. From the kitchen, his mother asked Baek Haen if his classmate had already appeared. Baek Haen nodded. He looked like he was having fun. After leaving that short review for his mother, who remembered his son's classmate, Baek Haen quietly went into his room. 386, Chapter 386, After Party. Finally, our long journey has come to an end. Lee Chong-hyun got up, sticking a spoon into a can of zero cider. Everyone's eyes turned toward him, except for Choi Ji-ho, who was busy tearing open a box of fried chicken in the corner. Who asked Chong-hyun to give a toast? Don't you know he's still a minor? No one asked him, Hyung. Jong Song-bin explained, looking pale. Anyway, the dorm was in full-on festival mode. None of them had expected to win with a band performance. Bands had that special power. It made people feel incredibly overwhelmed with emotion. I hadn't expected such a huge gap in the text vote either, but seeing how hot the live reaction was, I just figured the result wouldn't be bad. In the long history of idols, they'd just been crowned the kings of NBC for the moment, and they'd even gotten support for a lavish showcase. Even though it was nearly dawn when we got back, the kids insisted on celebrating. They set the table and popped sodas, keeping the decibel level low enough not to disturb the neighbors. You all worked so hard. Thank you for doing your best without complaining. Jong Song-bin praised the members' efforts with a gentle smile. It was a tough time. Chong-hyun thinks he deserves extra praise. Yeah, you worked the hardest. At my words, Lee Chong-hyun became a beaming mess. From what I could tell, the kid was riding an endorphin high and wouldn't sleep a wink until sunrise. Do we have practice tomorrow? The schedule's empty. Kang Keon asked after checking his phone. I think it's better to take a day to recharge. The year-end plans will come out soon, and if we push too hard now and mess things up later, that'd be putting the cart before the horse. Look at that consideration for his subordinates' pace. We need to institutionalize a system where only people like Jong Song-bin can be leaders. I don't need to rest. Breaking the warm moment of consideration, Park Ju-woo stepped forward. I can do anything right now. No, you should rest. I poured lukewarm water over Park Ju-woo's burning enthusiasm. If people work nonstop, without resting, they break down. Since I had no intention of letting another member go on hiatus, I had to ensure they got proper rest and mental health care. How are they going to handle the cost support? Kang Keon asked while eating his chicken. The moment an expense paid for by company money exceed 50,000 won, things get complicated. If it were paid to individuals as a cash prize, the procedure would be less complex, but that was not the case here. They didn't even have a schedule for when the showcase would happen. Just thinking about it gave me a headache, but I trusted the production staff to handle it. Is anyone going to the gym tomorrow? Choi Ji-ho asked in the middle of eating. Park Ju-woo and Lee Chong-hyun put down their chicken with depressed faces. I'll go with you. I have nothing to do tomorrow morning. I'll go too. Seeing Jong Song-bin and me, Park Ju-woo looked even sadder. I'll go too. If you're tired, you can rest. You worked really hard on vocal practice. No, I said with my own mouth that I can do anything. With a face like the world was ending, he said he would go. Kang Keon, telling him he should at least eat a lot if he was going to work out, pushed all the remaining salt-grilled chicken in front of Park Ju-woo. After draining the members' energy, the culprit Choi Ji-ho casually headed out for a run at the Han River. After finishing the cleanup, Jong Song-bin and Park Ju-woo went to their respective rooms. Jong Song-bin, seeing me pacing the living room, asked if I was going in. I'm going to talk to Chong-hyun for a bit. You rest first. Okay. After confirming that Jong Song-bin had closed his door, I stealthily knocked on Lee Chong-hyun's room. A voice told me to come in. What is it? Give me your bank account number. Why? Lee Chong-hyun, who was lying on his bed on his phone, turned toward me. I have something to settle. Didn't you say that if we don't want to cause trouble, monetary transactions should go through the company, not personal accounts? Why? You want to send me the money for the bracelet? Lee Chong-hyun sat up. I came here specifically to ask because I knew he wouldn't accept it if I used a messenger app's transfer function, but it was no use. Kang Keon, who was lying on the opposite bed, spoke indifferently. Give up, Hyung. I tried sending it 10 times, and he returned it all 10 times. Keon, you knew Chong-hyun's account number? Well, it's us, you know. I felt a sense of betrayal, but I held it in. Even Kang Keon had failed to send the money. Even if I knew the account number, the situation probably wouldn't have changed much. Earlier, Song-bin Hyung asked for my account number too. When we ordered chicken. Anyway, our Hyungs care for the younger ones too much. The Hyungs won't even accept gifts. Could you please not overrate us? Song-bin and I just don't want to be called shameless people who squeezed gold out of a minor magne. Despite my serious, passionate speech, Lee Chong-hyun just laughed. Clearly, my sincerity didn't get through at all. It's a long way off, but if there's anything you want for your birthday, too bad. Jiho Hyung already claimed that. Why is that guy suddenly doing things he never does? Now even Kong Kian turned his back on me, snickering. Anyway, since the refund period's over, I hope you enjoy a happy life sleeping and showering with that spark bracelet. And if you're leaving, toss me that cushion over there. Lee Chong-hyun pointed to a large body pillow at the foot of his bed. When I told him to handle it himself since he was a teenager who could go to a department store alone, he sat up with a face full of mockery. Thud. At the same time as the rustling sound, something fell out from under the body pillow. It was a white envelope folded in half. What's this? Chong-hyun, were you hiding something under your pillow? I'm seeing this for the first time, too. Lee Chong-hyun flipped the envelope back and forth. On the corner of the back, there was tiny writing. For the bracelet. The handwriting was neat, as if it would have won a gold prize in a calligraphy contest. The letters were so small you wouldn't notice them if you didn't look closely. It was unmistakably Park Ji-woo's work. Ugh, our Hyungs are really over the top. Lee Chong-hyun, opening the envelope with a groan, froze instantly. Kong Kian and I, peering over his shoulder, were the same. We stormed into Park Ji-woo's room holding a thick bundle of 50,000 won bills, demanding to know if he'd robbed every ATM in the neighborhood. If I didn't do it this way, you wouldn't have accepted it. Park Ji-woo explained with a flustered face. In the end, Park Ji-woo's reverse pickpocketing event ended with Lee Chong-hyun keeping the envelope but returning the cash. I swore I'd buy half a dozen gold bars from the Korea Mint shopping mall soon. Ahead of the fourth quarter, my mind was working busily as if it were about to explode. There were so many things to check that it wouldn't be strange if my eyes popped out. The airing of exclusive report would proceed on its own without my involvement. But since the promotion on Spark's official accounts was decided, I checked the frequency of every single scheduled content piece to ensure that Kim Yiwol-related content wouldn't flood SNS consecutively. Work on the digital single album had also begun. Since many people loved Speaker, which would be included as a B-side, we needed a fresh point suitable for a new album while maintaining the youth boy band image. But these guys have grown up too much. Spark had physically grown so much that I needed time to think. I had to figure out what 6 guys as big as wardrobes could do to still look pure. The storyboard for the season's greetings was in its final stages. I suggested a concept I wanted to try, and it turned out beautifully, perfectly suited for merchandise. All that was left was to wash and polish the Spark guys' faces and put them in front of the camera. I should start planning the concert setlist soon, too. There's not much time. Because IDC had crashed in, the time to prepare for the concert was beyond tight. There was almost none left. If I postponed the digital single release until next year, I could create some breathing room, but we'd be short on concert songs, and to show a band live version of Speaker, it'd be better if the album dropped before the concert. So the dedicated team and I decided to grind it out together. If anyone from the dedicated team decided to quit this year, it was all my fault. It was all because of the KPIs. Please just let it slide once. I won't forget this kindness. And if you really want to quit, at least give me a week for handover. This was just the group schedule. Individual schedules were even tighter. Jong Songbin had taken charge of those early on, so I only checked the members' plans via the living room whiteboard and shared calendar. At this point, Jong Songbin and manager Chanyoung could probably write the Tripitaka Koreana just from their daily message logs. The IDC, behind-the-scenes videos prepared separately by the self-produced content team, were uploading smoothly too. I had also scheduled all the items we couldn't film yet to be consumed by the end of the year. Everything was fitting together perfectly. How fortunate that the only thing lacking was time. I could just sleep later. I was just thankful that nothing had flopped yet. As I was finishing my exploration of the backlog.ion, a screenshot of an article arrived in the group chat with the managers. It was a press release for exclusive report ahead of its broadcast. A string of celebratory emojis followed. I searched exclusive report on a portal site. Drama information that hadn't existed until recently had been created. 2 short teasers of the lead actors were uploaded as official videos, and I appeared in one of them. Information about Cheon Yoon-sung was even listed in the character descriptions. Role Cheon Yoon-sung. Kim Yiwol. A flawless man who has everything, money and power, yet earns no hatred. Born the sole heir of the nation's top conglomerate, Chanja Group, he builds an unrivaled position without a single scandal. Why does this perfect man take an interest in Ham Yizio? The introduction made it sound a bit like a love triangle. But since the fact that Cheon Yoon-sung was a villain was officially a secret to those outside the project, it couldn't be helped. It was just surprising that the secret was being kept from viewers. Even though it was announced to the actors that he was a villain when the synopsis and scripts were distributed. Back when I was a viewer, I didn't even know everyone else knew in secret. My research on Exclusive Report continued for about another hour because so much data had been released along with the press announcement. After scanning through community reactions, discussion boards linked to the program, and even recommended works connected to Exclusive Report, I saw a new article uploaded. Isn't it too early for similar articles to be coming out? I clicked Latest once more, and the moment I read the title of the article uploaded 3 minutes ago, much greater than Exclusive Report, Kim Yiwol, post from mother exposing him appears. I want my unfilial child to reflect on himself. I couldn't say a single word. 387. Chapter 387. Family Risk 1. My mind went completely blank. The newly released article was the only one of its kind so far. The piece, which claimed to have received a direct tip-off, was accompanied by a still cut of Cheon Yoon-sung from the recently announced drama Exclusive Report. Exclusive Report, Kim Yiwol, post from mother exposing him appears. I want my unfilial child to reflect on himself. 20xx.09.xx10:03 a.m. Photo.jpg. Actor Kim Yiwol. Photo UA Entertainment, TVM. Testimony has surfaced from the family of rookie actor and idol Kim Yiwol, who has been on a winning streak after being confirmed for Exclusive Report following his role in My Office, claiming that he engaged in deviant behavior throughout his youth. On the 2nd, Kim Yiwol's mother sent a tip-off to Weeklian, stating, I am concerned that there may be innocent victims due to my violent child's hypocritical behavior. She further stated, I want my child, who grew up unfilial, to sincerely reflect on his actions. Below is the full text of her handwritten letter. That I was violent, that I engaged in hypocritical behavior to the point where she's worried about innocent victims. I read the same lines over and over, but nothing changed. I clicked on the image of the handwritten letter, something I had never seen before and couldn't even be sure my mother had actually written. Cramped handwriting filled the screen. Because he was born with an exceptionally sensitive temperament from early childhood, he caused constant discord until he became independent. I tried to educate him with a sense of responsibility to ensure he wouldn't harm his peers, but all I received in return were reckless police reports claiming that I was abusing him. As parents, we had to feel a sense of helplessness for a long time due to our child's unchanging behavior. I searched everywhere to find my child after he ran away, but no police station would accept a runaway report for a child who had reached adulthood. I finally managed to find out his agency and went to see my son, but his violence had only worsened. I want to ask you, is it right to leave children younger than my son in an unsafe environment just because he possesses star quality? If you tolerate such tyrannical behavior simply because he is marketable, who would ever feel at peace pursuing their dreams? My husband and I have lived in constant fear that innocent victims might emerge due to our child's hypocritical behavior. While we blame ourselves, wondering if we should have withheld support for his runaway expenses, we believe we couldn't have made any other decision when thinking of our child spending the cold winter outside. I cannot sleep, feeling as though this complacency ruined my child. It is shameful that we, as parents, lacked virtue and failed to prevent our son from growing into an unfilial monster, but we hope our child sincerely reflects so that there are no more victims like us. I didn't have the heart to read any further. Even after I closed the laptop, the afterimage of the letter wouldn't vanish. I heard the sound of the digital door lock being pressed. Manager Dayan's voice calling for me followed. After a knock, he opened the door and appeared. Mr. Yiwol, did you get a good sleep? About the monitoring. Since there will be many articles today due to the Exclusive Report announcement, the dedicated team said they'd check everything at once. Manager. I didn't need to hear the rest of his words to understand what he meant, and I knew well that simply hiding wasn't the answer. I saw it. It'd be better to talk at the office, right? It had been a hot summer until recently, but my fingertips felt cold. I slowly stood up and picked up the document folder I'd packed into my suitcase not long ago. Upon arriving at the company, I was sent to the practice room instead of the meeting room. Everyone except for the younger members was gathered there. Did you hear about the article? At my question, Jong Songbin's expression darkened. Then this'll be quicker. First of all, I'm sorry. Is this really something you need to apologize for? I know it's not my fault. I also know that apologizing out of habit isn't a good thing. But it's my mom who did this. At my words, Choi Jiho sighed. It was a sigh deeper than any I'd heard from him before. Are you okay? Park Ju-woo carefully reached out. When he took my hand, a look of surprise crossed his face for a split second, but he quickly pretended nothing was wrong and began to massage my cold hand. I'm not great, but I'm not falling apart either. What matters is that I have to explain things. I was planning to visit Ms. Jukyung first anyway, but they told me to wait a bit. The impact of this was bound to be on a different level compared to the last time, when an anonymous person posted a slanderous thread. Even now, what kind of comments and speculation were spreading? My mouth went dry. Family matters aren't something you can explain easily. Choi Jiho muttered. He understood. He knew just how difficult it was to prove the things that happened between family members exactly as he had suffered them. I won't act rashly. Considering the tip-off was so deliberate, there's a high chance of a follow-up, so I think I should hold back until I know exactly what they want. Though I definitely need to contact the exclusive report team and tell them it's absolutely not true. The incident where our father showed up at my sister's first workplace was a kind of trauma for both of us. Even though her colleagues pretended not to notice, my sister changed jobs not long after. It felt like a shackle that would never come off, rolling closer and closer to wrap around me. That was how my sister described the feeling when she drank in front of me for the first time, talking about facing our father back then. Since then, we had always lived prepared. We imagined a day when my workplace would suddenly be invaded. We prepared so that when they stood at the entrance of the company and denounced me as a child who didn't know the grace of being raised, I could send them away without losing my composure. When I joined the Hampyeong industry, that didn't happen. However, whenever I heard there was an outsider with unconfirmed identity in the lobby, or when a delivery man I'd never seen before visited, or when an outsider came for safety inspections, their faces flashed through my mind. It was good that I trained myself for this, so that I wouldn't be excessively flustered when the actual situation arrived. If I hadn't prepared, I would have been in a panic, not knowing what kind of attitude to take. I really never did those things, okay? I have evidence. I won't stab you guys in the back or disappoint the fans. So, I had to reassure the guys who had suddenly been burdened with colleague risk. As I tried to pull the document box out of my bag, Jong Songbin stopped me. Hyung. He looked like he was about to cry. Can you please not disclose this? Choi Jiho and Park Ju-woo looked at Jong Songbin, but Songbin's eyes were fixed solely on me. We believe you, Hyung. We saw your family too. If testimony is needed, we can do it, but... Jong Songbin spoke without even taking a breath, his voice trembling as much as his pupils. He looked desperate. On the day I first brought that document folder outside, Choi Jiho and Jong Songbin were outside the door. Since I remember Choi Jiho coming in as the door opened, Jong Songbin must have entered the meeting room together that day as well. Songbin. Did you see it? The corners of Songbin's eyes were red. This isn't right. Hyung. Just wait a bit. There must be a way. Just like last time, things can settle down with just your explanation. No, just ask the company to release a statement. It's all a lie anyway. I'll tell them we should take legal action. I grabbed the shoulders of the guy who looked more anxious than I was. Then, I spoke as calmly as possible. If you're worried about image consumption, don't mind it too much. I don't want sympathy points either. I'm going to resolve this cleanly. I don't care about any of that. It was rare for Jong Songbin to cut me off. He was usually the kind of person who waited for everyone to finish speaking. Jong Songbin shook his head. It wasn't just a desire to stop me. It was as if he felt he had a mission to stop me. I saw the article too. It had nothing to do with me, but it still made me feel sick. I wasn't the only one. Chon Young-hyung felt it, and Ju-woo did too. That's because you guys are kind. On the contrary, Hyung, you're too calm. That's why I'm more worried. He bit his lip. If you've been bracing yourself for something like this, if that's why you're acting so detached right now, then I'm even more against dragging up your past and putting it out in front of everyone. Songbin. Jong Songbin was worried that I might collapse at any moment. He probably thought that acting calm in a situation where one shouldn't be okay was not a healthy reaction. All right, I won't decide this on my own. At my words, Songbin's expression softened slightly, though he still didn't let go of the hand gripping the document folder. But time was always short for the innocent. Less than a day after we warned Exclusive Report that this was false information and that we'd respond strongly. Much greater than Spark, becoming a group of unfilial children, Choi Jiho's father claims, "My family abandoned me." Much greater than all parents of Spark State. We will arrange a venue to urge the admission of facts. Choi Jiho was dragged into this. Additional rumors targeting me were also added. A video of me taking a headache pill from the manager in the waiting room, filmed by someone unknown, was spread with titles like "The Idol Who Gets Away with Blatant Drug Use." A personality controversy video was also released, created by collecting my expressionless faces from the drama or scenes where I was monitoring. Screenshots from that video were plastered all over various posts. Much greater than "Can't we sue the channel owner? Who takes drugs in a waiting room unless they're insane? In the first place, do drugs come in pill form like that? Aren't they powder or injected? I really don't know. They probably insist anything white is a drug, but if that were the case, the kids would have been called to the police station long ago. Die trolls. Much greater than repost stuff coming out about Jiho's family situation. Seeing fans worshipping Jiho's blunt way of talking, I thought their sensors were broken, but seeing what he said to his own dad, it's even more of a spectacle. I guess it's true he was only nice to the fans. I acknowledge the relative fan service. Sparklers must be happy to receive special treatment from their appa. Much greater than "Is this real? What do you all think?" Seeing how his dad was the only one missing from the family trip, it seems true they have a bad relationship, but I wonder if he really said stuff like that. Crying face. Anyone can see this as a hate post. Let's just ignore this. Guys, think about it. Jiho speaks bluntly, but he's never been disrespectful. Crying face. If we get swayed by these fabrications of things that never happened, they'll become facts in an instant. I know all sparklers are feeling unsettled right now, but let's stay sharp. Much greater than the so-called bad attitude clips are all either acting scenes or freeze frames. At this point, isn't this just a personality smear campaign? Kim Yiwol is such a pro idol that there's never been a day where he was just expressionless in front of the camera, so I actually like this. But I'm reporting the video. There were so few clips that his clothes are the same in all of them. Is there actually anyone who falls for this? There are more people with zero intelligence in this world than you'd think. What is this country coming to? It didn't even take a day for the group image we had worked so hard to protect to turn into a mess. I became a piece of trash who disgraced my parents, stole money, and ran away from home during my upbringing. Choi Jiho became a delinquent who pressured his parents into divorce and blocked contact between his father and the rest of the family. 388. Chapter 388. Family Risk 2. Articles related to the expos continued to pour out. The provocative content, claiming to provide an opportunity for the children to admit their faults and reflect, while giving the other members' families a means to protect their own sons, fueled the media fire. The statements in the articles were subtly aimed not just at us, but at the other members' families as well. The intention was clear: push the other families to apply pressure from within, since their own children were undoubtedly being harmed by association. This meant enemies were being created both externally and internally at the same time. This was the very definition of a lose-lose dilemma. Just as I was clutching my throbbing head and trying to organize the points that needed clarifying, I received a call from Polo. Before I could even greet him, he explained that he knew I was busy and would get straight to the point. I gave my agency a piece of my mind today. I told them I couldn't work while trusting a company with so many suspicious secrets. Seniors with years of experience were truly cool. They could actually take a stand against their own agency. I was envious. I told them to spill everything they hadn't said yet, because we didn't want to get dragged down and cursed at along with them. And I heard something quite shocking. Is it something I'm allowed to hear? It's something you need to know, Mr. Yiwol. Polo hesitated for a moment. Jiho's dating rumor. It turns out Myth was the one who leaked it. I expected as much. But even if I knew this, what would change? But the route through which Myth obtained those photos. It seems it was your father, Mr. Yiwol. I couldn't believe my ears. I asked him again if I had heard correctly. Polo confirmed the name of the informant. It was a name I never expected to hear from the mouth of an industry professional. I thanked him for letting me know and hurriedly hung up. I needed time to process this. To think they had held on to something to torment someone else, not even me, and then used it as a preemptive strike to expand the scale by publicly tying the two of us together. Now that there were more targets to blame, the public's digging doubled, and the posts and comments doubled as well. There was no way this effect wasn't intentional. They must have waited for the drama to air. While the full-scale promotion had only just begun, articles about my joining the cast and stories from the filming site had been going out steadily. The old clips and fortune-telling broadcasts getting dredged up because of the drug scandal also played a part. Since they were very interested in my ad fees and drama appearance fees, they clearly targeted a time when money was coming in and I might have to cough up alimony if things went wrong. They must have judged that I would have no choice but to give them money. How long had they waited for my profile to rise and my work risks to grow? It was both ridiculous and sickening. I felt I couldn't face the team or Choi Ji-ho. Especially Ji-ho. Hadn't he ended up with a paparazzo on his tail because he was associated with me? Did you put a tail on us? How badly did you want revenge to copy the exact same method? Even though I had never put a tail on anyone, I leaned forward and put my head on the desk. No matter how many times I pressed my temples, the headache wouldn't go away. Jang Songbin found me like that and told me I was getting bruises on my temples, pulling my hands away, and Choi Ji-ho, after hearing the situation, told me there was no need to explain and tried to send me back to rest. As soon as the articles broke, the families of the other members, starting with Songbin's mother, called the dorm one by one. If it were just to check on their sons, it would have been easier to contact them individually, but they insisted on calling when everyone was together. Auntie knows exactly how well the Hyungs take care of the younger ones. And at the end, every one of them added words like that, as if they had all promised each other beforehand. My parents' plan to create enemies inside the group had failed. I was beyond grateful. When only one household's call remained, the phone rang. It was a call from Lee Chong-hyun's father. I scrambled to the balcony and answered. Yes, this is Kim Yiwol. Are you busy? No, sir. I'm fine. Through the balcony window, I made eye contact with Lee Chong-hyun, who was crossing the living room. When I pointed to the phone, he gave me an okay sign and disappeared from view. I saw the articles. Ah, yes. Cold sweat poured down my back. It hadn't even been a year since I asked him to trust me with his son, and now things had turned out like this. I had no excuse. It doesn't seem like a problem that will quiet down just by staying still. Yes, I was planning to resolve it as soon as possible. How? I am discussing the plan with the agency. He wasn't even in front of me, but my knees kept buckling. Even though I held the phone with both hands, it felt heavy. You have to tie the knot properly so this doesn't happen again. Yes, I'll make sure of that. I reassured him confidently, but I was worried. Why is it impossible in this country to sever ties with first-degree relatives? It would be nice if there were a means to sever ties with direct blood relatives, just like a divorce. The most definitive way to settle the ties would be a lawsuit, but with the drug scandal having just swept through the idol world, no one would welcome a group whose member was involved in a lawsuit. As I swallowed dryly, the voice came through the phone again. There is someone capable among my former classmates. Pardon, not all lawyers are the same. You need someone who specializes in this kind of thing if you want fewer headaches. At the same time, my phone vibrated. A text came in with a phone number. I already talked to him, so contact him and get this handled. Don't just dump it on the agency's lawyer without a plan. I let it slide, thinking you'd just be an idol for a few years anyway as long as you didn't do anything foolish with the contract. But looking at it now, it's a complete mess. If the company insists on using their lawyer, tell them to call me. The man who extremely disliked inefficiency had brought the most definitive solution. I almost wondered if I'd heard him right. However, there was one concern I had about his acquaintance, so I cautiously spoke up. Thank you for your concern. Fortunately, the company has decided to support part of the legal costs, so I will look into it within the range that the company and I can handle first. I wouldn't have gone this far if he hadn't said he'd already spoken to the person. I didn't want to seem like I was rejecting his kindness. But now that the conversation had already happened, I couldn't just pretend I didn't know and not reach out. Going to someone I was just connected to without a plan would mean astronomical legal costs. Now that the company had stepped up to help, I didn't want to increase the amount of money spent on an uncertain matter. I only hoped he wouldn't be offended, especially since I knew how much leeway he was giving me. The answer I got was completely unexpected. I've arranged it so that I will be the one paying the retainer fee. Pardon, it's not a big sum for our family. You won't be billed for anything. If you win, you'll get it back anyway. Spending a bit up front isn't a problem. No, sir. Even if it's not company money, I am more than able to pay. I raised my kids so they wouldn't have to deal with messy business like this. There's nothing more pathetic than wasting time on noisy problems just to save a little money. Resolve it quickly before it gets any noisier. With those words, he hung up. To an outsider, his tone could easily be misunderstood. It even sounded like something straight out of a drama. Take this money and stop being a nuisance. But the core message was what mattered. It meant he would help, so I shouldn't try to settle it alone. In a difficult situation, I wasn't in a position to be picky about how the help was packaged. More than anything, the fact that he never asked whether I was at fault, only how I planned to resolve it, made it clear that this came from trust. I recalled Jong Songbin's words about being worried about me, and his actions as he desperately pressed down on the document folder. System, a work order from Superior has arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim. These are documents that were stuck in that cabinet, you see? They're old, so just give them a quick look and throw them away as you see fit. I'll have it placed on your desk. If the system truly cared for me even a little, those words might also be out of concern. It was telling me to let go of the past, rather than reading through documents alone, attaching evidence, and revealing every single thing that happened. Is it telling me not to agonize over old matters? I thought they were persistent. I'd even wished I could cut them off completely and be left alone with just my sister. If there was nothing to gain from staying tied to them anymore, maybe cutting everything clean would be better for my mental health, wouldn't it? Who were you talking to that made you look so desperate? Did someone say something to you? As I walked into the living room, I ran into Lee Chonghyun again. He asked while eyeing my phone. No, it was a good call. Who gets a good call while practically kneeling on the floor? The more grateful you are, the more politely you should answer, right? I went into my room and changed my clothes as quickly as possible. Then, I formally stormed into Choi Ji-ho's room. Choi Ji-ho. What? He scanned me from top to bottom. He seemed surprised by my secret weapon, a full business black suit. I think it's time to settle things. Settle what? Family stuff. At my words, even Park Ju-woo, who was on the opposite bed, sat up with wide eyes. I had been holding back until now because it was embarrassing and I felt I couldn't face the members' families. But I wasn't going to do that anymore. I couldn't stand by and watch them poke around in other people's homes and throw salt on a group career we've built so well. I'm planning to settle everything once and for all. What about you? If you don't want to get involved, I'll try to keep your family issues from flaring up further. I'm so damn anxious I should probably join in, Choi Ji-ho said, making a face like someone who'd just been handed fermented tofu. I rummaged through his closet, pulled out a black dress shirt and slacks, and shoved them at the owner. Then take a tour with me. To where? We're stopping by the company, and then going to a law firm. What? Choi Ji-ho looked up at me from the bed. I realized too late that we crossed the point of no return a long time ago. We need to see this through to the end. Let's file a lawsuit. At my words, his eyes blinked slowly. After a period of silence, he slowly changed his clothes and took the lead. 389, Chapter 389, Family Risk 3. Spark to sue parents. Official statement released through agency. 20xx.09.xx 9 o'clock. Photo.jpg. UA Entertainment Headquarters. Daily News Star. Seoul equals Daily News Star. The members of Spark, who have been embroiled in a controversy regarding unfilial behavior, are entering a legal battle. On the 9th, Spark's agency, UA Entertainment, announced through a notice that they have filed a complaint against 3 individuals, including Mr. Kim, for defamation and spreading false information. With charges related to child abuse and domestic violence also filed, attention is focused on whether aggravated punishment will follow. The lawsuit proceeded without a hitch. It was a matter that couldn't be delayed even if I wanted to. I had to finish settling our position before exclusive report aired. Fortunately, there was more than enough evidence to submit. It wasn't just my document folder. Ms. Ju-kyung had recorded every single phone call that had come into UA. After listening to the recordings to verify the voices and authenticity, I practically prostrated myself in apology to Ms. Ju-kyung. I heard things in those recordings that I had only ever seen in the malicious civil complaint casebook back at the Hampyong industry. You've really decided to blow this up, haven't you? You think what we wrote in that letter is all we have? Fine, let's see this through to the end. It seemed they received the notice of complaint because they even called me. I'm not taking your calls anymore. I'll give you a number. Talk through the lawyer. Just so you know, the contents of this call were recorded. I gave a perfunctory reply and hung up. According to the lawyer, the calls were coming in about twice an hour. Because of all this, I couldn't attend the production press conference, so I technically had plenty of time to take calls, but I decided to ignore them. Let them stew a little. Familiar names occasionally popped up on my blowing-up phone. Producer John from Exclusive Report was one of them. Before posting the lawsuit notice, I had contacted him personally to state that I would clarify my position so as not to harm the drama. I didn't expect him to reach out again before the situation was fully resolved. I saw the press release. You put it out really quickly. No, I only feel sorry for causing trouble. If it's not your fault, then it's just a disaster. Life throws so many different things at you. How can you predict every single one of them? From what he'd said before, he really seemed to love human stories. Meanwhile, all I remembered from working at a company was gradually losing my faith in humanity. Maybe creators have to carry love in their hearts, like Lee Chong-hyun. I hope you don't blame yourself too much. If it actually were your fault, it would have been damaging, but since it wasn't, it just became noise marketing for our project. Free promotion is precious in a time of recession like this. Afterward, the PD continued to check on me and offer a wealth of supportive words. This situation makes it awkward to say it's thanks to you, but I got an interview request about the behind-the-scenes of Exclusive Report. Congratulations. It's nothing worth congratulating over. Anyway, whenever I get a chance at a press event, I wanted to talk about the scar on the condition that you agree. Was it a way to appeal realism to the viewers? Like boasting about actors doing action scenes without doubles or filming underwater scenes in the actual sea? Given how things turned out, I thought it might be better not to mention this, but before deciding that, I wanted to ask you first. What is it? The scar. Did you get it because of your parents? The question hit me out of nowhere. As I was choosing the right words, an urgent voice came through the phone. I'm not asking out of curiosity. I need to discuss with you whether we should erase it with post-production and reshoot the past scenes, or if we should answer that it's makeup when related questions come up. Reshooting at this point would be a loss in many ways. It would cost the production company money, and I didn't have the time. I was already barely keeping my head above water, just preparing for the concert. If the viewers won't find it uncomfortable, I'm fine with it. I'm sure the writer had an intention when adding that setting to the work. However, it's true that the scar was caused by my father, and since the details of the dispute are likely to be revealed, I'm worried it might have a negative impact on the drama. The writer and PD had given Cheon Yoon-sung that setting before they even met me. I also thought that unless I opened my mouth, the reason behind the scar would never be known. But anyone seeing the final product and the news at the same time would likely feel the similarity between me and Cheon Yoon-sung. If that was a negative factor, it had to be corrected before the broadcast. I'm sorry for asking similar questions repeatedly, but I'll check one last time. Mr. Yiwol, do you have no reservations at all about your scar? No trauma or negative emotions? No, I have none. After hearing my answer, the PD was silent for a long time. A moment later, he broke the silence. Then, what do you think about just doing some blatant media play? Media play? Even more than this. Even though Spark hasn't left the front page of entertainment communities for days? Producer John's interview was released much faster than I expected. It dropped simultaneously with the premiere of Exclusive Report. In the meantime, I'd been completely cut off from the internet and unable to monitor anything. The stress of reporting on public opinion at night and writing legal documents during the day must have piled up because my nose started bleeding like a faucet. I ignored my rising total fatigue and got punished for it. The only online activity I was allowed was sending bubble pop messages on a spare device. For these reasons, it had been several days since my phone was confiscated. Today, at my request to see the PD's interview, Jong Song-bin hesitated before handing me back my phone. I told you I could just print it out for you. If it's just a printout, I can't read the comments, Jiho. Are you even in a position to be reading comments? Choi Jiho scolded me. Jong Song-bin didn't say anything, but I could feel him siding with Choi Ji-ho through his gaze. I tried my best to ignore the sharp stares of the two. As I mechanically scrolled through the interview, the letters Yiwol caught my eye. Much greater than question, is there a specific character you'd like people to pay attention to? Hey, it's Cheon Yoon-sung. He's a character with much more charm than what was revealed in the teaser. I wanted to make him a character that makes viewers think a lot, and I believe we succeeded. Much greater than question, was it not a burden to entrust a significant role to such a young actor? Hey, not at all. In fact, I had my eye on Mr. Yiwol from the very first casting phase. I thought his refined image from In My Office and his intellectual image in Act On were perfect. During filming, I found parts of the actor that were the exact opposite of Cheon Yoon-sung, as well as parts that were identical. I think these elements made Cheon Yoon-sung even more attractive. Much greater than question, I'm curious about the exact opposite and identical parts. Hey, doesn't everyone experience trials or hardships during their growth? Mr. Yiwol and Cheon Yoon-sung share a similar vibe. It wasn't intentional, but I was shocked when I found out during the audition. I thought he was born to play Cheon Yoon-sung. I can't say more than this. It's a spoiler. Please check it out in the broadcast. Laughs. This is totally. It was startlingly bold. The past scenes of Cheon Yoon-sung were airing right after the truth of my family life was made public. And with an interview like this released beforehand, this wasn't just pouring oil on a fire. It was dumping thinner on a bonfire and welding right next to it. No media outlet will miss out on a story that keeps providing fuel. And no judge is completely immune to public opinion. Now I finally understood what the PD meant. PD Nim, you really did look out for me. Thank you for turning me into a trending topic. After touching my nose and confirming it didn't hurt, I checked the communities. My name wasn't plastered everywhere like before, but the number of posts was clearly higher than before the IDC and family implosion issues. Much greater than I guess they're keeping Kim Yiwol for. Exclusive report. It's not like there are no other actors to sub in. Are there really that few young male actors? It's not just a supply issue. Reshooting everything costs money. It's not even confirmed that Kim Yiwol did anything wrong. He says it's false information. Why would they swap actors? Even if they wanted to swap, there aren't many male actors who could actually pull it off. Much greater than these B** stars are tearing Kim Yiwol apart like they want him dead. The agency said the charge is defamation by spreading false information, and the idiot's going, but even stating facts is defamation. How low is their IQ, seriously? You think some basement-dwelling trolls have more experience with lawsuits than an agency? Unless you want to receive a lawsuit for being a hater, shut it. UA might suck at other things, but they're damn good at suing haters. It didn't even take long between the first expos and Kim Yiwol filing the complaint. That means they already had all the evidence. Only idiots would believe clickbait titles like idols who are guilty. Much greater than that old guy who gambled himself into massive debt and then goes, my kid abandoned me. They tore my family apart. Is ridiculous. Be grateful they didn't lock you in a gambling addiction center, juicy. Apparently his daughter would jolt awake in the middle of the night whenever she heard registered mail coming to the door and run to the entrance. How can he be so shameless? Who are we talking about? When CJH's sister was little, mail from loan sharks kept coming, so she'd run to the door whenever the bell rang and open it without even asking who it was. Apparently, the mom decided on the divorce after seeing that. If it were me, I'd stop my younger sibling from seeing a dad like that too. Is that how an adult acts? Much greater than I can't help but cry whenever a bubble pop comes from Yiwol. You don't have to tell sparklers not to worry. Please worry about yourself. Please eat well, sleep well, and look at lots of pretty things, crying face. He told us not to worry because he has nothing to be ashamed of since he lived honestly. And then he hasn't mentioned the lawsuit once. I know he's doing that for the fans' mental health, but like the OP said, I wish he'd only think about himself for a while. Much greater than can you even call that a human being, doing that to their own kid? Anyone can see they're trying to kill their son's career. Everyone already knows they didn't support him during school, yet they claim they spent a lot of money raising him and issue a statement about a joint lawsuit with other parents? Just what kind of battle has Kim Yiwol been fighting all this time? Where did the story about not getting support during school come from? He mentioned before that he couldn't go on school trips and couldn't go to college because he couldn't pay tuition. Is the idol who couldn't go to university because he lacked tuition money actually him? Yeah. Wow. I remember seeing that briefly in a best post board. If that's true, it's heartbreaking. Much greater than, but it's true he received 15 million won in support. So it's not total abandonment, right? You go out with 15 million won right now and see how many months you can live in Seoul after finding a place to rent. How much are parents supposed to support their kid anyway? Once you're an adult, you're supposed to figure things out yourself. That only applies when parents have fulfilled their roles. This kid had so many reasons to report his parents that he should have been separated into a facility long ago. You're making me want to curse. Somehow, all kinds of details had come out, as if a dispatch reporter were attached to me. Even explanations I'd made long ago were being dredged up again, turning everything into chaos. Still, I'm glad the primary reaction isn't negative. The premiere of Exclusive Report was just around the corner. Bad public opinion at this point would have been unbearable. Hyung. I looked up at the sound of my name and saw Jong Song-bin holding out his hands. I submissively handed him my phone. Don't worry too much. Yeah. Next week, let's all watch the drama together. Jong Song-bin smiled. The kind warmth from a boss who sometimes looked like he was about to cry and other times offered. Sweet comfort was impossible to resist. 390. Chapter 390. On Air 1. Your daughter's home. Did you eat dinner? They gave us meal money. Of course I ate before coming home. Yeo Hannah, who was sharing a celebratory end-of-work hug with her mother, noticed a drama she hadn't seen before. What drama is this? Mom, you don't usually watch these. It started last week, and it's actually pretty good. Come watch it with me. If I shower first, will I miss it? Nope, it just started. Want me to bring some snacks? I'd love that. Hannah hurried to wash up. She also grabbed 2 cans of beer, her mother's longtime friend, from the fridge. When she returned to the living room, a large bowl was filled with amhinjiasabap, the mother-daughter duo's favorite snack. The two sat side by side on the sofa in their most comfortable pajamas and began watching the drama. What's the plot? This guy's dad and that girl's dad died in an accident, so they're looking for the cause. I've only seen bits and pieces, so I don't know all the details. What do they call this kind of drama? A romantic mystery? She'd heard of rom-com, but she hadn't heard much of romai before. Hannah, who didn't usually have a hobby of watching dramas, couldn't deduce the entire narrative compressed into the first 2 episodes. Nevertheless, the actors' captivating performances slowed her hand as she reached for snacks. Wait, who? Is Chanja Group? That boy over there is claiming that the chairman of Chanja Group is the one who killed his father. That's scary. Hannah responded with an expression that wasn't scared at all. To her, the work messenger app still pinging at this hour was scarier than the Chanja Group she had just learned about. Ping me all you want. I'm not replying. Today, Hannah had worked herself to the bone, even pulling a weekend shift. Now that the urgent tasks were done, she felt she had fulfilled her duty. If she got into the habit of working even after clocking out, it would set a bad precedent. Better for her to take the blame herself and think, yeah, sure, enjoy your eternal life, than have seniors complain that juniors were getting lax. As she put her phone face down and looked back at the screen, a familiar face appeared. He's quite handsome. He must be a rookie. He's a good actor, too. Her mother commented on the actor who had started appearing since the previous episode. It was a visual Hannah knew well, the protagonist of the wallpaper on her junior colleague's phone home screen, the one the junior had vowed to protect. Chief, wasn't your mother's birthday coming up? Yes, that is correct. Why don't you take a bottle of wine? I heard some good ones just came in. Wait, isn't that Kim Yiwol? The figure presumed to be the ultimate bias of her favorite junior, Won Chai, had appeared on screen. There was a reason she said presumed. Hannah's brain wasn't well trained to perfectly match faces she'd skimmed through in photo albums with faces moving on video. Hannah picked up her phone, which had finally stopped buzzing. She typed the drama title into a portal site and clicked on the information tab, revealing the character list. Role of Cheon Yoon-sung. Kim Yiwol. Surprisingly, Hannah's deduction was correct. Considering her lifelong history of not even being able to name 5 idol groups back in school, this was a historic event. He's an idol. I think he only started acting recently. Really? Yeah. My junior at work likes him. Chai. The name came out instantly. Her mother remembered everyone in her daughter's circle. Send her my regards. Kim Yiwol handed the recommended bottle of wine to the manager. Thank you, Sir. The manager bowed deeply and opened the door to the back seat. Kim Yiwol looked incredibly natural being waited on. As Hannah followed him with her eyes, the episode ended in an instant. Mom, does this air on Sundays too? Yeah. Why? Should we watch together tomorrow too? I'd love to. Watching the two make plans for the next day, Hannah's father looked surprised. Hannah is watching a drama? It seems it suits her taste. You join us tomorrow too. I guess I should. The way you guys are talking, people would think I live under a rock. Hannah burst out laughing. I'm just watching because someone I know is in it. It's cool. She said that as an excuse, then followed her mom to the kitchen to throw away the empty cans and snack bowl. Much greater than I told you last week. Yoon-sung felt suspicious. I told you his face screamed villain. Duh. I think I saw your post. Didn't you say there's no way Yoon-sung is the second male lead? So you were the one shouting, that B** starred as the culprit, while everyone else was screaming for the Chable sublead. Much greater than, but it's still ambiguous. There are so many cases where they keep you guessing whether he's a mastermind or a helper, and then, tada, he was actually a good guy all along. True, and he's nice to Chief Ko. A man who takes care of his subordinate's mother's birthday? Not trash. Much greater than So Seong is really So Seong. She's been acting forever, so how does the female lead role still suit her so well? But it's not just a typical drama female lead vibe. She acts so much like a real reporter that it's amazing. I heard that after being cast, she went to the reporter who broke her dating scandal in the past to interview them. Her professional spirit is insane. Huh, where can I see that? I went to find the reporter who broke my dating rumor years ago. I wanted to learn the reporter's cycle. I told them let's exchange our private lives fairly. This is part of an excerpt. If you look at the press conference articles, it's there. Much greater than I feel like all three leads in exclusive report have crazy tenacity. Finding the reporter who leaked her scandal to learn reporter life. Making a body that fits the firefighter physical exam standards because he's playing a firefighter watching 100 real-life references to learn the attitude. Is an exclusive report a two-top lead drama? Who's the third? It's Cheon Yoon-sung. Cheon Yoon-sung is insane. I love that it's not just some shallow Chable acting where they lift their chin to look arrogant and have tacky pronunciation. Your description is very specific. Whose acting did you hate that much? LOL. GJH. Acknowledged. Accepting that instantly. Much greater than am I the only one shipping Yoon-sung and Yizio? Since their initials are YS and IS, I thought it was destiny. I even named them the Yoon-seo couple. You're way ahead of yourself. You probably already looked up English kindergartens for their kids tucked. Peak weekend hours. Big-name actors and a solid story. Coupled with the peak interest generated by the personal scandal of the Idol cast member, the three factors combined to send exclusive reports ratings soaring. Reactions poured in. There was no need to deliberately enter communities or search. It trended in real time during broadcast hours, and before and after the show, the drama pages of entertainment news were filled entirely with talk of exclusive report. Of course, as in all human affairs, it wasn't all good news. Much greater than he appears as the perfect man in the drama, but the reality of that actor that no one knew. #exclusive report #Kim Yiwol. Much greater than who is the actor whose parents started saying threatening them was a daily occurrence. #unfilial #actor #exclusive report **. Much greater than I knew it would blow up. The predicted fall of a rising star #exclusive report #Yiwol. Popular dramas were keywords that guaranteed clicks. Naturally, videos linking all my issues to exclusive report flooded in. The person himself walking around shamelessly is one thing, but the production team not dropping him is also in on it. I knew the entertainment industry was ugly, but this is shocking. They aren't in on it and shielding him. They're just not dealing with it because it's a ridiculous rumor. You'll probably be getting a summons from UA soon too. Idol fans are always talking about suing or taking PDFs, but everyone knows it's mostly just empty threats, right? If suing were that easy, no one would trash celebrities online. The flow didn't cool down despite the agency's notice of lawsuits. For trolls, tightrope walking on the risk of being sued was nothing more than a sport. Young mastered. I am told the chairman has passed away. What? I was just thinking that the title, tearful accusation against a shameless actor, did you think you could thrive after abandoning your parents? Was a bit much when people around me were gasping. It was the highlight of episode 4. Grandpa died. Lee Chong-hin shouted. I thought Grandpa was the mastermind. His face was bright red from how immersed he was. What was that line Cheon Yoon-sung said about being inevitably entwined with the chairman then? Quiet down for a second, Kang Keon said, knitting his brows. When I gestured for him to smooth his brow, the wrinkles vanished instantly. Grandfather. The scene transitioned to Cheon Yoon-sung walking into the funeral hall. His steady steps and calm voice drew the eyes of the mourners. The sound of shutters firing and silent gazes followed him from the entrance. Even at the funeral, Cheon Yoon-sung drew attention like a star. Who would be the heir to Chairman Cheon? In that place where the list of people attending the funeral for so-called lining up became gossip one by one. Grandfather. Cheon Yoon-sung knelt and cried. He, who had plastered the media with a gentle smile, now sobbed with trembling shoulders. The camera shutters, which had been so quick to abandon respect for the dead in favor of scoops, gradually died down. The post-processing is amazing. A blue tint was layered over the ordinary funeral hall, maximizing the grief radiating from Cheon Yoon-sung. The tears flowing down my blue-tinted face became even clearer due to the blue-gray shadows. My red lips contrasted with the space of the dead, making the screen look much more artistic. Looking at the seats beside me, which had suddenly become silent, everyone was focused on the TV. Park Ju-woo was practically clinging to my arm. Unable to overcome his grief, Cheon Yoon-sung, showing an uncharacteristically disheveled appearance, got into a car with Chief Ko's help. Belatedly, reporters captured the rear view of the car, leaving the funeral hall. Cheon Yoon-sung stared out the window, looking composed, or so it seemed. However, Cheon Yoon-sung's gaze was fixed on the side mirror. Since no cars were following, the mirror only reflected the empty road. Chief Ko glanced at Cheon Yoon-sung through the rearview mirror and spoke. The one on top is a wet towel. The one on the bottom is a dry towel. The camera caught a black bag placed in the back seat. Inside the open bag, white towels wrapped in transparent plastic were visible. Cheon Yoon-sung, with a shadowed expression, pulled out the wet towel. He buried his face in the towel and slowly rubbed it clean. When he removed the towel, there wasn't a single trace of the sorrow he had shown for losing his grandfather. As expected of the chief. That was my first time for an event like that. You flatter me, sir. Did my father say anything? He asked to see you briefly before the board meeting. I see. Having finished the conversation, Cheon Yoon-sung pulled out the dry towel. Then, he covered his damp face with the towel and pressed down firmly. As Chief Ko turned on the radio, news of Chairman Cheon's passing flowed out as a breaking report. 391, Chapter 391, on air, 2. Much greater than Who Wants to Talk About the latest episode of Exclusive Report with me? What is the deal with Cheon Yoon-sung? Calling him chairman every day, then for the first time calling him grandfather and bawling his eyes out just acting. Up to that point, I thought, wow, I knew he was a bad guy, but he's a real piece of work. Just acting, the dry towel. At that part, I was like, wait, are you sad right now? Tears, are you wiping tears? It was acting, but I'm seriously curious. Was Yoon-sung not sad at all? If he didn't have any feelings of sadness, there would be no reason for the dry towel to appear. Wet handkerchief to wipe his face, dirted from acting in front of people. Dry handkerchief to wipe away tears, shed where no one could see. That's how I read it. Agreed. On the other hand, Cheon Kang-hyuk was terrifying because he didn't seem to care about family at all. I wonder if Cheon Yoon-sung will become like him later. I saw an analysis on MeTube saying that as you go higher up in that group, you get further away from humanity. The group's name is Chanju, owner of the heavens. After all, they're getting further and further away from the ground people walk on. Much greater than the male idol whose acting is being called insane today. Data warning. Photo. 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 It's Kim Yiwol from Exclusive Report *. Crying acting plus cold-blooded acting plus acting like he's suppressing longing. We got a triple set of emotional acting, and all 3 clips hit the real-time trending videos. The comment reactions are great, too. In My Office was amazing, but Exclusive Report is just. I can't say anything except that he's insane. Take away the fresh filter of a rom-com and put on a suspense filter, and it's so scary. I think this episode had the most intense emotions among his filmography, and I was shocked by how well he did. Honestly, I thought he wouldn't be able to do anything except average acting. Sparklers who wanted to make Kim Yiwol cry are now apologizing profusely. Our boy cried so pitifully. Drama stans really suck up to anyone as long as they have a pretty face. After seeing the articles about his verbal abuse, I lost interest in the drama just by looking at his face. Reported. So everyone posts like this after watching a drama. Hannah read the posts while waiting for her group to finish getting ready. These were the first posts that came up when she searched for exclusive report. She heard the drama was only up to episode 4, but it already had its own category. Hundreds of posts had already piled up in the exclusive report category. The TV in the restaurant where they went for lunch was playing a rerun. From one side came shouts of "the soup is ready," and from the other, the line "the chairman has passed away. Even if you were going to leave, you should have at least seen my face before you went." In the following funeral scene, Kim Yiwol's face, the one that had made her mother tear up last night, filled the monitor. A sigh escaped from the kitchen. Is everyone watching that? Exclusive report. Is that a new drama? It's a weekend drama, and it's incredibly popular. Everyone's a great actor. True. That's an actor I've never seen before, but he's good. Isn't that actor that guy? The public service ad model. I saw him on my way to work today, too. He's always on the subway. Hannah's colleagues began to chat. Everyone knew Kim Yiwol. Chahi would have been so proud if she heard this. Thinking of her junior, whose ultimate bias was Kim Yiwol, Hannah was about to add seasoning to her soup when someone spoke up. But he's in the middle of a controversy. What controversy? There seems to be a problem with his family. His mother's handwritten letter was released, and wow, that mom is something else. Wasn't there something else before? About him having a bad personality. Weren't those just rumors? The focus of the conversation shifted entirely to Kim Yiwol. Her colleague had dug up article after article, concluding that the character controversy was baseless and that he was in a dispute with his family. People are awful. If you issue corrections like this, how's anyone supposed to know what's real? Exactly. This culture of only being excited to talk about bad news needs to be fixed. They say you won't know unless you look it up on purpose. I guess that's why they say you should look things up if you're curious. Kim Yiwol's eventful career was mentioned in detail. She knew idols had many incidents, but the fact that it was to this extent surprised Hannah. The way that mother is talking doesn't add up at all. If the kid had that many problems, there's no way his school records would be clean. Didn't someone say his records were leaked before? My point exactly. If anything had been covered up, it would have come out back then. But also, if what he said is true, it's heartbreaking. Imagine if this actually happened. Hearing about the fierce conflict between the parents and the child made her think of her own mother and father. Her family, who still called her our Hannah, even though she was 30, who filled the fridge with things she liked to eat, and for whom going on trips with their daughter was the most important schedule in the world. Yeah, what would it feel like to have no family to lean on? Saying it'd feel like being dropped into the open sea somehow didn't quite cover it. Hannah thought for a moment as she ate her steaming soup. A life where there's no one you think of when you eat something delicious, where you come home late to a pitch-dark house because no one left the light on for you, where no one recommends you a good song, so you just listen to the same old ones every day. That would be unbearably lonely. At the end of episode 4, President Cheon naturally ascended to the position of chairman. Cheon Yoon-sung also gained a new title. The episodes for this week ended with a preview for episode 5, which hinted that Chanju Group might be split in two as the spark-flying battle of nerves between the two men, now holding even greater power, intensified, and Cheon Yoon-sung's hidden intentions were revealed. Why won't you let us watch it live? It's not good for a teenager's emotional state. My attempt to ban them met with fierce resistance. It's rated 15 and up. I know you dote on me and Kong Kai-on like we're preschoolers, but we're 19. We're adults next year. Okay, just because it turns January 1st doesn't mean teenagers suddenly mature mentally. Some teens can handle exclusive report, and some can't. Are you saying I am emotionally immature? Lee Chong-hyun placed both hands on his hips and argued back point by point. Chong-hyun, you're already busy just working. I thought it'd be better to catch your breath and watch later. Why can't you understand that? Don't make excuses. You told Songbin Hyung and Jwoo Hyung not to watch too. So it's fine if only Songbin and Jwoo watch it and you don't. Isn't that obvious? That's the only way the ratings will go up. Somehow, I knew these guys were turning on the TV and their laptops at the same time when watching episodes 3 and 4. I was pretty sure I'd explained how ratings work before. Did I need to go over it again? And you won't let Jiho Hyung watch either. Since when did you worry about Jiho Hyung's physical and mental well-being? Lee Chong-hyun's protest grew even stronger. Seeing as he even brought up Choi Jiho, the ratings were just an excuse. His real intention was likely just to stubbornly win permission to watch. But it couldn't be helped. Episode 5 contained the past where Cheon Yoon-sung and the others were torn apart. Seeing Cheon Yoon-sung bleeding after being hit with a golf club by Cheon Kang-hyuk, how could they not be reminded of my childhood? I didn't want them to see that. You watch the members' fan cams right in front of the person themselves. Hypocrite. Double standards. Juwoo, did you teach him the word double standards? Feels like inappropriate vocabulary is being passed down generations in our dorm. Juwoo Hyung is innocent. Do you think I'm some greenhouse flower who only learns words like double standards from my Hyungs? Kang Kyeon, who appeared late, shoved an energy bar into Lee Chong-hyun's chirping mouth. Perhaps he was hungry because he was still growing. He chewed the energy bar vigorously while still huffing. Stop pretending you're doing this because you're worried about the ratings. You just want to see the next episode by yourself. Kang Kyeon hit the nail on the head with a heavy blow. Then, he stuffed a vegetable stick, which had been rolling around the practice room because it tasted terrible, into Chong-hyun's mouth as it was about to open again. Hyung, if you're doing this because you're embarrassed of us seeing you act, we could gather in a room by ourselves. I appreciate the consideration, Songbin, but that would be even more embarrassing. The 5 of them gathering around a single tablet to watch my drama? I'd rather do a bungee jump without a cord than see that. Anyway, starting this weekend, exclusive report is banned. As I tried to end the conversation, my phone vibrated. It was a call from the lawyer. Yes, this is Kim Yiwol. I'm contacting you because there's something I need to share urgently. Do you have a moment? The news the lawyer brought was indeed urgent. The defendant's side just started a press conference. Would you like to watch this yourself, or should I watch it, and we can verify the facts together later? My solar plexus stung as if pricked by a needle. Stress-related illness, obviously. But since there was no time to leisurely soothe an aching stomach, I replied that I would watch it myself and hung up. The rented conference room where the press conference began was cramped and dark. A hideous banner hung on the wall behind the podium. Judging by the camera views that occasionally showed the whole room, there weren't even any major media outlets present. On the other hand, cameras with gossip rag logos were frequently seen. There are even MeTubers. The audience was diverse, from people who set up their phones on tripods and started a live stream to those who had laptops running broadcast software on stands. Shouldn't society that showed interest in such absurd stories also be treated for that illness? Could something this low-grade really be called a press conference? I sighed inwardly. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who attended today. I sincerely hope this press conference will be a noble occasion to reveal the truth. Why don't you stop watching if it gives you a headache? Choi Jiho suggested. He was also undergoing the punishment of watching this hellish live stream with me because he didn't know when his own father might appear. It's not that bad. My head did ache when I looked at the comment section. The comments written by people watching such a live stream in the middle of the day were lacking in many things. Watching them was a considerably draining task. However, headaches were already out of style for me. Stomachaches would be the trendsetter for the second half of the year. If you're a true center, I wish you'd read the trends a bit faster. The statement continued endlessly, starting with a rereading of the handwritten letter. He frequently disappeared without leaving contact information, then caused incidents and sought help through others. He received demerit points for deviant behavior, but he went on a rampage at school, such as pouring verbal abuse and threats on his teacher, and fabricated his school records, which are official public documents. I know everything else is *T, but what's this about demerit points? Choi Jiho asked, seemingly listening seriously. He'd somehow connected disappearing and only contacting people after causing trouble to when I'd contacted them for my head surgery. I kindly explained that it was because I wore my spring-autumn uniform even after the mixed uniform period ended because the bruises from being beaten wouldn't go away. My teacher cleared the demerit points after seeing my reflection letter. It's something I already told the lawyer in advance. I even handed over the reflection letter. If they hadn't erased them, they wouldn't be human. I told you they did erase them. Watch your mouth. My mother's accusations didn't end. I jotted notes in my memo app, thinking of evidence to respond with. When we visited the agency to check on our son's safety, we were assaulted by him and forcibly removed. We request that UA release the CCTV footage. And finally, the issue I had been worried about surfaced. 392. Chapter 392, Press Conference 1. Much greater than assault? Much greater than he's done for. Much greater than release that CCTV. Much greater than hitting parents is crossing the line. Much greater than standard of an empty-headed idol. The chat window gained momentum. People were raising their hands everywhere. Did Kim Yiwol really assault his mother? Were the agency staff just standing by? Guys, this is insane. See, Kim Yiwol is F***ed out. My fingertips felt numb. As I clenched and unclenched my fists, the only thing audible in the meeting room was the sound coming from the live stream. They're really running their mouths. It's not like you grabbed her by the throat. Does grabbing a collar even count as assault? It does. What? I said it does. I rubbed my face with both hands. What if we delete the footage first? Instead of the evidence disappearing, it'll create an excuse. They'll say we deleted it because we had something to hide, or that something even worse happened. If we do that, there's no turning back. And being known as an idol who throws punches is fine? Choi Ji-ho's blunt words sometimes forced me to see the situation more objectively than anyone else. My mouth felt bone dry. The only way is for the other side to agree to a settlement, but I don't know how much they'd ask for. Besides, settling is essentially the same as admitting it's true. My body felt cold. Like when I was hit with a hammer, it felt as though all the blood was draining out of my body. Is there a way to placate the other side? My head was in a fog. Outside the meeting room, things became frantic with the sound of telephones ringing simultaneously in the office. F***ck, hey, get a grip. Choi Ji-ho grabbed my shoulders and shook me. I am in my right mind. I'm thinking. Find the focus in your eyes before you talk. Don't just sit there like the world is ending. Unfortunately, the world was indeed on the verge of ending. Did he think I never searched? What happens if I grab my boss's collar back when I was dealing with Manager Nam? I shouldn't have lost my cool. Too late for regret. It felt hopeless. Delete it. We can just delete it, right? What are you talking about? Let's delete the footage. If you're too uncomfortable to say it, stay tucked away in here. I'll go handle it. Did you hear a single word I said? I was already distressed, and now even Choi Ji-ho was causing a scene. It's not completely without upside. We can't deny the wrongdoing, but if we reveal the context, we'll at least have something to say, whether it's verbal abuse or threats. You're going to reveal that. Choi Ji-ho's voice trembled. He was clearly furious. Do you even remember what state you were in that day? It's F***ed up enough that we have to repeat what those people said to you. And now you want to lay out every last detail? You're going to broadcast them calling you mentally ill right to your face? They were the ones talking total bullshit*t. So why reveal the fact that you were sitting there taking all that verbal abuse? I hate it too. My frustrated feelings burst out reflexively. I also have sides of myself I don't want to show. Who would like having to expose their weaknesses? It was the worst, having to voluntarily provide fodder for others to bite into. But there's no other way. I tried to maintain my composure. I had no intention of garnering sympathy even from Choi Ji-ho. For now, don't come out of here. Choi Ji-ho pressed down on my shoulders and got up. Just as I was about to grab him, the meeting room door opened. It was Ms. Ju-kyung. You're still here. That's a relief. She said she'd heard from Manager Chan-young that we were watching the live stream and guided Choi Ji-ho back into his seat. Did you see the part where they mentioned the CCTV? Yes. Since the situation is urgent, I'll get straight to the point. There is no CCTV footage. This means even if they ask for it, there's no evidence to give. What did that mean? Choi Ji-ho also wore a confused expression. To be precise, the footage wasn't recorded. Was it a malfunction? They said a request was made a few months ago to turn off the meeting room CCTV. It seems it hasn't been recording since then. The company only found out about this now. Who on earth would? Then I heard a name I never expected. It was Jang Junho. Ju-kyung summarized the situation quickly. Jang Junho had personally visited the security office and requested to stop recording the meeting room CCTV. The reason given was protection of artist privacy. It was a request made by someone who has no relation to you too. and it happened long before your parents visited, so there's no malicious intent. Jiho, you were the first one in the meeting room, right? Yes. Chonyoung and Dayan said they didn't see you grab his collar either, Yiwol. The corridor's CCTV only shows Chonyoung and Dayan entering the meeting room. I'm molded over, trying to make sense of how this could have happened. As I narrowed down my deductions, there was a suspicious point. Ms. Jukyung. Yes. By any chance, was the point when Jang Junhoo Sunbinim requested to turn off the CCTV? Was it after the day I drank that beverage in the meeting room and collapsed? At my question, Choi Jiho winced. It seemed to have left him with a bad memory. The date was definitely... Yes, that's right. Jukyung's answer put a checkmark on my deduction. On the day I collapsed, Jong Songbin checked the meeting room via CCTV. Thanks to that, we found out that Hong Un-seep had dug through the trash, stolen a post-it note, and left a drink with coffee in it. By checking the CCTV extensively within the company, everyone at UA became aware that the CCTV was operating normally, including Jang Junhoo, who had once had a private meeting with me in that room. Even if he couldn't help what had already been recorded, he wanted to prevent any future mishaps. If the records were suddenly deleted after everyone knew they existed, he would inevitably be suspected. So, Jang Junhoo chose the next best thing, a method to reduce potential problem factors for the future, even slightly. He ensured that no more evidence footage would remain in the meeting room where I might call him out again. He already had a history of being tripped up by CCTV, and now he knew reviewing footage wasn't that rare, so he must have been anxious. Actually, Jukyung continued carefully. On the corridor CCTV, there's a scene where you, Yiwol, are clutching your own neck. When she asked if I wanted to check it, I nodded. On the phone screen Jukyung held out, there was a photo taken of the CCTV monitor. Though the CCTV mainly showed the corridor, a portion of the meeting room interior was visible at the corner. Beyond the transparent wall, over the translucent glass, the silhouette of me clutching my own neck was revealed. This meant that even if my mother or father were to receive all the footage from that day, that was the only scene they would see. The tension drained out of me, and my body started to shake. While Jukyung went to get a thick blanket, I buried my face in my hands and drew breath after breath. We scheduled the press conference for the very next day after the bombshell statements. I never dreamed I would be holding an idol's press conference, something that had become rare these days, with my own hands. There was no time for meticulous preparation. In a society where even ordinary citizens faced severe punishment for crimes against their parents, dragging things out with the label "assaulted his parents" attached would have been suicide. It wasn't done blindly. I, the UA staff, and the lawyer gathered and prepared throughout the night. During this process, I had to make a certain resolution. Because his father appeared at the end of the first press conference, Choi Jiho was summoned along with me. Who would have thought I'd end up walking the road to hell together with Choi Jiho? Regression was a funny thing. My stomach stung. Was it because it was empty? I stopped counting how many meals in a row I'd skipped. Unlike the video I saw yesterday, the atmosphere at today's site was heavy. It was partly thanks to UA managing the attendees, but the presence of major media outlets played a big part. The shutters fired as the lawyer stated that the venue was arranged to clarify the series of events. Recording alerts rang out as live streams began from every direction. My turn came quickly. I had organized and printed materials all night, but there was no need to read them, because everything was vivid. Even things I'd forgotten came back to me while reviewing the documents. If they'd just let me forget, they wouldn't have been sued for every single thing. I could clearly picture what kind of expressions those two would be making while watching the live stream. What you're seeing on the screen is a copy of the reflection letter submitted as rebuttal evidence to the claim that I attempted to manipulate demerits by threatening a teacher. You can see a clear description of the circumstances. If the marks from being beaten were discovered, a child abuse report would be filed, and I was afraid that after being reported, even worse violence would follow, so I tried my best to hide it. The situation was acknowledged as unavoidable, and the demerits were removed. Since there was no longer a reason to record the demerits, the reflection letter was returned to me. Speaking alone in front of countless cameras, I suddenly thought of Lee Chong-hyun in the past, holding a solo press conference to clarify the drug situation. The kid who held the paper tightly with both hands and stuttered while claiming his innocence. Proving your innocence when You have done nothing wrong. Is this grueling? I could feel the full weight of the burden Chonghyun must have felt. I intended to wait for the court's ruling before addressing any of this, but a misunderstanding arose that I couldn't ignore, so I'm here to clarify. All the camera lenses turned toward me at once. They sensed that my words were leading toward yesterday's issue. The statement made by my mother, claiming that I assaulted my father who visited the agency. Mom, Dad, lies can really drive a person crazy. My blood felt like it was drying up and my vision was going dark. I was fine knowing that your claims of suffering while raising a no-good child and the story of spending hundreds of millions to raise me were lies. But some lies are just impossible to tolerate. I was so indignant and aggrieved that I felt like I couldn't breathe, seeing how I felt a surge of anger even at things I thought I'd grown numb to. Maybe I hadn't fully given up after all. It is not true. So, you experience it yourselves. Feel what it's like to jump in frustration at how unfair it all is. 393. Chapter 393. Press Conference 2. Because the incident back then was a memory I personally wanted to forget, I didn't even record it in my initial deposition. However, since distorted facts are being circulated, I felt the necessity to correct them. Photos of the practice room, where I had spent a considerable amount of time, with bandages on my neck, and photos from official events where I wore nothing but turtlenecks, filled the projector screen. Next came a capture of a group chat with the staff in charge of makeup. Spark Makeup, Ion. We need to cover Yiwol's neck for the exclusive report shoot, right? Spark Makeup, Ion. I wonder if cover-up makeup will be enough. Spark Makeup, Sunga. It's gotten a lot better, so I think we can hide it. Spark Makeup, Sunga. But I'm worried that putting makeup on the wound repeatedly might make it flare up again. Me. Is it possible to change the outfit? Spark Makeup, Ion. I think it'll be hard since it's a sponsored outfit. Spark Makeup, Ion. If it were a music show, we could at least put on a choker. Spark Makeup, Sunga. An idol's body is their career asset, after all. Though it appeared perfectly seamless on broadcast, the traces of the struggle to hide the wound behind the scenes remained vivid. The reporters took photos of the screen in succession. I didn't check the CCTV separately because it was a matter I didn't want to turn into an issue. However, since the defendants requested all CCTV footage recorded that day, we discovered the following scene while in the process of sending it. A low-quality video began to play. It showed a silhouette of me in the corner, cowering while clutching my neck, and the silhouette of an adult male watching me with his arms crossed from behind the translucent window film. I didn't add any more words. The context explained everything. The father's violence, which had supposedly existed since my student days. My statement that I hadn't mentioned it because it had become a trauma. And finally, the evidence released just now. What conclusion would one reach when putting all of this together? So you're saying your father assaulted you and then tried to pin it on you? A question came from the press gallery. It is as you see. But isn't this video also insufficient as evidence of assault? Correct. I did not state this previously because I thought there were no means to prove it. To put it the other way, it meant that everything I was raising as an issue had something to back it up. Is the reason there have been 0 reports filed since you became an adult because of trauma? Not because there was nothing to report, but because even when something happened, I didn't report it. Once that idea settled in, the tone of the question shifted. Half yes and half no. A large part of it was also that I didn't want my group to be embroiled in gossip due to my personal affairs. I am an idol. I didn't want to tire out the fans, and I believed I shouldn't. The reason I hid the scar on my neck was also because I had no intention of revealing it. I am only sorry to have to break such unpleasant news through this kind of occasion. Since the Yuhansu incident, I hadn't wanted to cause the fans any worry. I desperately blocked the news of Hong Un-seep's caffeine attack from leaking out, and I didn't halt activities even when my sister's whereabouts became unknown, because I wanted them to feel only joy when watching Spark. The only thing I could do was act composed, calmly, so as not to look exhausted. I adjusted my grip on the microphone. Then, I steadied my breathing. Since I have answered all the points raised in yesterday's press conference, I wish to request a clarification from their side in return. Until now, this had been a place to clear the grievances of myself and the fans. However, there was still someone whose resentment needed to be resolved. I asked the two of them to explain the abandonment of their eldest daughter that occurred approximately 30 years ago. I had already confirmed that the restriction on revealing divine secrets had been lifted. Since Choi Ji-ho had overheard the truth about my sister, I was now able to bring her up to the Spark members as well. Flashes went off incessantly. The reporters leaned their upper bodies forward. "You're going to talk about your sister?" Choi Ji-ho couldn't believe his ears. He wondered if Kim Yiwol had been pushed into a corner and lost his rational judgment. This was back when the lawyer had stepped out briefly to print something. "You said you didn't want to buy?" Sympathy. None of the stories shared with the lawyer were anything short of shocking. And among them, the story of the sister had the greatest impact. Even Yiwol himself, the party involved, had kept her existence hidden away. People aren't interested in clarifications. What does that have to do with your sister? If I don't drop an issue big enough, I'll be labeled an unfilial bastard forever. Kim Yiwol was still often described as giving people a bad feeling. The fallout from last year's incident lingered on, and Kim Yiwol had hesitated before speaking. "I don't know when I'll ever get this much attention again. I feel like revealing the story of my sister now is the best opportunity to let the world know of her existence. Who would listen to an idol's personal history in such detail unless they were a fan?" Throughout the conversation, Kim Yiwol didn't take his eyes off his old laptop. "This incident will fade away eventually. I don't want to upset the fans multiple times by mentioning it again later. I want to finish it in one go." The sound of typing continued mechanically and then stopped. "Do I seem calculating? Selfish, even?" While his eyes were still nailed to the monitor, Kim Yiwol asked. Choi Ji-ho only had one thing to say. "The real trash is anyone who curses someone just for trying to find their family." Kim Yiwol let out a short laugh. Then he went back to writing out a long set of rebuttal materials. And now, the story of Kim Yiwol's sister began to take the spotlight. "By eldest daughter, do you mean you have an older sister? Could you elaborate on what you mean by abandonment?" Questions rained down. Kim Yiwol answered with a calm expression. "I only had a suspicion that I might have a sister, but through conversations arranged by UA, I learned that the two of them abandoned my sister and hid this fact. Because of this, my father misunderstood that I had put a tail on them, and as retaliation, he hired someone to monitor every single move of my group member, Gio. You said there was no evidence of the conversation in the meeting room. Do you have evidence that he put a tail on you?" "We have captured the circumstances of him providing a false dating rumor to MYTH. The timing matches perfectly." After that incident, Kim Yiwol hadn't met Choi Ji-ho's eyes for several days. He said he was sorry, and Choi Ji-ho had told him not to apologize for something that wasn't his fault. But it turned out Kim Yiwol had been carrying that dating rumor on his heart the whole time. "Your mother is currently protesting in the lobby, claiming that you're giving false testimony. Did you consider that this could escalate into a defamation dispute?" A reporter looking at their phone asked a question. "I expected it." "Then the reason you chose to announce this regardless is..." The intention behind the question seemed malicious, but Kim Yiwol remained composed. "This year marks the 3rd year I've been searching for my sister. I hope you understand that I am desperate enough to risk taking a hit." Kim Yiwol pulled away from the microphone. The room fell silent. "We will proceed after a 10-minute break." As the recess was declared, the stiff atmosphere softened. People stood up from their seats. As Choi Ji-ho was about to leave the conference hall, someone placed a hand on his shoulder. It must be Kim Yiwol. He'd been sitting beside him. He turned around to see if there was something to say. "What the? Did he collapse?" The hand slid down Choi Ji-ho's arm. No one was in his line of sight. Kim Yiwol was slumped on the floor at his feet. He was clutching his stomach. Previously, it had been his heart, but Choi Ji-ho's mind first thought of the beverage. However, the bottled water on the table was a new one that hadn't even been opened. Beyond the untouched water bottle, flashes went off like crazy. "Wait a moment. Please do not come closer." The lawyer and the managers blocked the swarming reporters. Choi Ji-ho knelt down in front of Kim Yiwol. "Hey, what's wrong?" Every time he shook him, Kim Yiwol grimaced. The hand gripping his suit jacket was bright red. "Can you get on my back?" he asked, but Kim Yiwol shook his head. "I don't want to be carried out in front of people." "Then can you walk? Can you even stand up?" Even as he scolded him, Choi Ji-ho knew he wouldn't be able to persuade him. The image of Kim Yiwol secretly trying to take medicine even when he was mentally falling apart was still vivid. Choi Ji-ho violently pulled the table with the blocked front toward them. The white lights flashing above dimmed slightly. "They won't be able to see now. Happy. Kim Yiwol slowly raised his head. His eyes were unfocused. He was covering his mouth with his other hand, as if he wanted to vomit. Vomit if you have to, Choi Jiho said. However, despite breaking into a cold sweat, Kim Yiwol didn't put his finger in his mouth as he had done before. It's a nuisance. If I get cursed at more than this, it'll be hard to fix. F***CK. Choi Jiho took off his jacket. Then, he spread it out on the floor, right under Kim Yiwol's face. He smoothed it out with both hands to remove any wrinkles. There. Satisfied. I can just wrap it up and throw it away. Vomit or spit. Do whatever you want. Kim Yiwol frowned. It didn't seem to be because he was offended by the words. Yiwol's back arched sharply. Ugh. Why did the sound of something coming up from someone else's throat sound so loud? He's vomiting. Everyone, please step out. What do you think you're doing? How despicable. The sound of shutters still didn't stop. They kept taking pictures as if someone vomiting was the most interesting thing in the world. It's a relief I blocked the view, he thought. But in that moment, something sticky and transparent dripped from between Kim Yiwol's fingers. Is it saliva? Or gastric juice? Did he even have anything to throw up? He hadn't eaten much lately. Before he could process how strange that was, Kim Yiwol started breathing raggedly. Something gushed out over the hand covering his mouth. It was much thinner. Isn't that blood? A transparent liquid, clotted red in places. 394. Chapter 394. Press Conference. 3. Assistant Manager, are you feeling okay? Employee Song asked me one day while we were working through the night, eating nothing but cup ramen. I noticed you keep clutching your stomach. The inside of my abdomen felt scorched. Sometimes I felt like I was about to vomit. Other times, it was a dull ache, as if I'd been struck hard. I think it's just indigestion. But it wasn't uncomfortable enough to interfere with my daily life. I lived with constant headaches, so I figured a stomachache wouldn't be much different. I remember thinking so carelessly back then. A few days later, as soon as I arrived at work, I vomited violently in the last stall of the restroom. Saliva mixed with blood kept surging up my throat. That was the day I crawled out on all fours. After a week of being unable to take even a half-day off, let alone annual leave, I desperately dragged myself to work and finally found a clinic open on Saturday. The diagnosis was a stomach ulcer. They told me it wasn't a severe illness, but I managed it diligently. The pain was too great to live with, unlike a migraine. After 6 months of intensive treatment, I said goodbye to it and thought I'd never see it again. It's exactly the same as back then. I thought as I tried to hold on to my fading consciousness. I imagined this was what it would feel like if a hole were punched through an organ. What on earth was the problem? Was it because I insisted on showing up to the press conference myself instead of leaving it to the lawyer? Or was it because I hadn't eaten? But I knew if I ate, I'd just get indigestion. It was unfair. This was 100% the system's fault. If it wanted to turn me into an emotionless KPI-achieving machine, it shouldn't have removed the function to adjust the negative emotion perception rate. Now I was getting stressed and having a relapse of a stomach condition for no reason. F***CK. It still hurts even when I try to think about other things. I thought talking some nonsense to myself might dull the pain, but it didn't work. The agony remained. However, I couldn't just stay lying down. I didn't know how much time had passed since I passed out, and I wasn't even sure if I was still at the press conference hall. I couldn't afford the luxury of resting peacefully. As soon as I opened my eyes, Choi Jiho's face came into view. I almost fainted again. Are you okay? You startled me. I went to clutch my chest, but the back of my hand throbbed. There was 4 needles stuck in it. Am I at the hospital? The emergency room. Choi Jiho sat in the chair next to the bed. Seeing him tapping on his phone, it seemed he was contacting the manager or Jong Songbin. What about the press conference? It ended reasonably well. Reasonably? No way. Would that even be possible unless the lawyer and Choi Jiho had put on a fantastic part 2 of the press conference after I was brought here? How much do you remember? Choi Jiho asked. The part where the lawyer suggested we take a break? I remembered wanting to run to the bathroom because I felt like I was going to throw up. Is that all? Choi Jiho asked back. I didn't have the energy to press him for details on what happened afterward. My stomach hurt so much it was making me angry. When I tried to roll onto my side to curl up, Choi Jiho immediately pulled the arm with the 4 away from the side of the mattress. Your vein will burst. Thanks. Does it hurt a lot? Better than before. I thought a casual answer would suffice, but Choi Ji-ho crossed his arms and looked down at me for a long time. What? Since when have you been like this? Choi Ji-ho's expression was grim. What do you mean since when? It's acute. You didn't just endure it, did you? I'm sorry, Ji-ho, but this isn't the kind of pain you can just endure. Look at how pathetic I am right now. Even when you hurt your head, you didn't say a word about it being painful. It was only after hearing his next words that I realized why Choi Ji-ho was interrogating me. This guy suspected that I had been fighting the pain with superhuman strength and letting the illness grow until it reached this point. Well, you see, when my head was being stitched up, I had the system's protection, but now I don't. My pain perception must have been paralyzed back then. Why would I hide being in pain on purpose? Look at me now. They ran tests a little while ago. The results will be out soon. What kind of tests? The nature of the tests was soon revealed. Since the patient hadn't eaten, we proceeded with a gastroscopy, and well, the diagnosis wasn't that surprising. It's a stomach ulcer. It's progressed quite a bit. Is it bad enough to need surgery? We have to consider surgery, but for now, we'll start with medication and monitor the progress. Choi Ji-ho listened to the explanation on my behalf. There was something else bothering me more than the diagnosis. What's the synchronization rate right now? The migraines and heart pains appeared as the synchronization rate went up. Considering how the stomach ulcer in my past life had come with premonitory symptoms, this one was far too sudden. I couldn't shake the suspicion that it was artificially induced. The system appeared before my eyes. System, the synchronization rate, is notified to the subordinate. Current synchronization rate, 75%. It went up by 15%. Bad premonitions are never wrong. I felt complicated. What exactly did I do wrong? My whole body throbbed. I wanted to act like I was fine, but even with Choi Ji-ho right there, I couldn't help but groan in pain. I didn't stay hospitalized. Staying in a hospital bed wasn't going to make me recover any faster. Instead, as soon as I returned to the dorm, I buried myself under the blankets and slept for 5 hours straight. When I opened my eyes again, it was night. The dorm was quiet, with no sign of anyone else. It seemed everyone was still at practice. It's still a bit early for them to be off work. I fumbled next to my pillow, but instead of my cold phone, I touched paper. A post-it note was stuck to the top of my phone. We'll be back before 10 p.m. Call us if you feel even the slightest bit of pain. Songbin. How kind. Our leader is working hard because of the older members. More importantly, I didn't have time to be sick. There was something I needed to check before the members got back. Much greater than Spark press conference. When I typed the search term into MeTube, videos popped up one after another. Half of the thumbnails featured the high podium, and the other half showed the crowd swarming the ambulance. Reasonably well, huh? I picked the video with the longest runtime. I skipped the parts one remembered and started watching from where things got hazy. It wasn't a pretty sight. When I realized that if Choi Ji-ho hadn't blocked the view with the podium, the sight of me vomiting on the floor would have been broadcast live across the country. I could only think I'd narrowly escaped a disaster. So when he asked if I remembered anything, he meant this part. I noticed Choi Ji-ho saying something to me. Seeing him spread out his jacket, I must have asked for a bag or something. The cameras followed right up to the ambulance. With my mother and the MeTubers who seemed to have been waiting in the lobby joining in, the scene turned into total chaos. I was annoyed at Choi Ji-ho for lying to me, but I decided to forgive him just this once. Didn't he lose his jacket because of me? It wasn't just MeTube that was noisy. Everywhere was buzzing with talk about me. Much greater than they said he was beaten until he was bruised so badly he couldn't even wear summer uniforms. To the people who said he could just take that 15 million won to find a rental and pay tuition. Yiwol's problem wasn't rent. He needed to go to the hospital first. Let's not throw around forced hate just because. We don't understand things from our perspective. I was shocked enough when I heard about the neglect before, but the stories that came out this time are honestly newsworthy. Much greater than the trash reporters are disgusting. Look at them swarming just to get a shot of someone collapsing. How are they different from cockroaches? Seriously? I thought the wording was harsh, but then I saw the photos. Is everyone in their right mind? Is it right to shove a camera in the face of someone vomiting? Wow. F***CK. It's disgusting just to look at. But why did he collapse? They say it's stress-related. Isn't it acting? Kim Pep is good at acting, after all. Are your eyes just decoration? You're really crossing the line. Much greater than at first. The vibe was like, every family has its problems. But then it was like cold water was thrown on us. I mean, no one said it would be this bad. The part about abandoning the sister and putting a tale from a private eye on a fellow group member is the most dark and chilling part. How can you live in a house like that? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stay sane. Much greater than I've just been crying since earlier. It's so upsetting and heartbreaking. Part of me thinks it's better he drew a clear line with his family. But I don't think he ever wanted to have to show everything this raw. Looking at the part where he mentioned the fans, it seems Yiwol didn't intend to talk to this extent either. The situation just got so bad that he had no choice. Much greater than I was enjoying the weekend drama. I didn't know there was such a story behind it. Family, it's a troublesome problem that you can't just cut off. He seems like a talented and sincere young man. I hope it gets resolved. Much greater than can't we report this bastard. Kim Pep's family history is quite colorful. Even a weekend drama would get roasted if it had this many plot lines. How is there nothing he hasn't gone through? A buffet of family discord. Looking at the crowd, it's definitely a whole restaurant. A restaurant. If you send the link to the admin, they'll delete the post immediately. Are these people insane? There are things you should say and things you shouldn't. Ignore them and just report. Much greater than the worst part about Kim Yiwol's press conference was that his absolute rock bottom, which he didn't want to show, was exposed. He wanted to finish things at a reasonable line, but his biological mother and father kept manipulating public opinion with lies, and people kept putting pressure on him to clarify or drop out. Seeing him collapse on the spot, he must have been under a lot of stress, yet they shoved cameras at a person who collapsed. Especially as a celebrity, he must be very sensitive about how he's seen, so the fact that the reporters had zero sense of consideration is horrific. If I think about what I'd look like unconscious, I obviously wouldn't want to expose that. What right to know are they talking about? The right to know is a joke. Did Yiwol commit a crime or something? It made no sense to swarm him like that over a family issue in the first place. Much greater than at first, I felt so bad for my boy getting cursed at that I wanted him to sue quickly, clear his name, and shake it off. But now, I don't care about any of that. I just want Yiwol to take care of his own heart. Don't worry about the sparklers. Just take a long break from activities if you have to. I want his mental state to recover first. I'm just so worried. Me too. He's the kind of person who performed to the end, even when his head was injured. I can't even imagine how hard it must be for him to collapse on the spot. There were more people worried about me. Hardly anyone was saying I was being dramatic over nothing or that I was mentally weak. It really was a messed up family. Seriously, my mouth felt bitter. Just imagining how much noise the other side would make over this was exhausting. However, there was a group that reacted even faster than the opposing side. The people who had watched Kim Yiwol since his debut days. 395, Chapter 395, Settlement 1. The fans who had been with Spark since their debut shared a few common traits. First, compared to other rookie boy group fandoms, they tended to be older. Second, many of them were working professionals. Third, they weren't easily swayed by external scandals. There was a specific reason for this. Most people who joined the Spark fandom had come after standing other idols. Cheating scandals, cozying up to Saesiangs, skipping schedules, power trips. There were plenty of idols who drove fans away, and even more reasons for it. People who felt betrayed by their biases often vowed never to set foot in the idol world again. However, those who still held on to the good memories of supporting an idol eventually returned to the entertainment industry. Wary of feeling that same rage twice, they were cautious. Even when their hearts urged them to become a fan, they hit the brakes and conducted a thorough audit. They checked if the idol's speech was careless or if they had any underlying controversies. In the eyes of these people, Spark was a clean group with no disqualifying factors. The perspective of those who had liked idols since elementary school also changed as they became adults. Good styling and charming speech became secondary. After being worn down by professional life, they just wanted their idol not to be the kind of person who power-tripped like a boss at work or ditched responsibilities like an irresponsible teammate. Having grown into mature adults, minor issues didn't deal them much damage. Getting hate in an award show vote was annoying, but it wasn't enough to make their world crumble. There was no need to go through the hassle of sending faxes just because the agency was incompetent. They simply wouldn't buy the merchandise. Their level of experience was that high. Spark, which these veterans cautiously approached, did not disappoint. In the 2 years since their debut, Spark had never once said anything to their fans that caused disappointment or drained their energy. If you asked how that was possible, Sparklers would point to one person. Much greater than I know people say Spark doesn't have any members who don't get along. But when the members talk about Yiwol, you can really feel how much they rely on him. I love that. The kind and warm eldest brother of the group. The eldest son who acted like he'd give his liver and gallbladder to his dongsangs and saw that as the purpose of his life. A role model who led by example, upright and immaculate, never out of line. Having a capable, straightforward eldest Hyung wasn't just reassuring for the members, it reassured the fans too. Just trust Yiwol. For Sparklers, this phrase was never once an empty promise. Kim Yiwol had been through many incidents. He faced misunderstandings and suffered accidents. When fans learned he had a complex history, it broke their hearts, but they also felt relieved. At least their boy was innocent. He had done nothing wrong. But when the storm was too big, that flimsy sense of reassurance stopped. Matching, much greater than at this point. I'm just grateful that Yiwol isn't thinking anything bad and is holding on. Not in a wow, he hit it so well way, but because every single day must have been so hard. He should have had at least one place where he could feel at ease. That's all I can think about now. Realizing that your idol, who you felt a kinship with because of how fiercely he lived, had actually been suffering this much, unable to tell anyone, and that he only forced himself to bring up painful memories because he could no longer hide them. The sight of him feeling so incredibly sorry for that was a deep wound to the fans. It wasn't a wound from pitying Kim Yiwol. It was a sorrow felt because they cherished Kim Yiwol as they would themselves. Those who had turned from distant outsiders into sparklers were still working in society and hadn't forgotten their past standing idols. Much greater than found why those troll channels were ripping Kim Yiwol to shreds all this time. They weren't shaken by small issues, but they knew exactly how to respond most effectively when a major problem arose. Much greater than turns out all these B** stars belong to the same company. The professional savvy that Kim Yiwol had displayed throughout his career. That was a talent Sparklers also possessed in abundance. Exposing the Me Too production company caught trying to manipulate public opinion beyond undercover advertising. The Entertainment Detective Squad. Studio D. The root of the incident. If you've ever stand an idol, there's no way you don't know this hate channel. Famous for making news out of rumors or cutting videos to make people hate the target blindly. Usually they focused on first-tier idol videos for views, especially girl groups, and they sold provocative videos through paid memberships. But during IDC1 and in recent times, they have been uploading Spark's Kim Yiwol videos every day for over a month. This is the first channel that raised the suspicion that Yiwol was doing drugs. They're money grubbers, so they usually jump to another idol if views aren't there, but they kept producing Yiwol videos even when the views were lower than other content. At its peak, they uploaded several a day with provocative keywords. World Beyond the Lens, My Media. From here on, these are channels with high public recognition. You've probably seen them at least once while browsing MeTube. After crossing the line with this social experiment that made the news, they pivoted to heartwarming stories and viral faith in humanity restored content, which blew up. They often post about people who leave large anonymous donations. Photo. 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 See this? A charity called Onsarung Social Welfare Foundation appears very frequently. I wondered if it was a famous foundation, so I searched it. Photo. Over 90% of the photo sources and articles are from World Beyond the Lens. Isn't it strange? What's so special about this foundation that people leave wads of cash there every year? There is one peculiar thing. When the Entertainment Detective Squad, the channel that trashes everyone, uploaded a video titled 10 Facts You Didn't Know About HNT, when HNT was returning from a hiatus due to a DUI. Photo. The video claimed HNT had been doing secret good deeds, like consistently donating to a welfare foundation. The video ended with a preachy lecture saying that everyone makes mistakes, so you shouldn't judge a person by one error. The foundation HNT supposedly donated to? The photo shows it's the Onsarung Social Welfare Foundation. Now, if you look at my media's job posting on a hiring site, photo, you can see it's divided into a current affairs journal part and a social issues part. The only channel listed on my media's website is World Beyond the Lens, so why are they hiring for a current affairs journal? Photo. Photo. Top. Business info for Studio D, producers of Entertainment Detective Squad. Bottom. Business info for my media, producers of World Beyond the Lens. The representative's name is the same. The business address is the same building, just different floors. You might ask what splitting the company has to do with manipulating public opinion, but here is the important part. On Air Korea, Onco, a channel many people think is a digital newspaper because of the name. They actually post refined information and maintain a neutral stance. The Yiwol incident appeared here for the first time among idols. They talk about how idol debuts have become a means to launder one's past and how the younger generation is rotting, but the only example mentioned is Yiwol. In a 40-minute video, 30 minutes are spent on Yiwol's family history and the handwritten statement from his family about suing him. They even mentioned the drug controversy, which wasn't verified and didn't even lead to a police investigation. The reaction of people who viewed Onco as a news channel? Terrible. This is the main reason the Yiwol incident blew up so much. Onco didn't disclose their production company or contact info separately, but the font plus channel logo position plus sources used here are identical to my media's videos. If you adjust the opacity and overlap them, the logo, layout, and subtitle height are all in the exact same positions. Even the color chips, if you input the color codes, the brightness and saturation are the same, only the hue is different. The only difference is the logo style. Photo. Confirmed in a portfolio that it's the work of one designer. They outsourced to the same person. It's presumed they separated it from their existing business, which focused on gossip channels, because they wanted a major broadcaster aesthetic for the MeTube world. Even this Onco channel produced a video 2 years ago. Photo. About the Onsurung Social Welfare Foundation winning a social welfare grand prize. If you look at the videos listed above and below it, you can see the style is completely different. The chairperson of the Onsurung Social Welfare Foundation, which is so loved by all these healing channels. Photo. Is Kim Yiwol's biological mother. And Representative Kim, the head of Studio D/My Media, and the person frequently referred to as the secret investigator in the early days of the Entertainment Detective Squad. Photo. Is the biological father. The husband used all the production companies he runs to churn out videos to promote his wife's foundation. Plus, to bury Yiwol, the father uploaded hate videos on his own channels to start the fire, then jumped on the public opinion. During Yiwol's family press conference, the Entertainment Detective Squad, Onco, and Representative Kim's company channels all attended. When the reporters were filmed in the live video, the logos on the cameras were all captured. Plus, since their daily job is digging into celebrities, they put the same private eyes they always use on Jiho as well and handed the data to Myth. 3-line summary. The operators of the troll channels, Beyond the Lens, Entertainment Detective Squad, Onco, plus chairperson of Onsurung Foundation equals Kim Yiwol's parents. They are human trash who even abandoned their daughter and abused their son after Kim Yiwol got famous. They tried to manipulate public opinion to squeeze a settlement out of him and got caught. The family is currently destroying their child's social image and threatening him just to get a higher settlement fee. I'm writing this hoping people see how disgusting this is. Stop consuming those channels, and if anyone was donating to the Onsurung Foundation, please change your donation target. Since the list of channels present at the press conference is circulating, they're deleting all the live streams. Friends who can help, please archive the live streams. In less than a day, the identities of the 2 individuals were revealed. It took less than 5 hours to uncover their past actions, embezzlement, and illegal activities. Much greater than how to cut off monetization for Entertainment Detective Squad, Beyond the Lens, and Onco. Link Kim Yiwol's press conference video and the press release about suing for spreading false information, then report them for malicious group harassment or violent content. What MeTube catches most strictly is content targeting children and cyberbullying. Say that they manipulated public opinion by simultaneously uploading false information across multiple channels, causing actual damage. Especially for Onco, since their goal was to look mainstream, we need to display their past, so they can't even dream of laundering their image. This isn't just an Yiwol problem. A foundation that's supposed to be transparent being promoted like that is wrong. and channels that tear down celebrities over nothing need to disappear, too. We have to kick them out so they can't make money with these kinds of tricks. That's the only way to ensure this never happens again. Much greater than for those asking, they really did receive awards and donations. What's the problem with making videos about that? The problem starts with the fact that Ansarung Foundation has a suspiciously high amount of cash donations without even a receipt. If you don't even know how much donation money came in, who knows how much was skimmed off? And notice how the donation news always drops around the same times. With money coming in like that, no one can track who spent how much where. There's no paper trail. In the first place, the reason Ansarung Foundation was able to receive awards and local government subsidies was because it was reported in the media several times as a good foundation. Is it really okay that the husband was the one secretly providing that media coverage? Even if the donations were real and the promotion was just for family success, the fact that the chairperson abandoned and abused her child is a disqualifying factor. They even said she strangled him recently. By the time Kim Yiwol finally woke up and checked the backlog news, the financial pipelines his parents loved so dearly had all been cut off. 396. Chapter 396, Settlement 2. Before I could even process the shock of my father being the CEO of a Me Too production company, he became unemployed. Every channel operated by his company had its monetization features suspended. The Ansarung Social Welfare Foundation removed the inquiry category from its website. However, through remaining screenshots, I could see it had been flooded with requests to explain the abandonment of their child and to clarify exactly where the donation funds were being used. There were even reviews saying calls wouldn't go through, as if the phone lines had been unplugged. Captions like "the two-faced devil" were plastered over photos of the seemingly happily married couple. The news that the chairperson of a welfare foundation and a channel dedicated to promoting good deeds had not only sold their child to trolls for money, but had actually become the trolls themselves to tear him down, became a massive headline. The fans were seething with indignation. They constantly shared methods for reporting and filing civil complaints, determined to make the parents pay a price equivalent to what they had done, much greater than the monetization suspension usually lifts after 3 months. We have to remember this and hit them with another reporting rush as soon as those 3 months are up. They're probably just waiting for people to forget, but we need to show them it's not happening so they can never earn a living this way again. Much greater than, guys. It's not like you can't get your donations back. If the money was used contrary to the purpose of the donation, or if there's a valid reason, you can request a refund. How can we trust them when we don't even know how our money was used and they haven't shared the usage details? If anyone donated to the OSR Social Welfare Foundation, even if you don't get the money back, at least file an inquiry. Just thinking they might have to pay it back will put huge pressure on them. Much greater than it must have been fun when you were inciting people to bash a kid. Now that you blew it up nationwide, everyone knows who you are, too. Hope you enjoy the fun yourselves. Much greater than all the channels and organizations you guys were running made the news. You set up multiple business branches and dug out several channels to spread the risk, but you got caught, and now all of them are demonetized together, right? Too bad you couldn't make it to the mainstream with money earned from selling fake news. The social welfare world is a small one. I doubt you'll be able to show your faces around there anymore. My father's name was already public knowledge on the internet, and since my mother had revealed her face while causing a scene during my press conference, it seemed difficult for them to even raise a legal issue about their privacy being invaded. I had no idea what they were thinking, stepping out in front of the cameras and exposing their faces like that. The external support was also immense. The issue had shifted from a spark internal problem to an industry-wide concern for the entire entertainment world. Much greater than there have been plenty of cases where celebrity families exploited them, but this is the first time I've seen something this malicious. If there's an example showing you can anonymously corner someone and extort money, copycats will definitely appear. I don't know if there are more people who would go this far, but we have to catch them now to prevent more victims. There's a reason idols, who usually are cautious about others' business, defended Yiwol when his first personality scandal broke. It's because that one blew up big, but even back then that level of forced hate wasn't common. This should never happen again. Calling a kid who's just taking a headache pill a drug addict and then acting like, "oops, my bad," when it's not true is disgusting. Maybe because I felt relieved. My body seemed to hurt less. But that was a delusion. My organs were still being wrung with pain. It seemed my nerves had just been momentarily distracted while I was reading those shocking posts. Did it hurt this much when I had a gastric ulcer before? Back then, I didn't stay bedridden like this. Even if I was crawling on all fours, I could at least move. When the pain subsided, I walked on my own 2 feet and did my work. I hadn't even gone to the hospital to get medicine right away like I did this time. I had left it neglected for a week, yet I wasn't this immobilized like a zombie. If it's synchronization, it should be at the same level as my previous state. Getting worse doesn't match the definition. I protested aggressively to the system. The system responded immediately. System, work instructions from Superior has arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim. You've really grown, haven't you? Talking back to me now? Are you threatening me? It's all over anyway once the synchronization hits 100% and I resign from life. Is that what you want to see? The system didn't respond for a long time. After waiting quietly, the B** started making excuses. System, work instructions from Superior has arrived. Play button when you work 5 days a week regularly. It's manageable. But if you work only 4 days one week because of a public holiday, it feels harder to go back to 5 days the next week, right? Same principle. What kind of nonsense is this? Are you saying I've gone soft because I've been enjoying the idle life too much? Should I go on strike and show you what real rest is? Even without a strike, it looked like I would be out of commission for a while. If the stress worsened my ulcer any further, I'd end up in surgery. If the year-end concert got canceled because of this and I failed to achieve my KPIs, I wouldn't let it slide. The system couldn't claim it held zero responsibility. I glared at the system with a "if I go down, you're coming with me" attitude. After a moment, the system returned with a slightly kinder explanation. System, work instructions from Superior have arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim. Go ask someone who works overtime 300 days a year how they feel about extra work. They say it's hard, but they accept it. Why? Because they're used to it. Play button on the other hand. If you ask someone who's working overtime for just 10 days, they complain like the world is ending. It's hard because they're doing something they aren't used to. System, work instructions from Superior have arrived. Play button also, a characteristic of employees experiencing burnout is that they usually don't realize their mental state is abnormal. You know those people who don't notice their bodies are breaking down until they get a checkup or it turns into a major illness. When your mind isn't sound, your senses become dull. Try being sick every day like I am, Assistant Manager Kim. You wouldn't even feel this level of pain. Applying this to myself back when I was at Hampiong Industries, it roughly made sense. Certainly, back then, as long as nothing weird came out of the company health checkup, I just lived on. I didn't even think about going to the hospital for a little pain. Furthermore, if you asked if I used to get sick often, not particularly. I'd long grown used to constant aches. It was only recently that I had begun to feel the existence of migraines. Because everyone around me took care of me and told me to speak up even if it seemed like nothing. I got it now. It meant that my pain perception, which had been dying while being overworked at the Hampiong Industry, had been resurrected as my emotions stabilized thanks to psychological counseling and the Spark Fellows. Should I view this as a positive signal? Even if it hurts too much to celebrate my senses returning? System, work instructions from Superior have arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim. You're still living okay, aren't you? You have the energy to complain about being in pain. That's nothing compared to when you were too exhausted to even realize you were hurting. So you're saying, you're recovering, so suck it up? Is that what you mean? It pissed me off. But if I got any angrier, I might throw up all over my precious bed, so I swallowed it down. While I was feeling dejected at the ugly reality of not being able to tear the system apart, a message arrived from the lawyer. After a greeting asking if I was feeling okay. Lawyer, the defendant has proposed a settlement. I believe this is a case we can win, but I wanted to ask whether you would consider settling. A declaration of surrender had arrived. Did they actually think there was a possibility I would settle? If they were getting their hopes up, too bad for them. You're right. It's your only chance to be properly compensated for the harm you suffered. I always listen to my sister's advice. Me? No. Please proceed with the case as is. As soon as I pressed the send button, I felt I could breathe. I felt like I would live. Despite Jong Song-bin and Lee Chong-hyun's best efforts, We were barely able to post any promotional content for exclusive report on the official accounts. It was understandable. For a while, the priority content UA had to upload was statements and warnings. We had to refrain from actions that might be seen as reading the room poorly and adding fuel to the fire. However, after the news broke that my mother and father wanted to settle and that those attempts had failed, no one associated with Spark had to walk on eggshells anymore. From that point on, UA and exclusive report blew a massive fanfare to promote Kim Yiwol's transformation. Much greater than at exclusive__report. Let's play a game of truth. With me. Do you have any secret Chable Air moments for your favorite former financial district worker and current bassist in hiding? Much greater than at SPARC_official. Saturday evening, 6 p.m. The appearance of the elite eldest Hyung Yiwol. Exclusive report on TVM. Check out Cheon Yunsung's new look in episode 5. Hashtag Yiwol, hashtag Cheon Yunsung, hashtag Spark, hashtag exclusive report, hashtag TVM. Much greater than at TVM_XYZ. To keep you from being bored until the broadcast. Explosive chemistry between Young Master Yunsung x Chief Co. A collection of still cuts of the two in a mysterious relationship that's part contract, part trust. Hashtag exclusive report, hashtag Cheon Yunsung, hashtag Ko Sujiol, hashtag exclusive report. Specifically, the Spark account was much greater than what is this card news. Did Lee Chong-hyun really make this? I wondered what he meant when he said on Bubble Pop that he paid for Miri Sketchbook and Apple Mango board. I guess it was to make this. Much greater than Songbin. When did you secretly film this behind your Hyung's back? I'm out of data right now. What kind of video is it? Crying face. Just the thumbnail alone looks funny. He said he'd film a video to encourage watching his eldest Hyung's drama. So he rented a suit and delivered a promotional comment for exclusive report in it. Please watch Songbin pouring grape juice into a flower vase because the dorm doesn't have wine glasses. I can tell Yiwol didn't have a single hand in this. Plastered with the younger members' antics that were released belatedly. I was so embarrassed I turned off my phone for about 5 minutes and hid under the blankets. I was terrified of the upcoming broadcast date. 397. Chapter 397. Fame 1. The open chatroom for the drama exclusive report was burning up even 2 hours before the broadcast began. As a rare, full-fledged mystery drama, it had received high praise from the start for having no acting holes. While dramas with niche subject matter often struggled early on due to a lack of initial hype, exclusive report had benefited from a constant stream of free marketing due to various real-life incidents. For people already riding the hype, a week felt long. The 4 existing episodes were far too short to satisfy fans waiting for the next installment while rehashing old theories. Naturally, the interest of dedicated viewers flowed towards supplementary content like behind-the-scenes videos and production presentations. Much greater than the atmosphere on set is actually so good. It's hilarious how So Seong threatens to break an exclusive report on someone the moment they do anything. The captions, Cheon Yunsung, 34/ has never been reported on once. So the setting was that Cheon Yunsung is 34? He's quite a bit older than I thought. He's 12 years older than the actor himself. Much greater than please look at the NG, blooper, cut collection uploaded today. Make sure everyone sees Gong Ji-chan unable to open his eyes because of the backlight. He's such a cool character in the drama. But why is he a soft golden retriever the moment you see the behind the scenes? It's also absurd how Kim Yiwol is the only one with his eyes wide open. This is the power of an idol trained by the baptism of camera shutters. Among these, the most shared post was much greater than am I the only one curious about the similarities between Cheon Yunsung and Kim Yiwol? What kind of vibe is similar between a renegade, sleep-deprived workaholic, and a well-mannered golden spoon? Photo. Source. Interview with exclusive report PD. Well-mannered? Renegade? Look at the comment above being so polite while saying something harsh. It was a post written based on producer John's interview. Much greater than I actually feel they're the exact opposite the more I watch the drama. Cheon Yunsung looks polite and respectful to his elders, but that's only for his own family. He's basically pretty arrogant. I feel like the more you watch Yiwol, the more you see what a decent kid he is. There are times I'm genuinely surprised, thinking, he acts like this in this situation? Cheon Yunsung looks playful on the outside but is cold on the inside, while Kim Yiwol has an icy face, yet says the weirdest things. You're right. There are exactly two people in Spark whose thought processes I can't understand. Kim Yiwol and Choi Ji-ho. Because I had used the excuse that the cause of my gastric ulcer was stress, Lee Chong-hyun and the other members didn't insist on watching episode 5 of Exclusive Report. However, the immense hype was blessed by the algorithm. Immediately after episode 5 aired, it made its presence brilliantly known across all of Spark's digital devices. Much greater than the scarlet letter left by Cheon Kang-hyuk, Cheon. Yinsung's hidden past #exclusive report #exclusive report EP 5 Cheon Kang-hyuk Cheon Yinsung #TVM. Much greater than there's no such thing as a perfect heir. Only heirs who appear perfect. Exclusive report EP 5. Much greater than exclusive report hot clip. The will of heaven is not something that can be forsaken #exclusive report #Cheonyinsung. Edited videos longer than 10 minutes poured out. Every single one had high view counts and numerous comments. Among the clips from episode 5, the video with the highest view count was the one featuring Cheon Yinsung's past. Should I watch this or not? While I was debating, Jong Songbin entered the room. He gave a bright smile, then tried to manage his expression upon seeing my phone. It seemed he already knew that Cheon Yinsung had a tragic past. I recalled how Jong Songbin had tried to stop me when I was struggling with whether to reveal my past or not. I also remembered what the system had said to me. Jong Songbin was likely worried about my state of being numb to pain. Just like the system said, mentally and physically numb. Things like me re-watching footage of myself from when I had actually died, just to act out death scenes. Perhaps the reason he stopped me from taking out the documents was that he didn't want me, in my broken state, to engage in behavior bordering on self-harm. Now, I understood the importance of deep sleep and rest, and I realized that a person must take good care of their body and mind. I learned that I should ask for help when needed when these guys installed a restaurant called Bell in the dorm, and I'd learned that saying, "I'm not sick," didn't mean everything was okay. Thanks to the system no longer being able to adjust the negative emotion perception rate. I also had to face reality. I had accepted that turning a blind eye didn't make things disappear. Above all, I promised Kang Keon that I would try to change. "Want to watch it together?" "Pardon. This." I shook my phone. Jong Songbin looked utterly flustered. Recently, Jong Songbin had gone through a lot emotionally. For the first time in his life, he felt truly overwhelmed. Thanks to the experience he had gained, he didn't freeze up like before, but his soft heart remained the same. Some records hurt just by reading them. Even more so when the text wasn't written to make people cry. No matter how much he read Kim Yiwol's explanation, which he had silently written over the years, it never seemed to end. That fact made Jong Songbin sad. Kim Yiwol had become much more honest than before. However, he still didn't lean on others. Jong Songbin should have told him that he could lean on the members more. He had made a mistake in thinking that Kim Yiwol would be okay with time just by seeing him look slightly better. Much greater than a professional lawyer looks at disputes in daily life is a settlement made while someone was a minor legally. Valid? Recently, the entertainment industry was buzzing with the issue of an idol's domestic violence. It became a hot topic after it was revealed that a certain idol received 15 million won in settlement money as a minor. Opinions were divided between those who argued it was problematic to sue after signing a settlement and receiving money, and those who said it was rendered void because a minor lacked legal capacity. Legally speaking, which side is correct? Much greater than Kim Yiwol put a tail on me through a private detective versus I have never committed an illegal act. Ongoing clash of opinions. So in the end, who's right? It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Both sides seems bad. Did you even read the article before commenting? Kim Yiwol found out by chance he has a sister and only asked to confirm her whereabouts. Meanwhile, the trash parents, after seeing their son become successful, they tried to find the daughter they abandoned as a newborn and ended up exposing themselves. That's not 6 of one. Wait, when did the story about them searching for the daughter come out? Why am I just hearing this? You might not have known since it's the most recently revealed info. The family went to UA and asked Kim Yiwol to return the settlement money and the money spent raising him. Kim Yiwol asked if they were going to take money from the sister too, probing the perpetrators to find out her status. Yiwol only dropped a bait. But they misunderstood that he put a tail on them and found out they abandoned her, plus they were actually in the middle of looking up her info, so they got defensive and acted out. That's what happened. The reporter who writes titles like this is also the problem. One side is clearly in the wrong, yet they act as if it's still an ongoing debate. Even though someone had collapsed live in front of cameras, public opinion still clung to Kim Yiwol. Only the direction had changed. Maybe collapsing on camera only made them even more relentless. Much greater than an old interview with the chairperson of the Onsarung Social Welfare Foundation, Happy Face. I hope we can build a society where no child is left in the blind spots of welfare. What truly touching words. It's unbelievable coming from a person who abandoned their daughter as soon as she was born and kept insisting they don't remember where they left her even when asked, and who spent 20 years tormenting their son while raising him. I can hardly believe it. Did they really do that? Are they insane? The statute of limitations for abandoning the daughter has passed, but it's a relief that domestic violence is still valid. If they couldn't be punished for that either, I think I would have literally burst into flames. Fortunately, many people were now taking Kim Yiwol's side. News of the perpetrators facing a difficult situation was being delivered in real time. Nonetheless, Jong Songbin's heart was not at ease. It was only right that those who deserved punishment paid for their crimes. But above all, for Jong Songbin, Kim Yiwol's recovery was the priority. In fact, for the past few days, Kim Yiwol had been quiet. He didn't obsessively insist on finishing the album work, and he ate his meals on time. If his stomach felt bad, he stayed curled up under the blankets. He didn't lie about his condition anymore. The fragile peace, however, didn't last even a day. As episode 5 of Exclusive Report, which Lee Chong-hyun had wanted to see, aired, the younger members found out why Kim Yiwol had told them not to watch from the next episode onward. I really wasn't planning to watch it, Lee Chong-hyun said in a troubled voice. He said the video playing on MeTube while he was working had simply auto-played the next clip. Jong Songbin believed him, because recently, everyone was being careful not to stress Kim Yiwol. The thumbnail, the cut edits that allowed you to grasp the context, the captions, and the title, all of them made you understand every single thing that happened in the scene from A to Z without even having to watch the video. Jong Songbin comforted his dejected Dongsing. Then, after asking the managers for their understanding, he left work early. He had to check if Kim Yiwol had seen the reactions to the drama. What met Jong Songbin's eyes as soon as he arrived at the dorm was Kim Yiwol lying on his bed with a clip from Exclusive Report on his screen. What words should he use to change the subject? Rendering Jong Songbin's worries moot, Kim Yiwol threw a straight ball. Seeing Songbin unable to answer the suggestion to watch it together, Kim Yiwol said, "Before we watch, there's something I want to tell you in advance." Starting with that, Kim Yiwol spoke rapidly, barely pausing for breath. "I think the things that happened in the past were indeed things that could be hurtful. I thought I'd overcome them, but I realized I hadn't. However, I'm not going to turn a blind eye and pretend they didn't happen anymore." Kim Yiwol pinpointed exactly what Jong Songbin was worried about, and what Jong Songbin hoped for. "The reason I asked to watch together isn't because I want to casually dismiss bad memories. Of course, it's partly because I feel the need for monitoring, but I just thought it might be better than watching alone." At this clumsy attempt to lean on him, Jong Songbin gathered his courage. "I understand. Let's watch together." 398, Chapter 398, Fame, 2. Cheon Yoon-sung during his teenage years was an ordinary male student. With his unstyled straight hair and stiff school uniform, there were parts of him that resembled his current self, while also giving off a completely different impression. However, his dark, hollow eyes were exactly the same, as if he had been born with them. Cheon Yoon-sung. A voice that was impossible to imagine being used to call one's own child, devoid of even coldness, feeling like nothing at all, struck the floor. You were supposed to be an heir without a single blemish. Yet the day has come when you almost left a stain on the company. The desk in the study was covered with secretly taken photos of Cheon Yoon-seong and various documents. At the feet of Cheon Kang-hyuk, who stood behind the desk, Cheon Yoon-sung's silhouette crouched, blurry and out of focus. The printed messages were slowly brought into close-up. "Young master, there is something on my mind. Could you look into it for me, manager? It's not entirely your fault, I suppose." With an adult nearby whose mind isn't screwed on straight, You might have had a stray thought once. Cheon Kanghyuk adjusted his grip on something off camera. But do not forget, from the moment you invited suspicion, you can no longer be a perfect successor. A complex mix of emotions flickered through Cheon Yunsung's eyes as he looked up at his father. And that record will follow you until the day you die. A golf club sliced through the air. Bloodstains splattered beneath Cheon Kanghyuk's feet. Cheon Kanghyuk's shoes stepped toward Cheon Yunsung's trembling arm. The sleeve of his white school shirt was pathetically crumpled. Still, it seems our Yunsung really is a child blessed by heaven, seeing as there are 2 reasons for you to be forgiven. Ugh. Cheon Kanghyuk spoke as he looked down at his son, who was groaning in pain but couldn't even let out a loud cry. Remember, the reason you didn't die today isn't because you have some great value. It's because there is no other pure Chanju group bloodline besides you, and because you are still young enough to be reformed. These 2 things are what saved you. Even after seeing Cheon Yunsung's eyes filled with hostility, Cheon Kanghyuk did not show anger or mockery. He was merely faithful to finishing the task at hand. Anta. Cheon Kanghyuk paused as he set the blood-stained golf club down on the desk. There's something I forgot to say. The camera looked down at Cheon Yunsung from Cheon Kanghyuk's perspective. The gaze struck down at his back, which was stained dark red. The adult will be held to a much greater responsibility. Cheon Yunsung jerked his head up. His breathing hitched. His pupils shook with terror. Father, father. Cheon Yunsung reached out to grab the hem of Cheon Kanghyuk's trousers, but then clenched his fist. A successor must never grovel before others for personal reasons, because that would mean a lack of qualification. A new secretary will take you to your room. And it will only invite a greater punishment. Time passed, and the now perfect-looking successor Cheon Yunsung brought a wine glass to his lips while looking out at the night view. The reflection of Cheon Yunsung's face, his eyes closed gently, was cast on the dark window. He set the empty glass down on the side table. As he finished his day, his fingertips undid his tie and the buttons of his shirt. The manager from back then was gone. The only proof that someone had been by the young master's side remained as a large scar across Cheon Yunsung's back, like a shadow cast over his life. Jang Songbin pressed the pause button several times to finish the clip, which was just over 10 minutes long. Once he took a deep breath, and another time he squeezed his eyes shut before opening them again. Every time he did, Kim Yiwol told him they could stop watching. Jang Songbin replied that he was okay. Did you know about this, Hyung? I didn't. It's a coincidence. Jang Songbin sat up on the bed. His unsettled mind refused to calm down. He couldn't forget Cheon Yunsung's gaze revealed beneath his disheveled hair. Those eyes that seemed etched with hatred and resentment, the eyelashes trembling with fury, and those 2 eyes that struck the helplessness of having to give up even on begging. The traces of deep despair that made even the viewer feel suffocated. The gaze Kim Yiwol had when looking at his family, which Jang Songbin had witnessed not long ago. Was it hard for you to act that out? Not at all, Kim Yiwol said as he rolled onto his back to face the ceiling. Their eyes met. It wasn't hard in the slightest. Yeah, strangely so. Kim Yiwol laughed weakly. But I'm okay now. It didn't sound like empty words. The layers of misery that had been piled up were no longer visible on Kim Yiwol. I don't know for sure, but maybe there's such a thing as acting therapy? It felt as refreshing as venting my frustrations. Or maybe my heart just cleared up because I said everything I wanted to say when my mom and dad showed up. Seeing Jang Songbin's expression, the smiling Kim Yiwol sat up. It's not self-deprecating humor. I'm being serious. Kim Yiwol explained haltingly. I hardly ever raised my voice at home. And it was the first time I ever did something like that because of my own situation. Saying it felt good wasn't just me trying to make it sound nice. It didn't seem like he was lying. While the suffering from the gastric ulcer was unavoidable, Kim Yiwol hadn't clutched his head even once when family talk came up since pouring it all out at the press conference. If anything, the bitterness in him seemed slightly lighter than before. I've decided to stop thinking about it now, Kim Yiwol said with a smile. If it comes to mind occasionally, I'll resent them, and since I don't want to forgive them, I won't. That doesn't mean you're withdrawing the lawsuit. Right. Of course not. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even while making such a grim resolution, Kim Yiwol quickly returned to a relaxed face. From now on, I think I'll just live like that. It was exactly what Jong Songbin had hoped for more than anything. His heart surged. Jong Songbin knew it was because he was happy. Can I ask you one thing? What is it? Kim Yiwol, who had been doing so well, suddenly started acting cautious. Jong Songbin watched to see what on earth he was going to ask. By any chance, did I rack up any patience stamps this time? An entirely useless question came out. Jong Songbin laughed out loud. Not even one. Really? Kim Yiwol reacted as if it were unexpected. But Jong Songbin was sincere. You didn't do anything wrong, Hyung. Even with Jong Songbin's affirmation, Kim Yiwol couldn't easily let go of his doubt. It was only after seeing the notebook with his own eyes that Kim Yiwol breathed a sigh of relief, much greater than the chilling correlation between Cheon Yoon-sung and Kim Yiwol, much greater than the fateful reason Kim Yiwol took on the role of Cheon Yoon-sung, much greater than the actor who took a role with the exact same past. Similar posts keep coming up since episode 5 aired. The ripple effect of the exclusive report didn't cool down. If anything, it caught fire more and more. The fact that the drama's plot had gained momentum also had an influence. Much greater than. How long has it been since Cheon Yoon-sung warned Ham Yizeo that she'd get entwined with Chairman Cheon? I was flustered because the chairman died, but then President Cheon immediately became chairman, and it's revealed he was the one holding Yoon-sung's leash. I literally watched while holding my breath. Yoon-sung knew President Cheon was the real mastermind, and he warned her because he thought President Cheon would eventually push out the grandfather and take the chairman's seat. Someone, save Mr. Yoon-sung. Much greater than I just thought the young master and the chief manager had great buddy chemistry. I never imagined it would be this kind of relationship. Crying face. How can something like this even happen? Crying face. Did something happen in exclusive report today? You have to watch this without spoilers. Much greater than to my friends who are following exclusive report, I'm truly disappointed, spoilers included. I told you to call me when the manager's episode came out. Do I have to find out 13 hours late that the young master actually had a first secretary, but he was murdered because of the young master's righteous actions trying to dig up the family's corruption? Do I have to find out now that Cheon Kang-hyuk assigned Chief Ko, the friend of the dead secretary, as the young master's second secretary just to make him feel guilty? Do I have to be the only one belatedly agonizing over the fact that Chief Ko was serving the young master with total loyalty just to get revenge on the killer who murdered his friend, the young master who caused his friend's death? Our voices are already hoarse. Yesterday all day was nothing but Yoon-sung and Sujial talk. Where have you been? Opie, I can't function in daily life right now. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Just thinking about the manager makes me cry. I felt that the buzz for In My Office was by no means small, but the influence of a work labeled a mega hit was on a different level. UA kept rejecting appearance offers because I needed rest, but apparently variety shows and interview requests were coming in every single day. Much greater than starting with exclusive report, Kim Yiwol's acting skills are definitely guaranteed. I knew he acted well during the chairman's funeral, but there's no way for evaluations to be divided on this episode. My mom is a drama maniac and is sharp with acting evaluations, but she hasn't said once to Kim Yiwol, he can't act. Why is he on screen? Mother's evaluations are quite accurate. High school Cheon Yoon-sung looked so young that I was like, wait, how did he pull off a student role so well? But if you look at his actual age, he's closer to a student, crying face, for drama fans who saw him as Do Young-won, and then Cheon Yoon-sung. Kim Yiwol is practically etched in their minds as someone in their 30s. Much greater than it's a fact that his acting is good. I saw some comments saying it's just because it's his own experience, but reenacting an experience and conveying it are different fields. He barely had any dialogue besides calling for his father, yet he conveyed the character's heart entirely. Depth might change, but expression doesn't just get better because you had a similar experience. His ability to make the audience immerse in the character is definitely top tier. Showing Cheon Yoon-sung is a villain who overlooks evil acts and thinks the sacrifice of a few is inevitable from Ham Yizeo's perspective, and then splitting opinions with one hit of his past story was legendary. He didn't even properly attempt anything. He just looked into it. But his secretary died because of him, plus his secret investigation was totally busted, plus etc. In that situation, making people think Cheon Yoon-sung made the best choice is amazing. Viewers' moral standards have risen a lot lately, so convincing them? It's partly because there's a premise that Ham Yizio wouldn't justify Yunsung's actions, but it's largely thanks to him expressing that suffocating, maddening atmosphere so well. Much greater than it's incredible that he bared the back scar just like that. It wasn't even caused by a normal accident, so it couldn't have been an easy decision, but seeing as he decided on it to bring the character to life, he must be sincere in whatever work he takes. I was shocked because it was actually larger than I expected. He said he doesn't think much of the scar and hopes fans won't take it too heavily. So I was like, okay, I will. But my heart still crumbled, crying face. He hid it well all this time. I saw him bare his back before and wondered why I didn't know. But looking back, he covered it all with stickers. Much greater than he'll do a next project, right? It's the first time in my life I've wanted an idol to act this much. I thought he was only good at playing a jaded office worker, but turns out he's an all-rounder. Even before, there was nothing lacking: physique, looks, voice, diction, but now his acting is proven. 2 synopses will be pouring in. He's a single waterfall in a desert of young male actors. Much greater than how does a person even act with the glint in their eyes. There was light in his eyes even when he was glaring at President Cheon, but the moment he realized his dad killed the secretary, the glint vanished. Gave me chills. I went back to watch the video after seeing this comment. It's true. I would have missed it if it weren't for the comment level of a maestro of natural light. Where there is light, there is shadow. While many sparklers were happy about Kim Yiwol's success in his next project, there were also voices of concern. Much greater than Yiwol's acting. I'm so happy and proud that he's being praised everywhere, but I'm a bit worried if he'll want to continue building an acting career for a long time. Of course, I'll support whatever Yiwol wants to do. But once they decide to act, there are many cases where they move to an actor-focused agency when the contract ends. I couldn't say it directly, but there was no need to worry. I had no such ambitions. Being an idol alone was already exhausting. Unless the system started pushing me toward another acting job, I planned to quietly sing and dance. Manager Lim Chanyang. The digital single concept art is out. If there's anyone who hasn't received the Dation notification, let me know. Speak of the devil, new work had arrived. It was time to go back to being an idol. 399, Chapter 399, Aftermath, 1. Kang Keon took the lead on the concept for this digital single. I told him to make active use of his youthful sensibility big data, but that was just an excuse. Originally, I intended to do it myself, but I was rejected. I didn't have the courage to turn on a video conference while lying in bed alone when everyone else was at work, so I delegated the task to Keon after explaining the keywords and the overall concept. Won't it be hard to come up with ideas while going to school? I actually have more time when I'm at school. He said that so confidently that it made me wonder if he even attended classes. I was reminded of Jong Song-bin, who supposedly won a gold medal in his elective courses, and Choi Ji-ho, who I doubted had even looked at the academic notices despite my nagging him to look into online universities. A study with me shoot was urgently needed. Anyway, the concept Keon came up with for Spark's last album of the year was this: mischievous kids who love playing the most. But our average age just passed 20 this year. Isn't it a bit awkward to still be mischievous kids? I seriously considered booking a meeting room to discuss it properly, but decided to read the document first and hold my tongue. The top of the document summarized the previous planning meeting. First planning meeting. A light and exciting atmosphere that can encompass the title undecided, and the B-side, speaker. The overall color scheme should be blue-toned to suit the winter. Opinion: Kim Yiwol requesting MV production for both the title track and speaker. Even if we have to reduce the resources put into each, this is a point where we must supply as much content as possible to refresh the atmosphere and public opinion within the fandom. Opinion: Kang Keon wishing for a feeling that serves as an extension of flowering and with list. If the narrative is minimal, the visuals should carry strong impact. Under the subheading Overall Concept, there was only one large photo. A photo of a skateboarder against a blue sky. Would you look at that? For just one photo, it carried a lot of information. An outdoor setting where the refreshing sky and vivid natural light stood out. Structures covered in graffiti, a board with fluorescent drawings printed on a black body, and loose-fitting sportswear. It was an idea that required less work because it didn't need a narrative or foreshadowing, yet it could show a colorful screen and possess dynamism. The colors were distinct enough that I could pull out several styling ideas just by looking at the subject matter. Sure enough, the concept art already had the members' outfits set down to the smallest detail. It was all good. It was a style we hadn't tried yet, and it suited the group's image well. However, there was one problem. At least one person has to pull off some extreme shots. Everyone couldn't just ride in a straight line for the full 4 minutes of the MV. Someone had to ride a stair railing like the skater in the video the dedicated team uploaded as reference, or flashy navigate a bowl-shaped set. Fortunately, Spark had a guy perfect for this job. Choi Ji-ho. What? Ever thought about learning skateboarding? Some might say I only made Choi Ji-ho do all the physical work, but that was a misunderstanding. Surprisingly, Choi Ji-ho was the type who enjoyed learning new things. As long as the subject was not formal education. There was a reason this guy never skipped going to action school or drum lessons. In the first place, a person without ambition and persistence couldn't devote themselves to dancing for years. It sounds like fun. Besides, it was a high-activity sport. For Choi Ji-ho, who rarely hit a wall when it came to using his body, making up his mind wouldn't be difficult. I figured I could manage some simple moves too. My stomach ulcer had improved a lot anyway. As expected, modern medicine really is the best. Lee Chong-hyun's arrangement work was in its final stages, and we had already decided how to shoot the speaker music video since the IDC live broadcast planning stage. So let's ask them to find us an instructor. Right now? Why delay work? It'll just shorten our production time. I tagged the dedicated team and wrote that I requested a speedy progression. A thumbs-up emoji appeared with the speed of light. As expected, Choi Ji-ho succeeded in mastering extraordinary feats in a short amount of time. The teacher was so impressed by his talent that he even grew ambitious about him. Keeping the team's center position was no small task. Park Ju-woo was also flying around like crazy. It looked like the board was glued to his feet. Surprisingly, he was the only one among us who already had the basics down. When I asked him how that was possible, Soo Hyung taught me when I was little, was the answer. I only learned the bare minimum of writing. If I'd known it would turn out like this, maybe I should have gone out of the house more often. No, you're the number one among us right now. I learned the importance of early education in a place like this. I decided not to think it was too late and look into how to get a forklift license as quickly as possible to prepare for any eventuality. Jong Songbin was the one who struggled the most. He was flustered, not knowing what to do on the wheeled platform. He said the only wheeled object he had ever controlled himself before was a PC cafe chair. Hyung, you actually have great athletic sense. Kong Keon praised me. It's the result of making the most of limited practice time. My practice time was only half that of the members. It was because I lacked time due to visiting the counselor, the hospital, and the law firm. But since I worked hard whenever I was at practice, at least I wasn't embarrassingly bad. But no intense tricks allowed. That's what I want to say to you, you punk. Throughout the break, Kong Keon and I snapped at each other under the guise of looking after each other's joints and stomachs, saying things like, you should go inside, or Hyung, just lie down and sleep. If Lee Chong-hyun hadn't attempted a reckless shove-it trick and fallen, we probably would have kept arguing until the instructor came back. Meanwhile, there was work that progressed smoothly. For example, the speaker MV shoot. Since my argument that simplicity has its own charm for a band was passed, we decided to capture the band's live performance on a white set with vivid lighting. For this music video, of course, we didn't lazily copy-paste the IDC outfits. The reason the set was built in white in the first place was to show a look opposite to the live broadcast stage. All of Spark transformed into semi-death metal, beginners covered in black and silver. Not literal panda-style corpse paint. Just fashion, within the boundaries of idol style. To give a spoiler, Kong Keon looked genuinely terrifying. I was starting to wonder if giving him that mature vibe buff was really a good idea. Members who finished the MV shoot were scrubbed clean and put in the car. Since the deadline for the season's greetings photo shoot was just around the corner, we had to preserve our skin. Lee Chong-hyun, whose eyes were out of focus but whose skin was glowing, muttered, "Now it really feels like the end of the year is coming. There's still a lot of time before winter." In what way do you mean? At my question, Lee Chong-hyun didn't answer immediately like usual. After a moment of buffering, he stared into space and said, "In the sense that I'm so busy my eyes are spinning." As if in a gesture of empathy, Kong Keon also turned his head toward the window. Go to sleep. Hyung, you too. Even while nagging me, Lee Chonghyun disappeared under a blanket. Once the year-end stages were over, I should wrap that kid in a microfiber blanket and throw him onto an electric-heated mat. One Chahi had been feeling gloomy for the past few days. She was annoyed at the colleagues who casually said, "That idol you like is in big trouble lately." And she was angry at the reporters who took photos she had personally shot and uploaded them to gossip articles about Kim Yiwol without permission. But no one angered her more than Kim Yiwol's family. Those B** stars aren't even human. When a person finds someone they like, they fall in easily. Just hearing that the person ate at the same time you did can feel like luck. If they seem tired, you worry about their expression more than your own fatigue. It's natural to empathize with their life as if it were your own. That was why the fandom sparklers had been riding an emotional roller coaster. People who only encountered the surface-level issues didn't have to go through emotional exhaustion. They'd be shocked briefly, then say good for him once a satisfying outcome appeared. But fans can't do that. When talk of crushing them at the root came out within the fandom, no one meant it in a let them receive the hammer of justice way. Please, let's never be entwined again. Stay out of Kim Yiwol's life forever. Everyone was united with that thought. But a lawsuit wasn't a simple matter that ended in 1 or 2 weeks. Instead, every time it progressed, more painful stories kept surfacing. Seeing news that reporters surrounded Kim Yiwol's original home and that his parents weren't answering despite dozens of calls made her feel refreshed for a moment, but depression soon followed. Every time she lay down to sleep, one shy thought, am I being immaturely over-immersed in an idol? Should I stop fangirling if it's affecting my daily life? Even so, Chai didn't close her account. Although the frequency of checking decreased, she still subscribed to Bubble Pop. She didn't keep up with it every hour, but on weekends, she watched the backlogged self-produced content. She watched all of that strange video, perhaps a content piece tailored for exclusive report, titled A Gathering of 6 Chaebol Men, where they asked what tteokbokki was and casually dipped fried food into sauce. She even chuckled in the middle of it. Whenever she noticed her own contradiction, a popular meme came to mind. It's painful to look at you, but it's lonely not to. The fatigue is growing. However, it's healing to watch you. Love is a crime. One Chahi sighed. Even today, Chahi had finished her preparations to watch the live broadcast of exclusive report. If it gets too stressful while watching, I'll turn it off. She firmly promised herself. As the broadcast began, One Chahi covered herself with a fluffy blanket. In the dark room with the lights off, only the screen of the newly started drama shone brightly. 400, Chapter 400 Aftermath, 2. Cheon Yoon-sung was eventually cornered. Before either Yoon-sung or Ko Soo-jeol could notice, an order was issued by Cheon Kang-hyuk, who had now perfectly established himself as the chairman. Defective products cannot last long. As the short sentence ended, a man in a suit left the chairman's office. A black vehicle stopped in front of a gate in a remote residential area. In a place where it was hard to believe many houses were still occupied, the homeowner, Ko Soo-geum, submissively opened the door for the unexpected visitor. Perhaps submissively was the wrong word. The outsider was pointing a gun equipped with a silencer from behind the front door. Ko Soo-jeol did not resist. As if expecting that reaction, the man didn't even tie him up and simply aimed the gun at his temple. But then Ko Soo-jeol twisted the man's arm and slammed him onto the floor. With a heavy thud, the gun slid across the ground. Despite the noise, not a single light turned on in the houses outside the window. How? The man pinned to the floor widened his eyes, as if he hadn't expected any resistance. Ko Soo-jeol pinned the man's neck down with his arm without answering. Then, a metallic click echoed. As the camera filming Ko Soo-jeol's face slowly panned to the side, it revealed a hand in a black leather glove pointing a gun at Ko Soo-jeol's head. Pointless resistance. You should know that this kind of behavior only reveals a weakness. The sound of trembling breaths could be heard vividly. I'll be sure to tell the young master. That Chief Ko fought hard for his sake. At the threat that they would touch Cheon Yoon-sung's weak point as punishment for resisting, Ko Soo-jeol sneered. The young master will never feel guilt because of me. Do you not realize that your actions now are proof of a special bond between you two? Does anyone in the Chanju group even use the word bond? Ko Soo-jeol's eyes flashed. This is one-sided loyalty. Pity. Guilt. The young master feels none of those things. How can you be so sure? Because I asked him not to. Having lost his friend and once resented everyone, but ultimately choosing Cheon Yunsung's side, the normally calm Ko Soo-yeol flushed red. Because I told him I wouldn't be a weakness, and that I wouldn't resent him even if I died. You asked why I'm doing something pointless. Ko Soo-yeol looked up at the man with bloodshot eyes. What kind of dog stays still when a rat sneaks into the house? Their gazes collided. Ko Soo-yeol gave a small laugh. I have to bite it to death before the master sees it. With a dull thud, Ko Soo-yeol disappeared off-screen. The man who had been pinned down stood up, having thrown the punch at Soo-yeol. The man in leather gloves handed a gun to his companion. As the man turned to leave after telling them to clean it up, he paused. Ko Soo-yeol's hand was gripping the hem of his trousers. He was different from Cheon Yunsung, who had ultimately failed to seize Cheon Kang-hyuk. Looking down at his former colleague, the man snatched the gun back. A gunshot rang out, but the neighborhood remained pitch black. Upon seeing the people who came for him, Cheon Yunsung headed for his bedroom, as if he had prepared for this. A well-maintained hunting rifle ended up in his hands. How ridiculous, that even the owner of the hunting dogs was nothing more than prey. Yunsung's black eyes blinked slowly. No joy could be felt from his lips, which curved into a smile. With movements like a well-choreographed play, Cheon Yunsung placed the muzzle of the gun under his chin. His shoulders rose and fell rhythmically with every breath. He did not tremble. He was as silent as the night view seen from the highest point on Earth. Perhaps because he had moved too far from the ground. He met his end in a world where he didn't have a single person of his own. At the same time, Ham Yizio's phone rang while she slept. Sequential email alerts lit up the room. Checking her email half asleep, Ham Yizio bolted upright. Though her hands shook in disbelief, she ran to her desk and turned on her laptop. Phew! Something between a gasp and a sob escaped her. Unable to even wipe the tears covering her face, Ham Yizio frantically began writing an article. The last email that arrived from Cheon Yunsung shone on the small laptop screen. 3791, Wolkvofji 8354 at. To me. Don't bother taking the time to come. Just have a bowl of yukkajang with your incentive pay. TL note. Yukkajang means funeral soup. The sudden, instinctive feeling that someone you knew had vanished from the world overnight. An unrealistic terror, a helplessness that surpassed it, and sob agony. Ham Yizio, typing and editing while underlining data, dropped her head. Teardrops fell endlessly from the tip of her chin. One Chahi watched Ham Yizio, who had to accept Cheon Yunsung's death, through the screen. So Seong's acting was enough to make viewers immerse themselves. Kim Iwol's background made Cheon Yunsung look like a living person. Maybe that was why. One Chahi cried a lot. She cried until her breath was heavy like Ham Yizio's, pressing tissues against her eyes until the tears soaked through as soon as they flowed. Broadcast and reality were strictly different. Kim Iwol was not Cheon Yunsung, and this was only a well-written story. But the relaxed smile Cheon Yunsung wore was too similar to the usual Kim Iwol, and because she knew Iwol had suffered the same rage and pain that the teenage Yunsung felt. Because Kim Iwol's expression made the viewer sad. Even in a situation pushed to the edge, she couldn't help but think that Kim Iwol might be just as detached. It's all because of the drama. She made excuses, but One Chahi couldn't turn off the screen and sobbed until the drama ended and the commercials came on. This was despite the fact that, since becoming an adult, she could barely remember the last time she had a reason to cry. Some fans admire idols, and some love them. One Chahi thought of Kim Iwol. I hope you do well. I hope you live well, without being hindered by anyone. If they could meet him simply as one human being meeting another, every fan would likely feel the same as One Chahi. The episode where Cheon Yunsung died recorded the highest viewership ratings for exclusive report. The development was highly praised. Cheon Yunsung, who had treated Ham Yizio and Gong Jichon as nuisances, handed over all the data to Yizio just before his death. And Ham Yizio, who was once an enemy but had become a fellow victim, reported the exclusive expos without even having time to mourn Yunsung's death. Much greater than the Best Actress award will definitely go to So Seong. And don't you think Kim Iwol could aim for Best Supporting Actor? He'll definitely be nominated. If Exclusive Report was his first work, he'd be a shoo-in for Rookie of the Year. Such a shame. Much greater than I felt. This episode was especially intense. Manager Ko reveals the hidden narrative at the start. Cheon Yoon-sung, who had a huge presence, dies so simply. Ham Yizeo, who hated Yoon-sung the most, grieves his death the most, attacking the audience with a triple hit. The direction was so good. Cheon Yoon-sung, who survived tenaciously in the Cheonju group to expose it, left without regrets, while Ham Yizeo, who lived a normal life, sobbed while writing the exclusive article. I cried too because Ham Yizeo cried so realistically. I was shocked seeing her wailing, unable to even breathe properly due to a mix of surprise, terror, and rage. Especially since Yoon-sung died like a painting right before that. I wondered why Manager Ko lived in such a rundown neighborhood, but after seeing the theory that it was the house where his dead friend lived, I'm crying like a dog. Much greater than TLQKF. I love you, Ko Sujial. Ku. Chief Ko forever. No, stop being a manager for the Cheonju group. Don't be forever. Ko forever. I was planning to get married to him, but I was widowed immediately. Who is this guy? There are 1 million people who were widowed in a single night right now. Much greater than I feel like my heart will only be at peace once I roll Kim Yiwol up in a microfiber blanket, feed him a warm meal, and lay him down on a heated floor. Yiwol, they say roasted chestnuts are so delicious lately. Throw away all your family, whether in the drama or real life, and just peel roasted chestnuts with Chief Ko. Yoon-sung's end wasn't beautiful, but I'll make sure Yiwol's future is paved only with a flower path. Seriously, I thought our baby was finally living the high life because he was a chaebol in the drama, but why is he so unlucky even here? Crying face. Spark is the only place for Yiwol. Much greater than he turns all the attention he got from his private life into interest for the drama. If the work was boring or the acting was bad, people would have lost interest halfway through or complained about it being noisy because of some unknown celebrity. But this is amazing. In articles where the 40:50 comment ratio is high, there are countless scoldings telling people not to block the path of a young man with a bright future. Kim Yiwol is the idol of the elderly. Crying face. Exactly. In the beginning, most of the civil complaints were to replace the actor. It's amazing how public opinion has shifted this much. Much greater than honestly. I'm King pissed that his family business blew up like this. There's a reason for the word privacy, especially since he didn't want to reveal it. But it's a bit refreshing that Yiwol got so much attention that it became an issue outside the idol world and became known nationwide. If the public didn't know, many of those places would still be doing business normally. It's satisfying that the MeTube company's PPL was cut and the videos they uploaded were taken down early, forcing them to pay penalties. It's also refreshing that the chairperson couldn't even go to work, took sick leave, and was then dismissed at a board meeting she wasn't even at. He won't be 100% at peace, but I hope Yiwol can feel a bit more relaxed. Since it's well known now, I hope he finds his sister quickly too. I think it worked out well if only for the sister's sake. Crying face, at least everyone knows she exists now. If only there aren't stars trying to scam him by claiming to be the sister. UA immediately posted a notice saying there will be no leniency if anyone tries to scam regarding the family matter. Typical of a company that sucks at everything else, but is good at suing. If they're so good at suing, why couldn't they take down the Entertainment Detective Squad videos all this time? Crying face, stars. MeTube doesn't really accept reports, plus they kept using freedom of the press as a shield. It's legendary how they tasted freedom of the press once, found it sweet, and immediately set up Onco. Imagine how much they would have used media play to their own taste if Onco had established itself. But now they're all out of business, right? CK, that feels good. On top of this, producer John, who cherished and supported me, gave his support. Much greater than exclusive report. Yiwol wrote the text for Cheon Yoon-sung's email himself. During the audition, they shared only the early script and part of the position, then gave a task to write the last words Yoon-sung would leave in Scenario X. They said they used what Yiwol submitted exactly as it was. Source is the exclusive report PD's Instagram. Kim Yiwol, the wizard of essay exams. Even though he was actually a CSAT fighter. OMG, crying face. The first comfort he offered to an opponent he'd been fighting with was telling them they didn't have to come to his funeral. That's too much. I only found out about this when I received the script for that episode. I thought they were just trying to gauge my understanding of the character. The writer reportedly liked this answer so much that she modified the scene she had originally written. It seemed the trust gained from that assignment contributed greatly to casting me, who was much younger than the role, and even removing the dragon tattoo. I also received a package to coincide with Cheon Yunsung's final episode. It was a gift from Woo Yoon-jae Sunbinam, who played Chief Ko. As a return for the wine he received on a filming day, he sent 6 boxes of cabbage juice made from cabbages his parents farmed and he harvested himself. Woo Yoon-jae Sunbinam. I heard cabbage is good for the body. It seemed he saw the article Kim Yiwol collapses from gastric ulcer. The way he expressed concern without mentioning it directly was touching. Since he told me to share it with the members, all of us had been consuming 1 pouch a day since then. Shouldn't we also express our gratitude to the Sunbinam? Thanks to you, we all get a share of juice. Jong Songbin pondered. No wonder the kid had been on a nutritional supplement recommendation site since morning. No, I'll handle it. Yu Hyung. Yeah. I spoke while looking at a message I received from Manager Chanyang. Manager Lim Chanyang. Yiwol. A proposal to appear on Off the Story came in. Are you interested? You'd be going on with actor Woo Yoon-jae. Your health comes first, so decide based on your condition. Looks like I'll have a chance to see him again. 401. Chapter 401. A third party's perspective. Off the Story, the variety show I appeared on after In My Office aired. Up until last season, it was centered on content where the cast engaged in specific activities while chatting. However, it recently underwent a major overhaul and transitioned into a simple talk show. Since it really was just sitting down and talking, I figured it wouldn't be difficult and decided to appear. What kind of person is Woo Yoon-jae, the actor appearing with me? To be honest, he was someone I never imagined would agree to a joint appearance. Because he was extremely shy. Like, pathologically so. Some might say he was similar to Park Ju-woo, but the two were strictly different. Park Ju-woo wasn't shy around people. He was wary of unfamiliar change. In fact, even back when I had just entered as a trainee, Park Ju-woo communicated with me pretty well, setting aside the fact that my face apparently intimidated him. Unless he had to greet many people at once or perform on a completely unfamiliar stage, simply greeting someone new didn't affect Park Ju-woo that much. Woo Yoon-jae, on the other hand, wouldn't even make eye contact with me unless the cameras were rolling. Especially at the beginning, we couldn't even exchange greetings when arriving or leaving work. He would stay in his car until right before filming started, and once it ended, he'd vanish as if he were never there. At first I thought he might be uncomfortable with me, but that wasn't it. You can tell immediately when someone dislikes you. But Woo Yoon-jae was. You worked hard. Ah yes. Simply very shy? The first time he greeted me was around episode 5, and he said it while looking at the ground. Feeling that approaching him actively would only make him more uncomfortable, I only greeted him from a proper distance from then on. I didn't even attempt small talk. He would talk to me a little about the script, so we really only ever discussed acting. Naturally, his variety show appearances could be counted on one hand. In videos from his rookie days 10 years ago, he looked like a baby rabbit trembling on a windy balcony. That Woo Yoon-jae, appearing with me? It was surprising that I could tell he cared about me from the cabbage juice he had sent before, but I didn't expect him to make such a big decision. While wondering what kind of behind-the-scenes stories I should tell if the topic came up, a car pulled into the parking lot. Woo Yoon-jae stepped out of the driver's seat. Hello, Sunbinam. I lowered my decibel level by about half compared to my usual energetic greeting. He hesitated for a moment before giving a deep, polite bow. As we waited for the signal to enter the building, he was the first to strike up a conversation. You've lost a lot of weight. I'm managing myself because we're preparing for a comeback. Is it noticeable? Yes. Really? I was worried, so that's a relief. I wrapped up the topic to allow him to end the conversation and rest if needed. But he didn't stop the story there. You should take care of your health while working. A warm bit of consideration returned. The MC was a really good person too. I had a feeling it would be an enjoyable shoot. Once we got the signal that we could enter, Woo Yoon-jae and I headed down the stairs to the basement. Opening the closed iron door revealed a sophisticated bar. Let's welcome today's guests, Woo Yoon-jae and Kim Yiwol. The MC gave a bright, energetic introduction. We entered to the applause of the production staff. But if the location is a bar, do I have to drink? Alcohol is the enemy of gastric ulcers. Cold sweat ran down my back. I was smiling on the outside, but crying on the inside. First of all, as the host who invited these guests, I must offer you something to drink. The MC reached under the bar and pulled out a tall bottle. A familiar label immediately caught my eye. Huh. Mr. Yiwol, you know this drink, right? Why was the wine I distributed on the exclusive report set here? It's not a hard wine to find, but of all the drinks out there, how? Surprised, I looked to my side and saw Woo Yoon-jae smiling. I heard this is the drink Mr. Yiwol gave to the cast and crew of exclusive report. It's a non-alcoholic drink, right? That's right. I didn't expect to see it here again. Our background is a bar, but we aren't a show that promotes drinking. This is non-alcoholic. Let me emphasize that once more. The MC pointed his palm at the non-alcohol part of the label for emphasis. Actually, we asked Mr. Yoon-jae in advance. We asked what kind of drink he'd like to have while chatting, and he mentioned this wine. It's delicious. Oh, have you already tried it, Mr. Yoon-jae? Yes, while watching our drama. Apparently, while Chief Ko and Cheon Yoon-sung were having their wine party in the drama, Woo Yoon-jae was also enjoying the wine at home. That was a very atmospheric way to monitor a show. I just watched it in bed with my earphones in. Speaking of exclusive report, it's the talk of the town these days. Did you two expect this level of popularity? I didn't expect this much. The script was so good that I was certain it would get attention, but I didn't expect it to show this much buzz starting from episode 1. Mr. Yiwol, you really didn't expect it? I'm serious. The MC, who had gone to see the fortune teller with me, teased. If I could predict things like that, I'd be running around as a drama investor by now. After chatting about the drama for a while, the topic returned to the wine. Is there a reason you chose red wine as a gift? The biggest reason was that it's a drink Cheon Yoon-sung frequently has. I chose a non-alcoholic one because there might be people who can't drink. The recipients must have really liked it. They posted so many proof shots. I also got messages saying they enjoyed it. It was a small gesture compared to what I received on set. Yoon-jae Sunbeam even sent me a separate gift after filming ended. Really? What did Mr. Yoon-jae send you? On the day the final episode featuring Cheon Yoon-sung and Chief Ko aired, he sent cabbage juice. Cabbage juice. 6 boxes, no less. You sent 6 boxes of cabbage juice. The MC looked at Woo Yoon-jae with a shocked expression. Yoon-jae's ears turned beet red. There's a story behind that. Yes, please tell us. I'm so curious about the reason. It's a bit long. Is it okay if I tell the whole thing? Oh, of course. Woo Yoon-jae began to speak while rubbing the back of his neck. Actually, Mr. Yiwol is really kind. He takes such good care of people on set. I'm very shy, so I don't have many actor friends, but Mr. Yiwol always looked out for me from a consistent distance. That's when I thought, he's being considerate of me. He's a warm person. Ms. Ha Seah-myung said something similar, that he's the busiest and the most talkative person on set. That's true, but with me, he always kept just the right distance. At first, I thought he felt uncomfortable because I, as the senior, wasn't taking good care of him, and I felt bad about that. But later I realized he was waiting for me in a way that wouldn't burden me. I was both grateful and embarrassed, and that led to the cabbage juice. I felt I absolutely had to return the favor when I received the wine. I racked my brain trying to figure out what young people like these days. You racked your brain? There's a generation gap between us. I wondered if the gap was that big, but purely by age, it was a 16-year difference. Unintentionally, I'd given my senior a massive headache. If he'd known my inner ego was in its 30s, he wouldn't have worried about that. What a shame. I went home thinking about what to send and opened the shopping bag, and besides the wine, there was also a cheese gift set inside. A cheese platter? Yes, a size fit for a home party. So I thought, did he give me this to eat together with someone? Then I looked at SNS and saw that. The paired snacks in every proof shot were different. Wait, was it customized to individual tastes? It was written on the Sunbeam's profile. I overheard other people's tastes here and there while passing by. After seeing that, I was so conflicted. He put this much thought into it, so I couldn't just give anything. I understand that feeling. Woo Yoon-jae nodded vigorously at the MC's agreement. I had no idea he had noticed those details. I debated for a long time what on earth to give, and then I heard your stomach wasn't doing well recently, so I must give him cabbage juice. Yes, because health is the most important thing. And apparently you harvested the cabbages yourself? You did it yourself? My family farms, so I harvested them and watched the juicing process to make sure they didn't dilute it with water. I couldn't even find the words to respond to such a heartfelt gift. It was affection I had never imagined. That's incredible dedication. How many cabbages do you need to harvest to make 6 boxes of juice? A lot, but I wanted to give enough for the members too, so I matched the number of people. To match the Spark members? It'd be cold-hearted to only give it to one person. Spark would have happily shared even a single box of cabbage juice. That was the kind of atmosphere we had. But the fact that he intentionally prepared them for everyone was something I could only feel grateful for. Yoonjae Sunbeam was also really worried about my health earlier when we met upstairs. He said I'd lost weight. It's true, you lost weight, Mr. Yiwol. Even when snacks are brought into the waiting room, Mr. Yiwol doesn't eat any of them. After emotionally draining acting scenes, people usually feel their blood sugar drop and eat something. Watching him from the side, his willpower is really strong. Woo Yoon-jae spoke while lightly patting my thigh with his palm. For me, just acting alone is already difficult. In contrast, Mr. Yiwol is multi-talented. He's good at acting, people around him praise his idol work a lot, and he's a good person too. I felt so embarrassed that I wanted to hide somewhere. But Woo Yoon-jae pushed on with what he wanted to say. Because he is this kind of person, I think that's why Ko Soo-jeol was so devoted to the young master. That's what I've been thinking from the day of the script reading until now. If this had been an idol's self-produced content, that line would probably be marked as most replayed moment. It was the kind of quote viewers would remember. At the very least, I think I'll remember the Chief's praise for a very long time. 402. Chapter 402. A Time for Reflection 1. I didn't end up drinking the non-alcoholic wine. As it turned out, the wine was a drink for Woo Yoon-jae, and there was a separate one for me. Mr. Yoon-jae personally picked out the drink for you in advance, Mr. Yiwol. Really? The drink I received was sangwacha. TL note. Sangwacha is a traditional medicinal tea. He said he originally wanted to brew sanghwatang, but since the broth can be polarizing, he settled on this. TL note. Sanghwatang is the medicinal broth version. I love both tea and broth. Fearing that Yoon-jae might actually go as far as visiting an Oriental medicine clinic for me, I diligently drank it all right there. After answering a few more questions, the shoot ended. Woo Yoon-jae bowed so deeply his waist practically folded in half, then drove off in his own car. It can't be easy driving around without a manager. He's impressive. Watching the license plate grow smaller, the MC said that with admiration. Then, I'll be heading out too. The production crew and MC could only wrap up once the guests had left. As I tried to make a quick exit, the MC caught me. Mr. Yiwol, do you have a schedule after this? No, I don't. Do you think I don't know you're the type to say no even if you have one? Can you give me just 10 minutes? I asked for my manager's understanding and got into the MC's car. Even though it was a celebrity van just like ours, the amount of luggage inside was completely different since he rode alone. After confirming the doors were shut, the MC lowered his voice. How is your body feeling? Pardon, was this something that needed to be asked so secretly? I'm perfectly fine. I've been resting well lately. I haven't even gone on any broadcasts other than Off the Story. Is that so? The tone was full of doubt. I wondered if my secret technique, appeal to sincerity, had gotten rusty after only a few days of rest, but then an unexpected name popped up. Do you remember the shaman we met at the fortune-telling place during our first recording together? Of course. To summarize the story that followed, after the previous shaman episode ended, the MC had sent a thank you text to the shaman for accepting the sudden reservation. The shaman, perhaps concerned about the MC who had shed tears during the recording, had offered words of encouragement. This led to the two of them keeping in touch occasionally. You two are the same age? A unique friendship had blossomed between the shaman, who had been cut off from most human relationships after receiving her divine calling, and the MC, who had endured many hardships in the entertainment industry. It turned out that Off the Story's overhaul into its current format was also thanks to the shaman's advice that he could trust in his own strengths. The rave reviews for Season 2 proved that high-quality content could be produced through talk alone. The other day, she texted me asking, "You have a meeting with Kim Yiwol soon, don't you? Huh? She said you appeared in her dream recently. Do you remember when we looked at your fortune? She said she couldn't see your face clearly. I did. That was how my nickname became something like Undead Grim Reaper Cool Water. She said a dark energy was almost covering your entire body, making your form hard to see. She didn't contact you first because some people feel uncomfortable hearing bad predictions directly. So she heard bad news and got worried. And then she saw me collapse after shaking the entertainment world with my personal scandal. I understood why the MC was going out of his way to tell me this. I guess she correctly predicted the gastric ulcer. We didn't announce it specifically, but I almost needed surgery. If I tried to act overly tough, I might end up looking like some tragic heroine pretending to be brave despite hardship. To prevent his imagination from wandering into darker territory, I emphasized that it was true my condition was bad enough for the shaman to warn me, but I'm okay now. Fortunately, the MC believed me. You have to take care of your health. No matter what you do, your body is your greatest asset. Got it. I received well wishes and some red ginseng. Thanks to that, I stepped out of the car with my hands full. My phone was filled with messages I hadn't seen during the recording. As I replied to them one by one in the car, only the last text remained. Gu. Jahan Sunbeam. So the promo you're doing is with Woo Yoon Jae? Why him? Me. Because he was my partner role. Gu Jahan Sunbeam. Does that even make sense when your levels of buzz are different? You think a supporting role is the same as a co-lead? Apparently, he had even read the press releases. He clearly doesn't like it. Gu Jahan had changed a lot. He no longer swore or threw tantrums. However, that change was limited to a very small number of people. Gu Jahan Sunbeam. What a ridiculous situation. There are so many insane people. Gu Jahan's essence hadn't changed much. He just didn't speak harshly to me or Hasia Myong and had become a bit kinder to the managers. This was the reason I avoided becoming closer to him than necessary. Gu Jahan Sunbeam. Woo Yoon Jae probably barely said a word and just rode your coattails. Are you a pushover? Doing favors for others like that. Everything Gu Jahan said was for my sake. But a person who is kind only to me while treating others coldly reminds me of someone. Me. Sunbeam. I couldn't hold back and sent the message. A long wall of text quickly filled the chat. I knew well the heart of a senior worrying about a much younger junior. I also knew how much a person who wasn't like that must have deliberated and tried in order to show kindness. But that was exactly why it was painful. That I was treated well while others were still looked down on. That I had to watch people who did nothing wrong be casually disregarded. None of us, including me, should have our humanity disrespected. Me. I realize you might not understand this difference. Even if it sounds like I'm lecturing you, I have nothing to say in my defense. But if we truly disagree on this, it may be difficult for our relationship to last. I expected a reply asking if I was lecturing him. I prepared myself to see a sentence that didn't hide his displeasure, like, "Are you telling me to go around apologizing?" But the reply that arrived was short. Gu Jahan Sunbeam. Fine. Sigh. A deep sigh escaped from my chest. My manager asked what was wrong, but I couldn't give an answer. Why the long face? Kong Keon asked as soon as he saw me return. Because my conscience feels guilty. One of Keon's eyebrows twitched upward. His brow didn't relax until I told him it was a joke. My heart felt heavy even while I showered. Gu Jahan's last message kept floating around in my head. I said something I didn't need to say. Pointing out objectively wrong behavior was fine. If you left it alone, they'd just do it again. But personal values were different. No one had the right to casually criticize how someone else lived their life. Only the person themselves knew what shaped those beliefs. I shouldn't have been so impulsive. Even after standing under hot water for 10 minutes, the gloomy mood didn't wash away. Maybe my depression was oil-soluble. TL note: when a product or ingredient is oil-soluble, it means it dissolves in fats and oils, not water. I sat on the bed with a towel over my head when Jong Songbin called me. Did something happen? No. What? Because Keon is worried about you. That little chatterbox. He already snitched to the leader. I told him it was a joke. Why didn't he believe me? Because you're usually such a serious person. I couldn't bring myself to meet Jong Songbin's eyes as he casually replied. I pretended not to hear and lay face down on the bed. Jong Songbin was silent for a long time, then got up, saying he'd turn off the light if I was going to sleep. After that, both of us just lay there in silence. I stared blankly at the ceiling and finally opened my mouth. Songbin, are you asleep? No. I hadn't expected an answer. Why aren't you sleeping? It's only been 5 minutes since I laid down. Only that long. It was true. I couldn't believe it. If you have something you want to say, go ahead. Jang Songbin said in a soft voice, lying perfectly still with his eyes closed. I didn't want to burden a guy who was already busy with group affairs with my petty worries. In the first place, it was an immature thing to do. I should be someone he could lean on, not the other way around. But, maybe it was because my chest felt so tight. Actually, I think I made a mistake today. The story poured out. Jang Songbin waited patiently until my rambling was finished. I snapped at Gujahan Sunbeam. I thought his behavior was wrong. He seemed pissed. It wasn't a good thing to do, and I felt a little regretful. I should have just kept my mouth shut. That was the summary of what I told Jang Songbin. Even after hearing my confession, he was silent for a while. Are you asleep? I'm not. He was so motionless I thought he'd drifted off. I almost felt a bit sad. Hyung. Yeah. What do you think was the fundamental reason you pointed that out to the Sunbeam? Perhaps thinking it might sound presumptuous, Jang Songbin's voice trailed off. But the core of the question was elsewhere. Fundamental reason? You aren't the type to bluntly tell someone they're wrong regarding their behavior. You either endure, try to understand, or try to persuade, one of the three. If it's someone you'll see for a long time, you usually try to persuade them. His pronunciation was clear and distinct, showing he had been thinking, not sleeping. Moreover, he's your senior. There's no way you did it just out of a sudden temper. There must be a reason. If those words slipped out without you even realizing it, I think it might be because you're mentally unstable right now. His trust in his member was not just solid, but impenetrable. What if I just got cocky and arrogant? Why are you taking my side so blindly? As if that could happen. You never know with people. Haven't you heard the saying that you can know the depth of water, but not the heart of a man? Hyung, which do you think is more realistic? The end of the world, or Juwoo starting to hate rock? Obviously the former. Wait, I feel like I've heard a similar question from Choi Jiho before. Jang Songbin chuckled, a smile full of confidence that his point had been made. Feeling like I'd lost, I turned my back to him. Humans are such complex creatures. Especially how we want to hide certain things, yet keeping secrets isn't entirely comfortable, so we end up looking for someone to share them with. I do feel a sense of guilt for falsely accusing my parents of trying to strangle me. Knowing that I committed an unethical act, I ended up taking my frustration out on the wrong person. 403, Chapter 403, A Time for Reflection, 2. The system didn't tolerate me engaging in improper conduct. Even if it was to carry out a KPI, every action must be done within ethical boundaries. There were no particular sanctions regarding this recent media play. This was likely because I didn't tell a direct lie. I simply created a situation that looked that way, and I never dragged the incident into court. Even so, it was true that I made it look as if they had committed assault in the meeting room. And afterward, I didn't correct the distorted reports either. We both ended up in positions where we couldn't really claim the moral high ground. How pathetic, Kim Yiwol. Getting a guilty conscience after doing something wrong, and then picking a fight with an innocent bystander. Who are you to lecture anyone about character? I was so obsessed with the thought that this was my chance to cut them off for good that I did something I shouldn't have. Even after being so stressed by rumors myself. There's no way I could act just like those people and still live comfortably. And yet after all that, I told you I'd stop thinking about these things. I'm a hypocrite. I spat out my true feelings as if vomiting them up and closed my eyes. I waited until Jang Songbin delivered his verdict. However, Jang Songbin was quiet. It was only after a very long time that he finally spoke. A long time ago, when I was a trainee, Jang Songbin said softly. Jang Junhoo Sunbeam told me that my vocal tone wasn't mainstream, and that people would get tired of it quickly. It must be a name he hated to even say aloud, yet Jang Songbin sounded fairly calm. His voice didn't tremble. For a really long time, almost every day until Jiho Hyung came. That's why just having Jiho Hyung around makes me feel reassured and grateful, but that's aside from the current point. Hearing things like that over and over makes a person lose confidence. I remembered the Jang Songbin I met right after my regression. That shadowed face devoid of any confidence was still vivid in my mind. It was hard. I wanted to quit. Everything. It wasn't just a question of whether to continue as an idle trainee. It was singing, working, building new relationships with strangers, everything necessary for living. Then, like a miracle, I got an apology and we stopped being involved with each other. Then I got to sing First Step. When I told Jang Songbin that I would get permission from Jang Junho to release a cover of that song, Jang Songbin certainly expected him to refuse. I hadn't told Jang Songbin everything that was said in that meeting room with Jang Junho, but Jang Songbin had realized it. He knew that Jang Junho hadn't given permission out of the goodness of his heart. Because you are such an upright person, Hyung, you feel guilty for framing your family. I wasn't exactly comfortable either, since it ended up looking like I was threatening a senior by holding his weakness. Jang Songbin took a small breath. On the other hand, what other way was there to get an apology that would actually bring peace? There was none. I couldn't. Answer. Taking away the original singer's image from the song Jang Junho cherished most was the greatest revenge I could think of at the time. Against a senior with far more experience, and in a situation where we belonged to the same company. So even involving the agency was difficult. It was the best I could do. I think it's cruel to call the only remaining option a choice when someone is backed into a corner. There were no other choices. I recalled the recent days when I felt hopeless because I couldn't see a breakthrough. The memory of desperately searching for a way to escape a situation while standing on a cliff with no place to retreat still felt like it happened yesterday. Unless someone has gone through the exact same thing, no one can criticize you for this, Hyung. They don't have the right. Is that so? Only the individual knows the events that shaped their beliefs. I knew this in my head. I'd even been thinking that just a moment ago. That was why I had reflected on how I shouldn't have spoken so recklessly to Gu Jahan. No matter how the trial turns out, nothing can fully compensate for the wounds you've received. I hope you don't add more wounds to yourself on top of that. It would be so unfair if you ended up thinking exactly the way the perpetrators want you to. Just do as you told me you would. If you hate them, resent them as much as you hate them. If anyone calls you a hypocrite, it's right to distance yourself from them using this as an excuse. Because someone who truly treasures you couldn't possibly say that. Jang Songbin's words were etched into my mind. Just as Jang Songbin's decision to quit being a trainee hadn't actually stemmed from his own will and judgment, was my obsession with being flawless in my relationship with those two people, and my thought that I had misled people into thinking they were bad people through lies, truly my own opinion? A hollow laugh escaped me. Gaslighting, experiencing it firsthand, its influence was truly powerful. Even though I was the one who had advised Park Ju-woo that it was better to listen to the people who give advice for his sake. Our leader is really scary. He can see 1,000 miles away even while lying in bed. Is that so? Jang Songbin laughed. I praised Counselor of the Day Jang Songbin's efforts to the moon, telling him how reliable it was to have a leader like him. The next morning, the dorm was in chaos over the issue of Kim Iwol's guilt outbreak. Unconditional praise and taking his side required. This happened because Jang Songbin asked me to repeat what I said yesterday while we were eating breakfast. I'll say it again. Our leader is truly scary. It would be one thing if you went to court and testified that you were choked in that room. But you announced that you wouldn't make it an issue because neither side had proof of being hit, and you didn't actually file additional charges. Lee Chong-hyun was practically in a frenzy. He slammed his fist on the dining table and shouted. Even the lawyer said it was worth filing a complaint just for adding pressure, even if it ended in non-indictment. It wouldn't have increased their punishment anyway. So why does it bother you so much? Is it a problem that you gained a few more supporters? The other side is throwing trash in the middle of the match. All right, let's just eat. How can food go down right now? The manic Lee Chong-hyun was only silenced when Choi Ji-ho said, if you aren't going to eat, I'll eat yours. I'm not saying I don't understand how you feel, Hyung, but at least about this, I hope you don't blame yourself. Think about your hate comment file. How many of the comments in there were actually reasonable? What's a hate comment file? At Park Ju-woo's question, the utensils in Mai and Kang Ki-yeon's hands stopped in midair. Jang Songbin's clear eyes turned toward the two of us. In an instant, Ki-yeon and I were on the verge of having to write a reflection letter titled, I will unconditionally share with the members if I feel a hate comment has merit, and I will not keep secrets from the members. Fortunately, after staring at us silently, Jang Songbin let us off with a sigh, and we managed to escape the crisis by making a pinky promise. Lee Chong-hyun, who had successfully defended his rice bowl from Choi Ji-ho, completed his song work faithfully on schedule. Choi Ji-ho, the proactive guy who knew how to scoop more rice from the cooker when needed, mastered advanced skateboarding skills. Everyone finished their preparations for the comeback. To secure as much promotion time as possible, we drastically shortened the teaser period. At this rate, instead of pre-promotion, we'd practically start promotions right when the song was released. Well, we took the risk because we had something to rely on. Because the trial was still ongoing, every minor move Spark made was being reported in the news. As the members' variety show appearances increased, there was plenty of room to slip in a word of promotion about the comeback. Above all, much greater than Lee Chong-hyun's Insta is literally a collection of every trend. Who else but Lee Chong-hyun can cover themselves from head to toe in ambassador products? I've seen people post outfits with one or two brands, but he posted them all at once. Usually, he wears each brand separately or takes photos one by one to make separate posts wearing them all together as casual wear. Isn't that totally the good thing plus good thing equals super good thing mindset? It looks pretty without being too much. As expected, you need basic fashion sense to back it up. Much greater than OMG Lee Chong-hyun changed his bubble pop nickname to Cute Pretty Visual R to Chong-hyun. Is it because he ranked second in brand reputation? What are we going to do with this hyperactive puppy? I'm so proud of our Magne for hitting second in brand reputation in his second year since debut. Crying face. Lee Chong-hyun pulled off the feat of landing 5 additional advertisements in the second half of this year alone. Thanks to that, every time he posted something on SNS, tiny articles like Muse of Brand, Lee Chong-hyun, give surprise spoiler ahead of comeback poured out. Since we'd already gained enough benefit from the ripple effect alone, I told him it was fine whether he promoted the group at ad shoots or not. Nevertheless, Chong-hyun made a fuss about wearing a handmade headband to a red carpet event. I had no choice but to allow him just one phrase. Please look forward to Spark's comeback. Everyone worked day and night, and before we knew it, the comeback was right around the corner. Park Ju-woo had even circled the date on the calendar as if he had been waiting for it. Guys, after today, we probably won't get much rest until the comeback and promotions are over. So go straight to sleep the moment we get back. At Manager Chan-young's warning, which sounded more like a threat, everyone washed up and crawled into bed as soon as we arrived at the dorm. Except for me. Since they said there would be no personal time for a while due to the heavy workload, there was something I had to check in advance. Just how much time do I have left? There was 25% left before the synchronization rate was full. The shaman had only recently said he sensed danger from me. There clearly wasn't much time. The system not rushing the concert meant the current schedule was reasonable. If I'd been lagging, I would have already heard that Assistant Manager Kim is lazy. The window for the final KPI to appear was clearly defined, the moment when there was a chance to nullify my sister's accident. Once that time passed, the KPI would become meaningless. Since the time I lost my sister was in my late 20s, some might say I could just calculate the number of KPIs that would appear until then and knock them out, but the synchronization rate is filling up too fast. The road ahead was long, yet my body was wearing down too quickly. It was just like how, in the beginning, I moved up the debut schedule and 10,000 accidents rushed in at once. Even so, if you're assigning someone a project, at least tell them the final deadline. I opened a system menu that had recently been unlocked. System, subordinate, is being notified of the penalty for breach of confidentiality. Internal regulation violation. Breach of confidentiality. Failure to meet deadlines. I opened the function that had been activated because my resume's self-PR score had reached the 20-point maximum due to the series of events. Failure to meet deadlines. 404. Chapter 404. Standard contract. Based solely on the name failure to meet deadlines, you'd think this feature should have unlocked when my attendance record was perfect. But when my attendance actually was top tier, the system gave me the negative emotion recognition adjustment rate. Trying to intuitively understand the system's standards was clearly pointless. I should just focus on the significance of finally being able to check the expiration date of this slave contract that the system had kept hidden all this time. System, the failure to meet delivery deadlines clause is notified to the subordinate. The subordinate has an obligation to faithfully perform their duties in accordance with the delivery deadlines specified by the superior. The delivery deadline is designated by the superior based on the performance of the subordinate, and the subordinate may not raise any objections to the determined deadline. Failure to comply with the deadline will result in the final KPI being considered a failure. Sentences that looked like they belonged in a textbook case of toxic contract clauses seared into my eyes. Just because I'm the only employee, I've been worked to the bone without a single day of annual leave, and now I don't even have the right to speak? What a filthy society. Obviously, superior should notify subordinate of the deadline, right? As I waited with my arms crossed, the scheduler appeared. I hadn't seen it in ages, not since I used it diligently back when I was a trainee. As always, the pages flipped rapidly before my eyes. It ended much faster than I expected. Once the scheduler stopped, I checked the year first. February, for years from now. The date was the debut anniversary? The 19th. It was Spark's 5th anniversary. By then, I would be 26. Just as I feared, the time frame wasn't nearly as generous as it had been before the regression. Why exactly 5 years? Isn't 7 years the standard for an idle contract? Does it really not matter if I quit being an idle once I achieve the KPI? Just as my head was about to fill with question marks, the system appeared. System, work instructions from Superior have arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim. You didn't check your contract period properly, did you? Oh, I didn't explain it to you? Is that so? Sorry, but it's not that important anyway. It's fine, right? What kind of bullshit asterisk T is that? Are you trying to get sued for contract invalidation? But wait, did I sign a new contract when I debuted with Spark? The trainee contract must have been signed before my regression. I clearly remembered struggling like crazy to debut, but I couldn't recall whether I'd actually signed the formal contract afterward. Was it because I was so distracted by the Yohansu incident? In life, the only thing you can truly trust is a contract. I hurriedly rummaged through my suitcase. It should be in the folder of documents I organized during debut preparations. UA isn't the kind of company that runs contract scams. I flipped past various documents, including one titled Objection to Winter Boy, until a document with a familiar layout appeared. Article 3, Contract Period, etc. The contract period for this agreement shall be from February 19th, 20XX, to February 18th, 20XX, 5 years. The contract period was 5 years. It was a significant difference from the 7-year contract Spark had signed in the past. The standard contract and 7-year rule had originally been created because entertainment companies used to keep idols tied down indefinitely. It had been a long time since companies were no longer allowed to keep idols for more than 7 years. Because of that, every company tried to hold on to idols for as long as possible. But the period was shortened by 2 years. It would be strange if only I, the last to join, had a 5-year contract, and it would be equally strange if everyone had a 5-year contract. Either way, it wasn't a normal case. That didn't mean I had zero suspicions. In fact, there was exactly one plausible hypothesis. The phrase saying superior sets the deadline based on subordinate's performance. And considering my past record, where a penalty occurred because I moved up the debut date, they judged that giving me a full 7 years would be unfair. UB asterisk starred. You wouldn't even give up a single bit of cache data if you were squeezed. Relentless, absolutely relentless. I reread the unfamiliar document that clearly bore my name in neat print. From beginning to end, it was a perfectly legitimate contract. Looking at this 5-year temporary contract document, a hollow laugh escaped me. Counting from my trainee days, I have about half the time left. It took 1 year after returning to the past to debut. By the end of this year, it will have been almost 2 years since I started promoting as Spark, and there were at most 3 years and a few months left until the KPI was over. I couldn't tell if I should be happy that the end was closer than I thought. I reorganized the contract and tucked it away while thinking. The personnel disadvantage the system mentioned for failing the final KPI definitely included a forced reemployment at the Hampyong industry. Because I was just thinking of my sister, I'd never carefully examined that condition, but seeing how the system could even pull off snatching someone's contract, it didn't seem impossible. I should understand it as, if I don't achieve the final KPI by the contract expiration date, my life as a Spark member ends and I am forced to go to the Hampyong industry. That would explain the job transfer restriction clause. In that case, I'd be naturally released from Spark. Just like before, Spark would return to being a 5-member group, and Kim Yiwol would join the company as a rookie employee around the same age as in the original timeline, all while having lost his sister. The system definitely had perfectionist tendencies. It hated when things deviated from the original course of events. Yet after resetting about a third of someone's life, it still prepared a way to restore everything to its previous state. I would have to think more about why the synchronization and KPI progress rates didn't move together, though. If the KPI was the main quest, maybe synchronization was more like side content. At least it won't kill me. If I failed the mission due to some accident or incident, given the system's personality, it would likely send me to the Hampyeong industry even if I were half dead, rather than letting me die cleanly without a penalty. Since things have come to this, couldn't it lower the synchronization rate? How am I supposed to live anxiously with only 25% remaining when my work period still has so much time left? But at least what I had to do was clear. Just like always. Fine, let's see how many KPIs are left. You better know that even a contract worker deserves severance pay. Have 6 years worth of severance pay ready for me. The Keist's nephew shot another ad. That kid is everywhere lately. Didn't he just shoot something else recently? Conversations buzzed around. Before the lecture began, the mentioned Keist's nephew referred to Lee Chong-hyun. Lee Soo-hoon guessed that since Chong-hyun wasn't a student himself and only had family ties here, that nickname had stuck. Ironically, Lee Soo-hoon had seen more ads featuring strangers than those featuring his own younger brother. After opening a clothing link a senior had sent asking which outfit looked better, Lee Soo-hoon kept encountering the same exotic-looking man in internet articles. The most recent one he saw was an advertisement for the industry-leading adult English education company. The person he met on the day of the festival. The man who'd been about a palm taller than him still had that pale face. His large black eyes hadn't changed either. Only his hair color had. The cold aura Lee Soo-hoon had felt when seeing him in person was nowhere to be found. He felt a sense of dissonance seeing the man smiling brightly on the monitor. Is he good at English? Lee Chong-hyun was the best at academic English among the peers Lee Soo-hoon knew. That was why it was a bit puzzling that the pale-faced man, rather than Lee Chong-hyun, was shooting an English Academy ad. Anyway, the important point was that Lee Chong-hyun's ads rarely caught Lee Soo-hoon's eye. Everything Lee Chong-hyun promoted had unfamiliar names. Those strange brands didn't stay long in Soo-hoon's memory. For the first time, Lee Soo-hoon felt like he might be on the slower side. There's no face quite like Lee Chong-hyun's. How much does he make shooting that many ads? I heard he composes music, too. He's probably raking in money. Is the advertising fee for celebrities really that high? Just the equipment in the laboratory students commuted to cost anywhere from thousands to hundreds of millions. The research funding invested in various projects wasn't small either. Lee Soo-hoon couldn't imagine the kind of money that would shock his classmates. Unless it's a globally trending pop song, how much copyright money could a song that briefly appears and disappears really earn? Considering that he had come all the way to Daejeon just to sing a few songs at a festival, he clearly wasn't making that much money. Even so, he must be growing, as the news of the nephew that used to reach Lee Soo-hoon once a week was becoming more frequent. From once every 5 days to once every 3 days. Then, it reached today. Spark has a new song out. Is their company broke or something? Why are they working those kids like cattle? I don't know. I heard they had 5 comebacks last year. Is Speaker the title? That one did well. I think it's a B-side. They must have a lot of songs. The supply never runs out. Lee Soo-hoon felt a bit uneasy. Companies usually cut spending when they had no money. So just how broke was that company to keep releasing new songs while still paying? For production costs? It didn't make sense. After attending all his lectures, leaving the lab, and finishing his assignments, Lee Soo-hoon closed his notebook. Then, he picked up his phone, which he had kept on airplane mode for his sleep schedule. SPARC. He searched the 3 syllables of the group name, and a 4-minute video appeared at the top. It had been uploaded 8 hours ago. To realize that this video was the music video for the new song, Lee Soo-hoon had to pass through 3 previous MVs, 1 highlight medley, and 2 strange news videos with AI voices. Much greater than Spark, Hideout official MV. On a background of a concrete wall covered in various drawings and graffiti, where 1 block was missing, the word Hideout was written in white. 405. Chapter 405, Style Change 1. The The sound of wheels rolling over asphalt rang out. No need for a map. Someone appeared on the screen riding a black skateboard. A broad back cut across the road. Meeting by chance. And becoming friends. That's how you and I began. As the man on the blackboard passed, a red-haired boy sitting by the roadside came into view. White socks pulled up to his ankles, and flashy sneakers with thick cushioning stood out. I believe in the destiny. That you proved. Another person rode a board along a tree-lined path in a wide park. At first, only legs wearing shorts were visible, but soon his whole body appeared, topped with soft, cotton doll-like lime green hair. The board slid along the rail of a wooden deck. Whatever you want. To you, who dove right in. I'll give you everything. The background shifted to a cement wall and floor covered in graffiti. All 6 members appeared together. Lee Soo-hoon was able to find Lee Chong-hyun immediately. Lee Chong-hyun had a unique look, with green mixed into the middle of his ambiguously blue hair. His clothes looked like rags. His style was exactly like that of a classmate who claimed to buy clothes at vintage shops. The t-shirt printed with all sorts of things, including cats and pies, paired with faded gray jeans, made Lee Soo-hoon think many things. The red-haired one, on the other hand, appeared in new clothes. Instead of neon sneakers, he wore a white hoodie and long, wide pants, with a yellow belt that hung lower than his shorts. Chong-hyun must have other outfits, too. Lee Soo-hoon chose to take comfort in that thought. The sound of wheels scraping was heard again. Lee Chong-hyun was caught on screen tilting his board and pulling off a flashy 360-degree spin. There were paint smudges on his face. Just as Lee Soo-hoon expected, his clothes had changed. He was in a pair of well-fitting denim overalls. The splashes of various colors of paint weren't great, but it was still better than the earlier outfit with the short-sleeved shirt and arm covers. The rap was too fast for Lee Soo-hoon to understand. Do people really grow their hair out like that? As Lee Chong-hyun danced, the hair covering the nape of his neck fluttered in the wind. A refreshing, wide smile filled the screen. The memories are right here. Next up was a fair-skinned person. Lee Soo-hoon almost didn't recognize him because his hair was dyed a deep pink. Wearing black latex gloves, he was diligently spraying paint onto a board. The scent of winter. The warmth of the sunlight. I know you gave them to me. Lee Soo-hoon finally figured out the name of this man, who kept catching his eye. According to the search bar, this person was Kim Yiwol. As if trying to draw a new design on the board, Kim Yiwol applied masking tape to areas where the spray shouldn't touch. The long strip of yellow masking tape Yiwol tore away led into a rail marking on the next screen. Believe in the heart. That I will gift to you. A blond man rode his board excitedly in an urban skate park. His oversized shirt fluttered in the wind. Starting with the blond man standing in the center of the park, they gathered in the square one by one. Whatever you want. Not anyone else. I'll look only at you. The music had grown louder than before. Lee Soo-hoon didn't know exactly when the volume had increased, but it wasn't to a distracting degree. As Lee Soo-hoon nodded his head to the beat, a man entered his vision. It was the orange-haired one who had shown his face at the very beginning. The man on the board tapped a wall with his wheels, came back down, and then leaped into the air. The board rose with him, spinning several times at a peculiar angle in midair. I will become your breathing room. The video ended with a shot of someone's shoe landing back on the wheels of the spinning board. Lee Soo-hoon plugged his charger into his phone and headed for bed. What's up? You're not going straight to sleep for once. His roommate, who was lying on the opposite bed watching videos on a tablet, asked. Had something to watch. Did the academic notice go up? No, a music video. Whose? Spark. Lee Soo-hoon expected the usual, why are you watching stuff like that? Remark. But his roommate didn't add anything else. Lee Soo-hoon suddenly realized he'd never really asked his roommate questions before. What about you? Huh? What are you watching? The LOL World Championship broadcast. Last year's. Do you even know what LOL is? I do. He had heard that word several times. Did you ask because you thought I wouldn't know? I doubt many people think you would know. He had asked just in case, but the response was unexpected. Lee Soo-hoon was shocked. I've been watching a lot of popular culture content lately, though. Seeing Lee Soo-hoon looking genuinely bewildered, his roommate said, I've never met anyone in my life who uses the phrase popular culture content. It just means your interests are a bit far from us muggles. Muggles? Oh dear, Soo-hoon. The roommate shook his head. You didn't watch that MV because you're interested in it, did you? If I wasn't interested, I wouldn't watch it. Didn't you watch it because your brother is in it? For the first time in his life, Lee Soo-hoon felt the sensation of his eyes snapping wide open. Furthermore, he didn't know that families of celebrities often hid their relationships for various reasons. Lee Soo-hoon asked naively, "How did you know?" "Anyone who knows your face would know. My brother said we don't look alike, though." Lee Chong-hyun resembled their mother, while Lee Soo-hoon resembled their father. That was what all their relatives said. "Your impressions are different. You look like you'd have a soft personality based on your face, while Lee Chong-hyun looks cold. You even know his name? You'd have to be a spy not to know Lee Chong-hyun. If you meet someone who doesn't know him, make sure to report them to the authorities, okay?" Had Chong-hyun become that famous? Even while wearing those ragged clothes. The guys didn't know, but the girls were certain. Why? They said that aesthetically and statistically, you're the only one who could be the brother. It was hard to understand. Yet the roommate seemed to have fully grasped the logic behind it. It was too late to continue the conversation. Lee Soo-hoon quietly pulled up his blanket and lay down. "Whatever you want." The uniquely accented part that repeated in the song he just heard kept coming to mind. Lee Soo-hoon thought about the song for a full 20 minutes before falling asleep. Around the time of the title track release, Spark worked without a moment to breathe. The results were proven through broadcasts. Forget once a day, every few hours, one of them was on TV. Choi Ji-ho went from being a dance survival contestant to a judge just 1 year after his appearance last year. Jong Song-bin, recognized for his ballads, landed a new drama OST. Kang Ki-on went to the countryside alone to do farm work and earned the nickname Nature Boy, presumably influenced by his time on the deserted island. Park Ju-woo appeared on a radio show hosted by a music critic and chattered away about his deep musical tastes. However, Lee Chong-hyun, who had been flying high and shooting ads, was almost bedridden with worry until recently. It was because the new song felt different from Spark's previous tracks. What on earth is the problem? I admit the vibe is different, but the song is good, so isn't that enough? It won't work if people don't think this is a Spark song. Why? Where did it go wrong? As Lee Chong-hyun nearly tore his hair out, I gently grabbed his wrists. I kindly told him there was nothing to worry about. Lee Chong-hyun's music reflected what he saw and heard. Starlight and Night, which he arranged for IDC seasons 1 and 2 respectively, were based on classical music, while End was based on the image of the sea he saw during vacation. Lee Chong-hyun wrote half of Hideout inside a car. Since working on the In My Office OST, he had developed a habit of focusing on external sounds rather than listening to music when riding in a car alone. As a result, the things Lee Chong-hyun heard most while writing the song were outside noise and street music. A studio track heard through earphones or personal devices sounds different from BGM played loudly outdoors, even if it was the same song. A person wearing a headset focused on the details of the audio and each individual instrument, whereas the ears of a person passing by a shop were grabbed by the hook, the vocals, and a strong drum beat. A song that felt noisy in headphones could feel exciting outdoors, while a track that seemed bland in a CAF could later reveal emotional depth when listened to closely. Actually, after asking for the company's understanding and playing Hideout only on the floor where the dedicated team was located, I was able to confirm that the impactful parts, one of our existing strengths, remained intact, while the interlude that Lee Chong-hyun had disliked for being crude flowed smoothly into the melody parts. In other words, it was perfect for being played everywhere once it charted. Lee Chong-hyun thought he had lost the Spark spirit, but it was the same as always, just with the emphasis placed elsewhere. The weight was shifted toward simplicity rather than sophistication, and there were definitely positive effects that followed such a change. Hideout charted immediately. The performance of Speaker is rising too. Songs played on the streets possessed public appeal, and songs with public appeal were fundamentally addictive. Speaker, which shared a similar emotional tone to Hideout, but in a different genre, also rode the wave of the new release's momentum and promotion. Since the song was good to begin with, it was bound to be mentioned whenever there was an opportunity. This digital single release just happened to be that opportunity. Considering the nature of the album and MV as a breather, it was an absolutely perfect choice. "Did you know it would turn out like this, Hyung?" Lee Chong-hyun asked while looking at the charts. I just believed in your genius learning ability. Lee Chonghyun tended to rely on a vast amount of knowledge rather than animalistic intuition. It was just that his reaction speed from reaching a conclusion to creating the work was like a monster. If you were to ask him, why did you make this decision, and tear down the process one by one, you'd realize there was a reason inferred from big data behind every choice he made. Thanks to you, I have nothing to do. Even after hearing my silly joke, Lee Chonghyun beamed with a bright smile. Creator's thoughts. A_Druby. This is the last available translation of Lyradani from Red Hive as of May 1st. 406. Chapter 406. Style Change 2. Much greater than 448. What is the identity of the orange-haired skater boy? Tada, it was banana. What is this? Ha ha ha. People were so shocked. Ha ha ha. Gotta admit, Center Emperor's class is on another level. He gets attention wherever he goes. Much greater than Kong Keon. Say you like the mischievous look. Say you like the red-haired pretty boy Kong Keon. Say you like Kong Keon in shorts and white socks. Just say you like Kong Keon. Opie, I like Kong Keon. Ha ha. Much greater than I think I'm going to die because of Juwoo. His hair is like grass-flavored cotton candy, but his legs are so manly when he skateboards it makes my heart ache. I'm watching him skate, but my forehead hurts. I think it's going to cave in. I demand we pass some kind of law to ban Park Juwoo from skateboarding with such a calm face. We also need a law that prevents him from holding a falsetto high note for more than 5 seconds. Someone is trapped here. Much greater than Ha-sai? Chonghyun's hair color is so pretty and his outfit is a perfect fit, but is it a leaf cut again? Is he going to keep growing his hair? I thought he'd have a new hairstyle for the comeback. His new profile picture has short hair, so it looks like he'll have short hair for promotions. So you were giving us both. I'm sorry for doubting you, Chonghyun. You're the god of idols. This idol who looks ridiculously good in retro and street fashion. Much greater than Kim Yiwol doesn't look the type, so the pink hair is so absurd. The post just ends with it's absurd? Ha ha. No, but it suits him so damn well that it's genuinely absurd. Ha ha ha. The dignity of a regular's cat-eared boy. Ha ha ha. Much greater than let's share pics of Geek Chic Songbin. Photo, photo, photo. I believe in my friend's loyalty. Everyone drop 3 pics before you leave. This is insane. I have to buy the album. There's no album. It's a digital single. Then there's no photo book? That's why all the sparklers became soggy firecrackers. Much greater than what Spark wanted to say, presumably the fateful meeting of Spark and Sparkler, the beautiful memories we've made together, and a promise to stay together in the future. What Sparkler understood, a confession. You said you'd be my place of rest first. You're the ones who started this marriage. I just came here with a bucket full of emotions after listening to the song. Ha ha ha. The OP wasn't sure either, so they added, presumably. Ha. Much greater than there are no bad Spark songs. There might be differences in taste, but it seems like there are no songs that are just plain bad. Usually, when groups try to appeal to the public, there's always some criticism like, what kind of song is this? But it's amazing that Spark never gets comments like that. Plus their songs have no spring or autumn. It's either a winter sky or a summer sea. So true. Setting everything else aside, the chorus is just a cheat code. Haha. Kim Yiwol and Lee Chonghyun are so lucky. I wonder what it feels like to record with Jong Songbin and Park Juwoo. That's why they say they don't consider recording as work. Haha. Truly haha. Much greater than revealing the playlist of someone who loves Spark's signature early winter refreshing vibe. IDC version flowering, with list, hideout, speaker, flowering, winter night, what I want to say. It's good to add more hideout and speaker in the middle. But for now, I recommend this order. I was sad because my favorite songs weren't here, but on a high note and the third letter both have a summer vibe. Ha! I approve of this winter playlist. Thanks for the rec. Wow, this is such a great list. As a sign of my gratitude, I'll be sure to insert hideout and speaker in between. Opie, am I doing this right? You better bring a screenshot to prove it. Ha ha ha. Much greater than Chief Goes Insta. Ha. I support the Young Masters party. Ha. Young Masters. Ha ha. Chief come back. Just how much did he like Yiwol for this juicy tip? Ha. Much greater than these crazy bastards. What I want to say, which came out at the end of last year, was pastel-toned, but this year-end one is vivid. The best boss who gives us everything even when the fans just stay still. The boss won't have anything left. I'm pretty sure their hair roots won't have anything left, though. Damn, Haha guys, make sure you get scalp care. Life filled the fandom for the first time in a while. The burden on my heart lightened, if only a little. Then, the next thing to do is, we're starting the live soon. Yeah, I'm coming out now. I should focus on the other content the fans have been longing for. I hurried to the living room, where everyone sat at the table with open pads or books. A new event for sparklers facing the CSAT, Study With Me, had begun. Spark had always been this way, but recently they provided an unusual amount of content. Spark's first concert announcement was released not long ago. The album was only a single, but it came with 2 music videos. They also consistently uploaded the dance and song cover videos they had posted since their debut. There was also speculation that a Season's Greetings package would be released this year. No merch was released last year, perhaps because it was their debut year. Since very few additional goods had been released so far, most people believed a Season's Greetings was highly probable. It was welcome that they didn't try to rip off fans. However, it was disappointing to be the only one without something everyone else was buying. Beck Haywin thought it would be nice if they released at least a Season's Greetings. UA also avoided any controversy about overworking their idols. Content released between official schedules was mostly unedited footage or casual photos taken during breaks. This meant they weren't constantly putting out newly filmed, high-effort content, much greater than to the mature sparklers. When commenting on videos or articles related to Yiwol in February, minimize mentions of his family matters. Let's focus on writing positive comments, compliments, and promotions. This doesn't mean we shouldn't police the ones talking nonsense. If the difficult and sad atmosphere drags on for too long, his past will get more attention than his activities. That's why UA and the boys keep dropping content to change the mood. When the lawsuit progress is announced, let's go to the articles and watch over them, and only talk about things related to the video. Going around everywhere asking people to recognize how hard things are for our boy is a no-no XXXXX. Fans need to live their own lives and take care of their mental health too, okay? I know you firecrackers are good at uniting. I trust you'll act sensibly. We don't need to use his pain to promote him. We have plenty of other things to promote even without that. He's full of strengths. Let's not spread the wounds further. Instead, it's okay to kill any bastard who can't get a grip and spreads rumors. I'm a fan of another group, but what I'm most envious of isn't that the 2 of them don't cause trouble. It's how well the fandom is united. Even if the 2 of them did cause trouble, if the fandom's opinion is aligned, you can do something, whether it's releasing a statement or organizing a mass action. But when the fans start fighting among themselves, it seems possible only because there are many experienced fans. The years don't betray you. On another note, is Yiwol a search block term too? Isn't it too easy to guess? It's okay because the big 3, February weather, February anniversary, and February exhibition, are protecting him. Beck Haywin agreed. She only saved 3 PDFs at a time and enjoyed her hobby with a happy heart during her scarce free time, instead of feeling down. Just today, Beck Haywin left school with a bag full of workbooks. Normally, she only brought what she could handle, but today she felt motivated. After all, her study mates were scheduled to join her. Much greater than SPARC_official. Spark is here for our youngest members and sparklers facing the CSAT. Let's study together. People who want to read, people who have to work, all are very welcome. Hey, whole 6 of them. There's never been a more reliable support team. She arrived home and washed up just in time for the live stream. As a fan since their debut, Beck Haywin knew this timing was calculated. She turned on her tablet on one side of her desk and waited. Soon, the screen lit up. Is the stream working well? Jong Songbin asked, tapping the edge of the screen as if operating his phone. To think that the blonde Jong Songbin I saw in person a year ago can now only be seen through a screen. The cruel reality makes my heart ache. As we announced beforehand, today we're going to have a study session together. Everyone, please introduce what you've brought. Juwoo, for Matub, you have to do your hands the other way. At Jong Songbin's words, Park Juwoo stealthily pulled back the bare hand he had placed before his textbook. From a fan's perspective, seeing Park Juwoo's tray-sized hand and deep palm lines was 1,000 times more enjoyable than some workbook. Still, she let it slide because Jong Songbin's warm affection was cute. I'm planning to work. What kind of work it is confidential. Kim Yiwol thankfully looked well as he spoke. He wasn't the type to show it if there was a problem, but the atmosphere around him wasn't tense. It seemed he was doing somewhat better. At times like this, it really hits home that our eldest Hyung has the best stamina in the team. I should tell Baek-hae to save more malicious comment PDFs. Baek-hae had been furious the day Kim Yiwol's family issue broke out. Baek-hae had taught that same Baek-hae how to save PDFs as a good thing to do when you want to help Kim Yiwol. Since then, Baek-hae saved PDFs as if he were breathing whenever he had nothing to do. Who knows how many reports he sent, but his desktop was always filled with PDF files. Baek-hae was sure Baek-hae played a huge part in UA's active lawsuit notices against malicious commenters. I peeked from the side, and he's really working. We can't share the screen, so I'll be monitoring him to make sure he doesn't slack off. Lee Chong-hyun declared cheerfully, even though I'm in a tight spot myself. Then Lee Chong-hyun suddenly became gloomy. I know how you feel. I'm opening my workbook right now. I have English homework too. I have something to tell the sparklers. Did you know that at first, Kang Ki-on was going to bring a diamond painting kit? I was seriously so dumbfounded. That's why I brought something else. Kang Ki-on didn't seem very interested in the CSAT. Hyung, what did you bring? I sent a book. What book is it? I borrowed it from Lee Chong-hyun. And Choi Ji-ho was clearly not interested in studying either. Separate from the content, she wondered how many pages of that book Choi Ji-ho would actually read. Songbin Hyung, you're going to work. Too, right? Yep. I'm going to organize the notices I received from the company. Did more stuff come up since yesterday? A lot came up. Kang Ki-on pressed his lips together. I have to study. He's practically the member who best fits the purpose of study with me. No wonder Lee Chong-hyun sat particularly close to the camera. Lee Chong-hyun whined, asking if it would be broadcast live if he got a problem wrong. Today's rules are simple. You do your own thing. And if your concentration wanes, you have to support the remaining members so they can continue studying in the best environment. If I ask you to make a late-night snack, will you make it? There's nothing but cabbage in the fridge. Is that okay? Not okay. Looks like Ju-woo is already thinking about dropping out, huh? Kim Yiwol hit the mark. Park Ju-woo averted his gaze. 407. Chapter 407. Study with me, 1. For 30 minutes, the only sounds were writing, pages turning, and typing. Baek-hae was about to stretch when a chat window flooded with S caught her eye. Much greater than Ji-ho, that's enough. Stop now. Much greater than Lalala Ki-on. Hurry up and go grocery shopping. Say Sparkler told you to. Much greater than how can neither of them focus for more than 10 minutes? Lalala, and me too. On the screen, Choi Ji-ho frowned, pushing up his glasses every 5 seconds. The page refused to turn. Kang Ki-on's expression was just as grim. He rested one hand on his forehead, a pen in the other, looking more serious than anyone. The pen in his right hand shook relentlessly. Much greater than what is this English that's making our boy suffer so much. Much greater than Choi Ji-ho still hasn't let go. Change the book. Much greater than this live stream. I wonder what time it'll go on until. Much greater than the dance line isn't moving at all. Much greater than you guys. Hang in there, heartsuit, 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 heartsuit. Much greater than if only Songbin had studied this hard. He wouldn't have won a gold medal. The people watching the lonely battle from afar ate popcorn. Everyone was only interested in who would be the first to drop out. The glorious Spark Cups person least suited for studying was, hey, what did you say you wanted to eat? Kang Ki-on. Surprisingly, Choi Ji-ho was only wiping his glasses for the 3rd time, his eyes still fixed on the book. Pizza. How are we supposed to make pizza now? There's nothing but cabbage in the fridge. Pizza. You have to suggest something possible, and the calories. I'm taking the CSAD. You think I'm not taking it cause I don't want to? The youngest members only quieted down after receiving a glare from Jong Songbin. With one last sigh, Kang Ki-on left the frame. Much greater than Lalala Ki-on, LOL, he's looking up a recipe Lalala. Much greater than his posture is like a master chef who's here to judge Lalala. A tiny, finger-sized image captured Kang Ki-on standing in the distant kitchen. He had both hands on the table, looking down at his phone. His shoulders were as broad as the sink in Baek-hae's house. You all suggested that it would be nice if Ki-on wore animal pajamas, so I looked into it. I even bought one, but he couldn't wear it because of a shoulder issue. The shoulder line didn't fit, so the seam jutted upwards. Ki-on's shoulders are wider than they look. She recalled Kim Yiwol's lecture from a live stream, where he had explained in great detail just how broad are Kang Kyon's shoulders. The heavens were truly cruel. Why couldn't she remember the online lecture she listened to just 2 hours ago, yet a live stream from at least 3 months ago was this vivid? Baek Haewon steeled her resolve. Fortunately, her Spark friends had also returned to their tasks without any chatter. In the middle of it all, the dorm's front door opened. Though curious, Baek Haewon focused on her Korean history workbook. A while later, much greater than lolol tt our Jiho is stretching dough in the back lolol tt. Baek Haewon finished organizing her review notes and looked up. She saw Kang Kyon, half hidden by a giant bag as if he had just returned from grocery shopping. Two thick arms pulled floury dough in midair. A lot had happened with Spark in the short time Baek Haewon was engrossed in her studies. So much had happened that she couldn't grasp the situation from the chat alone and had to quickly rewind. Choi Jiho had seemed inwardly proud of Kang Kyon's early dropout, but he gave up as soon as the 15th foreign character appeared. The two of them had a serious discussion in the corner of the screen, then headed out. They returned an hour later with their hands full of bags. During that time, Park Ju-woo finished all his homework. With nothing left to do, fans suggested he translate the lyrics of his favorite songs. The problem was that Park Ju-woo was a true rock enthusiast. He already knew all the lyrics to his favorite songs by heart. When it came to rock, there wasn't a single song whose lyrics Park Ju-woo didn't know. He seemed to want to share the workload, but the soft-hearted Park Ju-woo backed away. He didn't want to disturb the other three, who were shooting lasers from their eyes. Park Ju-woo walked into the empty kitchen and stopped in front of the dining table. Park Ju-woo picked up a memo that was on the table. The surprise memo, also revealed to Sparkler, read as follows. Can the next person to drop out please put some parchment paper on the table? They say they need to roll out the dough. Park Ju-woo diligently laid out the parchment paper by himself and took out a large bowl. He wandered around looking for something, so Baek Haewon fast-forwarded. At some point, he was wrapping a cardboard tube in plastic wrap. Park Ju-woo, with nothing else to do, wandered around holding the cardboard tube that glittered under the fluorescent lights. The viewers found it a little creepy. Just then, the dance line returned from their shopping trip. At 10 p.m., a pizza party began in the kitchen while half the members studied with fiery determination. The three of them communicated entirely through hand gestures. They seemed to be trying not to interfere with the broadcast's purpose. That was why Baek Haewon hadn't noticed anything strange for a while. Kang Kyon shrugged about 10 times, gesturing to ask what someone was talking about. Just then, Jong Song-bin rubbed his eyes. He got up from his seat and trudged back with eye drops. If your eyes hurt, stop there. Your lost eyesight won't come back. Kim Yiwol decisively made Jong Song-bin drop out. Jong Song-bin turned off his tablet after uploading the compiled notes to the group chat. The camera shook for a moment, then the angle changed. The screen now only showed Kim Yiwol and Lee Chong-hyun, sitting and working. Soon, a new notification announced that Spark's live stream had started. When she checked, the pizza team's eating broadcast was underway. Jong Song-bin whispered, "Since there are a lot of dropouts, we've turned on another camera so you can see all the members. For those who like to study quietly, please watch the Hyung's and Chong-hyun's side. For those who need some ASMR, please watch our side. Can't we watch both at the same time?" Yiwol said you can use the multi-view function. While Choi Jiho and Jong Song-bin talked, Baek Haewon calmly turned off her charging tablet. What's the point of splitting an already small screen? Good things should be seen in full size. Silent or noisy, it doesn't matter. Just don't leave me alone in this barren land of studying. Spark got serious, as if they wanted to make a genuine pizza. While Jong Song-bin went to wash a cloth, the sound of Choi Jiho punishing the dough assaulted Baek Haewon's eardrums. If it weren't for the healing sound of Park Ju-woo chopping paprika, she might have had nightmares all night. Kang Kyon directed the entire operation. His determination to gift his friend the best homemade pizza was evident. Regardless of Choi Jiho slamming the dough into a stainless steel bowl, Kim Yiwol and Lee Chong-hyun didn't flinch. The sound of typing neither slowed nor quickened. Some people even suspected they were doing a typing drill. Much greater than don't you usually pause your typing when you're thinking? Much greater than even when you're doing a typing drill. You make mistakes LOL. Much greater than this is amazing. Neither of them is looking away even once. Much greater than so this is what it takes to get all first grades. Much greater than I have to make sure my mom doesn't see this. Much greater than please never appear in my mom and dad's algorithm again. Much greater than lololololol. Much greater than QPB, let's ace the CSAT. While Lee Chong-hyun read the answer key and Kim Yiwol tapped away. At his laptop, the bread dough entered the oven. I'll put it on the proofing function for about 40 minutes. What should we do while we wait? Should we take some questions for the first time in a while? At Jong Songbin's words, the three of them started to head to the youngest member's room, the largest in the dorm. Isn't there no space in the kids' room? A single comment from Park Ju-woo changed the location. Two of them sat on the floor, and two sat on Choi Ji-ho's bed. They began reading the chat. They're asking if Ji-ho changed his glasses. Yes, I think I changed them the day before yesterday. It was 3 days ago. Ji-ho stepped on them, and they broke in half. Tears of blood streamed down her face. She was forced to only listen to this hilarious episode. They had agreed to study together. There was no mention of them having a tea time while she was the only one studying. Watching herself feel happy even while feeling betrayed, Baek Hae-won memorized an English word. Contradictory, meaning paradoxical. While some members were engrossed in their work, the others held a fruitful Q&A party. During the full 40 minutes, the number of viewers swelled like the bread dough in the oven. Even fans who hated studying and only intended to watch the highlight reel flocked in at the news of a cooking experience. With his hoodie sleeves rolled all the way up, Park Ju-woo flattened the dough with the plastic-wrapped cardboard tube. Beside him, Choi Ji-ho began to pull at the remaining dough with his bare hands. This was the scene Baek Hae-won had witnessed after finishing her review notes. Isn't that a bit stingy with the cheese? We're in our promotion period. Doesn't it look like a pizza? It looks like it was made by a petty owner. At Kang Kyon's words, Jong Songbin poured on a heap of pizza cheese. We can't show a petty side in front of Sparkler. Park Ju-woo, looking slightly flustered, hurriedly added toppings to the pizza. He seemed to have a premonition that it could turn into a triple cheese overload pizza at any moment. And next to them, much greater than guys, please look at Ji-ho too. Much greater than Choi Ji-ho, the culinary master. Much greater than the owner is generous and the pizza is thick. Much greater than this place was a Chicago pizza hotspot. Much greater than I'll have the pizza baked by the owner over there. Was Choi Ji-ho the culinary master? He was the man who had mastered the essence of Chicago pizza, a generous chef who had never made a pizza lacking in toppings. He was busy putting his soul into making an accelerated aging pizza. 408. Chapter 408. Study with me, too. Choi Ji-ho's pizza shop had its shutters pulled down before it even opened. It was all because Kang Kyon's sharp eyes had caught it. Hyung, what are you doing right now? You said you didn't like the stingy pizza. The dough looked like wrinkled laundry from a bad wash and was thoroughly soaked in tomato sauce. Layers of pepperoni, like something from an American family restaurant, made it a masterpiece. Even the bell peppers and onions Park Ju-woo had sliced, expecting leftovers, were all gone. Won't it be messy to eat? You can just roll it up and eat it. Choi Ji-ho dispelled his younger brother's worries with a single word and created a magnificent pizza, but he couldn't escape the crackdown from Jong Songbin, who was dispatched after Kang Kyon nudged him. Some of the removed toppings were divided and put onto the stingy pizza, which had been split in two. When is the pizza going to be baked? Whoa, when did you get here? Lee Chong-hyun popped out from over Jong Songbin's shoulder as he remade the pizza. Baek Hae-won quickly checked her phone. On the screen, Kim Yiwol worked tirelessly alone. Chong-hyun's at his limit. I didn't have the confidence to last 5 hours. Just lasting over 4 hours is amazing. You worked hard. Jong Songbin comforted Lee Chong-hyun. Anyone watching might think Jong Songbin was just being a thoughtlessly kind leader, but Lee Chong-hyun really was amazing. Spark had a pre-recording early that morning, followed by a music show recording and a group variety show filming. After handling all those schedules, sitting and studying for over 4 hours was anything but easy. Still, I'm going to eat some pizza. And go back. Because Kim Yiwol isn't done. Kang Kyon glanced toward the living room. You can't just eat and go straight to sleep. Weren't the four of you going for a run after eating? At Lee Chong-hyun's words, Jong Songbin and Park Ju-woo simultaneously averted their gazes as if they had planned it. Much greater than it's midnight and you're going for a run? Much greater than I was wondering why you guys were eating pizza at this hour. Much greater than it's okay to eat it for just one day. much greater than Meba's expression. Baek Haewon neatly discarded her thought of making cup ramen. A late-night snack felt like a luxury for someone like her, who had planned to sleep right after the live stream ended. The once wretched, but reborn through grace, pizza came into the world. Lee Chong-hyun named it after hearing the word grace. For short, it's the Hanwoo Pizza. Bank of Korea? It was Jong Songbin's question, but the Hanwoo Pizza was dismantled into 6 slices before anyone could consider a name change. Jong Songbin was the first to place a freshly cut slice of pizza on a plate. He then cut the pizza into bite-sized pieces and delivered it to Kim Yiwol with a fork. I'm fine really. Have some if you feel like snacking. After serving even sparkling water, Jong Songbin returned and happily shared the Bank of Korea pizza with the members. Baek Haewon, staring blankly at the screen, sighed and poured water into her cup ramen. This is frustrating. I want more. I'm baking another one. Is this one a pizza blessed with overflowing blessings too? It's just a pizza. Lee Chong-hyun suppressed his laughter as he watched Choi Ji-ho reply listlessly. Much greater than Kim Yiwol, eat the pizza. Much greater than Yiwol, eat something while you work. Jong Songbin delivered the second baked pizza and whispered something to Kim Yiwol. Perhaps he had been monitoring the comments. Kim Yiwol looked at the chat window, then started to eat the pizza with his fork. Much greater than he's eating. Much greater than it feels like watching a wild animal. Much greater than don't your legs get numb? Much greater than I feel like I'm seeing a lifetime's worth of expressionless Yiwol today. Baek Haewon nodded after seeing the last comment. Although his smiling face was the prettiest, fans are greedy. For Sparkler, who wouldn't be satisfied until they saw every expression, an expressionless Kim Yiwol was a truly rare sight. And right before the eyes of those fans. Today, much greater than university student Cheon Yunsong doing his homework is real. Much greater than 100 praise stickers for Kim Yiwol, who came with the sweatshirt and covered forehead hair combo. Including the pizza tasting time, the full 5-hour version of Kim Yiwol's side job moment had appeared. Because his main job is being a smiling idol. Much greater than we just wanted a few CSAT tips. Much greater than a regular admission fighter emphasizing that pure study time is more important than tips. Much greater than the idol who's the best at sitting still among all idols. Much greater than it's such a relief he wasn't stolen by S University. Kim Yiwol remained steadfast, even as the third pizza was served in slices piled up on the plate like a mountain. Baek Haewon also finished her cup ramen and steeled her resolve once more. Then we'll go get some exercise. Chong-hyun will return to the study live. With that ending remark, the national defense live ended. Lee Chong-hyun hesitantly picked up his pizza plate and returned to Kim Yiwol's side. Much greater than alright everyone, let's go study. Much greater than open your books. Much greater than it's not easy living a god life, following an idol. Much greater than I have this on while studying, but I have no confidence I'll do better on the CSAT than Chong-hyun. Much greater than if UA has a conscience, they should pay Yiwol a salary. Much greater than the working adult core is strong. After that, the silent self-study session continued. It felt like being in a library. Perhaps because Kim Yiwol and Lee Chong-hyun's efforts to create a study atmosphere weren't in vain. Baek Haewon managed to finish almost everything she had brought. All that was left was to organize her study planner. Aren't you guys tired? Baek Haewon had also woken up at the crack of dawn to go to school. No matter how much of a workout fanatic Spark was, there was no way they weren't tired after being awake on a similar schedule. Should I start working out too? If I become a gym regular like the members of Spark, will I be able to work on self-development even with a schedule like this? Baek Haewon thought that she should look for a gym as soon as the CSAT was over. Should we wrap up now? Jong Songbin sat down beside me and asked. It's already 3 a.m. I didn't realize because the kitchen lights were so bright. I do remember telling Lee Chong-hyun to go to bed if he was finished with his work. You haven't slept yet either? I slept for a little while. Jong Songbin's focus was a little blurry. He really did look like he had just woken up. When I said I would wrap up and go in soon, he staggered back to his room. I'm sorry. I barely said anything today. For those of you who are still here, are your schedules okay for tomorrow? Much greater than looks like I'm skipping class. If you're going to skip class, make sure you have enough attendance days left. You all remember how Jong Songbin almost got an F last semester for poor attendance, right? Perhaps he had fallen back asleep, as no particular reaction came from Jong Songbin's room. A flood of comments urging me to go to sleep followed. I sat still and read the chats that were slowly scrolling up. Much greater than who makes the muse of the Ministry of Employment and Labor work until this hour? Much greater than if UA isn't paying you a salary, shake the mouse. Much greater than stop giving work to a kid who's already busy just being an idol. Much greater than you're not doing all the concert prep yourself, are you? Say you're not. I should have explained it better. That was my mistake. I'm definitely not working like this every day. The company always tells me it's okay to delegate. It's just that my personality is the type that needs to check everything myself to feel at ease. I'm slowly cutting back, and I also intentionally postponed some work to film today's content. However, I couldn't just dismiss the fans' anxiety as simple coddling of their favorite. After all, no one worried about everything I did as much as Sparkler. I brought the phone that was filming the live video over and moved it to a position where my face was clearly visible. Then, after checking if it was in focus, I carefully opened my mouth. There's been a lot of work recently, you know. As if by magic, the chat window stopped. When I'm working, it helps clear my head, so I like it. I'm not overdoing it. It would be putting the cart before the horse if I ended up hurting my body while trying to refresh my mind, wouldn't it? I'm only doing enough for it to be a healthy way to relieve stress. So you really don't have to worry too much. I just felt like I had to tell you all that I'm doing well. It didn't feel good to see the chat window become a sea of tears. I quickly added an excuse. It's not just me who thinks this. Jong Songbin also said that I seem more energetic when I'm working to some extent. Much greater than if the leader gave his permission, then I can accept it. Much greater than if Jong Songbin certified it. Why is the level of trust different from when I said it? Much greater than Sparkler is just following Kim Yiwol's words that we must follow the leader's words as if they came from heaven. Much greater than why do you think? Much greater than Jong Songbin doesn't say wrong things. Not that you say wrong things, Kim Yiwol, but anyway, Jong Songbin doesn't say wrong things. Much greater than Kim Yiwol. If you don't sleep soon, young man Jong Songbin will come and get you. Much greater than didn't you tell us to only trust Jong Songbin dash. As we laughed and chatted, time flew by again. If I made the fans stay up all night any longer, I felt like I'd be disqualified as an idol. One last thing I really want to say is, I looked at the camera. Everything I do because I want to show Sparkler even better results. There have been difficult times, but never times when it was too hard. So please think of it as an effort to look good and watch over me. I'll enjoy myself and work hard. With that closing remark, I ended the live stream. I felt more refreshed than tired. I really wanted to say those words. I hope my sincerity came through in my words. The entire reason I work is Sparkler, and nothing makes me prouder than receiving praise. 409. Chapter 409. Season's Greetings 1. At the end of every year, idols release a type of merchandise like an annual event. It's called Season's Greetings, or SG for short. The set includes a calendar, photo cards, a diary, posters, and more. Today, the information for Spark's Season's Greetings was scheduled for release. For the past hour, I had been clasping my hands, desperately praying I hadn't missed any problems. The cold weather brought back memories of the Season's Greetings UA released long ago. It was a distant memory, but I still hadn't forgotten the shock I felt back then. Much greater than Spark's Season's Greetings component summary. Wall calendar, one set of photo cards, a keyring with the group's name, a perpetual diary, the end. Fucking awful. I don't even know where to start with this. What kind of company just throws in 5 photo cards for an SG? Others give you 20 or 30, and even include a binder to put them in. A perpetual diary, are they planning to use the leftovers for next year's SG? Surprisingly, that's highly likely. The diary cover is vinyl. They'll probably just swap out the paper inside. Ditch the wall calendar and give us a desk calendar. My living room wall is already taken by the insurance calendar. The insurance calendar wins by a landslide in all 3 categories: size, font, and fast delivery. Much greater than who doesn't know that entertainment companies aim for cost-effective management? But don't make it so obvious. What consumer wants to feel like a sucker? What are we supposed to do when the agency itself is spreading rumors that our fans are total pushovers? Can't you just not buy it? This deserves a boycott. A normal company would get its act together if people didn't buy, either lowering the price or redoing the components, but not UA. If their income drops, they just cut the budget for the next investment. This is the result of that cycle. Are other artists' SGs like this? This is the first time I've seen something this bad. Other artists are a bit better. I don't know if they see idol fans as suckers or if they budget based on seniority, but none of the SGs from their artists last year were this crappy. It's not like they give all their artists an SG, either given UA's track record. They're probably patting themselves on the back thinking, well, we gave them an SG because they're idols. Much greater than if you don't want to do your job, then just quit. Buying one SG is going to ruin my mood starting from the new year. Give us a desk calendar or a daily calendar. Is that so hard to understand? What I'm most curious about is why they even bothered with a survey if they were going to do this. Right. That was why our dedicated team poured their hearts and souls into this year's preparations. Field reports from those who visited the factory to check on prototypes and production status piled up every week. We also put an incredible amount of effort into the photography. Spark had been preparing for this year's season's greetings for a full 2 years. I couldn't even count how many times we argued with the company about this since their rookie year. I broke out in a cold sweat trying to stop them from releasing merch last year, when they insisted they had enough data to put out an SG. We spent a ton of money releasing a double title track, and now an additional expense? We would have been lucky if both didn't turn out mediocre. Fortunately, the situation was different this year. The concert had been planned since the beginning of the year, so its budget was set aside early. The final album was also released digitally, which significantly reduced production costs. We had secured enough money to upgrade the components twice over. I wasn't unaware of the company's need to make a profit. However, seeing fans merely as consumers was a dangerous perspective. The affection a fan has for an idol surpasses that of a loyal customer. Affection for an artist often went beyond the bounds of common sense. Fans willingly endured what others would call self-inflicted hardship. They even tended not to raise their voices despite receiving unfair treatment. Much greater than if this isn't defective, then what is? I requested an exchange for a defective item, and this is what they sent me. Should I report them to the Consumer Protection Agency? It's getting more and more annoying. I guess fans aren't considered consumers. Filing a complaint about merch doesn't really do much. It's ridiculous that I paid for it, but I have to beg them to please exchange it. Much greater than how is it my fault that the ticket got lost during shipping? It's not a small amount. It's over 100,000 won. If it disappeared before it even reached my hands, shouldn't they resend it? It should all be registered in the system. Is it that hard to check one thing and make a note of the special circumstances? How incompetent do you have to be to not even offer a reissue when a ticket you issued disappears before I can even touch it? It got lost mid-delivery and they won't reissue it? Yep. I even got the documents proving it was the courier's fault and sent it to them, but they still said no. It must have been a pain to prove their fault, and even that didn't solve it. I wouldn't feel so wronged if I had at least gotten to touch the ticket I'm tearing up. Much greater than do they not do quality checks after producing the merch. The defect rate is no joke, and what's with the ink smudging the moment you write on the notepad? The notepad can't even function as a notepad t_t. These stars must have heard that fangirls hoard merch for collection purposes and made it for decoration only. Fans bought low-quality merch and purchased albums even when they weren't satisfied. These actions always carried the nuance of doing something for someone rather than just doing something. There was only one reason they did it, even though they didn't have to, because they loved their idol. I knew a little of how great that affection was. I saw it when the person who took the photos gained their own fans, just for editing pictures of the same idol. I saw it when people shared meticulously crafted props for free, with no strings attached. I saw it when people, who were just meeting because they shared a similar interest, spent days beforehand packing small snacks and deliberately bringing merch of the member that the other person liked. Much greater than I find fansite masters the most amazing. The mentality to not back down even when staff search all your bags and security guards yell at you at no-entry sites, plus the financial power to buy a super expensive camera. It's incredible. There are people who go to the extreme of taking out loans to buy a camera, but just having a camera doesn't make you a fansite master. Following schedules, taking pictures, editing them, and holding exhibitions. You absolutely can't do any of that without love. Much greater than donating in a star's name. Meaningful fandom activities gain attention. It is no longer a rare occurrence for fans to gather their strength and donate in the name of their favorite star. Many fans are choosing donation as a way to celebrate various anniversaries, such as a star's birthday or the fan club's founding day. This custom, anyone who has observed idol fans would know what people are capable of just for the sake of liking someone. And they would also know that there aren't just one or two such people, but countless. The only thing that made all of this possible was affection. It was a love that, once it naturally formed, became difficult to let go of. Namjoon had received unconditional love from her family her whole life. She had given unconditional love to Spark and shared a bottomless love with fellow sparklers. Because of this, she believed that such affection existed in everyone's heart. My dad is a good person, so he must be the same outside. Fans must feel real joy doing these things. They must be happy watching Spark. Some said such delusions clouded her vision and blurred Namjoon's judgment. They also asked how the simple reason of liking the same idol could offset such ridiculous excuses. However, proxy fangirling taught me that people existed who poured out that much love without reason or reward. Once you saw it up close, you had no choice but to understand. You understood when you heard that some people waited for a long time on a cold night street for a glimpse of their idol leaving work, a glimpse they might not even get. You understood when you saw them share the hot packs they brought with the people standing there with them. Once you realized these things happened very frequently, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, you could never go back to how you were. Before you knew the depth of that affection, whether I understood it or not was unimportant. They existed regardless of my understanding. Ironically, that immense love was poured out even onto me, an observer from outside the league. So I simply thought I had to give it back. I hope that putting in effort becomes our default stance, not just for special events, but for everything we do. Because no matter what we do, we can never repay the love we've received. Knowing it wouldn't be easy to repay them, I tried even harder. The season's greetings was the result of that effort. It was also, shamelessly, a kind of request for them to love Spark next year as well. Whether the devotion I poured into it would have any meaning would be decided by the fans' judgment. Wonchai hadn't bought a calendar for next year yet. She planned to look at Spark's SG info when it dropped, and then decide. She had fallen for Spark harder than she'd expected, so she would probably end up buying it. But she held on to a thread of reason and waited. I wonder what the components will be. The worst SG Wonchai had ever seen was an ugly SG. She couldn't understand how a company could debut people with such handsome faces, only to produce merch with a complete lack of aesthetic sense, and then have the audacity to sell it. The incident filled her with the prejudice that all entertainment company employees were salary thieves who saw fans as nothing but suckers. If you're too lazy to work, then just give up on the money. You want to rake in the money, but you don't want to work? Then get lost. Do you think fans' money just flows out of a tap? It was hard to suppress the rage that surged whenever it was time to spend money. Perhaps it was because she knew her own future, one where she would pay for it with trembling hands as long as it was only moderately ugly. Speak of the devil. The SG info was posted that day at lunch. The preview image was a pale beige, suggesting it might not be trendy, but would at least be decent. Or at least, that was the hope. Spark High School Club Activity Souvenir, a suspicious concept title appeared, similar to their debut album, but with a slightly different direction. 410, Chapter 410, Season's Greetings, 2. Spark High School Club Activity Souvenir. Wonchai doubted her eyes. Her eyesight, however, had the same prescription as last year's health checkup. Not even the blur effect could obscure Wonchai's vision. The mock-up image on the desk calendar clearly showed Spark in school uniforms. Each item had a detailed description. There was a desk calendar and a photo book with pictures from the club's annual activities. A diary helped organize plans, and an activity commemoration card for etiquette shots was called an essential item for a polite student. The sample page of the desk calendar was the most eye-catching item. On November 3rd, Choi Jiho's handwriting read my birthday. Below it, Kim Yiwol had written, "Jiho, if you just write it like that, who's going to know it's your birthday?" They have this kind of banter for every birthday? If Wonchai had not seen the other 5 pages, she might have turned into something consumed by jealousy. The diary also showed great care. Anyone who had bought a business diary would recognize the practical inner page layout. A note explained that the recipient could choose their name or sparkler for the club member list. The blank spot for the honorary member was apparently for the sparkler. Next was a Polaroid set that the members had taken of each other, followed by a notebook perfect for recording an activity log. Exchange diary written by the club members, 6p. 2. Honorary member rolling paper, 2p. I have to see the exchange diary. That decided it. Won-Chae immediately pressed the Add to Cart button in her mind. The photo cards were the pinnacle of the paper goods. There were 4 sets in total, including school uniforms, casual clothes, vacation, and the theater festival. Is the theater festival concept what I want to say? Images were pre-released. A white-haired Kim Yiwol smiled while holding a toy crown. Choi Jiho had a gift ribbon tied around his face with a chain. How could anyone not buy the one of the bluebird Lee Chong-hyun reading a script? No sparkler could. Ignore Park Ju-woo smiling with his chin on a windowsill set, Jong Song-bin sitting among jewels from the music video, or Kang Ki-on adjusting a toy soldier's hat. Name tags and student ID cards were basic items for a student concept, so Won-Chae just checked the design and moved on. She once thought it was fine as long as the photos were good, but many companies produced even student IDs poorly, which only needed a few words and a seal on a white background. The tin case had contents included written on it. She thought it might contain candy, but there was a picture of a paper folded like a note. Notes written one by one during class, sent to the honorary member. Guess who sent it? This element made you feel like you were in the same class as the members. It seemed studying hard was not their concept. They were so intense about their group projects, though. Then again, kids who cared about their student records would not have joined a hobby club. After a certification stamp for the honorary members' faithful completion of club activities and a deco kit for Polaroids, there was Animals_P round and soft flint doll. Dolls of the members as animals appeared. They put dolls in the season's greetings? Won-Chae quickly scrolled down to check the price. As a rule, sellers decided the price of dolls and acrylics. The price was 50,000 won, which included 6 5cm doll keychains shaped like stones, with each animal's ears or key features. It was pricier than other season's greetings products, but only by about 5,000 to 10,000 won. The dolls were not shoddy either. The Flint concept fit a high school and the group name Spark. It combined with the amusement park character setting from With List, giving them a mascot-like cuteness. Interestingly, Lee Chong-hyun's doll was not an eagle. Lee Chong-hyun had become a fennec fox with wide, pointy ears. For a moment, Won-Chae wondered if Kim Yiwol, a staunch Harpy Eagle supporter, had succumbed to production costs. On a whim, Won-Chae searched Fennec Fox in the world on a portal site. The result was exactly what she expected. Top 1 cutest animal in the world selected by foreign media, Fennec Fox. There was a reason they gave it fan-sized ears. Kim Yiwol must have worried that others would mistake Lee Chong-hyun for a regular fox. Won-Chae laughed dryly when she saw Fennec Fox written in huge letters under Lee Chong-hyun's name. It went without saying that Kim Yiwol also avoided becoming a fortune-telling octopus doll. If he had made the other members into a smiling chinchilla and a beaming Fennec Fox, but released his own as a Katsuobushi edition, he would not have escaped being stoned. Much greater than the dolls are freaking good, more than anything else. If they sold the full set of 6 for 40,000 won, people would have probably bought it thinking it was a good deal. In the minds of us nerds, this would have been a totally reasonable reaction. Lol. Much greater than dolls are only expensive when they're custom-made. If you simplify the design and mass-produce it, it might not have a huge profit margin, but it wouldn't be a loss. I'm already excited to see cute dolls after only seeing ones with wild-looking facial features all the time. Why is only one of Jiho's bear doll's ears yellow? They say it's honey. Please, how deep did he dip it in the honey pot? Much greater than even the amusement park mascots in that neighborhood are cute. Give Republic of Korea an amusement park where the mascots are a cat, bear, owl, chinchilla, fennec fox, and a baby tiger. Look at how only the dance lines animals are exciting. Although the animals differed from the symbolic ones used since last year's fan meeting, most sparklers willingly accepted them. Anyone would prefer a bear or fennec fox doll over an anaconda or harpy eagle doll. The headbands they're wearing in the May photo must be these animal headbands. Won-Chae stared intently at the blurry screen. She thought she could identify the fluffy things on the members' colorful hair. Won-Chae scanned the details page from the top again. Since it was her second time, she saw the overall flow she had missed while reading quickly. The notebook with the group project report, the photo at the amusement park with matching headbands, the concept photo cards of them preparing for the theater festival. Did they prepare for 2 years just to release one season's greetings? It was unbelievable. The final component, a large poster, captured Spark standing side by side before an old gym storage room door. The paper with handwritten words pasted above the club members' heads caught her eye. You guys, if you keep this up, you'll have no choice but to become a top-tier group. The reaction to the season's greetings is amazing. Have you guys seen it? Min Jukyung asked. Jong Songbin and I nodded. Much greater than where can I go to see Mission Spark, who came for a job experience. Much greater than it was worth chanting for a happy ending. I can't believe I'm seeing Spark playing in the water. Earth, I'm sorry. Thank you for forgiving humanity. Much greater than their timing for rowing is an art. They're performing Hideout on every show. Even though it's a digital single, they're doing all the music shows, the season's greetings, and even a concert. We were always rowing even when the water wasn't coming in. Opportunity is not something you wait for, but something you greet. It was impossible not to look. Praise is always more exciting the more you hear it. Everyone could not put their phones down. It's all thanks to the company's support. Thank you. In the meeting room, you said you knew we'd still make a profit even with all this, but now you're playing coy. Haha, we really are making a profit. I never showed you the cost sheet. So how did you know? Because I used to be the one making those cost sheets. For 4 years, I learned all about market prices and profit margins. My only regret is that my conscience pricked me into finding the most optimal price range, when I should have just picked an expensive company and drained department head Nam's money dry. What about Chonghyun? Is his CSAT prep going well? Jukyung's voice became cautious. We had excluded Lee Chonghyun from all work besides official activities, with 2 weeks left until the CSAT. The guy used the studio like a study room, cramming for the exam. If there was one regret, it was that Kang Keon had given up on the CSAT. After the Thursday music show appearance was confirmed, Kang Keon willingly decided not to take the exam because 2 members could not be missing from the team. Keon, I'm sorry, Sparkler. I wanted to be a foundation for you. The bubble pop he sent after his decision was a masterpiece. I vividly remembered his sullen expression when he learned that non-takers are not reflected in the grade cutoffs. It would have been better if we had more time. I regret not being able to take care of it for him in advance. I wanted to say he was studying like his life depended on it, but I held back. Getting others' hopes up would not do Lee Chonghyun any good. The only things meaningful to a test taker are money, chocolate, and the exam admission ticket that guarantees nationwide discounts after the CSAT. You said you were going to make a lunchbox. What did you decide to do? I'm planning to make it in advance, keep it in the rice cooker, and just pack it in the morning. We have to leave before Chonghyun does. What's the menu? Fried tofu rice balls again. I'm thinking of making them with an electric roller this time. There's no one else taking the CSAT in the future, is there? I almost asked if I might not take it, but I stopped. Why would I jinx things by talking about retaking the exam in a house with a student? Even after we finished talking about renting the device, there was still much to discuss. Jong Songbin led most of the conversation about this week's and next week's activity schedules. I just had to sit quietly and listen. Feeling like a freeloader, I busily took minutes for the meeting. That should wrap up the concert-related agenda items. Any additional opinions? From within the team, perhaps. Juwoo is really looking forward to the sound equipment. He's watched all the concert videos of our seniors by himself. Jong Songbin mentioned Park Juwoo, who watched videos on his phone whenever he had a spare moment. We've decided to mobilize the entire sound team anyway. There won't be any sound issues. I can say that with confidence. What about the on-site safety inspection? We've already selected a company and signed the contract. Separate from the personnel managing access, we'll conduct a set inspection before the rehearsal and the concert. At broadcasting stations, a mere idol could not request a safety inspection, so we had to keep our eyes wide open every time we performed. Even with a company involved, I was going to follow them to all the inspection sites. You guys just focus on practicing. Got it. At Jukyung's words, I felt quite relieved. 411, Chapter 411, Side Story. 1 December 29th. How many people in the world were born on the same day as their favorite celebrity? Kang Keon often reminded himself on his birthday that he had seized that 1 in 365 piece of luck. If not for his favorite, Kang Keon would never have known that the birthstone for December 29th was Faustite, or that Faustite symbolized resurrection and vitality. Kang Keon's birthday was also his mom and dad's 5th wedding anniversary. His dad still told the story of how he wondered why the baby was taking so long, thinking a truly great child must be on its way. He always added that even as a newborn, the corners of Kang Keon's eyes were extraordinary. Astounding things happened at Kang Keon's house on every one of his birthdays. On his first birthday, Kang Keon tried to grab a fistful of uncooked rice and stuff it in his mouth. On his second, he grabbed a sorghum red bean rice cake in each hand and squashed them. When he was 3, he colored the wallpaper blue with baby-safe crayons. Kang Keon vaguely remembered the day he first said he wanted to dance. He had just started elementary school. Though he did not know what he had been trying to imitate, his pants were covered in dirt. They say you need a lot of money to dance, so you have to get permission. The young Kang Keon had gone into a dance academy by himself and even brought back a flyer. Looking back, he could only imagine how baffled the academy's instructor must have been. What could his mother have been thinking as she looked at her son handing her a flyer for an academy a 30-minute walk from his school? He had never asked, but he remembered her surprised expression. For the next few days, he and his dad went all over, watching every kind of dance imaginable. For performances he was too young to enter, they watched recordings. Of everything you've seen so far, which one do you like the most? Kang Keon chose Korean dance. He had sought out a dance academy first, after all. He thought he must have liked the graceful, flowing lines of the dance back then. His mom and dad, as they always did, made the choice that would give Kang Keon the happiest memories. If it's something you want to do, then you should do it. His mother, who had pursued a career as an athlete against her family's wishes, fully supported Kang Keon's decision. Thanks to her, Kang Keon danced without a heavy heart. He only realized how rare that was after making friends in the dance world. At the academy, Kang Keon was the only one who had never been told, "Our family has invested everything in you." Was that why? Kang Keon often thought he had grown up surrounded by love. A sense of responsibility, not pressure and expectations, drove him. For years, he devoted himself to dance with the single-minded desire to repay their trust and the wish to do his best at something he started because he loved it. If he had never known Choi Ji-ho, Kang Keon would still be there. You just never know how life will turn out. Kang Keon thought as he glanced at the door to the room where Choi Ji-ho slept. The very cause of his fate-defying career change. It all started with a video someone showed him. For Kang Keon, whose only experience with street dancers was from when he was very young, the short clip evoked both nostalgia and a sense of the unfamiliar. Won't this wreck his knees? I feel like he's going to get scraped on the ground. He scrolled down and saw the video was full of comments. The atmosphere was vastly different from the comments on his own competition videos. Much greater than the future of Korean dance is bright. Beautiful. Much greater than I get so emotional every time I feel our traditions being passed down. Wonderful performance. If those were the kinds of YouTube comments Kang Keon was used to seeing, the ones on this shocking dance video were as aggressive as the dance performed by the man in the video. Much greater than holy shit. Much greater than the way he stares into space when it's other people's turn and then just pops out for his own is so damn annoying for real. LOL. A king is not swayed by the movements of insignificant beings. Lolalalol. Much greater than a middle schooler with this physique is a damn cheat. LOL. Much greater than there should be a law that bans handsome bastards from being good at dancing too. Please regulate this ecosystem disturbing species. That was the comment Kang Keon should never have seen. Much greater than what agency is he from? I heard he's an idol trainee. Why is he choosing to bury his own talent? What are you staring at so hard? Startled by the voice, Kang Keon turned to find Kim Yiwol standing there. You're up? It was an hour when everyone else should still be asleep. Despite waking up early, Kang Keon found that Kim Yiwol was already awake, making his effort pointless. I heard a noise from outside the front door, Kim Yiwol said, gesturing toward the entrance. I'm sorry, that's my delivery. Did you get up early to deal with a delivery? Yeah, it's food, so. Kang Keon declared he would quickly put it away and headed for the entrance. Kim Yiwol followed behind him. I'll help. It's okay, there's not much. Waving his hands dismissively, Kang Keon opened the door. A giant tower of ice boxes greeted him. Were you that hungry? Kim Iwol asked gently. The back of Kong Keon's neck flushed. No, this is from my mom. Oh. Kim Iwol watched Kong Keon about to rush out in a flurry. She must have sent it for your birthday. How did you know? A birthday is an important day. Could you step aside? Let's get the boxes inside first. Kim Iwol rolled up his sleeves. He had a habit of never letting the members, especially the younger ones, carry anything heavy. Despite Kong Keon's protests, Kim Iwol carried 2 boxes to the kitchen by himself. While Kim Iwol was gone, Kong Keon picked up a box, but Kim Iwol caught him in the living room and confiscated it. Left with no other choice, Kong Keon could only cut the tape and start putting the side dishes into the refrigerator. While they organized the side dishes, the two made light conversation. Kim Iwol asked if his mother usually sent things for his birthday and if he did not need to go out to eat with his family. I have to practice, and both of my parents get off work late. Is that so? I texted them as soon as I woke up. That's good. Maybe if I earn a lot of money, my mom and dad can quit their jobs and rest. Knowing they had to work twice as hard as others to raise a child pursuing the arts, Kong Keon now ran toward a single goal. When you contact them, are they happy? Kim Iwol asked as he opened the lid of a container to check its contents. Kong Keon paused, about to answer. The memory of how Kim Iwol never once contacted his own family flashed through his mind. It's just me checking in. Nothing special. Kong Keon replied as if it were nothing, glancing at Kim Iwol. His expression was no different than usual. Still, you should send them a picture as proof. I'm going to make breakfast with the side dishes she sent you. Kim Iwol took out a large container from the bottom of the box. It held seaweed soup, double, and even triple wrapped to prevent leaks. The seaweed soup. I can just heat this up. Behind Kong Keon, the rice cooker alarm went off. The smell of freshly cooked rice and steam filled the kitchen. So you waking up because of the delivery? Was that a lie? Half true. I'd already started the rice and was just lying down. He had heard it from Lee Chonghyun before. Sometimes, Kim Iwol would lie in bed with his eyes wide open while everyone else was asleep. If you spoke to him then, his reply would always be a beat late. Lee Chonghyun called this his time for organizing his thoughts. The important thing, however, was that Kim Iwol had already made rice. Kong Keon rushed over to the gas stove. Sure enough, a large pot was already out. Hyung, what time do you even get up? It's flexible, depends on the schedule. Can you get out one more pot? It's your birthday, you should eat the soup your mother made for you. Even though he had woken up at the crack of dawn to make rice and soup, Kim Iwol showed no sign of it. Kong Keon snatched the container of soup from Kim Iwol's hands. Then he took out a small pot and poured in just enough for one person. Trying to save it? I'm not that petty. Kim Iwol quietly watched as Kong Keon took out 7 soup bowls. After setting out matching sets of spoons and chopsticks on the table, Kong Keon picked up the ladle. He filled 6 bowls with the soup Kim Iwol had made and the last bowl with the soup his mother had sent. He placed 2 of the 7 bowls at his own seat. I can just eat both. Soup isn't that filling anyway. You don't have to. I like seaweed soup, Kong Keon offered as a clumsy excuse. Instead of pressing the issue, Kim Iwol opened the now-finished rice cooker. The year's almost over. How are you feeling? I'm not sure. I was most worried about how things would change once I started high school. But maybe because we were preparing for our debut, school itself seems to have just flown by. Do they change up the classes every semester at your arts high school, too? It depends on the number of students in the major. For dance, it'll probably be more or less the same. It's nice not having to worry about my environment changing. That's a relief. Even though Kim Iwol had just graduated from high school at the beginning of the year, he had a strange air of experience. He seemed to reminisce about his school days as if they were from a long, long time ago. Wasn't it difficult to switch to being a trainee after graduating from a regular high school? Kong Keon asked, trying his best to sound casual. He had only switched from one style of dance to another, but Kim Iwol had overcome a much bigger hurdle. He figured the decision could not have been an easy one. Sometimes life just flows in a direction that has nothing to do with your own decisions. What's that supposed to mean? It means I just accepted it as fate. Kim Iwol smiled playfully. As he took out the side dishes, it seemed like he also muttered, "Tell me about it. Why did you give me so much rice? So you can eat a lot and grow up big and strong." Huh. A sigh escaped him at the overwhelming affection. Kim Iwol, who had been chuckling, suddenly went into his room as if struck by lightning. He came back out with a spare phone. Hurry and take a picture. That way you can send it to your mom. A picture. He had never sent his mom a picture of the side dishes before. Even Jong Song-bin usually just made a phone call to say he had enjoyed the meal. There's nothing more reassuring than seeing it with your own eyes. Kim Yiwol handed him the phone with the camera already on. While Kang Kian took a few pictures of the laden table, Kim Yiwol went to wake up the other members. Kang Kian stared down at the photos he had taken. He felt a strange emotion looking at the large table covered with all sorts of side dishes, the rice piled high in its bowl, and the 2 bowls of soup. Hyung, can I send the photos first before I eat? Kang Kian called out to Kim Yiwol, who was on the other side of a door. Kim Yiwol told him to do whatever was comfortable. Kang Kian had believed he was someone who contacted his family often, so he did not think his mom and dad would be particularly overjoyed by a single photo. Mom, you're eating well. Seeing this puts my mind at ease. LOL. It's good to see the seaweed soup. Dad, even if you eat 2 bowls of seaweed soup, you don't age 2 years. Age slowly, son. Dad will be lonely if you grow up too fast. However, it seemed he did not know everything about his parents, either. Kang Kian sent a very long text message. He filled the message window with words of gratitude for giving birth to him and raising him, and with promises that he would eat well. Reading the reply that came 5 minutes later, which explained that it had taken his dad a while to read because he had the font size on his phone set to large, Kang Kian had to admit it. At least for today, there was no one in the world who had received as much love as he had. 412. Chapter 412. Preparing for business. Becoming the public's top pick was a powerful effect. Hideout topped the music charts for the longest period of any Spark song to date. The song echoed through shopping districts nationwide and instantly infected listeners. Alongside it, Speakers steadily held its position, fluctuating between 2nd and 3rd place. Lee Chong-hyun had worried their momentum might wane while he took the CSAT, but that did not happen. Even on the final music show after Lee Chong-hyun's return, Hideout won the 1st place trophy. The concert announcement and the start of pre-sales then ignited the sparklers uncontrollably. Much greater than there's so much to do. We have to watch the music shows, the original content, the live streams, buy the season's greetings, and get tickets. I thought Spark was great, but I'm disappointed. They're trying to make sparklers cut off all their social ties, not even letting us go to year-end parties. Much greater than I thought they'd rest in the second half of the year because of IDC, but I really underestimated these guys. It feels like the second half of the year is even busier, LOL. Much greater than. What? You don't have enough time to run a comeback, season's greetings, and a concert all at the same time at the end of the year? Then you just have to start making the season's greetings 2 years in advance. Ha ha ha. They started preparing the Hideout album before IDC2 LOL. They basically went all in on concert prep for the 4th quarter, but looking at the timing, it seems like last-minute cramming for the year-end LOL. Much greater than I believe in Spark. I believe they'll give every sparkler a seat at the concert. I don't think even Yiwol could do that. I wanted to help them somehow, but it seemed impossible. In the past, ticketing had always been the hardest part. I could secure seats for 1 or 2 people, but any more was out of the question. An idol could not just give away concert tickets as a reposting event. All I could do was set out a bowl of water and pray that everyone could swiftly claim their grapes without any server issues. Speaking of tickets, that reminded me of something. Jukyung. Yeah, what is it? Did the kids not take their invitation tickets? The concert seating chart, scheduled for upload soon, had no invitation seats at all. While securing as many fan seats as possible was a virtue, and I intended to do so, don't people usually invite their families? We decided to turn them all into fan seats. Is it because I suggested we reduce the number of invitation tickets? No, it's not that. The kids wanted to. Jukyung looked startled, but my uneasy feeling did not go away. Jong Songbin has a lot of friends. The memory of Jong Songbin and his 20 friends from graduation day was still vivid. It was strange that they had not even invited Mr. Jong Seongjin, who had a stake in all of Spark's various content. I heard none of you applied for invitation tickets? I asked when I went to the practice room. They all scrambled to make excuses. My family said they absolutely couldn't make it. Jong Songbin said. His entire family supposedly worked on weekends. Why bother when the DVD is coming out, said Choi Ji-ho. He claimed they could just watch the DVD that would be released next year. His reason was flimsy. Leaving everything else aside, did it make sense to give your family a DVD to watch a video of you? You should be thinking of giving them a Blu-ray with a player included. I heard the exact reason for this from Park Ji-woo. The kid called me over to the water cooler and, after a long hesitation, confessed. We all decided not to invite anyone. Don't tell me it's because I'm the only one with no family to invite. That's not it, right? Really? Park Ji-woo averted his gaze. Still, you have to invite your families. It's your first concert. I kicked open the practice room door and yelled at the top of my lungs. But, what do you mean, but? The reason I'm not inviting my family is not because I don't have one, but because I don't want to see them. Is someone who wouldn't come even if invited the same as someone who wants to come? Call them right now. My sister said she'd try to get tickets. Stop talking nonsense and send her a text right now. I inspected Choi Ji-ho's phone and sent Jong Songbin as a messenger. Not long after, Jong Songbin returned with news that he had secured the invitation tickets. Hyung, your temper hasn't died down one bit, Lee Chong-hyun said, clapping his hands with a dumbfounded expression. You've been quiet lately, so I thought your personality had changed. How many did you reserve? 2. One for my dad and one for my brother. If they say they can't come, I'll return them. You're not going to scold me for not inviting my mom and younger brother? You left out people you didn't want to invite. What reason is there to scold you? Lee Chong-hyun must have thought I had taken his side, because he leaped up and clung to my back. What about you, Jewel? I asked Park Ji-woo, who sat blankly with his phone in his hand. My aunt's family is all coming. Get them a place to stay. It'll be tough for them to travel a long distance after the concert. Park Ji-woo stared at me quietly, then smiled faintly. Okay, he replied concisely. Preparing for a single concert was a mountain of work. Being an idol was not just about practicing a set list. They had to take measurements for outfits several times and review the constantly changing stage formations one by one. They also had to plan the events for the middle of the show. The talk time was already set, so they just needed to decide on the topics. While brainstorming content they had not shown at fan meetings but could elicit a good response, Park Ji-woo made a terrible suggestion. Watching our debut era videos. Ji-woo, I'm sorry. This time, I can't be on your side. It had been a while since I had seen Jong Songbin so resolute. For the record, I also opposed that idea. What about Honest Time? Kang Keon offered next. Didn't we do that once in our original content? We did, but it was really short, and everyone was holding back. Keon, did we do something to upset you? At my question, Kang Keon waved his hands. It's not that. I saw comments saying people were disappointed because it was too short. That was true. It was a hastily assembled corner we did briefly during our training camp, so we did not get to say much. If we're really going to do Honest Time, it needs some improvements. Like Keon said, there needs to be a mechanism to increase the aggression. Do we really have to say mean things? I don't have any complaints about the members. Park Ji-woo said, but improvement was essential. Spark was not naturally suited for insubordination. If a group of guys like this tried Honest Time, it would just end up as a half-hearted game of speaking informally. You don't necessarily have to voice complaints, but it needs to be entertaining. Or let's think of some other ideas. Many proactive opinions about trying new challenges came up. The progress of the unit stages also changed daily, so there were more than a few things to revise. Kang Keon, who was taking minutes for the meeting, had turned on a recorder early on. After talking for a long time, we had jjajangmyeon for our last feast before the concert. The managers felt sorry for us, wondering if mere jjajangmyeon was enough before we started our diet. We could eat chicken breast or beef for protein, but there was no substitute for the collaboration of carbohydrates and oil. Just as I was about to pick up a piece of sweet and sour pork, a notification went off in the group chat. It was a message from the dedicated team. Spark Planning, Jukyung, Grand Music Festival stage-related notice. See more. A few members eating jjajangmyeon hastily put down their chopsticks. Only Choi Ji-ho kept his screen on and continued eating as if nothing had happened. You know, right after the concert, we have to start doing the year-end stages the very next week, Lee Chong-hyun said, staring at his phone. That's right. A week won't be enough time to prepare, will it? His voice trembled, likely after seeing the time Spark was allotted. It's severely insufficient. My words silenced the meeting room. The guys pushed their jajangmyeon bowls aside in unison and opened their laptops. I had to yell at them for a full 30 minutes to eat first. The CSAT was over. Baek Haewon had become a post-CSAT high school senior, the freest person on earth. The past week had been a frenzy. Her exam admission ticket was tattered from being stamped so many times. On weekends, she stayed up until dawn watching YouTube and woke up in the middle of the day. While others might get lazy with free time, Baek Haewon always found something to do. She had to catch up on their original content and learn the fan chants she had missed while studying. She could not go to the concert unprepared. Praise myself for getting tickets to all the concerts. That's right. Baek Haewon was going to both days of the concert. While her friends booked train tickets for an unlimited train pass trip, Baek Haewon bit her nails during ticketing and succeeded. With tickets for both the first and last concerts in her hands, Baek Haewon ordered spicy tteokbokki that evening as a reward for herself. The day after securing her concert tickets, Baek Haewon immediately purchased another light stick. One light stick in one hand and a slogan in the other. She also took out her favorite bag that she carried to every offline event. Inside the bag, a handheld fan, a portable battery, and an L folder for her slogans waited for their owner. How long had it been since she had seen them in person? It felt like ages since she last saw Spark. She had pre-ordered the season's greetings, but the delivery date was still a long time away. Baek Haewon, a person with plenty of time, but a lack of content, needed something new. Hurry up and release the concert merch. Someone please host a fan event. If not, I'll host it myself. Baek Haewon tapped her leg nervously, refreshing her social media every 10 minutes. In between, if she saw a scalper trying to sell tickets at a premium, she would report them. Much greater than they'll perform speaker, right? Please, I'm begging. While speaker, those IDC bastards, they're the only ones who saw speaker live. Much greater than I started running today to prepare for the concert. Offline events are a battle of stamina. FR if you don't have stamina, it's hard for fans from the provinces to even get there. Thank God it's a seated concert. Otherwise this grandma would have had to aim for the second floor. She loved the feeling of everyone who liked the same idol getting excited together. The sense of belonging in the fandom was as much a source of fun and joy for Baek Haewon as the exhilaration of cheering for idols. After all, talking about the things you love is never boring. As she ended her semi-hiatus, she saw news from J.I., a famous fansite master she had recently started following. Much greater than I want to bring something to celebrate the first concert. Anyone have any good ideas? For me, a single photo from you is more than enough. Baek Haewon liked the new photo posted with the tweet and left a calm, mature comment. Just being in the same venue as you, J.I., makes me happy. I restrained myself. Baek Haewon patted herself on the back. On the first day of the concert, J.I., one of the Spark fandom's most renowned fansite masters, and Minam Hunter, the representative of the original Sparklers, would have a fateful meeting in adjacent seats. 413, Chapter 413, Opening. It was Saturday, 5 hours before the concert. The gates had not opened and no line had formed, but Baek Haewon arrived early anyway. The concert's in the evening. Why are you going so early? I have to buy merch. Then, Baek Haewon received completely unexpected support. Baek Haewon sent her a whopping 50,000 won. What's this? You said you're buying merch. Buy something decent, not those dolls. I pity you for not knowing the charm of cotton dolls. Baek Haewon never refused money. With 50,000 won from her dad, 50,000 won from Baek Haewon, and transportation money from her mom, Baek Haewon also emptied her emergency fund and stood in the MD line with a full heart. Her bag soon grew heavy. Her bag was actually heavy from the start. Fans called the light stick the people's spirit stick, and if its battery efficiency was poor, she would have needed to pack double the batteries. Baek Haewon bought 2 t-shirts and 2 ball caps. As far as she was concerned, the more black shirts and black hats, the better. After finishing her shopping, she joined acquaintances gathered on a nearby bench. Everyone inspected their new merch for defects. They held a small surprise party to celebrate her liberation from the CSAT. Then they all started talking about Spark as if on cue. Did you see Wayako's light stick? It's a total scene stealer. The light stick is one thing, but Wayako's nickname is just so intense. All Sparkler nicknames are like that. No, but have you guys seen this year's season's greetings? Is there anyone here who hasn't? They took proof shots with their light sticks against the concert venue's banners. They shared stickers and snacks and even analyzed sparklers' fashion styles based on their biases. By then, the sun was slowly setting. It's so funny how Jiho biases always wear hashtag FF6600 somewhere. Are you making fun of the Orange Squad right now? I heard Chonghyun's father just showed up in the parking lot. Huh. He's probably just staying in the car. Do you think Seongjin will come too? The chances of meeting Mr. Jong Seongjin in person are lower than winning a spot at a Spark fan sign. Everyone, should we go get in the entrance line now? Time flew by as they chatted. After getting their tickets checked, Baek Haewon and her friends scattered inside the venue. Baek Haewon's ticketing had been a success. She got a center seat in the first row of the first floor. The joints in Baek Haewon's fingers were still intact. As Baek Haewon went to find her seat, she discovered an A4-sized orange box on every chair. It was a reverse tribute. Baek Haewon hurried to her seat. "Welcome, Sparkler." Before taking off her coat, Baek Haewon opened the box. It was packed with baked sweets, a slogan banner, a concert mini poster, a photo card set, a small fan, and more. There was also a small, straight light stick. The instructions said it included batteries. When she flipped the switch, a bright red light assaulted Baek Haewon's eyes. Red lights flashed from all around. Much greater than Yiwol is at it again. After posting a picture of the bright red light stick, Baek Haewon turned it off and continued reading the instructions. Spark has prepared this for you. Emergency Stick User Guide for a Safe Concert Experience 1. The emergency stick contains batteries. Before the concert begins, please turn on the switch to check if the light works properly. Sticks that do not light up can be exchanged at the emergency stick exchange booth on the first floor. For those using wheelchair seating, please inquire with the staff on standby at the wheelchair section, and we will assist you at your seat. 2. In case of an emergency, please turn on the emergency stick. It was a seated standing concert, so there was less chance of an accident, yet Spark was thorough. It was just like them to put a map to the police station on the packaging of a fan gift. To be clear, Baek Haewon had never worried about the agency's finances. Fans knew how much profit the company made. They had their suspicions, but tolerated it out of love. Right now, however, she only wished Spark would earn a little more money. Reverse tributes are great. They boost Sparkler's morale and make us happy. We're delighted by your warm consideration. But stop using your own money. While Baek Haewon tearfully packed her entrance kit, the owner of the seat next to her arrived. The person wore a calm, all-black outfit and held a light stick with a giant black ribbon. A fan of Kim Yiwol. The Kim Yiwol fan opened their bag, revealing a white, round body inside. A fansite master. Baek Haewon's first instinct was to check the security's location. The fansite master was also experienced. A brief rustling sound was followed by a zipper, and the bag closed seamlessly. But a fansite master was a fansite master, and Baek Haewon had things to do before the concert started. She had to post as many reviews as possible before more people gathered and killed the data connection. If you asked what kind of reviews she could post before the concert even began, much greater than if I'd known you guys were going to give out fans, I wouldn't have brought my handheld fan. Much greater than, but this is amazing. How did they know it would be hot inside for the first concert in the middle of winter? This is something I'd only expect to see at an experienced Despised concert. Much greater than what am I going to do with these idols who aren't satisfied unless they're giving out food with everything they do. Much greater than the message on the photo card is so touching. Things like that. Baek Haewon seriously considered starting a Sparkler vlog channel. While she read through all the mentions of the merch box, a new post appeared on Jay's account. It even included a proof shot of Kim Yiwol's photo card in a top loader with a giant black ribbon. Wait a minute. The fansite master in the seat right next to her put the top loader back in their bag. Baek Haewon saw it clearly. The top loader with the giant ribbon. It was Jay. It was not an impossible occurrence in a place filled only with sparklers, but it was still surprising. Excuse me. Jay even spoke to Baek Haewon. Where's the switch on this thing? Jay held the emergency stick. She had likely seen Baek Haewon's little light show a moment ago. Baek Haewon hid her surprise and, with as much kindness as she could muster, showed her where the switch was. Thank you. Jay offered her thanks. No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, Jay, I would have gone my whole life without seeing high-definition photos of Kim Yiwol in his sky blue outfit. If security comes, I'll throw myself in front of you to block their view. Sobbing internally, Baek Haewon made a vow. She thought it would be comfortable since it was seated standing. She had a feeling this was going to be a dynamic viewing experience. At that moment, the lights in the ceiling began to go out, one by one. It was time for the concert to begin. The concert title on the large screens on either side of the stage disappeared. A VCR began to play in its place. The familiar UA conference room and the members came into view. Right before the concert starts, we need to give a signal that something is beginning. How does everyone want to stage the opening? Jang Songbin asked, making eye contact with each of the members. First, all the lights have to go out. At Choi Ji-ho's words, the main light, the only one still on, went out. Small cheers erupted from all over. It would be nice to hear the sound of instruments or the session being tuned. No sooner had Park Ju-woo finished speaking than an electric guitar rang out from the dark stage. The thumping bass seemed to be a perfect echo of Baek Haewon's own heartbeat. Let's put up a stopwatch too. It'll be exciting. The stopwatch Lee Chong-hyun requested appeared on the large screen in the center of the stage. The milliseconds ticked down rapidly. How about we hit the spot where we first appear with a blast of light? A bright blue light flooded the center of the stage. Even though she was in the back section and sitting in a chair, Baek Haewon knew instinctively. That spot was a lift. I want to see all the light sticks lit. Up, Tuda. Just as Kim Yiwol said, orange lights turned on in all the light sticks, one after another. The fans screamed, waving their light sticks. As for me, Jang Songbin clasped his hands together. I want to perform Flowering as the first song. All the lights on the screens went out. The sound of a heavy iron door opening echoed through the venue. At the sound of footsteps in the dark, people raised their light sticks high above their heads. Call my name until your heart bursts. A newly arranged intro blared as a lift shot up from the floor. The members burst onto the stage, and confetti exploded from the very first song. There are times when a single dream feels so vivid. Kim Yiwol, the owner of the intro, appeared. His voice, both gentle and powerful, was exactly the same as when Baek Haewon had first heard him sing. A power that makes my heart pound in the long, dark night, keeping me from sleep. When Choi Ji-ho stood at the center of the stage, you understood what kind of group Spark was. Through Choi Ji-ho, Baek Haewon and all the other sparklers were newly reminded every day that no one could ever be like Spark. A single flare sent into the night sky, igniting the fuel of our wishes. Kang Keon shone brightest when he was under the lights. No matter what dance he performed or what expression he made, his eyes gleamed. That light in his eyes held too much to be dismissed as mere passion. You know, we were born like a miracle. Every single line Kim Yiwol sang was captivating. Even in the darkness, a candle burns, shining its light. And Lee Chong-hyun took over, adding another layer of perfection, perfectly executing anything he was given, no matter the part. There was no better way to describe Lee Chong-hyun. Sound the alarm, let the cheers erupt. Just listening to Jang Songbin's singing was enough to make one's heart swell. Even when many people listened to his ballads, Baek Haewon always thought Spark songs suited him best, because there was an uplifting quality to Jang Songbin's voice. Until the world heats up and grows hot. Spark always said in unison that Park Ju-woo's life was only about music. When Park Ju-woo sang, he seemed to become one with the song. Listening to Park Ju-woo live made you feel as if all traces of anyone else had been erased, leaving only his voice and you in the world. A clear goal becomes the driving force. To kick off the ground and split the night where the Milky Way flows. The screens filled with tiny stars. A violet Milky Way sparkled beyond the starlight. Look here, I'll show you a once-in-a-lifetime magic. Secretly pierce the sky, scatter like fireworks, and shout. Lee Chong-hyun gripped the mic and yelled. As if drawn by the call, Choi Ji-ho returned to the center. My name. Pillars of fire erupted. Along the stage's edge, a wave of heat washed over Baek Haewon. However, it had no effect on Baek Haewon, who had already been burning with excitement for a long time. The sound of exploding fireworks layered over the track. Sound the alarm, let the cheers erupt, until your heart boils over and overflows. They were out of breath, sweat dripping from their faces, yet they smiled happily. The spark that Baek Haewon had first fallen for was right there before her eyes. 414, Chapter 414, Concert 1. Listening to with list drained all my energy. The cushion chair was a huge relief. Just then, Baek Haewon's eyes met Kang Keon's as he came forward for water. Kang Keon's sharp eyes stood out even more when he smiled. The character band-aid on his cheek was enough to drive a person crazy. I'm saying this for the 30th time. It's a crime for him to wear a school uniform and flash that mischievous smile. Kang Keon picked up 2 water bottles with straws, handed one to Park Ju-woo, and sipped from his own. He was unbearably cute. The members of Spark were cute apart, but they were 6 times as adorable when gathered together. The school uniforms are driving me insane, seriously. The dark navy school uniform jackets and pants gave a calmer impression than the uniforms Spark previously wore in music videos. They felt less like freshmen from their debut and more like upperclassmen. Of course, Baek Haewon's school had no upperclassmen like that. It's good to see you, Sparkler. It's good to see you too. The fans responded to Spark's greeting. The weather was really cold, wasn't it? Park Ju-woo asked, gripping the microphone tightly with both hands. The Sparkler probably weren't cold at all. The Sparkler had been on fire for about 5 hours. The day we'd hold our own concert has finally come, Jong Songbin said. Maybe because something I only ever imagined has become a reality, I still feel a bit dazed. The other members nodded. From a distance, Kim Yiwol slowly looked around the audience. Following Kim Yiwol's gaze upward, she saw a wave of light sticks swaying in response. We tried decorating the opening with flowering and with list. Was it okay? In just 2 months, it'll be 2 years since flowering was released. Time really flies, doesn't it? I was in middle school when I first met these hyungs. Has it really been that long? Choi Ji-ho stared at Kang Keon with a dazed expression. Baek Haewon's reaction was not much different. 2 years. It was surprising. So much had happened that it felt like 5 years had passed. Next year, all of Spark would be adults. It felt like just yesterday that most of them were minors. Time moved incredibly fast. Our youngest members are saying goodbye to their school uniforms this year. How do you feel? At Kim Yiwol's words, sounds of disappointment poured from the audience. If refreshing idols didn't wear school uniforms, what were they supposed to wear? The sighs quickly subsided. Lee Chong-hyun said he was relieved because his own school uniform wasn't pretty but promised to bring back the concept anytime if the Sparkler wanted it. Kang Keon agreed. If we do a school uniform concept next year too, it might be a bit difficult for me. As soon as Kim Yiwol tried to change the subject, a thunderous permission came from the other side. You can wear it for another 10 years. Kim Yiwol's eyes widened. He lowered his microphone and laughed. Still, now that we're in our 2nd year, shouldn't we show a more mature side of ourselves? We can show them, but can you hyungs do it too? Lee Chong-hyun asked, looking at Kim Yiwol and Choi Ji-ho. You hyungs haven't grown any taller. Lee Chong-hyun, now slightly taller than Kim Yiwol, waved a hand over his own head. Kim Yiwol looked dumbfounded. Chong-hyun, we have experience, you know. You've gone past growth and just gotten old? That's why I'm saying Ji-ho. Kim Yiwol casually placed a hand on one of Choi Ji-ho's shoulders. I think at this point, the eldest hyungs need to show something. During IDC, Choi Ji-ho had hit Kim Yiwol's back. Now, at the concert, Kim Yiwol patted Choi Ji-ho's shoulder. Baek Haewon, who was weak to changes in their relationship dynamics, covered her mouth. Oh. The stage lights went out. Soon, the sound of sloshing liquid echoed through the venue. A purple liquid slowly rose from the bottom of the large screens on both sides of the stage. Are they doing Underbar? It was a cover song the fans loved, but it wasn't new. They had already seen the full version with all the members in their first anniversary content. That was, until Kim Yiwol and Choi Ji-ho appeared out of the darkness. A scream burst from Baek Haewon's mouth. Starting with the people in the front row, the crowd erupted in chaos. Choi Ji-ho appeared without his jacket. His upper body perfectly suited the white shirt, his forearms prominent beneath the rolled-up sleeves. He had tossed his jacket, but his necktie remained perfectly neat, a fact that was enough to drive her crazy. Kim Yiwol, standing with his back turned, was even more striking. A cord cinched his dress shirt at the waist, creating a sharp, concave line. His torso narrowed dramatically from his broad, square shoulders. The black uniform pants now looked like a well-fitted suit. Choi Ji-ho tapped the stage floor with his toe, and the song began. Under the table, you send a signal for me to come to you. He's singing it live. For their first anniversary, Spark had only danced the choreography, like in a challenge video. This time, they were singing it themselves. Listening closely, the instrumental was also subtly different. As if, "You know I've been waiting," your two eyes smile from across the way. The 187-centimeter tall man's solo dance was breathtakingly good. Every time the deep, wine-colored lights stained his shirt, Choi Ji-ho's movements created shadows that made the fabric look soaked in wine. Just watching from beyond the boundary, Choi Ji-ho covered his eyes with one arm and did a pelvic thrust. The fine muscles on his forearm twitched. The fit of his pants clung to his tight thighs. Choi Ji-ho's skill at dances mixed with waves was something that made many sparkler tear their hair out. Now, Choi Ji-ho performed a new dance, a variation of the original choreography. It was packed with everything he did ridiculously well. After delivering a huge shock, Choi Ji-ho stood in a straight line with Kim Yiwol and turned around. As he did, a pale white hand descended down Choi Ji-ho's back. Kim Yiwol swept one arm down Choi Ji-ho's back and revealed himself. "I know you don't want to cross the line, so stop." They didn't do this for the first anniversary. Of course not. The original song had no such performance. Ever since Hi, Kim Yiwol's dance had reached a new level of sexiness. Baek Haewon couldn't take her hand from her mouth. If she kept watching, she had no idea what profanity might burst out. "Stop pretending you don't want it. Admit your leaking heart." However, Baek Haewon failed to maintain her dignity. When Kim Yiwol swept his hair back and smiled with one corner of his mouth raised, she had no idea how to restrain herself. "If you don't want to get caught, come here." Kim Yiwol pulled on Choi Ji-ho's necktie. He wrapped the end around his hand and sang, "Under the bar you tapped," loud enough to drown out the DSLR camera shutters. Everyone around Baek Haewon screamed as if their light sticks would break. When the 3-minute song ended, all strength drained from her body. Baek Haewon wiped her damp hands on her pants. Her head spun, but she couldn't rest. "I want to be the last person standing by your side." Mission, the one Spark song that could be called sexy, followed. Kang Ki-on appeared in tight leather pants and a black turtleneck. Mom. Only their tops were different. All of Spark appeared in leather pants. Choi Ji-ho had untied his necktie and now wore a black harness over his white shirt. Kim Yiwol still wore a shirt. Except now, half of it was missing. Seeing the cut-off shirt and his fully exposed abs, Baek Haewon realized the white belt around his solar plexus was a perforated line for a quick style change. On Kim Yiwol's pale white back, under the shirt, was a long, stretching orchid. Curses threatened to spill out. Being a cultured and dignified sparkler was far too difficult. "I'll escort you all the way to the stage." Isn't it too cowardly for the person who said he'd escort us to come out with a bare-chested body chain? It was absurd. She couldn't believe Jong Songbin was the successor to Choi Ji-ho's bare-chested black leather harness. Wasn't Jong Songbin the most covered up in the Mission music video? If it had been an overly otaku-ish body chain, her excitement would have been broken. However, Spark's styling team, as always, boasted an excellent aesthetic sense. The simple, thin chain suited Jong Songbin's neat impression. It crossed his chest, but wasn't overly flashy. The glittering silver chain created unity with his bracelet. In short, it was just good. Spark must have worked out so hard for this day. Otherwise, their shirts would not fit like that, especially around the shoulders. When the signature choreography began, the venue became a crucible of frenzy. Voices boiled up from the depths of their stomachs. It was insanely good that Park Ju-woo had unbuttoned 3 shirt buttons, and that Lee Chong-hyun wore glossy combat boots that came up to his shins. The goal is just one thing, to remain by your side, that's all. But when Kang Ki-on came to the center, she was simply overwhelmed with emotion. He wore leather gloves that only covered the back of his hands and flashed a languid, lingering smile. Kang Ki-on had been unable to participate in the promotions at the time due to his health. He had said he was glad he could at least join them for the final broadcast. It had been heartbreaking to see Kang Ki-on say how much he regretted it and how sorry he was. This felt like proof that they could still perform even after the official promotions were over. For that, Baek Haewon was truly happy. 415, Chapter 415, Concert 2. The sexy concept that had taken the world by storm left its aftereffects. Sparklers always tell us they like whatever we do, right? But there are concepts they like more. I'm sure of it. The difference in the size of the cheers. Kang Keon and Park Ju-woo presented the facts, and the sparklers lost face. They wished the members would just pretend not to notice such things. Next was a friendship duet by Jong Songbin and Park Ju-woo. The combination had been seen a few times before, but today's unit stage held a special meaning. They sang Jong Songbin's first ever OST together. During the instrumental break, the volume lowered. Songbin. And a VCR of Park Ju-woo played without warning. You're surprised, aren't you? I wanted to do a surprise event, but I wasn't confident I could trick you. So I'm filming this now, 10 hours before the concert. Park Ju-woo beamed, even though his stunt was hard to classify as timid or bold. It feels like a dream that we, who spent our trainee days together, can stand side by side at the concert today and sing your song together. The sparklers had been laughing at Park Ju-woo's eccentric behavior, but their reaction changed. After, Jong Songbin released his OST first, and with his solo stages 4i.am, 4, Real, and at the IDC, public opinion trying to drive a wedge between the two had grown considerably. If Kim Yiwol's issue hadn't occurred, a controversy over Discord due to preferential treatment would have likely erupted first. Even when we weren't preparing for a concert, you always told me to let me know anytime if there was something I wanted to do. You might have thought I'd say a band, but Park Ju-woo spoke in his usual slow, but even more affectionate, voice. My wish is to sing and dance for the rest of my life on this stage we're standing on now, together with the members. On stage, Park Ju-woo looked at Jong Songbin. Jong Songbin could not take his eyes off the screen. Any sparkler would know. They knew how much Jong Songbin wanted people to hear Park Ju-woo's singing. When Park Ju-woo uploaded a cover song, Jong Songbin was the first to listen. Whenever they filmed karaoke content, he was the first to hand Park Ju-woo the remote and microphone. This was the Jong Songbin that Park Ju-woo now addressed. To my one and only, most precious friend in the world, Songbin. Thank you for asking me to become an idol. He was saying that he truly enjoyed his current life. Jong Songbin's shoulders shook as he cried. Park Ju-woo had to sing the second verse alone. Patting his friend's shoulder, Park Ju-woo sang the song his friend had first presented to the world, finishing it all on his own. After the tearful vocal stage came a rap stage of pure ecstasy. The youngest members showed off their insane diction. Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Keon, decked out in hazmat suits from a post-apocalyptic movie, delivered a rap so brilliant it was dizzying. During an instrumental break, Kang Keon took off the top of his hazmat suit and tied it around his waist. People everywhere tore their hair out. Lee Chong-hyun stopped dancing and approached the audience. They were too stunned to speak. They had seen him at fan signs, during off-run departures, and even at music shows, but Lee Chong-hyun, deliberately styled for the concert, was a masterpiece. I want to immediately join the private organization Chong-hyun Love Squad. She presumed Kim Yiwol himself had created and solely joined it. After the song ended, a video played. Lee Chong-hyun, with light purple hair, sat in a park with an open laptop. He's shooting bubbles at the kids over there, you know? It was a bright spring day. Faded purple hair and the formal speech he used in private, something they hadn't heard in a while. It was Lee Chong-hyun from their early debut days. The camera panned to a fountain where Kang Keon shot a bubble gun in each hand among young children. Jiho, it's raining. You want me to make kimchi jjigae? Yes. Park Ju-woo confidently demanded a kimchi jjigae spatula. And Choi Jiho naturally got up from the sofa, as if this had happened many times before. Park Ju-woo stood beside the oiled frying pan, watching Choi Jiho pour the batter the entire time. Songbin, what are you doing? Decorating my notebook. Laughter erupted when the familiar notebook appeared. Jong Songbin explained they were stickers Choi Jiho had brought from Gwangju. He carefully peeled them off one by one and stuck them in his notebook. The arrangement wasn't particularly pretty. Give me the camera. To film up close. No, to film you. Me? Why? Because you're coming out really well. Following the reluctant voice, Kim Yiwol came into view. The fans went wild for Kim Yiwol, who wore a plain t-shirt and training pants. They had seen Kim Yiwol with a natural concept, but a real natural Kim Yiwol was as rare as wild ginseng. How should I pose for you? I think I'll look weird no matter what I do. Please make a hand heart. In his early debut days, Kim Yiwol received countless requests to make a hand heart. He always had to use two hands, even if it meant putting down whatever he was holding. Even with just the members in the dorm, Kim Yiwol made a heart with 2 hands. His awkwardly smiling face filled the large screen. A piano melody flowed from the speakers. I remember you who watched over me. And the first verse of the 3rd letter began. The members sat side by side on high chairs and took turns holding up their microphones. At the end of my drawing, you were always there. To meet you, I drew and drew even in my dreams. You and us. This hand I worried someone might grab. I carefully held it out with a trembling heart. You held it back. It was so warm, I wanted to hold that hand forever and run. I erased and erased, taking many detours, but still, won't you listen? The memory of hearing the 3rd letter for the first time flooded back. It was a time when she was moved just by the fact that the boys had released a fan song. The Baek Haewon of today understood the weight of the lyrics. Kim Yiwol raised his microphone. Tell me it's okay to give you this heart. The 2 years Kim Yiwol had spent trying to show only his best side to the fans flashed by. No fan who had seen that effort could turn away. Let me give it a name. She also knew that everything Kim Yiwol did was for the fans. Giving them the affectionate name Sparkler, giving a title to every one of Spark's songs. It would be impossible without great affection. Impossible without a great deal of affection. Call it love. Her eyes met Kim Yiwol's. His eyes, as black as the cosmos, smiled at the fans. The emotional roller coaster lurched non-stop, carrying Baek Haewon and over 15,000 sparklers with it. The travel-sized pack of tissues she had brought just in case was completely used up. Even after the fans' song ended and it was time for comments, the sparklers were wailing. They vividly remembered the ups and downs since the 3rd letter was released. The bewildered members tried their best to soothe the sobbing fans, but it was not enough. From the front row to the 3rd floor restricted view seats, everyone was a sea of tears. Sparklers, if you keep crying like this, we can't show you the next content. At Lee Chong-hyun's firm words, the tears stopped as if by magic. I want to immediately arrest Choi Ji-ho. He was telling them to stop crying while smiling as if he found the situation absurd. Baek Haewon quickly wiped her tears. Because sparklers are good kids. A drawing of a chalkboard appeared before the admirable audience. A piece of chalk moved slowly, writing out words. Recess. Desks and chairs were arranged on the relit stage. The members of Spark, changed into school uniforms, entered one by one from the edge of the stage. While the other members took their seats, Jong Songbin entered, dragging a whiteboard. He then wrote "class meeting" in large letters on the board. Hey guys, we need to have a meeting now. Can everyone please focus? The moment she heard Jong Songbin's informal speech, she knew. It was a skit. Class president, why does our class have so many meetings? Lee Chong-hyun asked, raising his hand. His remark felt genuine. If there were fewer suggestions, this wouldn't be happening. But the complaint box was full, so I had no choice, Jong Songbin said, shaking a small box on his desk. So today, we're going to take some time to resolve the complaints of our classmates. I hope everyone will think about these issues as if they were their own and help out. Can I submit a complaint that there are too many meetings next week? Sure, I'll pass it on to the teacher. At Jong Songbin's sharp attitude, Lee Chong-hyun lowered his hand. After confirming there were no other complainers, Jong Songbin took a slip of paper from the box. Here's the first suggestion. It says, I wish you wouldn't stare so intensely at me when we get a break during PE class. Ju-woo. It's Ju-woo, isn't it? Kim Yiwol's and Kang Ki-yeon's gazes turned to Park Ju-woo. Park Ju-woo's flustered face was plastered hugely across 3 large screens. It's not me. You're the only one who would say something like this, Choi Ji-ho stated firmly. Park Ju-woo's face turned bright red. Actually, it is me. You could have insisted it wasn't you at least one more time. Jong Songbin looked genuinely regretful, which was hilarious. The friendship between the two was truly beautiful. It's because you guys stare too much. We do. Kim Yiwol retorted. Park Ju-woo nodded his head vigorously. We're just timing you. You set a timer, but you still stare. Because it's a waste of time if you're late. Sometimes I just want to rest for 10 more seconds. The back and forth between Choi Ji-ho and Park Ju-woo was also interesting, with one side being overwhelmingly weaker. The fun part was that even though Park Ju-woo was faltering, he didn't collapse. You guys love working out. I just like it. No, we don't love it either. Don't lie. Park Ju-woo said, his expression turning serious at Kim Yiwol's words. A chill befitting his natural good looks poured from his face. That can't be explained without love. Lee Chong-hyun leaned back and laughed, a sign of his strong agreement. But you like arm workouts, Jiwoo. We don't only do arm workouts. Kang Kian tried to soothe him but failed. Park Jiwoo looked genuinely sad. I don't hate working out. I'll work hard, but I just wish the break time was a little longer. So you felt burdened because you felt pressured by us staring? Jang Songbin's attempt to smooth things over also failed. No, it's just that Yiwol's and Jiho's glares are scary. The camera closed in on Kim Yiwol's and Choi Jiho's eyes in succession. The sharp, upturned corners of their eyes were fiercely directed at Park Jiwoo. One could only hope for the main vocalist's safety after this segment was over. 416, Chapter 416, Concert 3. The next note was just as scathing. An opinion has come up. I condemn the act of eating chicken breast steak on a cheat day. What does everyone think? Isn't it okay since it's a regular meal? No, chicken breast isn't exactly a regular meal. The straightforward Choi Jiho and the logical Kang Kian clashed. Did you write this? No, but I'm saying that a food you find when you search for diet food can't be a cheat meal. Amid the sharp confrontation, Kang Kian finally stood and passionately argued his point. Honestly, you all agree, don't you? It tastes similar, but it's not the same. Is that so? Kian, Yiwol has an unrefined palate. He won't understand if you put it like that. Lee Chong-hyun chimed in. Park Jiwoo, a complete epicure who went beyond being a mere gourmet, agreed with Kang Kian. So, you want to eat a real steak? How would I know? I'm not the one who wrote the note. You're saying you didn't write it? Choi Jiho looked at him suspiciously. Kang Kian, however, was confident. He showed no hint of lying. Kim Yiwol, who had been watching, turned his gaze to Lee Chong-hyun. Chong-hyun, was the soy hamburg steak not good either? Lee Chong-hyun silently turned his back on Kim Yiwol. Then why did Kang Kian react like that? He must have been thinking something similar deep down. Kim Yiwol kindly explained to the clueless Choi Jiho. I think our team has too few gourmets. Can't you all find joy in eating? Aren't you happy when you eat something delicious? Lee Chong-hyun shot up from his seat, as if he had given up on hiding it. A cheat day once a month, that's great. I don't intend to ask for more days, but for one day, just one meal, shouldn't we be able to eat freely? We don't decide the menu. It's a free meal. You call it a free meal, but you all eat chicken breast. So how are we supposed to order a pizza? Lee Chong-hyun clutched his chest and looked at Jang Songbin, as if asking how he could dare say free meal. More importantly, they only had one free meal a month. Baek Haewon was reminded again that these idols were known for their strict self-management. You can just order it. Jiho, we have some tact. We really don't mind. I know you guys wouldn't care. It's us who feel self-conscious. Choi Jiho and Kim Yiwol took turns frustrating Lee Chong-hyun. Behind them, Kang Kian muttered, agreeing with Lee Chong-hyun's words. I, too, sometimes want to eat something delicious. A sundae set meal doesn't qualify as the party food that Kang Jian and I are asking for. Right, Jiwoo? It's fine to eat a sundae set meal on a regular day. Kim Yiwol placated Park Jiwoo. Was Park Jiwoo's cheat meal really a sundae set meal? The memory of her impulsively ordering tteokbokki after getting a ticket flashed through Baek Haewon's mind. So, Chong-hyun wants everyone to eat something delicious together on cheat day, right? Delicious by the Magna's standards. Right, delicious by the Magna's standards. What do Yiwol and Jiho think? I have an unrefined palate, so I'll follow what the others want. Hyung, Chong-hyun, we're friends. While Jang Songbin tried to moderate, Kim Yiwol and Lee Chong-hyun clashed in an epic squabble. Just tell us what's delicious to you guys. We can't decide otherwise. Choi Jiho stepped in to mediate. Lee Chong-hyun cleared his throat, then spoke clearly and distinctly like a student in a speech contest. Spicy stir-fried chicken on a hot plate with added fried rice, shabu-shabu with added kalguksu noodles, pasta with extra noodles and shrimp, a large portion of jjajangmyeon with large sweet and sour pork, ordering tteokbokki with added self-serve rice balls, and being allowed to order doenjang jjigae for dessert after eating naengmyeon. Isn't that too many carbs? Yiwol, I'm talking. Park Jiwoo's face turned pale at the endless parade of menu items. as if he had imagined eating all of it. That's something I was a bit disappointed about, too. Jang Songbin joined in with an awkward laugh. Kim Yiwol wore a shocked expression. You guys were such big eaters? It's not that we're big eaters. Everyone in the world eats this much. You're the only one who eats jalmayan as a special treat. Jiho also eats that much. I see. Kim Yiwol understood immediately. The cheat day discussion concluded with a decision to fully respect the youngest member's opinions. After that, various other notes exposed Spark's grievances to the world. When you upload a new document to the shared folder, please grant editing permissions properly. And I'm grateful you put an air freshener in my shoes after borrowing them. But I'd be even more grateful if you told me. I've washed the shoes 3 times, and they still smell like lilac. Every single one was utterly trivial. This is the last note. I'll read it. Jang Songbin took the last note from the box. I see some of you cutting a few seconds off your stretches. Let's do the full time. Skipping a few movements won't dramatically increase your practice time. That sounds like Yiwol. Didn't Yiwol write the note about the shared folder earlier? Kim Yiwol shrugged, leaving only the members in confusion. Lee Chonghyun interrogated Choi Jiho. I'm just asking to be sure, but you didn't have Yiwol ghostwrite this for you, did you, Jiho? Who would have someone ghostwrite a note for a concert? A concert? This is a class meeting. Choi Jiho laughed in disbelief at Lee Chonghyun's words. Is it? Songbin. Songbin doesn't talk so sternly. Our Songbin is so nice. Kong Keon defended Jang Songbin. The leader certainly seemed well respected. Baek Haewon wasn't sure about the respect the older members commanded, though. I agree that we should stretch diligently. You can never do too much of a warm-up. Jang Songbin sided with the note's author, even while smiling. Jang Songbin's reliable personality showed in these small details. Still, the content is warm. It's about worrying for your friend's health. Keon, are you being sarcastic towards me, the one who condemned the cheat day? You make it impossible to say anything. Even though no one wrote a note to put someone else down, the members fought relentlessly. They bickered over trivial things just like ordinary students. Everyone remembered the opinions your friends brought up, right? At the next meeting, let's have the person who wrote the note present the reason for their suggestion themselves. That's all for today's meeting. Fortunately, the class meeting ended on a bright and heartwarming note. A school bell rang as Jang Songbin finished his comment. The next meeting probably meant this same time at tomorrow's concert. Baek Haewon was again praising herself for getting tickets for both days. Hey, move the desks. Let's clean up quickly and go. The members moved the desks and chairs to the edge of the stage. Staff who had been waiting out of sight then took away the roughly cleared furniture. It was rare for idols to move props themselves, especially at a concert. Are they doing this to stay in character? As a puzzled Baek Haewon watched, the large black cloth concealing the back of the stage fell. It revealed a magnificent set of band instruments. Much greater than IDC's existence is justified by the fact that it produced Speaker. It's a shit show of a program, but you have to admit this song is good. I disagree. It's infuriating that Speaker's debut stage was on a show like IDC. The original post is right, and so is this comment. Much greater than person who hasn't seen Speaker. Why does this video have so many views? Person who has seen Speaker. Why does this video have so few views? Fact. The view count trend has already surpassed the level of a survival show. All the people who were into 90s rock bands flocked here. Of course, the views are going to be high. It's already insane that a 19-year-old wrote a song with this vibe, but then the 20-year-old vocalist woke up all the enthusiasts who were sleeping in their coffins. Much greater than if they released 2 or 3 more songs like Speaker. Couldn't Spark start a band idol syndrome? I know they're good at their main job, but haven't there been no other bands that have gotten this much buzz recently? Totally possible. It'll be tough because of the skills of the members who didn't major in it. Seeing how they reached this level in just a year, it's not an impossible stretch in the long run. Much greater than why. Speaker is a masterpiece. They know exactly what points make people's hearts race. The nostalgia of that era hits you right from the intro, even though I wasn't even born back then. The last line, Icker, I'm feeling nostalgia I never had. That's why it's getting so much support from people in their 30s and 40s. And the fact that people in their 10s and 20s aren't calling it old-fashioned proves it's a legend. Much greater than guys, Speaker is starting to hit the global algorithm. Let's not lose to the English comments. Let's show them the power of Koreans. Jijamalja. What's with this guy? Her heart began to pound. A heartbeat echoed in her head with every step Kim Yiwol took toward his white bass guitar. A wide strap settled over Kim Yiwol's white school uniform shirt. Park Ji-woo dragged a mic stand from backstage and set it in the center. He must have taken off his shirt when she wasn't looking. He now wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt with a thin leather belt and his uniform pants. Choi Ji-ho, his tie loosened, struck the snare drum. Much greater than the drummer's sense of rhythm is insane. For a first year to have this kind of rhythm, it's like he was destined by the heavens to play the drums, so I'm not even jealous. His power backs it up, so the sound is great. He's not lacking anything with that natural physique. Blue veins popped on the back of Kim Yiwol's white hand as he pressed down on the chords. Lee Chong-hyun, sleeves rolled up, placed both hands on the keyboard. Much greater than the keyboard and bass are the divine move. It's a true masterpiece and the vocalist is inhuman. But the reason this rookie band can maintain its balance is because the experienced members on melody and bass are putting on a superhuman performance. The song demands a lot of skill, and the vocalist covers a wide range, so the number of notes they have to play and the parts they have to support are immense, yet they perform it perfectly live plus in a band style. The keyboard has a slightly more standard feel. Even this is just at a humanly good level. You'd never think he's someone who switched genres, while for the bass, as the critics say, there's a saying that he's so good he could kidnap a pro bassist, but at this level, it's more like he devoured any that came into sight. Jang Songbin and Kang Keon plucked their strings in perfect sync. Much greater than I always teach students learning guitar for the first time to focus on the fundamentals, and the guitarists here show exactly why. If you overdo it or get obsessed with speed, your accuracy is bound to drop. Just seeing them faithfully perform their roles without missing a single note makes it hard to believe they're beginners. It's by no means an easy song. Placing two guitars, which could have easily been weak compared to the other sessions, and clearly defining their roles seems to have been a good choice. A sharp sound that pierces through the tangled crowd and seething noise. The accompaniment was loud enough to burst eardrums. The lights were so intense they didn't just dazzle, they seemed to burn. I'll scream until you can hear me, so pay attention now. Park Ji-woo's voice, like scraping an iron wall with steel wire, instantly pierced the clamor. I'm speaking, so if you won't listen. Much greater than has there ever been a vocalist like this in our country. I can't believe it even as I'm listening. Hearing that he's 20 makes it even more absurd. I guess logic is useless in the face of overwhelming talent. Park Ji-woo gripped the microphone in its stand tightly. Baek Hae-won saw it clearly. The voice Park Ji-woo summoned traveled up the veins in his neck and spread to the tip of his chin. Speak louder. There's no choice but to play louder. If the song had a color, the highlight of speaker would be red. It was like Park Ji-woo's flushed face, like a lighthouse that never goes out on a dark blue sea. 417, Chapter 417, Concert 4. The band version of Hideout ended, filling the concert hall with fervor. The atmosphere felt just like the rock festival I attended 2 years ago. After a short VCR, End and On a High Note followed. During End, they sang lyrics from On a High Note. During On a High Note, they sang lyrics from End. I only realized it was intentional after hearing all of On a High Note. The reason I can't stop is because this moment is so much fun. The cheerful and hopeful atmosphere of On a High Note. Wherever I go, all that remains is an empty city, an eternal silence. Contrasted with the heavy, sharp lyrics of End. The similar syllable count and sentence structure allowed them to be swapped without sounding awkward. I could see why the members were ground to dust preparing the double title tracks. Next was the cover stage. The pairings, chosen by drawing lots, looked like they should be called the tall line and the short line. The performers seemed to be in better shape than the audience, just sitting and watching. I really have to go to the gym in the new year. The sight of Spark was awe-inspiring. I really should go to the gym in the new year. Fortunately, Spark took a moment for comments before Baek Hae-won could pass out. It felt like they had performed 5 songs straight. As if reading my mind, Jang Songbin pushed a cart from the stage's edge. It carried a large cylinder filled with big, rolled-up sheets of paper. The giant sheets were rolling papers. The members looked ready to cry before they even unrolled them. Who should read first? Jang Songbin asked for volunteers. I'll go first. Choi Ji-ho raised his hand. While tearing off the tape, Choi Ji-ho ripped the paper slightly, earning an earful from Kim Yiwol. Choi Ji-ho tilted his head as he examined the paper. What's wrong? There are two messages that start with Ji-ho-ya. It seems one of the younger members did something audacious. Or so I thought. Park Ju-woo noticed something was off. Would Yiwol Hyung write Ji-ho-ya? He'd get caught right away? The news that half the younger members had fearlessly committed insubordination against Gestralo Erectus made the Spark members' eyes dart around. Choi Ji-ho, however, simply began to read the letter with an unfazed expression. A series of messages followed. One offered comfort about his pre-concert diet, since he needed to eat a lot to maintain his physique. Another thanked him for always offering whatever he was holding, but said they could do things themselves. A final, earnest plea begged him to carefully discuss his companions before going to a deserted island. Nothing here is normal except for the one Jong Songbin wrote. How can you be so sure Songbin wrote that one? It could have been me. As if. Kim Yiwol tried to sow confusion over the touching letter, but Jong Songbin just smiled silently. Lee Chonghyun cried while reading his rolling paper. He held it together through best friend, but broke down at the magnes I love most in the world. In our team, from now on, mentioning love is forbidden. The members on either side soothed the sobbing Lee Chonghyun. It was a heart-wrenching sight, but it also warmed a corner of my heart. As if to prove they were friends, Kang Keon also created a reservoir with his tears. By this point, the sparklers were crying so hard they could barely see. Jong Songbin gently patted Kang Keon, who sobbed with his head down. After the wave of sadness passed, Kim Yiwol took out his own rolling paper. The mood has been pretty emotional so far, so I'll try to keep things light. Hyung, this is no joke. The tears just flow on their own, Lee Chonghyun said, handing him a tissue in advance. Kim Yiwol checked the letter with a microphone in one hand, the rolling paper in the other, and the tissue on his lap. You said earlier there were two messages that started with Ji-ho-ya. Well, there are three that start with Yiwol-ah. How do you suppose that happened? The crowd burst into laughter. Kim Yiwol pointed to Park Ju-woo, Lee Chonghyun, and Kang Keon in turn. The members vehemently protested Kim Yiwol's unhesitating deduction. Ji-ho Hyung could have written Yiwol Hyung to avoid getting caught, and Songbin Hyung could have written Yiwol-ah. Our Ji-ho isn't that smart. Isn't that a bit harsh to say right to his face? Kim Yiwol cleanly ignored Choi Ji-ho's complaint and focused on reading the letter. For a moment, he said nothing. What is it? It's just. I can tell everyone wrote this with great sincerity. Kim Yiwol's expression was unreadable. I told you. Everyone wrote with 200% sincerity. You think I cried for no reason? Lee Chonghyun insisted, justifying his recent tears. Kim Yiwol picked up the microphone he had set down. I'll read it. Yiwol-ah, it's been a while since I've written a handwritten letter. You must have a lot to write in my letter. Seeing you not lift your pen from the paper makes me worry about what you're writing. The introduction was light, like most letters. You said you'd be the roof of the team and climb to the coldest place. Thanks to you, who endured all the snow and rain, we were able to light a fire in the fireplace. Kim Yiwol read the sentence, a long explanation of the word eldest brother, slowly and clearly. I hope you'll come down now and warm yourself by the bonfire. The subject of the letter, Kim Yiwol, remained composed, but Baek Haewon's nose tingled. Her eyes burned as if they would burst. Agu, everyone is crying so much. Kim Yiwol stood up awkwardly. Looking to her side, Baek Haewon saw Ji covering half her face with a handkerchief. Tears burst from Baek Haewon's eyes uncontrollably. Hurry up and read Ji-ho Hyung's part. I should do that. Kim Yiwol immediately accepted Kang Keon's solution. Agu, I can't do it. He then immediately retracted his decision. Choi Ji-ho himself looked toward Kim Yiwol with an indifferent expression. Still, it's for the content. I'll read it. Quickly, Kim Yiwol declared, readjusting his grip on the microphone. To Kim Yiwol, you've consistently worked hard since our trainee days. I won't tell you what to do, since you're the type of person who has to do what you think is right no matter what others say. This felt like a deeper understanding of Kim Yiwol than even the letter from the birthday live stream revealed. Kim Yiwol paused for a moment before continuing. Do whatever you want. If you need something done, just ask. There are 5 of us left, so I don't think you need to do it all alone. Kim Yiwol's gaze turned to Choi Ji-ho. His expression showed disbelief that Choi Ji-ho had written this. Choi Ji-ho watched Kim I-wol silently for a moment, then turned his head away. I remembered something Kim I-wol had said in passing during a live stream. He had said that Choi Ji-ho took on a lot of responsibility in the team. He could trust Choi Ji-ho with certain things, and Choi Ji-ho always followed through without a single complaint. The skateboard too. Without Ji-ho, it would have been difficult to create that much of an impact. I can't tell you how reassuring it is to have a center who steps up for the team. To that Kim I-wol, Choi Ji-ho was now giving him a push, telling him to do whatever he wanted. Because Choi Ji-ho would continue to take on the supporting role. It might have been boring if I were the only one without someone my age. Thanks for being here. Kim I-wol managed to finish the sentence. His voice was thick with an emotion that choked even the listeners. After the final song, Winter Night, all the stage lights went out. It was time to chant for an encore. Encores were once special events, but now most artists include encore songs in their set lists. The artists know the fans will chant, and the fans know the artists have prepared songs. In a way, it was a bit of a farce. Much greater than we'll show you that artists aren't the only ones who can do events. Much greater than we're going to show you a real encore reaction. So Baek Haewon joined forces with the Sparklers, who had become masters of the craft. Another person took charge on behalf of the idea's originator, Baek Haewon, a high school senior. J.I. and other talented fans, the Golden Hands, joined in to prepare. The preparation was not easy. To avoid Sparks monitoring, they had to write the group's name as Krepa in all posts about the fan event. This was a process of Spark K-pop Krepa. Contacting Spark's dedicated team through the fan manager was like something from a spy movie. It was difficult to avoid the members' eyes, since Kim I-wol and Jong Songbin came to the office every day. Thanks to the staff covering for them, the Sparklers finished placing the slogans under the chairs. Deciding the timing for the event announcement and the delivery method were all difficult. However, they reached the encore stage without any spoilers. Encore. Encore. While chanting, the Sparklers reached under their seats. They grabbed the slogans that had been hidden deep out of sight. The event slogans required two to be combined into one complete message. They were made with the hope that Spark and Sparkler would walk together forever. Baek Haewon's slogan read, "Spark and Sparkler are. Then my partners must be." J.I. pulled out a slogan in a contrasting color. The phrase, "going to be together forever," was visible. We just hold them together, right? Yes. Should I move closer? Baek Haewon closed the distance. The message on the back of the slogan, "Please coordinate with the Sparkler next to you so it can be read as a single sentence," stood out. Baek Haewon, who had been repeatedly shouting for an encore, asked J.I., "Did you enjoy the concert?" J.I. held her slogan perfectly aligned, smiled, and answered, "Very much." J.I.'s voice mingled with the sound of a chime bell. When the sun sets, the festival begins. It's a fantastical time that opens the long night. The song the Sparklers had prepared was What I Want to Say. It was a song that wholly captured Spark's first year after their debut, reminiscent of a festival's final parade. The words Spark wanted to say to Sparkler had come like a gift at the end of the year. So this time, the Sparklers decided to convey their feelings to Spark. When the surroundings are colored and it gets dark, a brilliant cluster of stars lights up in the sky. From the fan section, everyone turned on their phone flashlights in unison. They couldn't put stars in the sky, but inside the concert hall, the Sparklers could create a galaxy. The large screens on both sides showed the fan section. Amidst the twinkling lights, the highly legible slogans that Kim I-wol had stressed until he was blue in the face were clearly visible. The next verse did not follow. As the instrumental flowed, Spark stood still, unable to sing for the first time. "The most brilliant night I wanted to give you." A massive sing-along filled the empty melody. Even Kim I-wol, who was about to sing his part, ultimately could not bring himself to open his mouth. "The most honest expression of love I can give." Not a single person was silent. The Sparklers roared loudly each time a member appeared on the screen. There was no affection quite like this, expressed in one voice by all. "We'll fill your eyes with stars as you stand on stage, because we love you." And they returned the lyrics to Spark, changed. "We hope you'll be happy." Kim I-wol, the owner of that part, was shown in a close-up. He was not smiling like he usually did, nor was he composed like when he was acting. He had an expression of being completely overwhelmed with emotion. 418. Chapter 418, Backstage. The concert was a huge success. I was in a complete daze until the curtain fell, and I'm pretty sure I showed the most foolish side of myself since our debut. Fan events just make your mind go blank. I don't even remember how I finished the performance. When I got off stage, all the guys were crying. Choi Ji-ho and I were busy tending to two younger members each, sticking tissues to their faces. Congratulations for our first concert poured in from all sides, but they still cried like a gushing spring from Yurisan Mountain. How did they think of holding up the slogans? When did they prepare them? How could they possibly hold such a big event without us knowing? If I let my guard down for even a moment, the image of the light-filled audience and the wave of slogans filled my mind. I should have taken a picture. I wonder if the video team managed to capture it well. Someone tapped me on the back. Choi Ji-ho handed me a towel. Thanks. You okay? Yeah, just a bit dazed. Burying my face in the steaming hot towel helped me calm down. Still, giving us such a moving ending was too much. I almost cried. Hyung, are you okay? Songbin, you look less okay than I do. The leader's eyes were swollen like a goldfish's. It looked like all the effort he put in for the past 2 days to look his best was about to go down the drain. Did you wipe your eyes with an exfoliating towel? Why are they so swollen? I think I rubbed them too. Hart, how are you going to do tomorrow's concert like this? We'll have to call Mr. Seongjin. I'll just stick my face in the freezer. Unable to bear the thought of handing the concert over to Mr. Jong Seongjin, Jong Songbin sniffled and hurriedly looked for an ice pack. His sense of responsibility was impressive. Consoling them was useless. As soon as their families came to the waiting room, the guy's eyes welled up with tears again. I had often thought we had many sensitive members, but I never realized it was to this extent. However, one guest made the soft-hearted members of Spark simultaneously school their expressions. Lee Kangmyong. Lee Chonghyun's younger brother had arrived, following his father. The waiting room fell silent as the two men with ice-cold impressions entered. Suhoon said he had work at the lab. He wanted to come in person, though. I heard. I didn't expect Lee Kangmyong to come in his place, though. Choi Ji-ho's mother broke the subtle silence. She had been waiting to see Lee Chonghyun's father after hearing he was coming. I heard about what you did. That you helped a lot with finding a lawyer for the kids. It was nothing. This left the student Lee Kangmyong alone, separated from his father. Lee Chonghyun silently looked down at his younger brother. They were brothers who didn't resemble each other much, though not as much as my sister and me. Choi Ji-ho placed an arm on Lee Chonghyun's crookedly standing shoulder. Younger brother? Yeah. This is Choi Ji-ho Hyung, 22 years old. Lee Kangmyong's gaze, which even Lee Chonghyun had to look up to meet, rose even higher. Choi Ji-ho scanned the visitor with an indifferent expression. Lee Kangmyong flinched. That's the face of someone who'll cause trouble if you mess with him carelessly. The tank top had too little fabric to hide the muscles pumped from over 3 hours of dancing and singing. His wet hair made his already sharp gaze look even fiercer. A guy like Choi Ji-ho, whose likes and dislikes are so clear, doesn't hide his "I find you fucking disagreeable" feelings when someone he dislikes is in front of him. How old are you? 17. Lee Kangmyong's voice trailed off. Oh. So young. It roughly meant, so it was a young little bastard who was talking shit to his own brother. Lee Kangmyong's expression hardened. Perhaps because he was Lee Chonghyun's brother, his comprehension was good. Lee Chonghyun took his thoroughly intimidated brother and went to find their father. Were you sticking up for Chonghyun? They say you should nip it in the bud when it starts to sprout. Who taught you such a scary saying? My sister. Choi Ji-ho said this grimly, like a worker who had just finished plowing a field. His sisters are never wrong. Their way of speaking is just a little rough. It would have been better for him to get an earful from me. Is there a worse option than you? At my words, Choi Ji-ho pointed over his shoulder. Park Ju-woo was glaring with fire in his eyes. I remembered he heard the news of Lee Chonghyun running away with me. He had rushed from Taejun to Seoul to comfort a crying Lee Chonghyun, so there was no way he would see Lee Kangmyong in a good light. Ju-woo, relax your eyes. You're getting wrinkles between your eyebrows. For the sake of revenge, a wrinkle or two is. What on earth are you trying to get revenge for? Fortunately, Park Ju-woo soon returned to his usual gentle self. The reason was that Lee Chonghyun hadn't seemed too displeased by his family's visit. I'll let it slide just this once. I had never seen the veins popping on his fist look so scary. I once again instilled in Park Ju-woo the importance of peaceful conversation. A short while later, Lee Chong-hyun returned alone after seeing his family off. He opened a new bottle of water and spoke. Lee Kang-myung. He left without saying a word. I was planning to give him 10 words back for every one he said, but he left with his mouth shut. I guess Jiho-hyung scared him. His face is pretty scary. Lee Chong-hyun burst out laughing at my words. He downed half the bottle in one go and wiped the water from his lips. There aren't many people who can still hold their head high after getting scolded by both Lee Soo-hoon and Choi Ji-ho. It seemed his older brother had also started to keep his youngest brother in check. I gazed at him quietly. Lee Chong-hyun smiled, looking relieved. When you become an adult, you become free in many ways. Right. Of course. From now on, the only thing that can boss Lee Chong-hyun around will be his deadlines. I patted Lee Chong-hyun's back to encourage him. He was overjoyed by the simple gesture. The first day was moving because it was the first, and the next day was emotional because it was the last. If there had been a third day, we would have been moved because it was the third. How many days in a life leave such a big mark? The MVP of the second day was undoubtedly Kang Ki-on. The guy didn't just run around, he flew. Having shaken off the fear of trying something new, Kang Ki-on was unrivaled. He delivered the lines he memorized the night before without missing a single word. During his speech, he also mentioned the slogan event. I saw a few of the guys desperately holding back tears. After coming off stage, Kang Ki-on was showered with encouragement. He even hugged the managers. He should have been exhausted, but endorphins must have kicked in, because we even went for a team dinner. The members had a proper meal for the first time in months and fell asleep the moment the car started. Choi, Ji-ho and I once again took 2 younger members each and pushed them into the dorm. Everyone was in bed and all the lights in the dorm were off, but I alone couldn't sleep. There was still something left to do. Plus, system, employees KPI hold a concert has been confirmed as achieved. Reward, bonus data plus. The KPI completion alarm popped up. It was approved early for some reason. Then the next KPI appeared. Plus, system, receive a grand prize has been designated as employees KPI. Plus debuting, winning first place on a music show, gathering fans, and holding a concert were all matters that depended on individual capabilities. However, a grand prize is different. No one can predict how the judging criteria will change, or which artist will sweep the music charts in a given year. There were variables beyond my control, a sharply increased synchronization rate, and a shortened contract period. Combining that with a reward labeled bonus, unlike the previous data, made it easy to arrive at an answer. This is the last KPI. This leads to the conclusion that all the data the system deemed essential has now been provided. My ears pounded as if my heart had moved into my head. I slowly steadied my breathing. Unless you're exceptionally famous, name value alone doesn't guarantee a grand prize. Some idols are particularly lucky with awards, while other teams are not. The past Spark was famous, but not enough to create a syndrome. They weren't very lucky with awards either. Before they disbanded, Spark had never once won a grand prize. I have to make them receive their first grand prize with me. Making Spark re-achieve their past accomplishments wasn't easy. However, it was enough to clear my guilt in other ways. I even rationalized that they were kids who would have won first place even without me, so I just moved up the timeline. However, faced with a step that Spark had never once climbed, it was hard to think so conveniently. They should receive that among themselves. It's not just any award, it's the grand prize. Regardless of how I feel, I have to respect the path they've walked. Still, since it was set as employees KPI, I couldn't use any tricks to have the 5 of them receive the award by themselves. My heart felt heavy. With a complicated heart, I opened the memory data. A darkness blacker than the room obscured my vision. I see an ordinary intersection, normal until that incident happened. People and cars move in lines, following the signal. The morning commute I used to walk without a thought. A crosswalk where I only knew the order of the green lights and never cared where the CCTVs were. It looks familiar. The scenery, once hazy like fog, becomes clear. The letters on the banner, even the store name on a sign's corner, are distinct. How could I have forgotten this place? Just thinking about it makes my eyes burn. The image of my sister weaving through the crowd to cross the street is so vivid. Just standing here feels like I'm about to collapse. If I wait quietly, It feels like that mist face will approach me. The traffic light turned red. People brushed past me dozens of times. The sun set and night came, then morning dawned. Snow fell, then new leaves sprouted. After the pouring rain stopped, autumn leaves fell. A mixed-use apartment building replaced the old shopping center. As everything changes, only I remain standing there, unable to leave, until the longing to see her grows dull. Time flows on, but I can't let my sister go. Endlessly, continuously. 419, Chapter 419, Aftermath Analysis. Finding the accident's location was a huge gain. I visited as soon as I woke at dawn. The place didn't look like I remembered. The utility pole had less peeled paint and no rust. A banner announced the district was a great place to live. It felt strange not to see one asking for witnesses to a traffic accident. The winter wind battered my face, leaving it red and swollen. My skin even started to flake, so I slathered moisturizing lotion on in the taxi. I couldn't go on the year-end stage with chapped skin. That was unthinkable for Spark. I recovered my warmth and moisture in the taxi, and then returned to the dorm. A few lights I had turned off were now on. Where were you? So early in the morning. Just a walk. Hyung, you have amazing stamina, especially after having a concert just yesterday. Kong Kyeon, the first of the 5 to wake up, greeted me. As I walked to the kitchen for a glass of water, Kong Kyeon's gaze followed me relentlessly. Did something happen? His upturned eyes were sharp. His tone was calm, but the atmosphere felt like an interrogation room. Last time he was like this, he went straight to Jong Songbin. I have no idea how his intuition has become so sharp. There is something. What is it? There's not enough time to prepare for the year-end stage. How many hours will I even get to sleep until D-Day? Don't overthink it, and just go to sleep when it gets dark. If it comes to it, I'll just have you sit in a chair for the performance. Are you planning to just storm me away in a corner like that? Didn't you once say you'd rather retire honorably than make the members worry about stashing you away? Your memory has improved. Is it because of the supplements you're taking? Isn't it the power of repetitive learning? Kong Kyeon didn't let a single word slide. The childish conversation ended when Park Ju-woo woke up looking like a grim reaper. Fortunately, the concert wasn't just for our own satisfaction. The event we had struggled so hard to hold received overwhelmingly positive reviews. Much greater than when's the encore. Concert? I won't even complain if you bring the exact same set list. Just please hold one. I know, right? I'd be happy even if they said the exact same things. The set list was so well planned, lol. I don't think the reaction would be bad even if they brought it back as is. Much greater than the sound system was legendary. I pride myself on having been to many concerts, and I couldn't quite understand why the SparkCon sound was the best, but then I remembered their agency, and it all made sense. There are so many reviews about the sound system, lol. Everyone must have been so satisfied. That's basically the only reason Sparkler has kept UA alive until now. This level of sound at an idol concert? A quality you'd only see once or twice at a concert by an international artist, but it's here? Much greater than there were many other good points, but I hope people also recognize that there were no safety accidents. The lack of safety awareness at concert venues and the terrorism-like behavior from fans. The security has always been shitty for cracking down on it as hard as they did this time. But everyone, while angry, had a tendency to just let it slide. But I guess these were things that could be fully prevented if the company took preventive measures. Let's not be pushovers and claim our right to watch safely and confidently, since we all pay to see the show. A single flower of hope blooming amidst management teams that acted like fans have no human rights. I won't even glance their way if another fan club tries to recruit me. Much greater than right, you have to sing live to be a real singer. I'd forgotten such an obvious fact. A group that competes with MR, not even AR. The harmonies were so clear, legendary. An encore concert might really happen next spring. I decided I should suggest new units then. We already did the anonymous message box, so maybe I'll prepare a mini-game next time. Another event occurred besides work. Lee Chong-hyun's CSAT scores were released. Lee Chong-hyun had a schedule that afternoon, but he quietly went to school on the day the scores came out. He picked up his report card, came home, and handed a small piece of paper to me and Jong Songbin. Much greater than to think our boy was a real genius. A future scientist with the blood of a science major. I mean, Kim Yiwol kept saying my baby is a genius, so I just thought it was Yiwol being extra again. Sorry for misunderstanding. Yiwol. You were just stating facts. Much greater than Lee Chonghyun is the real deal. He took Life Science 2 for his science elective. Seeing that he took Chemistry I and Life Science 2, it really seems like he was trying to win with memorization plus calculation. It's so ironic that his dad is a chemistry teacher, but chemistry was the only subject he got a grade 2 in. I'm a geography teacher's kid, but I totally bombed geography lol. Academic ability doesn't seem to be passed down. Exactly the same generation after generation. Much greater than when Chonghyun was traveling. It was hard to pack a lot, and he had no time. So he just looked at the answer sheets without the workbooks and memorized everything whole. To think you can study like that, and it actually sticks in your head. What is his brain made of? I'm once again reminded that preparing for the gifted high school entrance exam isn't for just anyone. Much greater than thinking about it again, Spark is a strange group. The composing member did 2 comebacks plus a survival show plus a concert and still got a 1.2 grade on the CSAT. At this point, aren't they a study group? Still, I hope this trend doesn't spread too much because it might look like Chonghyun is downplaying it. A grade in the early ones is an amazing score too. Right. We should just go with Chonghyun did great if we're like, wow, there are kids who did better than him? Then people who don't stand him will get their feelings hurt. Yeah, people are already starting to compare, saying stuff like Yiwol studied full-time and got a grade 1, but CPV got a 1.2 while promoting. So the latter is the clear winner. They could just say both are amazing. Lee Chonghyun had worked so hard, he even got nosebleeds. His efforts finally paid off. The kid maintained his mock exam score. He hadn't said much after the CSAT, so I thought he'd messed up and didn't ask. How audacious of him. The night his report card came out, we stayed up shortlisting universities. It wasn't difficult, since he had already decided on a few departments himself. Write the dates down carefully in advance. Don't apply right before the deadline. If possible, support on the day applications open. Geez, I get it. He grumbled, but was quite obedient. I wanted to teach him how to register for classes, but I held back. It would have raised suspicion. Instead, I promised I'd pray my hardest for him until the acceptance announcements came. Does that mean everyone in our team will be an adult next year? Lee Chonghyun asked, his voice full of excitement. You wanted to become an adult? Of course. Why? Because all the youngs are adults. Is that why? Did me telling you to sleep early so you'd grow taller make you feel like I was treating you all as immature individuals? Can you be more specific? You weren't like that to us, only to Kang Jian. The kid rattled off his words and then laughed like a child. It's natural for younger brothers to think everything their older brothers do looks cool. As someone with an older sister, I understood what he meant and immediately agreed. Spark approached the concept meeting for the year-end stage with fierce determination. A heated discussion broke out. They debated what to show at an event where all K-pop fans would be watching. Still, we have our usual style. Wouldn't it be better to emphasize that? Haven't we established our team image enough? I think it's time for something new. The planning meeting had started before the concert, but the guys were still thirsty for more. They found a ton of references. One of them even wanted to fly on wires. Guys, let's first think about what we can do in 4 minutes. I even reminded them that it wasn't a solo stage. Hyung, they said our stage time is 11 minutes. The Grand Music Festival had given us over 10 minutes. It was a solo performance with no collaborations. The broadcast station's intention was clear. They wanted something as impactful as the irregular stage. We were thrilled we could do whatever we wanted and excitedly continued the meeting. Additionally, Choi Jiho was invited to a special stage for the centers of various groups. Invited felt like the wrong word for a semi-forced participation, but I told him to think positively since he couldn't get out of it. After the announcements finished, I was about to stand up with my diary when Jong Song-bin whispered from behind me. They said Minil isn't coming. Not at all. When I turned around, Jong Song-bin nodded. Weren't Parth scheduled to appear too? Even though it was just the two of us, Jong Song-bin lowered his voice. They said he's planning to take some time for self-reflection. Is that the official stance? Or just speculation? We got a call from MYTH. They said they'll post a notice sometime tomorrow. It seemed like a signal. They wanted us not to make a bigger issue of it and would handle it internally. That's unusual. They usually ignore it unless it's a huge issue. It was a huge issue. Didn't they try to frame it as a senior's typical guidance at first? Parth's initial statement about the Grand Music Festival issue was vague. We will do our best to ensure there are no matters of concern. They apologized to UA separately, but their public apology sounded like they were only sorry for upsetting their own fandom, Naos. UA and Sparkler strongly protested. UA was especially furious. Much greater than UA LOL, you can see the rage in their announcement. Right from the start, it expresses deep regret over Myth's notice. Right? Yiwol was the one who got cursed out and Sparkler was the one demanding an apology, so why is Naos the one getting coddled? I'm a bit flustered since it's my first time seeing a head-on clash like this, but UA, they may be a shithole company, but they say what needs to be said. It's not sophisticated, but you can definitely feel the anger. They might have gotten away with half-assed apologies until now, but it's time for industry practices to change. If you did something wrong, you should bow your damn head and apologize properly. Much greater than just write what people are actually concerned about. Write that you're well aware people are worried that the power-tripping senior Partha will pull some shit on the victim group Spark again, so you'll keep a tight leash on Partha. They're basically treating all complaints as delusions LOL. Min Ilgin tormented the kids for a whole year, and fans' concerns are excessive? Please trust us, X. On the day of the Grand Music Festival, we will take these measures. Oh. Take notes. After being called out so directly, Myth received twice the backlash. It was quiet for a long time after that. I thought they were just waiting for things to die down. Just how many faxes did they receive? In any case, it was a relief not to see that displeasing face. I gave Jong Songbin a thumbs up. 420. Chapter 420. Collaboration. The chicken she ordered on her way home from work arrived at the perfect time. One Shahi opened the box and set it on the table. She even took out a can of beer for the first time in a while. According to the timetable that had leaked long ago, she had about an hour to spare. During that time, One Shahi started the washing machine and neatly folded the laundry from the drying rack to make space. It was a shame the chicken was getting cold, but she wanted to eat while watching Spark. Spark's 10-minute allocation was unexpected. She had anticipated their treatment would improve slightly, but she never imagined they would receive such preferential treatment. Everyone seemed surprised, but no one credited the agency's power. Everyone knew UA lacked that much influence. However, Spark would surely show them something, and that performance would not receive harsh criticism. This was why One Shahi could order chicken with a peaceful mind. Isn't it one collaboration and then their solo stage much later? Their turn was even toward the end. She supposed this was the kind of moment for the phrase, how times have changed. She had heard that some people lose interest when a struggling idol they stand becomes successful. They wrap up their fangirling and find a new rookie. One Shahi understood that feeling, but she found it difficult to empathize with it when it came to Spark. Tasting such a thrilling success wasn't a common experience. She also liked that they received decent content this year. Unlike last year when they covered a long outdated girl group song. It was a relief Spark had used their heads. Otherwise, they would have been hammered for being idols who couldn't keep up with the times so soon after their debut. The lineup for the collaboration stage was well composed. A 4-member group, made of only sinners, was formed, consisting of On's Doa, Barian's Hirang, the center of a rookie group she had never seen before, and Choi Ji-ho. Fans' expectations skyrocketed from the moment the news was announced. After a tidbit about them covering a masterpiece from over 10 years ago came out, the entire fandom was set ablaze. The synchronized choreography of that era was truly amazing. They would see a cover of a song that made history with its spectacular group choreography. A group of skilled dancers would perform it. It would have been strange if a lineup like that didn't get a reaction. The anticipation was not just about the dancing. Spark was an exception, but most idol groups were formed with a diverse spectrum of looks to cater to various demands. If a team had a foxy-faced member, they also had a bunny-faced one. The stiff member was paired with a Sundabu member like a partner. This meant the true nature of Choi Ji-ho, the boss monster of a snowy mountain who had been pretending to be a Grand Duke among Northern Grand Dukes, was now fully exposed. Much greater than was our Ji-ho always this scary. This is weird. He's a chubby baby bear. Doa is much older, so why is our Ji-ho? Our Ji-ho. He definitely doesn't look old for his age. Mr. Hirang is younger? Okay, I can get that, but I can't understand Doa being older. Sir, it's not that our Ji-ho lied about his age, it's just that. Much greater than LMAO, you Sparkler folks' eyes are all optimized for Spark. You think every other idol is a warm, sunny, handsome guy. That's hilarious, lol. Our Hirang is the cold, handsome guy of our team, lol. Crying face. Sparklers are always amazing at recognizing handsome men, but they can't seem to distinguish their temperature, lol. It's because we live in a freezer. Much greater than what did you say? Hirang wasn't a warm, handsome guy? Even when he looks this pure? Looking at the photos alone, he's the epitome of a wholesome and neat guy, lol. Isn't that Barian meme famous? The Chable guy who succeeded alone, looking fondly at his troublemaker alumni who grew up just as they were. El Mayo, so that Chable guy was Mr. Hirang? Regarding the case of the Chable guy becoming an innocent female lead in one day, much greater than guys, weren't we standing a refreshing summer idol group? How did we become the last 6 survivors of the Trans-Siberian Railway and their followers? We've been brainwashed. I thought it was summer. Much greater than Choi Jiho's visuals are killer. In many ways. No matter how I look at it. Doesn't that just mean killer in one sense? Shoo. Seriously, he's so damn handsome. One Choi Jiho is better than 10 tigers. Choi Jiho's visuals once again entered the spotlight. His gaze seemed to promise death if he kept his mouth shut, and the word die if he opened it. His face and dancing, once hidden behind banana, had never failed to become an issue since their discovery. It was also good that the members were friendly toward Spark. It was a gathering of people without difficult personalities. Their round and gentle personalities created synergy the more they were together. To this, the revelation of Kim Yiwol's tear-jerking support turned it into a festival for all 4 fandoms. Why were the other fandoms happy that Kim Yiwol supported Choi Jiho? Much greater than Doa, lol. He said he got long text messages from Yiwol every day at lunch, lol. Doa became a successful fan before I did. Doa Hyung, send your long bubble pop messages every day at lunch too. You're already the most devoted son. LOL, we only know he got long texts because Doa came to Bubble Pop to brag every time he got one, lol. Doa Hyung isn't satisfied until he tells Yiwol, who asked him to take care of Jiho, everything from what Jiho ate to why Jiho's shoe soles are worn out. Doa, stop it. Yiwol is going to block you at this rate, lol. Mr. Uwagami's sleeveless shirt. Mr. Hirang, what's the occasion for such unconventional casual wear? Yiwol gifted it to him. Crying face. He said he bought it because he thought it would look good on him while they were monitoring Jiho's practice videos together. I was wondering who that was, but it's Mr. Hirang's last name, lol. First time I've learned it. Make Kim Yiwol the coordinator for Greenline. Mr. Yiwol. So the rumor that you make every dancing man wear a sleeveless shirt at least once was true. Thank you. You have saved a woman. Much greater than JH is unexpected. He doesn't look like it, but he must take a lot of selfies. I feel like there are more selfies taken with JH than the ones our official account posts during promotions. Apparently, it's a rule for SBK to take a selfie whenever they do something new clothes, new menu, new hair, etc. What kind of rule is that, lol? Photo. Why is this real? And the font for this item is huge. The divine blessing of the selfie has been bestowed upon the rookie junior. Thank you. There's no idol who gives out as much fan service as Kim Yiwol. The amount of new content scattered because of Kim Yiwol alone was countless. While other fandoms were busy picking up the flood of photos and stories, sparklers were busy vacuuming up Choi Jiho's anecdotes from all 3 teams. That long journey neared its end. One Shaihi popped open her beer can while watching the member introductions for the event group for you. Few drinks went down as smoothly as the beer she drank, while Choi Jiho's photo filled the TV screen. Soon, Choi Jiho's outfit appeared, looking as if the word unconventional had been made into clothing. A complicated explanation was not needed. A deep-cut black velvet shirt, leather pants, and black dress shoes created an overwhelming visual with a simple composition. A choker made of the same material as the pants was layered with a thin silver chain. Before, they had him wear a sheer inner shirt, and before that, just a jacket on his bare torso. Contrary to the increasingly cold weather, Choi Jiho's clothes became simpler. Only the muscles filling out his clothes suggested he probably was not too cold. Choi Jiho's performance, which started with bonus points for style alone, was perfect. Much greater than Jahoring Isame's main job moment is insane. There was a reason he always looked at the kids from the survival shows with a "why can't they do this" expression. He's a kid who became not just a judge, but a mentor only 2 years after his debut. LOL. Goes without saying. Right. In his eyes, the kids who came to dance probably look like they're just doing a workout routine. Lol. The subtitles make it seem like he's speaking gently, but I watch without sound because I forgot my earphones. And with just the subtitles, he's practically a kindergarten teacher. He's not the type to speak hatefully or start a power struggle at all, but his natural face and his voice. His low-pitched voice was too harsh for the babies. Much greater than Kim Yiwol. Bring a sexy concept right now. I still remember you saying you'd think about it once the ink on the youngest member's IDs is dry. We can't let this Choi Jiho go to waste. I watched Mission and Underbar with my hands over my mouth, but this time I watched while covering my phone. To think they'll all be adults next year. The world must be lying to me. Much greater than turns out I like tall, muscular men doing body waves. I like it a lot. I thought I liked the pure-hearted type until now, but I was wrong. My type was just Choi Jiho. He's too talented to be called a simple strong man who lived his life chopping firewood. A hot guy like that would have become something in his village the moment he was born. Fans in their late 20s to mid-30s were particularly enthusiastic. Won Chai-hee, who was in that exact age range, was no different. While the MCs talked, Won Chai-hee searched for you on YouTube and refreshed the page relentlessly. 3 hours later, she became enraged that the broadcasting station had not uploaded the video right away. During the breaks, Won Chai-hee moved busily. She put the half-eaten chicken in the refrigerator and stir-fried the leftover sauce with instant rice. By the time she returned with her second round of food, another performance was just ending. And here's the group that showed a fiery presence all year long. Let's see the performance from Spark. Spark was mentioned along with the introductions of about 3 other teams. Partha had performed a long time ago, and it was clear they had tried to place them as far from Spark as possible. She already knew the set list. Since Speaker and Hideout were their most recent songs, she had expected them to perform those even before the list was released. However, what's N plus on a high note? It seemed they had combined the 2 songs. Considering Lee Chong-hyun was preparing for the CSAT, connecting them was probably the fastest way to arrange it. Thinking about Lee Chong-hyun's tendency to rarely borrow others' help in song production, it was unlikely he had left it 100% to someone else. After she put some cheese on her fried rice and heated it in the microwave, a familiar orange light filled the screen. It was the spirit of the people. With a familiar snare sound, bright lights flooded the stage. 421. Chapter 421. Role Model. Spark opened with Speaker, dressed like a group of science fiction enthusiasts. Won Chai-hee thought Park Joo-woo's transparent horn-rimmed glasses and Jong Songbin's plaid shirt with a leather guitar strap were the best items. It was also fun to see Kim Yiwol with his bangs down for the first time in a while. He looked like an outsider, a geeky genius who studied in his room and strummed the bass as a hobby, but someone who only studied wouldn't have arms like his. Won Chai-hee had seen the band live, so she knew it was wise to pre-record Hideout and perform Speaker. The performance was too good to be seen only by a small number of sparklers. As expected, the international audience received Vampark well, and many people sang along to the chorus. It was a fitting reception for a song that had been so overwhelmingly successful on the overseas charts. Thanks to the live performance with Jong Songbin's 2-vocal system, even those who had only seen the IDC finals could enjoy it in a new way. The performance was perfect, except for the sound system. It was worse than at a Spark solo concert, especially for a group claiming to create a global music festival. She wanted to tell them to get advice from UA. It was a shame, but it wasn't Spark's fault. Next, the pre-recorded video for Hideout played. The set was a deserted factory decorated with LED camping lights, old movie posters, and neon signs, which created the feel of a secret hideout. Spark huddled together on small chairs as they sang. Jong Songbin's acoustic guitar set a cozy mood. So that's why Jong Songbin's name was in the arrangement credits. Kang Keon looked quite cute wearing knit earmuffs with the coolest expression in the world. Park Joo-woo's cape also softened his ice-cold impression. Much greater than Spark's first impression at debut was, how is this a group where most members are minors? But now it's, how is this a refreshing boy idol group? I just repeat this like a parrot. During promotions, they're genuinely youthful boys, but every other moment, they're like chaebol male leads. Such a unique group. Much greater than it's fine when they're by themselves. They can't be with other people. If they are, No matter what happens, our boys will look like the culprits. Lolalalal. Songbin was the certified warm, handsome one among sparklers, you know. Chinchilla's head is about to touch the recording booth ceiling dash, much greater than the eldest Hyung's album detail. Cuts look like an athlete's photo shoot. Photo. Not just any sport, they look like they're definitely on the rugby team. A post she had seen while scrolling through SNS came to mind. One Chai agreed. It was a daily occurrence among sparklers to wonder whether they should be worried about the members' faces growing fiercer each year, or be relieved that it wasn't noticeable because they were all becoming intimidating together. As the song neared its end, the blinking LED lights looked familiar. One Chai dismissed them as a common item, but then the next song's title appeared on the monitor. N+ on a high note composition, Lee Chonghyun lyrics, Jong Songbin. The similarity to the music video for On a High Note was clearly intentional. This was surprising, since Kim Yiwol's philosophy was, useless elements are nothing but a waste of capital and resources. A familiar instrumental began to play, yet parts of it were new. It didn't take her long to realize the source of the DJ VU. The two songs One Chai knew so well were mixed together in an unexpected way, as if they had always been a single track, created with this very outcome in mind. One Chai belatedly remembered one more name listed as an arranger for the track, which had been transformed into a powerful, up-tempo dance song. Arrangement, Kim Yiwol, Lee Chonghyun. The songs had subtly influenced each other during the concert. Now, at the year's end, they had fully combined to take on a new form. It was clear this had been planned from the start. Kim Yiwol, you tenacious and meticulous professional idol. While the pre-recorded video played, Spark had changed clothes and now returned in new outfits. Dressed in bomber jackets, vintage denim pants, and jumpsuits, the members rose on a lift and strode across the stage. The many instruments in the high-teen-style song created a festival atmosphere. Gold confetti rained down on the members' bright smiles. Still, the reason it endlessly rises is because this memory is precious. She remembered the sunlight and raindrops mixing and sparkling on the sea's surface in the end music video, and the colorful pollen that scattered in On a High Note. Because it makes my heart race. The various light sticks visible in the wide shot of the audience seemed to overlap with the highlights of the two music videos. Let's go on an endless journey. The choruses of the two songs intersected and swirled together. In her small studio apartment, the atmosphere filled with the sense of a long year passing and drawing to a close. It was past midnight, but sleep wouldn't come. For hours had passed since Gu Jahan had gotten into bed, but his mind was as sharp as ever. 3 hours ago, annoyed by the ticking second hand, he had ripped the clock's batteries out and thrown it on the sofa. 2 hours ago, he had changed all the bedding, deciding the blankets were uncomfortable. A short while ago, he had dressed fully and smoked a cigarette in the heavy snow. Still, his wide-open eyes refused to close. An attitude of carelessly looking down on people is not helpful in life. There it was again. The text message surfaced whenever he tried to clear his mind. That young punk, trying to lecture people. Gu Jahan shut his eyes in irritation. Normally, Gu Jahan would have quickly forgotten an impudent junior's words and turned on the TV. What did I do that was so wrong? I apologized. And after that, I think I took perfectly good care of him. I am sincerely grateful for the material and emotional support you've given me. He even admitted it himself. How can anyone be nice to everyone? Why should I have to live like that in the first place? It's only natural to run into people you don't get along with. Why should I have to hold back from saying what I dislike? He didn't even want to recall the foul feeling from when he first received the text. He had been so dumbfounded he was left speechless. Gu Jahan had exercised superhuman patience just to hold back a torrent of words and send a single reply. Okay. After that, every single day felt like shit. Resentment surged up several times a day. He seethed at the thought that he must have been viewed as human trash. The fact that he hadn't spat out those words proved how much he had changed, yet being condemned for such a trivial matter made him furious to his core. However, your kindness being limited only to me is uncomfortable. It is because I cannot turn a blind eye when someone else is being ignored. Knowing how well you've treated me makes me feel all the more guilty and conflicted. When he'd asked his manager if his personality hadn't improved recently, he'd only gotten a positive response. What did a brat who was still wet behind the ears know? But when his anger subsided, an inexplicable sense of defeat washed over him. It was because Kim Yiwol's tone, pointing out the very things he didn't want to admit, had hit the mark. If the sender had been someone who only spouted platitudes, he would have felt more at ease. He would have just cursed him for being a hypocrite, no different from anyone else, and forgotten the whole thing. However, Kim Yiwol was someone who lived by his own words. He never spoke ill of others and didn't go out of his way to be disliked. He simply did the work he was given, whether it was fair or not. At one time, he hadn't understood why Kim Yiwol lived that way and had even considered him pathetic and frustratingly stifled. Much greater than best, that kid's fate is so harsh. He never got special treatment, never talked back to his family or used violence, but he became a power-abusing, immoral monster overnight. Fake news is this scary. He thought of Kim Yiwol, who had been pummeled by the public despite having done nothing wrong. Public opinion is a truly frightening thing. It's easy for things to get distorted or for words that were never said to be fabricated. In the entertainment industry, where you can be misunderstood no matter how uprightly you live, I'm not sure what value there is in willingly taking on such risks. If you've done nothing wrong, you can at least be confident. However, in a society that won't easily listen to the truth even if you're flawless, it would be very difficult for someone who actually has faults to survive. He could now somewhat understand what must have been going through Kim Yiwol's mind as he wrote at such length. People had been cruel even to Kim Yiwol, who had lived an impeccably upright life. Everyone had been busy tearing a single person to shreds. They say it's a world where even sinners live just fine, but criticism is bound to eat away at a person. Gu Jahan had seen with his own 2 eyes the state Kim Yiwol was in when he collapsed at the press conference. The same Kim Yiwol who had stepped forward so confidently because he had nothing to hide. I hope that you will neither walk a precarious path nor, in the distant future, should something happen, be greatly hurt by ignoring the mounting verbal abuse just because you feel fine for the moment. Shit. Damn it. Could the way he got back up and smiled in front of everyone as if nothing was wrong, even when he was supposedly on the verge of a stomach ulcer, be dismissed as mere professionalism? This was a matter of values. It was a kind of signpost for someone who has decided on a direction for their life. It was a lesson learned from life's scars, the kind of thing one would never even consider if they hadn't lived fiercely, if they had never been broken. Gu Jahan sat up. He picked up the phone he had thrown at his feet and checked his remaining contacts. Even among the few numbers he had saved, numerous people weighed on his mind. Gu Jahan tapped the contact at the very top of the list. It was a company employee he had recently lost his temper with, his face flushing red as he'd let his anger fly. He had no idea what to say first. His finger hovered over the keyboard for a long while. Gil Hayan me. Ms. Hayan. This is Gu Jahan. Gu Jahan typed out the message very slowly and with great difficulty. 422. Chapter 422. Invited Guest 1. Spark's official broadcast schedule ended with the company's year-end stage tour. I still had one job left, though. I was invited to the acting awards for my work on Exclusive Report. Unlike my work as an idol, the awards ceremony required a suit. Luckily, a sponsorship let me go looking sharp. My biggest concern was how to act. I was going as Cheon Yunsong for the first time in a while. I was also conflicted about whether to dye my hair. Since it was for the drama, I considered dyeing it again to match the character. I figured it might interfere with next year's activities if I wanted bright hair, so we just toned it down. Either way, Yiwol, you're going to stand out the most. Should I have just dyed it completely black? If you go black, you have to assume that hair can't be bleached again. Let's be satisfied with this. I couldn't argue with that firm judgment. I just hoped viewers wouldn't pay too much attention to Cherry Yunseong. Standing on the red carpet with Spark had been awkward, but not difficult. My nerves were on edge because I never knew which member would randomly close their eyes. Walking the red carpet alone was truly uncomfortable. It felt like working in someone else's place while wearing ill-fitting clothes. Gazes flew at me from all over, as my hair was as flashy as some of the actresses' dresses. The solo interview wasn't easy either. I felt like I was receiving all the public attention in the world. Mr. Yiwol, I hear this is your first time at the acting awards? That's right. I'm very nervous because my members aren't here with me. You don't look nervous at all. What do you think Exclusive Report's chances are for awards today? How could I not be nervous when you ask questions like that? You're trying to bury me socially. I barely entered the venue after passing through the hellish interview and the merciless barrage of camera flashes. If it weren't for the fans at the photo line, I probably would have collapsed and wiped away tears before even making it inside. The exclusive report team, who I hadn't seen in a long time, was as friendly and cheerful as ever. They saw me and immediately imitated Sparks' ending pose from the Grand Music Festival. "Young master, what are we to do if you quit management and jump into the idol market like this?" Chief Go lost his job because there was nowhere for him to return to. "Young master, please don't do this." I fought the urge to go straight back to the dorm. Half my social energy vanished before I even sat down. My first impression of the acting awards might sound materialistic, but it was simple. It's warm. Coming indoors felt unbelievably good after shivering in a large concert hall all winter. What's better, opening the venue to more fans, or providing a comfortable environment for a smaller audience? I think industry officials need to seriously consider this. If an idol's year-end stage is like a year-end party, the Actors Acting Awards felt like a year-end settlement. Unlike the singers' seats, which were in rows, the round tables at the front were good for conversation. People were busy asking after one another even before the live broadcast began. "Our PD needs to win an award." Am I at that level? John PD waved his hands dismissively. The atmosphere was thick with uncertainty about how high-ranking officials might influence things, even though no other drama had ratings as good as Exclusive Report. Still, a different current flowed through the air once the cameras started rolling. The broadcast title appeared on the large screen as a red curtain, symbolic of an awards ceremony, opened visually. As this is the 40th ceremony, I believe it will be an even more meaningful occasion. The broadcast officially began with the host's introductions and some small talk. The celebratory performance, Rookie Award, Popularity Award, and Best Combination Award were announced in order. The Ham Yizyeogong Jichon couple were only nominees for the Best Combination Award. It seemed their camaraderie was emphasized more than a romantic narrative in the show. In life, there's this kind of love and that kind of love. I hope the broadcasting station will also pay attention to the narratives of couples united by a common cause. Next, it was time to present the Excellence Award. This was the reason I was invited today. I'm a nominee for the Excellence Award. Being nominated for an Excellence Award was something I never expected. It made attending unavoidable. I had tried to avoid activities unrelated to the group, but I had to come, at least out of respect for the other nominees. Let's watch the VCR for Cheon Yunsong of Exclusive Report. My face filled the large screen. The funeral of the former Chairman Cheon, the Hanulki filming scene, and Cheon Yunsong's final moments passed by like a film reel. While the other nominees' videos played, I checked where they were seated. I was ready to give the best applause no matter who was called. I felt it would be rude not to know the other nominees' projects, so I binge-watched clips even if I couldn't watch the full versions. Now I'm confident I can recite the lines for any meme that comes up. The winner of the Excellence Award at the 40th Drama Awards is Exclusive Report's Mr. Kim Yiwol for the role of Cheon Yunsong. Congratulations. I reflexively looked for Mr. Kim Yiwol's seat, then paused. Me? Mr. Yiwol, congratulations. What are you doing? Get up there quickly. Someone plucked me from my chair like a radish before I could even ask if they really called my name. The only person capable of this was the director. No, Woo Yoon-jae. As I walked to the stage amidst applause, the background showed a huge picture of Cheon Yunsong and my name. The presenter handed me the trophy after we shook hands. My name was clearly engraved on the crystal. When I came to my senses, a microphone for my acceptance speech was right in front of me. "Hello, I am Kim Yiwol of Spark, who played Cheon Yunsong in Exclusive Report." It was a huge relief that I had experience giving acceptance speeches as an idol. Otherwise, I would have had to rely on my experience from OJT and business status reports to get through this crisis. The people at the Exclusive Report table right in front of me were a great help. They cheered me on with both hands, just without making any sound. My smile quickly returned. I've unexpectedly received this precious award, so I'm wondering what I should say. A request to please take your time with your speech appeared on the prompter below the stage. I ended up receiving as much attention as the extended time. There are usually two things to say at a time like this. Make a comment that fans of the work can enjoy and express necessary gratitude. I'm happy to see the world without Chanja Group, which I wanted to achieve until the very end. I feel it was worth coming back alive. I spoke from a dual perspective of the drama's ending and reality. Thankfully, everyone understood right away. I almost became the guy who has to explain his joke at length after it fails. I would like to express my gratitude to the writer and PD who gave me this great opportunity, the production staff and the senior actors who took such good care of me on set, and especially to Woo Yoon-jae, who spent the most time with me. Woo Yoon-jae made a finger heart. He once said he was too shy to even appear on variety shows. He keeps moving people at unexpected moments. Above all, I want to say thank you to my members and fans who supported me to the end so that I wouldn't be afraid of this new challenge. Sparkler. Thank you, and I love you. Familiar lightsticks waved wildly in the audience. My hands were full with the bouquet and the trophy, so I responded with the best smile I could muster. Congratulations poured in even after I returned to my seat. I was on pins and needles. I just kept bowing my head and repeating my thanks. The actor for Gong Ji-chan was nominated for the Top Excellence Award, but he didn't win. It seemed the nominations were arranged to avoid an overlap, since So Seong was a candidate for the grand prize. The main character's chemistry was well received, but the male lead's solo scenes weren't a huge hit. Exclusive Report was also mentioned as a nominee for Best Drama. The camera panned to our table once again. So Seong, her hands clasped tightly, was shown in a close-up. Best Drama. Exclusive Report. A deafening cheer erupted along with a fanfare. John PD went on stage as the representative. I used to think that just making a project was a happy life, but now that I've received an award, I realize how short-sighted I was. If I had known it would be this overwhelming, I would have lived with a little more ambition. Laughter broke out at his honest speech. Soon, however, the PD's eyes welled up with tears. This is the result of everyone, the writer, the actors, and the staff, all doing their best with one heart. I was happy to be able to run as one team with my respected colleagues. I dedicate this award to everyone who participated. Thank you. I gave him my wholehearted applause, as someone who had also received more than enough consideration and help from the PD. The success of someone who knows how to acknowledge the contributions of those around them made me as happy as if it were my own. His work's quality and directing skills were proven by his ability, and his reputation among the production staff was also good. The PD's directing career would be smooth sailing from now on. And finally, the long-awaited grand prize was to all the viewers who supported and loved Ham Izo's journey. Thank you. I will become an actress who repays the love I've received with my acting. Thank you for subscribing to Exclusive Report, awarded to So Seong. She had succeeded in uncovering a conglomerate's corruption and ultimately realizing social justice through Exclusive Report. The camera also caught the tears of her partner, who had acted passionately alongside her. I clapped until my palms hurt for Ham Izo, who had fulfilled Cheon Yunsong's dream in a fair and just way. Buoyed by the honor of the grand prize winner, we even took a group photo. Oh my gosh, shouldn't our team get together for a dinner party later? Another rap party? Yes, let's. It's on me. With So Seong's generous words, a rap party again, long live Exclusive Report, was instantly scheduled. The PD said he would pay for the second round, and the date and restaurant were decided in a flash. I was leaving the venue to meet my manager after promising to meet before the year was over when I heard a familiar voice. Mr. Yiwol. Yes, Sunbeam. Let's go down together. It was Gu Jahan. 423. Chapter 423. Invited guest 2. We headed to the parking lot, maintaining an awkward distance. We had left early, cutting through the crowd of people busy greeting each other, so the elevator and the parking lot were quiet for the end of the year. Mr. Gu Jahan said nothing as others passed by. A suffocating awkwardness continued. Didn't he intend to ignore me? I had run into Mr. Gu Jahan before the awards ceremony and nodded at him, but he ignored me. I thought I should at least do the basics, but I didn't try to talk to him further, worried it might displease him. But for him to stop me like this, it was hard to guess what he was thinking. Mr. Gu Jahan finally broke the silence when no one else was nearby. Congratulations on the award. Thank you. Silence fell again. With no one else around, the situation was somehow even more uncomfortable. If you don't have anything else to say, I'll be on my way. I apologized. Mr. Gu Jahan cut me off. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal, but it took a long time. I couldn't do it for the people who blocked me. They said it might just make them more uncomfortable. If they contact me later asking for an apology, I'll do it then. Mr. Gu Jahan sounded nonchalant. Mr. Yiwol was right. I guess I underestimated people too much. He had remained silent whenever people passed, as if he cared about prying ears, yet now he was being overly honest with no one around to question him. I've lived my life ignoring everyone I didn't like, but when I think about how those people put up with me and answered my calls because of work, it just makes me feel even more sorry. Accepting an apology is the victim's choice. Refusing contact from the perpetrator should also be a choice the victim can make. However, a victim might have to engage in an unwanted conversation when a job is on the line, when their livelihood is an issue, or when there's pressure from others. This meant Mr. Gu Jahan had realized that himself. He could only contact the victims because he was a celebrity, a person in a position of power in the industry. So I told them thank you. I also said they shouldn't feel guilty for not forgiving me. You must have been busy. I don't know. Mr. Gu Jahan didn't seem proud in the slightest. The people who had to work while hearing my damn shitty attitude every day were probably busier. Adding my own words would have been rude. I just listened quietly to what Mr. Gu Jahan had to say. They said thank you for apologizing. It's absurd. I wonder what's so thankful about a verbal apology, but then I think about how frustrating it must have been for them to live without even hearing that, and the thought that some people might have forced themselves to accept it, worried that nothing good would come from my mouth again if they didn't, weighs on my mind. Assistant Manager Kim, I told you I was sorry on behalf of the department head. You should know how to be flexible and let it go. Are you planning on quitting after today? When a superior comes out this humbly, isn't it proper to say you're sorry and that you had your own shortcomings too? Putting everything else aside, don't you have even the slightest thought of sacrificing for the company in your heart, Assistant Manager Kim? The moment you force yourself to bow your head, your self-esteem gets mercilessly crushed. The wound from admitting fault for something that wasn't your responsibility never fades. It's like a crease left on paper. A very deep scar was left on me long ago, and Mr. Gu Jahan's words covered it like tape. A wound carved by another can't be erased just by rubbing correction tape over it. But the hollowed space was filled, smoothing the unevenness in my heart. What made me believe I'd always survive without any trouble? Was it because my life had no adversity? I don't think so. You're generous. Some people say I'm just acting the part of someone born with a silver spoon. Some people seek compensation from others for a difficult childhood, while others who grow up in a good environment give more to others. To say, you are the way you are now because of your past, is a narrow-minded condemnation. I now understand the last thing Mr. Yiwol said to me. I remembered the last message I sent to Mr. Gu Jahan. If our opinions differ, it seems it will be difficult for our relationship to last long. Mr. Gu Jahan stopped walking. Now, do you think my opinion and Mr. Yiwol's have become the same? His eyes, now devoid of arrogance, turned to me. His gaze held no aggression, meant to corner me. It was a gaze that waited for the conclusion I would reach myself. I walked to my car without a word. I took out a small box of cabbage juice from inside and held it out to Mr. Gu Jahan. Wu Yunjae asked me to give this to you if I saw you. It was a gift from Wu Yunjae, who must have been on Mr. Gu Jahan's apology list. I had vaguely guessed that Mr. Gu Jahan must have taken some action when Wu Yunjae gave this to me, saying he wasn't sure if he'd have a chance to give it himself. Mr. Gu Jahan hesitated before taking the box. I took out another package and handed it to Mr. Gu Jahan as well. This is my year-end gift to you. It bothered me that I only ever received things from you, so I prepared something small. Mr. Gu Jahan's eyes widened. Weren't you planning on not seeing me again? It's just as I said. It would have been difficult if our opinions differed. But why? Because that's not what I wanted to happen. Mr. Gu Jahan is the first person to prove to me that people can change. He's not a member I have to work with on a team, nor a colleague I see every day at the same company, but a stranger in a relationship we could just end. He is someone who, despite our complete incompatibility, tried not to sever his relationship with me. So I had hoped, just a little, and I waited. I just thought it would be nice if we could have the kind of relationship where I could be grateful for what I've received and be able to give something back. I'm glad I can finally repay you. It's seasonal, you know. At my words, Mr. Gu Jahan checked inside the shopping bag. It contained a black cashmere scarf, an essential item for an actor who frequently has to upload boyfriend look photos. Because Mr. Gu Jahan had shown me an unbelievable change, I suppose I, in turn, wanted to try believing in him. I hoped I could give the gift to its owner before winter was over. Congratulations on the Excellence Award. Congratulations, Hyung. As if talking on the phone the entire way home wasn't enough, a chorus of energetic congratulations hit my ears the moment I opened the dorm door. A Joseon dynasty village that produced a top scholar wouldn't have been this loud. More importantly, you guys need to tone down the talk about me on your personal bubble pop. Just talk about what pajamas you were wearing while watching the drama awards, or which nominated dramas you've seen. Take out the trophy. Let's see it. Chonghyun, let Hyung come inside first. Park Ju-woo rescued me as I was trapped at the entrance. I thought my bag was about to be ransacked right there in the doorway. The surprise welcome didn't end there. Kong Kyeon, who had been hiding in his room, appeared holding a large bouquet. Congratulations on Spark's first acting award. Thanks, but where did you buy a bouquet like this in the middle of the night? Jong Songbin pre-ordered it as soon as your drama award schedule was confirmed. Such decisive action. When I asked Jong Songbin, he said that just being nominated was a huge deal, so he had planned to give me the flowers even if I hadn't won. This time, Choi Ji-ho didn't stop his younger brothers. Or maybe he couldn't. Was it because I, the eldest, didn't give him enough control? I could try to restore Choi Ji-ho's authority now, but it's too late. Adding a rote learning curriculum seems like the fastest way. Want to see Chonghyun's screenshot? Based on visuals alone, you're a movie star. What movie star shows up with pink hair like that? Choi Ji-ho interjected, but Lee Chonghyun paid him no mind and held out his phone. A huge picture of me was posted on Lee Chonghyun's Insta account. Since fans like seeing our teamwork in these kinds of posts, I decided to hold back my nagging. Anyway, there was something we had to do before the year ends. You all did your homework before watching the broadcast, right? The guys nodded confidently. Spark had greatly benefited from this year's annual plan. After experiencing budget shortages in our early debut days and a sudden survival show appearance, spending a year with a fixed schedule from comeback to concert must have made the importance of planning feel much more significant. Jong Songbin was even proud, saying all the members had contributed many opinions. He seemed a bit like someone who had fallen in love with his work, which made me feel the need to lessen his burden as a leader. In any case, since everyone cooperated actively, planning for next year should go smoothly. Is it already our third year? When the year changes, Spark's seniority will also go up a level. Considering that many companies promote employees around their third year, Spark was now at the assistant manager level. I submitted the third concept item. So why is my waiting number in the double digits? Because Yiwol submitted 17. Why would the guy who always preaches quality over quantity do something like that? Was it just my imagination, or did I sense the vibe of office workers in Park Ju-woo and Lee Chonghyun's conversation? I certainly did. It wasn't the listless energy of my time doing tasks for department head Nam, but the same vibe as assistant manager Huang and assistant manager Song, who went through trial and error over new, trivial tasks hardly worth noting in a work log. Don't you remember what that Hyung posted in the group chat? Many useless options make a junkyard, but many meaningful options make a jewelry box. So you're saying he submitted 17 items to make a jewelry box right now. How many were you planning to submit? Me? 13. Songbin, I don't think we need to have a brainstorming meeting anymore, do we? No. We have to go through collective intelligence to filter out unexpected problems or catch ideas we missed. All right, I get it. So someone just book a meeting room. I'll get it. Assistant Manager Huang, didn't you install the partition backward? Huh, did I? Oh, the footrest is facing up. You're right. Why did I do that? It's because you've been working all night for 2 days straight. Let's finish up quickly and go home early today. Sounds good, and next time, let's all apply to companies that have a general affairs team. A memory that wasn't perfect, but was fiercely competitive and enjoyable in its own way, was being reenacted. I just had to use that nostalgia as fertilizer and keep moving forward. 424. Chapter 424. New Year's Greetings. Much greater than it's a tale as old as time when the grand prize winner and the team with the most stage views are different. Amidst all the trashy paid voting, Spark Stage was overwhelmingly dominant. The fact that their video was the longest and had the most views says a lot. Basically, This year's music festival was a Spark solo concert. First place. They got first place. When the cue sheet first came out, I saw the 11 minutes and fainted lol. Why wouldn't Spark get 11 minutes? If the boys hit #1 for all the best 1 minute on IDC, don't they deserve it? So many XX fandoms were on the NBC MeTube official channel when the song first dropped, but they all disappeared after the stage performance was released. And that was even though Exclusive Report was a TVM production lol. Much greater than I'll keep thinking about the last song, and on a high note, for a long time. I thought I didn't need to brag anymore because I wanted more people to recognize the boys' live skills, but I take it back. I need to shout about it until my voice goes hoarse. It makes me so proud to see comments from non-idol fans saying they keep rewatching it. Much greater than one-line review of the music festival. Was it really necessary for SMI to be the center? People attached all sorts of titles like Genius Center and Visual Center and called him the gateway to a temple, but you can't even tell he's gone. What is this? Thanks to Minel. Redistributing the parts. Gawin shines even more. Excited Naos hand. 1/100000000. Excited Naos hand. 2/100000000. Excited Naos hand. 3/100000000. Minela, you can't sing for X, yet you whined so much for the killing part, and this is what happened. I don't feel sorry for you at all. Good riddance. Lol. Much greater than Spark was only getting checked for being NBC's sons on SNS. The live venue was just a party. LOL, it's not for nothing that Hideout hit #1 on the year-end charts all the way to the final broadcast, except for one comeback music show. Not a single person wasn't singing along, lol. I'm a total dance maniac, so I was a bit disappointed when I saw Acoustic Ver next to Hideout on the cue sheet, but it was totally hype and amazing. I left with my emotional batteries fully charged. I'm so jealous of the people who were there. I can sing along well too. In every video uploaded from the fan section, the decibels of people singing along to the chorus, lol. It must have been so fun. Much greater than 30-something odd juicy here. I watched the Grand Music Festival for the first time in a while, and Spark is, what can I say? It's been a while since I watched because there were fewer and fewer songs I knew, and it wasn't fun to watch the stages anymore. I just happened to turn it on after a long time, and Speak was good. After seeing them perform as a band, I've been looking up their songs. People my age would probably feel a lot of nostalgia. Spark? Yeah, you're right. I got the most important part, the name, wrong. Isn't it because the song title is Speaker? I just looked it up, and the song called Speaker is a band song lol. Why did they make their names so confusing? Be grateful it's short. Don't you know the trend for titles these days? Not watching because you know fewer songs is so real. There wasn't a single stage that I had a complaint about. When they have some CG set or something, I don't think that's cool. I just think, what is that? I guess I'm really getting old. Spark ended the year amidst high praise. As they welcomed the new year, they experienced several changes. First, the youngest members turned 20, making Spark a group composed entirely of adults. Accordingly, the team rules became more detailed. The previous belief was that they would exercise self-restraint because of the younger members. The renewed regulations now meant that each action carried responsibility, as no one else would take it for them. Second, the members' workout preferences began to diverge. After the concert issue where their workout intensity was exposed, everyone expressed their opinions more honestly. Some, like me or Choi Jiho, only did weight training. Another faction wanted to enjoy sports, and a third group managed themselves out of professional duty. I won't specify who was who. Third, they closed their second friendship savings account when it matured. The young idols had previously used the interest for team dinners. This time, they added a portion of the principal to the interest and made a donation. This came from discussions that idols should constantly find ways to exert a positive influence, especially since even companies were adopting ESG management. The annual schedule also received final approval. They set 3 major activities as their main schedule, 2 comebacks a year and an overseas debut. Starting this year, they decided to add a slight image change. Since they had completed the school concept with the season's greetings, it was time to show a fresh picture. This was why I was currently wrestling with a web shell file, pointlessly applying and removing filters. I objectively couldn't participate much in work during the second half of last year. However, my personal affairs were now almost resolved, so nothing hindered me. The encore concert was confirmed, so we also had to plan its detailed content. An encore concert characteristically has a similar set list, but they couldn't reuse the same rolling paper or skits. They spent a week deciding on games that were good for playing on the spot. Hyung, do you think it would be better for me to take another semester off? Jang Songbin had cautiously suggested this, unable to watch everyone get ground down physically and mentally. Fortunately, my condition improved quickly. It was decided that Jang Songbin would return to school this year with Park Ju-woo as planned. These details. The number of rules suddenly dropped. The previous rules have already been internalized, so everyone has probably gotten used to them without them needing to be written down. Songbin was good at badminton. Did you decide to keep playing? No, I'm putting it on hold for now. Hyung, after we went to the gym together, Songbin started reading my messages later than usual. We're all chattered about trivially during the New Year Live, excluding the encore concert and comeback schedules. The main content was supposed to be slicing rice cakes for Taekguk while wearing hanbok, but they ended up chatting more. The Taekguk was complete when Jang Songbin placed the pan-fried egg garnish, as yellow as his hair, on top. The dumplings Choi Jiho had made all burst as if to assert their presence, so the visuals weren't great, but they made the broth rich. If I eat 3 bowls of Taekguk, will you let me join the eldest Hyungs? It's possible, but can you burn all those calories within today? You know it's 400 kilocalories per bowl, even if I lowered it as much as I could, right? Lee Chong-hyun firmly shut his mouth at my words. As if in rebellion, he generously sprinkled pepper on his food. The audio never went silent for a moment while they ate. They didn't get a separate holiday vacation because they were too busy. I was at my wits' end trying to decide on Spark's next concept. A schedule appeared that didn't require much brainpower to be called work, yet was too high pressure to be called comfortable. I would be filming with high-seniority celebrities. An offer came in for, let's eat and talk. It was an observational healing variety show where they gathered combinations of people requested by viewers. They would cook meals in a small country house by the mountains or sea and share various stories, including about their lives. The other people appearing with me are already decided, right? Except for unusual cases, the cast members usually knew each other. They had to create a lineup that would interest viewers to boost ratings. The publicly known line, or S, derived from birth years were typical examples. And it's a trio of villains concept, was set to appear on a special broadcast titled A Villain's Different Daily Life. Cheon Yunsung was a role, not me. It was a mystery why the person Kim Yiwol had also become a villain. The other guests were also familiar. Mr. Yiwol, you're here early. Not at all. I just arrived. Woo Yoon-jae, who had passionately acted as Cheon Yunsung's partner, entered first. For the crime of being in the same boat as me, Woo Yoon-jae had earned the dishonorable title of villain. I planned to express my deep regret with a heartfelt, handwritten letter. The last person appeared, exuding an unusual aura even from a distance. It's been a while, Sunbeam. Indeed. It's been a while since we've seen each other on a broadcast, right? Mr. Gu Jahan greeted me with a nonchalant face, with a friendliness that would make anyone think they were neighborhood friends. It's been a while. It has. I received your gift well. Mr. Gu Jahan also exchanged an awkward greeting with Woo Yoon-jae. I tried not to show how much I was on pins and needles, breaking out in a cold sweat while saying things like, Gu, you have no idea how surprised Jahan's Sunbeam was. And you said you wanted to see Yoon-jae's Sunbeam. That's right. It's been a long time since our last project. We didn't have many opportunities to run into each other. Still, it seems we're fated to meet, seeing as we've ended up on a show together like this. Fortunately, the two of them saved face for me. I was tearfully grateful for the sincerity of my Sunbeams, who played along appropriately instead of refuting my words. After the ambiguously amicable self-introductions, we had time to look around the filming location. We saw the harvested rice paddies, the vegetable garden covered in plastic sheeting, the chicken coop wrapped in bubble wrap, and the yard with a large dog and a warehouse. By then, it was already time to prepare the first meal. We decided to change our clothes first for a smooth workflow. Sunbeam, surely that's not your work attire? Yeah, why? I then enthusiastically nagged Mr. Gu Jahan, who had brought slim-fit training pants as his supposed work clothes. How could this Juicy live and die by the fit more than Choi Ji-ho, an active idol? Looking at either Mr. Gu Jahan or Choi Ji-ho, I was so frustrated that I could only pound my chest. The trio of villains could only head to the kitchen after I finished dressing Gu Jahan in the extra padded pants I had brought just in case. Don't tell me we have to cook rice in a cauldron? There wasn't an electric rice cooker inside. Was there, Sunbeam? No. But I know how to do it, so you don't have to worry. Woo Yoon-jae dispelled Mr. Gu Jahan's worries in one fell swoop. So, if you could wipe the cauldron, Jahan, and get some revenge for the past, too. Mr. Gu Jahan ended up wiping a real cauldron lid with the hands his fans had loved, saying they were as big as a cauldron lid. 425, Chapter 425, Countryside Experience 1. The cauldron produced an enormous amount of rice after Gu Jahan scrubbed it until his hands were raw. Woo Yoon-jae masterfully started a fire with wood scraps I had gathered from a low hill. I also finally understood why Odi rice was so famous. Its taste was completely different. While Woo Yoon-jae and I built the furnace and seasoned the cauldron lid with oil, Gu Jahan just got in the way. He could make gambas by drizzling olive oil in a pan, but he lacked the knack for resourceful cooking. Gu Jahan watched Woo Yoon-jae, who wore work gloves and wrestled with the fire, ignoring the acrid smoke. Whenever dishes piled up, Gu Jahan quietly headed to the tap. "Awol, what's all that on your clothes?" "This? It's dried radish greens. There was a lot to prepare." "I see." He sometimes gave me a very conflicted look, but I had a mountain of things to do. I couldn't guess his every thought, so I focused on my own tasks. I took kimchi from the crock platform for a stew and fried dried radish green pancakes on the cauldron lid. A splendid meal was soon complete. The dining table was a bit small for 4 grown men, but everyone sat peacefully before it. "The rice turned out great, right?" "It's amazing," Gu Jahan exclaimed in admiration after one spoonful and devoured 2 whole bowls. Woo Yoon-jae, perhaps feeling sorry for his colleague who was covered in red pepper powder from fetching the kimchi, used clean chopsticks to place a long strip of fermented kimchi on Gu Jahan's rice. The remaining dishes also became Gu Jahan's responsibility. We didn't make him do it. He volunteered. I sealed the leftover ingredients and wiped down the table. We let Woo Yoon-jae rest since he had worked the hardest, but sitting still didn't seem to be in his nature. He was already in the yard, hammering something with a small mallet. "Is there anything I can help with, Sunbae?" "No. I'm almost done." 2 long runners were attached to a thin wooden board. When Woo Yoon-jae attached a thick wire over the runners, I realized what he was making. "It's a sled, isn't it?" The rice paddy was frozen. My grandfather used to make them like this for me when I was little. Woo Yoon-jae also fashioned sled sticks on the spot. Tap, tap. In an instant, he had completed a full sled set for an adult. "Let's go for a ride." Woo Yoon-jae stood up, holding the sled. "Where are you going?" Gu Jahan asked. He came out of the kitchen, rubbing his reddened hands with a dishcloth. After Woo Yoon-jae explained, Gu Jahan threw on a padded vest and slipped his feet into fur-lined rubber shoes. He had ignored me earlier when I asked if he wanted a padded jacket. 3 hours in the mountains, and his localization was complete. The frozen rice paddy was filled with threshed rice straw and rough stubble. Still, some patches looked clear enough for a sled to glide on. Woo Yoon-jae placed the sled on the ice. "Now, you ride it," he said to me. "Me? I'm 23. No, how old was I again? 30-something. Wait, should I say I'm 23? In any case, I'm not at an age where I'd shout about wanting to ride a sled just because I see ice." "What are you doing?" "Get on," Gu Jahan chimed in. "At my age, I have to ride a handmade sled in front of everyone and go, haha, this is so much fun." Well, the cameras are rolling. I got on the sled that Woo Yoon-jae had so carefully made, but I couldn't move. I'd never ridden a sled before. Stab the ice with the sticks, and don't lean your weight too far back. The scene grew even stranger as Woo Yoon-jae started pushing my back. I was clearly unfamiliar with winter leisure. The sound of awls piercing the ice echoed across the vast winter paddy. "Awol, can I take a picture? I'd appreciate it if you could make me look as good as possible." How am I supposed to make something funny look good? An idol has to look good anytime, anywhere. Despite my desperate plea, Gu Jahan carelessly snapped the shutter. I didn't need to check the gallery to know his promise to try was a complete lie. "Awol, Why don't you try on the roasted chestnut hat? I saw one inside. Should I go get it? You know that mother-of-pearl vanity in the room? It's on top of that. They even started chatting about making me wear a roasted chestnut hat. I felt like they were just using me to capture a scene of the two actors talking. I suddenly became a man-child in a furry roasted chestnut hat, riding a sled made by a senior who had thrown all semblance of his age into the kimchi stew. I had never felt such intense rage. You two should try it too. It's not every day we get to do this. How old do you think I am? And I wrote it because I'm 5 years old. I glared at him with a smile, and Gu Jahan hesitantly took the sticks. Gu Jahan, who had confidently walked the red carpet just last year, was completely humbled on the ice sled. The production staff burst out laughing. After watching the winter sports specialist Wu Yunji's spectacular drifting, we warmed ourselves by the fire pit. My whole body went limp, like a marshmallow in hot chocolate. Is the floor warm? Wu Yunji asked from the fire, looking at me confined to the room. It's boiling hot. I gave him a thumbs up. Wu Yunji looked satisfied and took off his work gloves. Soon, heavy footsteps sounded, thump, thump, and Gu Jahan arrived with a large tray. These are all the sweet potatoes, right? We needed to prepare them for roasting in the fire pit. Wu Yunji neatly chopped off the ends with a knife, while Gu Jahan and I carefully wrapped them in aluminum foil. Who's going to eat all this? Won't the staff eat some too? Just holding one of these when it's cold can warm you up. At my words, Gu Jahan wrapped the sweet potatoes without complaint. He even sped up when he heard they were pumpkin sweet potatoes. We tucked the sweet potatoes between the logs and gathered around the fire to chat. For people who made a living on screen, we had soot smudged all over our faces. It was a pitiful sight, so I heated some towels in the microwave and handed them out. Yunjae and Yiwol seem really used to this. Don't you both live in Seoul? My family home is in the countryside. Wu Yunjae answered, poking the firewood. I've been to a similar place before to film a variety show with my members. That's a lie. I'm a product of a weekend farm. My specialties are planting tomato seedlings and setting up pepper plant supports. The cabbage juice that Yunjae gave me was also made from cabbages he harvested himself from his garden. Really? Yes. Have you tried it? It was delicious. I'm drinking it well. If the three of us were villains, who would be the worst one? Chief Go is innocent. He only did it because I ordered him to. It's the fault of a full-grown adult. Master Yunseong was largely a product of his childhood environment. I think I just became the worst one. We mentioned Wu Yunji's gift and chatted about our recent drama roles. Since this was a villain special, we had to talk about bad guys at least once. We delivered the cooked sweet potatoes to the staff first. We could only cook a few at a time, so we shared trivial stories about first impressions and past anecdotes while waiting for the second batch. Yunjae, have you ever seen this kid get angry? It's no joke. Haha. How could I ever get angry at you, Sunbae? In that case, isn't it highly likely that Jahan was the one at fault? It seems I'm definitely the biggest piece of trash on today's broadcast. You should eat a sweet potato before your image gets any worse, Sunbae. I quickly took out a sweet potato and offered it to Gu Jahan. Watching the flickering flames, my muscles slowly relaxed. The sweet potatoes were delicious. I was looking for a skewer to eat one more when Wu Yunjae stabbed a large one and handed it to me. Roasted sweet potatoes are high in calories. You must be tired from taking care of your hyungs. Eat a lot. But how could I refuse? I decided to run 3 laps around the neighborhood tomorrow morning, then diligently peeled and ate it. The sweet potatoes also made it into dinner. Gu Jahan, now wearing a floral cardigan and fuzzy socks, picked and peeled a plump sweet potato. I chopped it into large chunks and put it in the cauldron. Beside us, Wu Yunjae made fresh kimchi. It looked so delicious that I got caught staring. In exchange for a taste of sweet potato with fresh kimchi, Gu Jahan and I made zucchini soybean paste stew. We're eating really well. You have to eat while you work. Yiwol, you don't eat properly, do you? I eat my meals regularly. I just control the type of food. I thought you were thin, Yiwol, but all idols are incredibly skinny. I heard our agency isn't that strict with dietary restrictions. I'm not in a position to complain. Our conversation quickly caught fire, moving to topics like essential supplements for men in their 20s and 30s and effective bodyweight exercises for health management. Once you're over 30, your body just gives out. Take care of yourself. Gu Jahan warned me sternly. Geez, I've never been over 30, so I couldn't even argue back. I decided to do the last round of dishes. It wasn't the fate of the youngest. We decided Wu Yun-jae, who was covered in the most ash, should wash up first. I thought Gu Jahan had gone for a smoke, but he boiled water in the cauldron and mixed it with the cold dishwater. After washing our faces, we lay side by side under a cotton quilt. Gu Jahan suddenly shot up, saying he felt a draft. This led to a 30-minute commotion as we tried to block the cracks in the door. Yiwol, you sleep by the wall. A singer can't afford to hurt his throat. The floor is warm, so I'm fine. I'll sleep by the door. Should I heat up a towel for you? It'll be warm if you sleep with it under the covers. My senior's consideration was overflowing. At least neither suggested I put a sweet potato on my face to keep warm. It was a moment that truly showed how extraordinary our Choi Ji-ho was. 426. Chapter 426. Countryside Experience 2. A highly trained member of Spark becomes hyper-aware of cameras. Because of that, I couldn't fall asleep even after lying down for a long time. I couldn't go outside, worried a biting wind from the door would wake the two sleeping men. I quietly pulled the blanket over myself and stared at the face-like stain on the ceiling. After an hour, I felt like I was wasting time. The adults fell asleep as soon as the sun set, but my youthful body kept me wide awake. The sun set early in the winter mountains, making it dark even sooner. I'm not sure if Jong Songbin will ask why I didn't sleep when he watches the broadcast, but this is really unfair. It's not that I don't want a good night's sleep. They just go to bed too early. If I fall asleep now, I'll just wake up at 2 a.m. In the hellish silence, I stealthily slid my upper body from under the blanket. Thankfully, the seniors didn't stir. I reached for my bag, took out my mini tablet, and dimmed the screen. I also grabbed my Bluetooth keyboard and ducked back under the covers. The blanket should muffle the typing sound enough, right? I didn't intend to strain my eyes working in the dark. I would just check my piled-up Datian notifications. As I reviewed the changes, I noticed something unusual. The budget for our next music video had nearly doubled from the initial proposal. The page was already filled with comments from the members who had checked it before me. Jong Songbin. Damn Gaihyuk, hello, Gaihyuk. I was wondering if our music video shooting budget is listed correctly. Damn Gaihyuk. Jong Songbin, yes, that's correct. Additional funds were allocated, so I'll create a comparison column in the attached file. With the details. Lee Chonghyun. Are we going to bathe in gold dust in our music video? Kong Kian, at least one of us probably should. Looks like they were having a good time. An idol's workload is harsh for their age. Kids who dream of debuting just to sing and dance soon realize, once they become trainees and finally debut, that they have to do things they never imagined. This ranges from somewhat related fields, like studying foreign languages or practicing acting, to tasks that seem completely irrelevant. It's similar to an office worker who, after being hired, ends up doing far more than what was listed in the job description. But it's hard to just tell idols. The staff will handle support, so just focus on your main job. My philosophy is that idols work for their fans. They must understand what they're presenting, why they're presenting it, and the process behind it. A company sells products for money, but the idol industry runs on fan devotion. One shouldn't play with people's hearts, so everything requires a minimum level of sincerity. Following my philosophy, Spark partially involves itself in behind-the-scenes processes like planning, operations, monitoring, and analysis. The degree of involvement varies, but no Spark member is completely in the dark about our team's work. A carrot was needed to keep them engaged with uninteresting work. That carrot could be a threat or a reward, but from my experience at Hampyeong Industry, neither was very effective on me. Something that lets a person keep going without getting exhausted. The power to make them look one more time, to let the work seep into their daily lives so ideas spring to mind naturally. Park Ju-woo. Jong Songbin. Should we add a reference image for the gold dust bath to the proposal? Lee Chonghyun. Kong Kian. Park Ju-woo, that's not it. Kong Kian. Park Ju-woo, that's not it. Comes from having fun. I just had to create an atmosphere where they could work as if they were playing. These responsible guys wouldn't neglect their main job just for a little fun. Look at the results. I taught them to use tags carefully to avoid unnecessary notifications from private chats. Now they're playing amongst themselves, tagging each other only when needed. Perhaps my muffled laughter gave me away. Someone tapped my shoulder. I pulled back the blanket and met Wu Yunji's eyes. You're not sleeping? I'm about to. I lowered my voice, worried I might wake Gu Jahan. Woo Yun-jae hunched his shoulders too. Do you have to work this late? Woo Yun-jae asked sympathetically, his gaze shifting between the bright tablet screen and me. It's a hobby. I answered seriously. One wrong move could get Yue reported to the Ministry of Employment and Labor. Unfortunately, Woo Yun-jae didn't seem to buy it. Idols are so busy. Woo Yun-jae patted me comfortingly. My bright smile must have looked like the hope and passion of a weary young man to Woo Yun-jae. It would have been great if that system, whether it was the sunshine smile or the crabstick smile, had activated just then. I can't quite remember which. Now that I had woken my senior, my late-night work was over. I turned off the tablet and lay down again. Should we have steamed cabbage tomorrow? Weren't all the cabbages left in the field frozen? They were probably left there to become fertilizer. Let's use the ones in the fridge. That sounds delicious. Woo Yun-jae looked pleased with the breakfast plan and my reaction. We talked about more than just food. Since it was late, the topics grew deeper. He told me stories about his long, unrecognized career as a supporting actor. He probably hadn't had many chances to talk about it, so I listened intently to his candid words. How are you these days, Yiwol? I'm the same as usual. Though my days are getting more and more enjoyable. Life was still a struggle. But considering I have more to laugh about and my work is fun, isn't that a pretty good life? At least, that's what I think. Can I ask you something? You can ask me 5 things. I wondered what he was hesitating to ask. How is the search for your sister going? A topic he probably hadn't had many chances to bring up, much like his acting career, had emerged. Considering how the exclusive report team treated me, his reason was easy to guess. They probably wanted to give me a platform to talk about it whenever possible. It wasn't the kind of story you could tell on a music show. There hasn't been any particular progress. I've been a little busy with work. Oh, I see. There was one thing I found out through the system while drinking at the dorm. Back then, my voice definitely wouldn't come out when I tried to say my sister's age. Years old? You're not sure, I guess. Between 7 and 9 years, about. Yeah, my sister and I were 8 years apart. Her basic personal information hadn't changed. She's 8 years older. That's quite an age gap, isn't it? Thanks to the recent incident, I could now disclose this information. My mother and father, accused of infant abandonment, had revealed to the world exactly when they had given birth to and abandoned my sister to claim the statute of limitations had expired. While they might evade direct punishment for that, the information they provided will become a stumbling block for them in my domestic violence case. If your sister finds you, she'll dote on you so much. Woo Yun-jae, do you get along well with your younger sibling? No, not really. What's that supposed to mean? We covered our mouths with our sleeves and laughed. Quietly. Since you're tall, Yiwol, wouldn't your sister be tall too? She might actually be closer to average height. Really, it's a hunch. I passed it off as a joke, but it was the truth. My sister had told me herself that she was average height. I guess that since the definition of average changes over time, the system might not restrict me from saying it. I was right, and I don't think she looks much like me. Her appearance, a subjective impression, also passed through without a problem. Stupid system. It must not have realized that my sister and I not looking alike is so obvious it's practically an objective fact. It would have been nice if you had at least a baby picture. Tell me about it. What else was as specific as her age and height? But something I could explain indirectly. After some thought, I began carefully. My sister was born in the fall. My sister loved her birthday. I thought her birthday suited her perfectly. Early autumn, when the sky is clear and it's still warm before the cold winds blow. A season where traces of summer have yet to fade. The price of roasted chestnuts in our neighborhood went up. To how much? 10,001 for 3 bags. Everything is going up except for my salary. A season filled with heartwarming, if not sentimental, memories. If this scene makes it to broadcast, and my sister happens to see me and contacts me, just like my mother and father did. And so, if the day comes when we meet again, I hope that day will be in the autumn. The morning of our last day began with an interrogation from Gu Jahan. When Gu Jahan asked what the two of us had whispered about all night, I told him to find out by watching the broadcast. Washing our faces in icy water turned all 3 of our faces red as tomatoes. Gu Jahan whined that his bangs had frozen, so I diligently dried and styled his hair with a hairdryer. For breakfast, We ate the steamed cabbage we had decided on the night before. Yoon-jae, what did you put in the samjang? I just added a few seasonings that were in the kitchen. Woo Yoonji's samjang was so delicious that even Gu Jahan was impressed. I jotted down the recipe to make for the Spark guys at our next company dinner. If Woo Yoon-jae ever starts a samjang company, I'll sign up for his online store and buy enough to become an MVP. Woo Yoon-jae and Gu Jahan took the blankets outside to shake them out. The two of them, each wearing a glove while beating dust from the blankets, seemed like a rare sight for their fans. I asked the production staff for permission and eagerly took pictures with my phone. After getting the best shot, I swept the wooden floor and wiped it down with a wet cloth. I was just thinking. Gu Jahan spoke to me while I was wiping dust from high places the elderly owners couldn't reach. I cleaned the warehouse shelves and the top of the wardrobe as a small thank you for letting us film here. It feels less like we were filming and more like we just came to hang out. That's because you didn't pay any attention to the cameras. The idol Kim Yiwol, however, fretted about his puffy face being caught on camera. I had to rub my face about 30 times under the covers before getting up. If Gu Jahan ever tried living 24/7 with a bunch of twinkle super hot stars, he would understand how I feel. Except for that, I had fun too. It was an enjoyable shoot. I hope I can come back with the Spark guys next time. For 27, Chapter 4, 27, Countryside Experience, 3. Much greater than I'm hungry. A student living alone wouldn't have aged kimchi. To get a bundle of winter spinach, you'd have to put on a long padded coat and go to the mart. They're just cooking with what they have, but it looks so delicious, the color of that kimchi. The samjang is amazing, won't they share the recipe? Go to Woo Yoonji's Insta. He's writing down the recipe step by step right now. Much greater than this week's Let's Eat was great to see, with no one slacking off. It was unexpected given their usual behavior. I figured it might be like that. I thought Yoon-jae and Jahan were going to be petty cheapskates, but they were like easygoing farmhands, and Yoon-jae is just so proper. It was funny how they made a sled to give the magne a ride. He just kept eating sweet potatoes. The sweet potatoes, he really ate them the whole time. Except for Kim Yiwol. The other two just held sweet potatoes in their hands like hot packs. I wish Woo Yoon-jae would appear on more variety shows, please. Since the water was icy, it was so heartwarming how they poured hot water for each other while washing dishes. Just the two of them standing there filled up the kitchen. It was so funny for real. Maybe because they're actors, they're all so tall and lanky. Much greater than the three of them share very similar conversation topics. And they're so wholesome. Working out, supplements, how to memorize scripts, then back to working out, supplements. And among them, the magne works out the most. Overwhelmingly. Much greater than for those who love Kim Yiwol's magne moments. A collection of let's eat gifts. The sunbaes all came in puffy padded jackets, but he wore a coat, so he got a scarf wrapped around him. After bringing the sunbaes their hose, he didn't have one, so he dug for sweet potatoes with his hands in a corner. He was told to get just a little firewood, but came back carrying a full rubber basin on his back, melting in the warmest part of the floor. Sweet potato, rice, nom. Giving the sunbaes handwritten letters at night. Getting scolded for where he'd been so early in the morning after coming back from a morning run. Cabbage wrap, nom. Sweeping the wooden floor. Sewing up a sunbee's torn pants. There's not even an explanation for the sweet potato one. Sweet potato, rice, nom, but there's no better explanation than that. When did our group's elite eldest Hyung become such a giant baby old tree? I'm not kidding. This is the first time I've seen fans give their idol a nickname like Giant Baby Old Tree. Sparklers just call him whatever comes to mind. I mean, his official names are Cutie Pretty Visual and Center Emperor anyway. Are those really his official names? Much greater than Kim Yiwol. Get some sleep. Songbin. Sparklers have now chosen to call the leader instead of nagging at length. Because it's the fastest and most effective way. He's the type to come out and do something during an overnight shoot. But it's funny and cute how he's staying perfectly still because Jahan said a draft was coming in. Much greater than, hey, am I the only one who noticed the difference in attitude depending on the project they were in together? Chief Young Master, comfortable. They take really good care of each other. The chief tries to attend to the young master like he's a flower in a greenhouse, but the young master has already become such a grown-up that he just gets everything done on his own. Team leader employee, thrilling. It's not that they aren't close, and you can see the boss thinking, oh, This guy's pretty good at his job, but the subordinate is just like, how does the professor know my name? Best analogy of the year. I wonder if in my office an exclusive report will get a season 2. Wouldn't exclusive report be difficult? It had a completely closed ending. Much greater than the age gap with Yiwol is pretty big. 8 years. Doesn't that mean he's already 31? To think he didn't even know he had a younger brother for 30 years. Wow. Much greater than it'd be hard to find someone who looks like him. But how are you supposed to find someone who doesn't look like him? Didn't he just mean he had a feeling they wouldn't look alike? Do you think a guy who can guess other people's family clans can't guess his own sister's face? That's persuasive. Many posts also mention my sister. My speculative comment had gained considerable credibility because of my actions so far. You really never know how things will turn out. After having my fill of fun and food at the filming location, I returned to find the recording date just around the corner. I started rolling around like a hoop again. Since it was a concept I had pushed for, I couldn't just pass it off to someone else and pretend I didn't know. I was still the one who knew best how to present Spark in the coolest way. I had to work myself to the bone before people started saying Kim Yiwol's aesthetic sense was dead. Kong Keon was racking his brain as well. The guy struggled to choreograph a dance that fit the new concept, which was even more intense than Mission. Hyung, this will definitely get flagged by the censors. You think so? It was even more so because our collaboration partner was the walking censorship target, Choi Jiho. Will we even be able to air this? Watching Choi Jiho and Kong Keon bicker, it seemed a rough road lay ahead for the time being. Even amidst the chaos, there was good news. The biggest news was Lee Chong-hyun's university acceptance. At first, the guy said nothing about whether he had passed or failed. It was obviously the acceptance announcement day, yet he showed no sign of looking at his phone or laptop. There was no way the result was bad. We had checked the acceptance cutoff long ago. Chong-hyun, aren't you going to check the acceptance page? You need to check the registration period. I told him this with the feeling of coughing up blood. You'll end up like me if you're not careful. His expression turned strange. Oh, I should. Then Lee Chong-hyun ran over to Kong Keon, who was still wrestling fiercely with Choi Jiho. I soon heard the reason for his incomprehensible attitude from someone else. Well, even Jong Songbin hesitated as he spoke. It's because he's worried it'll look like he's showing off too much. Why can't he show off? It's an achievement he earned through his own effort. Jong Songbin looked troubled. I realized the reason for his reaction a bit later. Oh, he felt uncomfortable celebrating his university admission success in front of me, who had lost my admission by failing to register. It wasn't even their fault. Chong-hyun has to get in for my college admission consulting portfolio to be maintained. For an idol, that kind of portfolio could be educational, I guess. Jong Songbin, indoctrinated with all sorts of education as part of the essential idol code, was finally persuaded. He was also given the momentous task of helping his timid younger brother stand tall. A few hours later, Lee Chong-hyun appeared with a confident posture. A printed acceptance certificate was stuck to his forehead. I told you not to stick things on your face carelessly. Literally. On his forehead. I had no idea what he used to stick it on. I stuck it on top of a headband, Hyung. I told you to completely refrain from any actions that could leave marks on your face unless absolutely necessary. A mark from a band will disappear after a little while. Don't put pressure on your skin. If that fluttering acceptance certificate so much as scratched his face, I wouldn't be able to face the fans. As I stood there, unable to do anything, Lee Chong-hyun cackled for a good while before taking off the band. So, where did you get accepted? Did really no one listen to what I said? Lee Chong-hyun marveled at Choi Jiho's indifference. Did he really need to be told, though? I already recognized the logo. You have the tuition money, right? If you don't, tell me. I have emergency funds. If it's a limited account, get it unrestricted beforehand. I have it. I told you I do. You know from the settlement statements. Make sure you pay the tuition and keep a record. Call the admissions officer to confirm before the deadline passes. This is exactly what Songbin and Juwoo did too. Okay. Lee Chong-hyun breezily finished his preparations to become a freshman. Spring was coming. Let's check the footage. At the camera director's words, we all rushed to the monitor. The screen flashed brilliantly. Even a promotional video for a jewelry store wouldn't sparkle this much. The storyboard for this scene was a group shot, right? But I think a bus shot would also be good. It feels like a waste of the costume details and composition to only shoot it from a distance. If the directors are okay with it, shall we just try filming it? The director who worked with us on End and on a High Note was with us again. He had posted on his Insta that the rainy beach scene was the work of his life, and he apparently really wanted to shoot this storyboard as well. This music video doesn't have many narrative or symbolic elements like before, though. He's hooked on the title. Then I checked the final storyboard that Ju-kyung said she had passed on to the director. A music video solely for the purpose of showing the most beautiful scenes in the world. This went through without any changes. I figured there was no better copy that captured the core concept. The document title I had written as a placeholder was in there, just as it was. Thanks to that, it felt like I'd just maxed out my embarrassment stat. He said he'll shoot it with all his might. Ju-kyung gave me a wink. I had survived not dying of shame back then, so I could now shoot this dazzling music video. Be strong, Maine. Let's move quickly. We have to shoot as much as possible while we have natural light. At the PD's signal, everyone returned to their positions. Sunlight filtered through ornate, golden lace curtains. It brightly illuminated the gold-colored set. 428. Chapter 428. Preview. You guys need to look even better. Hyung, that's the 10th time you've said that exact same thing. You were counting. You passed 10 a while ago, but I stopped after that. I just rounded it down to 10. Kang Keon spoke as I lamented, clutching the tablet. I had stared at the color test photos from the set for nearly 3 hours. I looked at them so much the data might have weathered away. I anxiously awaited the music video's rough cut. 4. Male idols. The growth period was not just about getting taller. It was a time that separated good transformations from bad ones, a time when fans prayed, "Please let our baby grow up to look just like he did when he was young." This was especially true for idols like Spark, who had little baby fat from a young age and whose features were already well-defined. I tend to think that an environment where you have to cultivate your appearance even before you're physically mature is far too harsh, but that's not the issue I want to address right now, so I'll set it aside for a moment. There was not much to worry about since Spark, and especially Lee Chong-hyun, were icons of a good transformation. However, being satisfied that Spark's faces, enhanced by the camera massage, had merely avoided a bad transformation felt like a piercing waste. The limitation of only being able to print those faces on a flat surface was frustrating enough to make my insides boil. Printing full-color still cuts from Spark's music video would be a million times more beneficial than watching department head non-print stock reports on the company printer. At least it would be healthy for the viewer's eyes. Didn't this come out well enough? Park Ju-woo asked, coming up beside me. A photo of Park Ju-woo happened to be on the tablet. This year, Park Ju-woo had dyed his hair a translucent blue. He also wore faintly blue-tinted lenses over his grayish eyes, creating a color palette like a winter lake. The surroundings were dark because we shot a scene with shadows. Sunlight illuminated only half of Park Ju-woo's face, creating a mystical atmosphere. The photo came out well enough that it did not feel like a waste of his polished real-life visuals and the money-drenched set. However, human greed knows no bounds. So here I was, tearing my hair out while I waited for the power of editing and retouching. How about looking at Chong-hyun's photo? Seeing my state, Park Ju-woo discreetly swiped to the next photo. The very next one was Lee Chong-hyun. The first thing that caught my eye was his hair. It was dyed with a contrast between the light brown bangs and intersections and the muted, hazy green of the outer layer. The generous amount of glitter on top of a light blush base and the dangling accessories lost their power before his features. Even if these additional elements were intense, their presence could not match the splendor of his eyes. If we had not blasted the lights to create reflections on the jewelry, people surely would not have even noticed that Lee Chong-hyun was wearing a laurel wreath tiara. If I still say it's not enough, does that make me greedy? No. They say people should have big ambitions, whether it's greed or dreams. Being stubborn about the wrong thing is just obstinacy, but if there's a purpose, it becomes conviction. I'm working with conviction. Really. I really am. We should have put a lace ribbon on his neck. We tried it on set and decided against it. The item overlapped with a previous stage outfit. Park Ju-woo was horrified. I buried my face in my hands and wailed without tears. It's over for me. I need to step back from the front lines and retire. Who knows when I'll bring some outdated cyborg concept to the table. Hyung. A calm voice stopped my runaway mouth. Park Ju-woo touched the screen once more. Look at Kyeon. My turbulent self-loathing subsided a little. The face in the photo boasted makeup that could be called legendary. His emerald hair also perfectly matched his skin tone. It was the first time he had shown off green-toned hair in a while, since the turquoise from the Mission era. Perhaps because it was a proven color, it suited him well this time too. A subtle brown tone was applied under his eyes and on his cheeks, creating a look similar to a model's pictorial. If Kang Kyeon had not been an idol, the cover of Fog's December issue would have been his. The harmony with the background was also excellent. We filled both sides of the dark, monochromatic set with apple trees and lowered the illumination. This created the feel of an old house or garden. Of course, we hid his face with plenty of pin spot lighting, so the subject was brightly lit. Feeling a bit calmer now? Thanks. Ju-woo, you're my savior. Over something like this, people can be saved by the smallest of things. I swiped back through the photos, and Jong Songbin's individual cut appeared. He had coral-colored hair with a slight wave. He felt awkward and said the style was a bit too idol-like for the leader of an idol group. I told him to take 300 mirror selfies to get used to it. Colorful light filtered through the stained glass, covering Jong Songbin's hair and clothes. White and pink light spread downwards from his shoulders as if it were flowing. I wanted the shadows to cast like waves of flowers. When planning the fake stained glass, I sent over a folder full of references. The result was a high-quality piece. If Jong Songbin wasn't an idol, this should have been hung as the main pictorial at a wedding fair. Wait a minute. Isn't this a problem that can be solved by just having them all work second jobs? Since Choi Ji-ho is already a model, he'll probably go shoot something else somewhere anyway. Befitting his nickname, the Emperor, the guy's head was plastered in gold. The real gold color suited Choi Ji-ho so well that it made all my fuss about not letting it become a tacky blonde seem pointless. This was all to avoid the bleached hair color that least suits Koreans. We calculated the saturation and brightness as if planning a semiconductor nanoprocess. We also added points of different colors in between to keep it from being loose. Ah, my screen. Cracked. Are you still clinging to those photos? Lee Chong-hyun passed by and shook his head. He added that it was amazing. Judging by his "you're too much" expression, it was definitely not a compliment. The battery efficiency must be pretty good. Good job buying this tablet. There's nothing better for work. I turned off the tablet, set it down, and stretched. It was time to accept that the final music video shoot was over. PD Nim, I believe in you. The rough cut is here. Rayon, the Spark dedicated team's newest and youngest member, announced the breaking news. While Pyong Daein messaged Lim Chan-young to come up to the office, Min Juk-young booked a conference room. For the past few days, the tension in the dedicated team was sky-high. This was because Kim Yiwol, the real power of the Spark dedicated team and the team's producer, an idol by day and an honorary employee by night who worked himself to the bone, had embraced a new kind of venom for the new year. Kim Yiwol's obsession with beauty was as unparalleled as his own outstanding artistry. The staff sometimes seriously suspected that the only thought in Kim Yiwol's head was, how can I make Spark look more like they do in real life? Even without rose-tinted glasses, Spark's visuals were outstanding. There was no way I could not be proud of my idols, who stood out wherever they went. Knowing they were making blood, sweat, and tears efforts to maintain it made me even more proud of the members. So, whenever someone tried to say, our boys are cool enough, Kim Yiwol would come running with fire in his eyes. I did not know where he learned it from, but he was always fluent and eloquent, using different expressions each time. This madness of Kim Yiwol's had become about 3 times more toxic since the end of last year. Kim Yiwol wanted just one thing, something cool and beautiful, unconditionally the best. The entire dedicated team noticed Kim Yiwol's eyes had a wilder look than usual. They went all in on comeback preparations day and night. If we fail to change their image now, the next year will be tough. Kim Yiwol's chilling warning created tension throughout the team. The data clearly showed that many groups tried to change their image around this point in their careers. However, the exact timing, the importance of how much to invest, and the clear reasons were all factors that existed outside the data. Kim Yiwol pinpointed these things more sharply than anyone. Always. Min Juk-young once believed that a genius was someone with overwhelming talent, like Park Ju-woo or Lee Chong-hyun. But There must also be geniuses of the Yiwol type, was a thought she often had these days. He was good at his job, it was true, but Kim Yiwol had something that transcended the scope of work competency. He himself did not even seem to be aware of it. In any case, the rough cut had arrived. Yue's unique talent, Kim Yiwol, had been waiting for it with bated breath since last week. The entire dedicated team gathered in the conference room and swallowed dryly. Lim Chanyoung, who had watched Kim Yiwol from the closest proximity, even prayed with his hands clasped together. Rayon, was there anything unusual in the email? No, Rayon replied. That was a relief. Emails that started with an excuse always had a bad ending. The rough cut is here. Even CEO Yoon Hyunju arrived at the conference room. Yoon Hyunju forced the staff to sit back down as they tried to stand and greet him. What's with the greetings? You all look like skin and bones. Huh, I heard the shoot went well on set, right? If the result doesn't meet expectations, we can just revise it. We made the schedule with plenty of room. Yoon Hyunju encouraged the staff with the generosity befitting a CEO. The staff knew just how awful a client's revision request could be, so they swallowed their tears internally. They prayed that everything would end with this one take. Otherwise, neither they nor the studio would survive unscathed. Min Ju-kyung opened the downloaded file. The video length was fine, and the thumbnail came out even better than requested. However, these two things were easy to fix even if there were problems. The content was the important thing. Min Ju-kyung's finger trembled as she pressed the click button. Perhaps a side effect of working overtime. A moment later, I'm sharing the video with the boys right now. With a unanimous sign of approval, the shared drive link was sent to the group chat. 429, Chapter 429, Misfit 1. Spark's second anniversary live was the most stimulating roller coaster on Earth. It swung between hot and cold, heaven and hell, joy and sorrow. Baek Haewon and the other sparklers struggled to contain their smiles as they enjoyed the full-course fan service Spark provided. It all led to the teaser that played without warning at the end of the live. Yes, we're making a comeback. And then came the surprise comeback announcement. The excitement showed no signs of dying down even after the broadcast ended. Baek Haewon thought, are these guys really sane? In the best way possible. When she came to her senses, 2 hours had vanished. The teaser was unprecedentedly mysterious, which only added to the feeling. After releasing an album in November, Spark was finally returning with a new song in March. Few idols were as diligent as them. Baek Haewon eagerly awaited Spark's March comeback, as much as her own university admission. Some fans worried that a March comeback meant a back-to-school concept, but if Spark's planning was that obvious, they wouldn't have made it this far. Still, it would be better if they came out having given it their all. As the year turned, Spark became a third-year idol group. Junior groups debuted, and Spark got caught up in tier battles and performance competitions that only haters cared about. It wasn't a big deal. Baek Haewon wasn't too concerned. Among their peers, Spark's performance and recognition were the best. The members seemed to have strong personalities, so no juniors acted out of line, even if they weren't close. They have no idea how soft and gentle our boys really are. Still, from a fan's perspective, it was best when her idols were undeniably the best in everyone's eyes. Since they had done so well until now, she hoped they would return with results that would silence any nonsense. Sorry for being a greedy sparkler, but I believe in you. Baek Haewon counted down the seconds until 6 o'clock. Before her eyes, the music video for the new song Bright was finally uploaded. In the darkness, a match struck a matchbox. The flickering flame transferred to a candle. Plump lips blew out the match and disappeared behind the smoke. The small whispers sounded like noise, or maybe a sound effect with the volume turned down. A rhythmical bass overturned the profound atmosphere. A light, yet brilliant keyboard melody shone like the light reflecting all over the set. Park Ji-woo sat hunched in a stately chair, the kind seen in classic Western paintings. The space and chair were decorated with transparent jewels like diamonds, making only the blue-haired Park Ji-woo stand out. Park Ji-woo's face was pale and flawless. The distinct boundary of the shadows made him look more like a well-edited image than a real person. As the shadow that half covered his face lifted, Park Ji-woo shone even whiter. Sky blue embroidery, almost silver, decorated his pure white outfit. I remember the first promise we made. Park Ji-woo held a large jewel over his eye. as if to catch the light. His gray irises projected through the gem. Deep gray and a pale, murky sky blue spread across the screen, which was then pulled into a faint green light. Kong Keon stood in the middle of a green garden, surrounded by thick, glossy leaves. Behind the trees, the dark brown lattice of an old house's window frame was visible. Kong Keon's statue-like face stared straight ahead. "You told me to be your eternal star." His serious yet noble voice was like a sapling with thick, glossy leaves. A forest-like darkness settled upon his dark green Darumagi, which was patterned in black, with every movement. Kong Keon's hand reached for a small, light green apple hanging from a tree. "Staying up through the long night, I'm going to you now." Kim Yiwol's voice spread out like red silk. In the group dance scene, everyone wore black shirts and dress pants with different details. The look was more aesthetic than the gray suits from Mission. Intense lighting illuminated their styled hair and heavy makeup. The sheen of black leather gloves and shoes darted around, following the camera work. The moment she saw the bright red velvet curtains, carpet, golden pillars, and chandeliers, Baek Haewon thought of an opera house. The choreography moved like a single symphony. The instruments swirled intensely. "I'll become a light and fill you up," dazzlingly. The end of the highlight connected to the beginning of the second verse. As Kong Keon bit into the apple, a deep pink color flowed from his lips like paint. Stained glass, featuring rose vines wrapped around the window frame, shone brilliantly. "If you were to put a price on my heart." The green and pale red mixed in his dark brown eyes recalled flower petals in an oil painting. Jang Songbin's soft voice and the layered instruments matched well with each passing scene. The pink light that had been dyeing Jang Songbin's white suit now poured down over Kim Yiwol's head. "It would probably be whatever you call it." Gift boxes of various sizes, ribbons, and a line of showcases surrounded Kim Yiwol. His sweet vocals blended with the pastel-toned background. His hair was pink, similar to before, but the feeling was different. Glimpses of blue and white appeared and disappeared between the strands. The overlapping hairs of different colors created a subtle hue. His blush, a combination of several colors, created a mysterious atmosphere. Decide its value. From Kim Yiwol's fingertips, a pink ribbon came undone in an instant. As the box opened, a bright light poured out. Engraved the most meaningful words. Lee Chong-hyun was revealed, sitting in the center of a pure white light source. Light reflected diffusely from his accessories, blurring his face. When Lee Chong-hyun lifted his chin, his distinct features became clear. A glint shot from his eyes as they caught the light. Like a spark, the crackling, burning embers became a candle's flame on a candlestick held by a large hand. The swelling music neared its climax. "Even if I can't reach you, it's okay, to me." During a short pause, Choi Ji-ho stared at the flickering flame before his eyes. "Reach out your hand." Holding the antique candlestick, Choi Ji-ho walked toward a giant door. He pushed the door open with force, revealing a hall plastered in gold. When Choi Ji-ho placed the candlestick on a shelf by the entrance, the space finally achieved perfect symmetry. "I'll fill you up for all eternity." The scene rapidly switched between the red stage and the members' individual spaces as the ad-lib-filled chorus and melody alternated. Jang Songbin and Park Ju-woo, standing at the ends of the formation, faced each other and raised their notes. Dazzlingly, Choi Ji-ho sat on a golden throne. Lee Chong-hyun opened his shining eyes between the hands that covered them. Kim Yiwol tied a ribbon around his own neck. "The last words I said to you." Jang Songbin looked up at the stained glass. Kong Keon lifted the stem of a fleshless apple. Park Ju-woo pushed a jewel between his lips. The images passed by in a brief moment. Remember them. In the final moment, only the faded accompaniment remained. Beneath the chandeliers that filled the ceiling, Choi Ji-ho's lips moved. From the beginning to the end. His voice was so small and low that it seemed impossible to hear. But every nerve, focused in her ears, clearly caught his words. The initial reactions to Bright were quite mixed. Much greater than the concept is interesting. It's definitely not the innocent and refreshing style they've done before, but it's not overtly sexy either, but it makes me worry if I should be watching this in public. The boys are all covered up, but I still feel self-conscious. The visuals are so overwhelming you just end up watching in awe. Handsome guys keep appearing endlessly, and they're all grown-ups. Much greater than the color palette, screen composition, there's nothing lacking in this MV. Every frame is a photo shoot. Who needs a narrative? The narrative is already in their faces. Much greater than it looks like they spent a lot of money, but it doesn't seem like they put in a ton of effort. It's just simple. The set looks expensive. You know what I mean. Maybe I expected too much after seeing On a High Note. TSK. On a High Note was made with so much preparation, huh? You can't get something on a High Note's level twice, they said. Even Kim Yiwol planned it as a double title from the start with full intention. I think I feel this way more because Hideout, which came out right before, was a digital single and the quality is similar. Yeah, you're right. It's definitely a much better version than Hideout. But didn't they focus too much on just filming their pretty faces? Still, it's not a total flop, so I'm satisfied enough. Much greater than the song is too good for this. Just looking at the digital chart performance, it was poised to be a hit following the success of Hideout, but the MV missed the mark. Half the reviews were praise, and half expressed disappointment. That was the case even after filtering out the posts that were just blindly hating. This public opinion began to change slightly as the connection between the music video and the song was revealed. Much greater than wasn't the MV well made. The more I listened, the more I liked it because it fits the song so well. Listeners began to notice that every single directorial choice, which they thought was just for aesthetics, was intricately woven with the detailed elements of the music. Much greater than the perfect visualization of music. A reminder of what the essential role of a music video is. I'm amazed. I'm out. The more I analyze the organic connection with the song, the more I'm filled with admiration. As an old guy who used to work in video production, this was an interesting MV. If hearing had a color, it would be these colors. The sense to use intense colors at points of emphasis or to switch palettes when the melody's flow changes is nothing short of brilliant. The director is a genius. Much greater than I didn't know because I couldn't hear Jiho's voice well at the beginning. But the moment I heard the last lyrics and narration and put it on repeat, I realized. I said I'd give you everything. Remember the last words from the beginning to the end. I said I'd give you everything. An endless cycle. Because of this, I keep listening to the song through the MV. Right. Jiho's voice isn't on the digital track. You have to watch the MV to hear the message. Once you start watching the MV, you keep listening to the song. No wonder the view count is rising so damn fast. LOL. Much greater than guys. It's official. Their motifs are their birthstones. They say it means giving their all from the moment they're born. Fainting. Kim Yiwol is finally turning spark into jewels in the sparkler's drawers. The New Year's has UA's discipline gotten lax. Controversy was dispelled in an instant. Completely. And, on this promotion cycle that now seemed like it would be smooth sailing. Much greater than why hasn't PJW been on Bubble Pop much lately? The first signs of dark clouds began to appear. 430. Chapter 430. Misfit 2. The members of Spark. Checked in on Bubble Pop over 25 times a month on average. When they were too sleep-deprived, we sometimes forced them to rest to ensure the quality of their next schedule, causing them to miss a day. Unless it was an unavoidable situation. However, everyone left messages almost daily. The standard for frequent or infrequent messaging on Spark's Bubble Pop was not typical. Someone like Choi Jiho, who would say just about anything, was much faster and more frequent with his messages than the more cautious Jong Songbin. Everyone knew Jong Songbin did not send fewer messages because he was lazy. It was merely the difference between sending 10 messages a day or 20, not enough to spark a controversy about his sincerity. Park Ju-woo was the same. He was the type to send all sorts of things, much like Choi Jiho, but the time between his recent replies had grown a little longer. Still, it did not seem like enough to warrant accusations of neglecting his fan service. However, much greater than fuck, do they think the idol is their personal friend? They need to stop with the malicious solo stan comments. Much greater than the guys squeezed in time they didn't have to practice and even performed as a session band for him. What more could they possibly want? LOL, did you pre-order his solo album or something? Much greater than I know it's mostly the recent new fans who are like this, but it's so stressful. They know how many times Ju-woo has said he loves singing with the members. Much greater than are. Those crazy ex-sexes out of their minds, spamming for 3 hours straight, like parrots squawking for a solo. How is the artist supposed to reply when they send messages like this? Much greater than this was about to get buried because Ju-woo didn't mention it. But thanks to you taking screenshots and spreading them, now we all know. Should I thank you? Lol, what did you think you were achieving by posting this? Did you want us to curse you out? The contents of the screenshots and posts I glimpsed were alarming. Among them, the most frequently mentioned post was this one. Much greater than I heard he was really attentive on Spark's bubble pop, so I was looking forward to it, but I haven't gotten a single reply. Disappointed. LOL, don't go around promoting yourself for your fan service. The 4 attached photos displayed a long list of messages the user had sent to Park Ji-woo. Ji-woo, why aren't you replying? Ji-woo, you want to go solo too, don't you? During speaker, you monopolized the vocal parts and then pretended you didn't. That's even more hypocritical. It's okay to be honest. I can understand everything. I can see that you're reading this. The one disappeared again. This is too much. How many messages have I sent? And you won't reply even once. Are you scared? Hee hee cute. Ji-woo, but I'm serious. I want you to go solo. We're the only ones who know you originally wanted to be a solo artist. Right. Park Ji-woo, answer me. I don't want to say harsh things to you either. I'm only doing this because we're the only ones who can talk to you objectively right now. I knew that many of Park Ji-woo's individual fans had arrived after speaker. A glance at live chat windows or Matube comments showed many people looking for Park Ji-woo. The people who came for Park Ji-woo's vocals did not broaden their interests to the other members. For someone who became a fan after hearing Park Ji-woo sing an entire song, the short parts in an idol group's music were not satisfying. This dissatisfaction soon led to negative evaluations, much greater than he would have been a huge success as a solo artist. So why this idol group? Especially since his agency is UA, it's not like they can't manage a solo career. Seems his vision was too narrow. Much greater than I wonder how long Ji-woo has to keep sacrificing himself. There's one person who sings, and then there are others who go on variety shows and broadcasts to build recognition. Watching it makes me upset, but then I realize my baby's heart must hurt the most, so I stop myself from saying more. When they were all together, negative reactions were easily washed away by other chats. With our group, we had seen several times how individual members' fans get pushed out by the sheer numbers of the collective fandom. We had seen it time and again. However, Bubble Pop, where Park Ji-woo was alone, would be different. The gaslighting that occurred in an isolated space was difficult to stop in real time. Even if only one person out of 100 was like this, considering the number of subscribers on Bubble Pop, my mind went blank. I had no idea the situation had gotten this bad. I tried to talk to Park Ji-woo right away, but failed. It turned out to be the day of the week Park Ji-woo appeared as a fixed guest on a radio show. I stopped Jong Songbin. Why Ji-woo? Jong Songbin asked. It's nothing. I just had a question while monitoring. The solo talk. Jong Songbin hit the nail on the head. After startling me, Jong Songbin laughed awkwardly. It suddenly became a hot topic, so I talked with Ji-woo about it a bit. Just the two of you. Why was I left out? You were busy, and it wasn't an urgent issue. Jong Songbin said that Park Ji-woo was not as shaken as I had imagined. In fact, the attitude of Park Ji-woo, as relayed by Jong Songbin, was quite calm. So he just asked how he should handle himself. He knows that the existing fans like him as a part of Spark, and he also understands that the new fans want to see more of him. It seems he was contemplating it. That was a wise and admirable attitude, but Ji-woo wasn't too stressed, was he? No, don't worry too much. I'll keep a close eye on him. No, I have plenty of time too. I managed to soothe Jong Songbin, whose eyes were about to narrow into triangles, and left the room. At that point, I complacently thought I could breathe a sigh of relief. The situation changed drastically when an overseas label offered Park Ji-woo a solo album release. Everyone at UA was incredibly excited. It was unusual to receive such an offer when he already belonged to an agency, which would complicate the contractual relationship. Even UA said they would need to seek new legal advice. I'm not going to do it. Park Ji-woo rejected the offer flat out. He did not even ask for time to think. Ji-woo, you can think about it a little more before deciding. Min Ju-kyung, who knew that Park Ji-woo had joined the company dreaming of becoming a solo artist, tried to placate him. However, Park Ji-woo was firm. Jong Songbin, caught in the middle, was put in an awkward position. It was not certain if a member of Spark could release a solo album. The reduced contract period was the biggest reason, and we could not ignore that group activities had to be the top priority. On the other hand, bringing in a label would create a shield. UA could prioritize Spark's activities and just say, "We received an offer and made a special exception for this one case." An opportunity like this might never come again. Moreover, it was a chance to release an album on the global market. Park Ji-woo clearly has talent. If an opportunity arose for him to take a step closer to his dream, it was my duty as a teammate to actively support him. Amidst the people dispersing in an ambiguous atmosphere, I lightly tapped Park Ji-woo's arm. Park Ji-woo turned to look at me. "Can you spare some time?" Park Ji-woo readily nodded his head. We found an empty meeting room and sat down, each holding a cup of warm plain water. "Ji-woo, the solo album, do you really not want to do it?" Park Ji-woo stared at me for a moment before lowering his head. He fiddled with the steaming paper cup in his hands as he answered. "Even if it's a band?" The offer was for a band album from the home of rock music. That was the reason I had sat Park Ji-woo down again after he had already expressed his refusal. Despite that, Park Ji-woo was unmoving. He might avert his gaze, but it seemed he would not change his mind. "Can you tell me why? It's not like you've never thought about going solo." "I'm not trying to force you. I'm just curious about your intentions, Ji-woo." Park Ji-woo was silent for a long time. He only swayed his body slowly from side to side, a habit of his. I waited for Park Ji-woo to gather his thoughts. "Hyung, yeah, go on. I like how things are now." His voice was firm. "I don't want anything else. Recording with the members, performing on stage, that's enough for me." Park Ji-woo moistened his throat. I saw a vision of a past live stream from Park Ji-woo overlapping with his current appearance. "Ji-woo, can you cover a Rose D song?" "I like Rose D too, but I'd have to practice to cover them. I can't seem to capture that old feeling. I think it's because I changed my singing style. I'll practice hard." "A band song? You're right. I hope I get the chance." The Park Ji-woo of the past never got to sing a single favorite song on stage. He had so few songs he sang all the way through by himself that you could count them on one hand. It's not multiple times, just once. You don't want that either. You don't often get the chance to do songs that are just about the singing. Lee Chong-hyun did all his activities with his own songs, while Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-yeon danced to their heart's content, and Jang Song-bin sang on competition programs, and for OSTs, Park Ji-woo quietly did only what was assigned to him. In 2 years, there were only 2 stages where Park Ji-woo got to do what he wanted. Even at the concert, he just sang Jang Song-bin's OST with him. It was painfully obvious how few solo stages he would be given in the future, and how low the probability was of receiving a song he truly loved within those few opportunities. You can do a real band, the kind you've always wanted. It's true that everyone worked hard, but if you get to work with professional session musicians, it will definitely be. Park Ji-woo cut me off. His gaze was cold. "I don't want to talk about this anymore. Ji-woo, I won't do it alone. You might not feel up to it now. However, you don't know what the future holds." I carefully chose my words. There were things I needed to point out to Park Ji-woo, and things I needed to remind him of. The members might not be able to do a band for you again. If you want it, the company will of course provide support, but the time it typically takes for the first solo album to come out in an idol group is... After deciding to become an idol, I've never once said I wanted to go solo. You know that, Hyung. But you were disappointed. The words I could not say swirled in my mouth. Ji-woo, I'm not saying this because of public opinion. It's because you love to sing, and the genre you like is very different in style from the songs our group sings. So, Park Ji-woo's face twisted. I had no choice but to stop talking. Don't talk as if I don't like our songs. Park Ji-woo stood up from his seat, looking as if he was about to burst into tears. The conversation ended there. 431. Chapter 431. Misfit 3. The kind-hearted Park Ji-woo apologized the same evening we argued. He didn't want to hold on to bad feelings, especially during our packed promotion schedule. But when the cameras were off, Park Ji-woo looked dejected. He tried to hide his discomfort, but I could see it clearly. "How many years have I been watching over Spark?" "Park Ji-woo, aren't you going to eat?" "Yeah, I'm not really hungry." Choi Ji-ho urged him a few more times, but Park Ji-woo ended up skipping his meal. Much greater than 2x03XX Coral Art Hall fan meeting. Bright Ji-woo, who will be remembered for his all-time best visuals. The Ji-woo you capture is the best. TTTD, thank you for always taking such beautiful pictures of Ji-woo TT this time. Jiwoo is so pretty, I didn't want to miss a single moment. So I'm happy I can see him like this. TTTTT. He reached his peak at Coral Art Hall. He's in his prime. Park Jiwoo is the idol of Coral Art Hall. Everyone loves him. Park Jiwoo is the best. Did you see Park Jiwoo's Bright too? He must have gotten so much exposure for Blue Mark AI to be swarming a fansite master's account like this. Much greater than so this is what an adult is. This is what a grown man is. It's like he's a perfect 3:3 split between sexy and gentle. Kim Choi Park, Jong Lee Kong. Kong Keon looks like the biggest delinquent, but the fact that he turns into a cool male lead the moment you put him in a suit drives me crazy. Park Jiwoo is back. What's going on? This concept suited him especially well. I was originally a fan of the Dance Line's fan cams, but for Bright, I watched Jiwoo's fan cam the most. He didn't even have any weight to lose. But it looks like he lost more. Is his health okay? Much greater than setting all that aside. Their vibe is just unreal. There are 6 of them, each with a unique face rarely seen in the idol scene. They all have slightly different colors, but the overall vibe is similar, so it's not like they lack unity. However, isn't their greatest talent the fact that they have these kinds of faces and yet aren't thugs? The last line is the key point. Guys, it's not too late. Don't regret it later, become a fan now. There was a reason the unis liked them. Amidst the praise, Park Jiwoo slowly withered. When our manager gave him an energy stick, he would hold the packet in his mouth all day. Jong Songbin had to watch him suck it all down before Park Jiwoo was finally freed. Once an issue gained traction, no single person could stop it. We all knew attention was poison for Park Jiwoo right now, but as each member started getting their own spotlight beyond group promotions, he couldn't avoid it. Much greater than Spark Park Jiwoo classmate certification. I thought he looked familiar, and it turns out we went to the same elementary school. It's the first time someone I know became a celebrity, so it's fascinating. Rock Jiwoo's classmate. What great deed did you do in your past life? Rock Jiwoo made it this far, ha ha ha. Rock Jiwoo is a legend. A former classmate's testimony revealed the veiled school life of Park Jiwoo, who was already known as Rock Jiwoo among rock music fans. Much greater than on the OP of the Park Jiwoo classmate post. I didn't know this would blow up like this. A lot of comments are asking how I didn't recognize Jiwoo Hyungnim. So let me explain. His personality wasn't like that back then. He was super quiet and always alone. Another classmate who was in the same class said they didn't exchange a single word for a whole year. So the kids who knew his name all thought it was just someone with the same name. Some also say their memory of him is faint because he didn't come to school much. What's for sure is that he definitely didn't have the personality to be an idol, haha. The school wasn't that big, so I ran into him a few times, but I never once saw him smile. I guess he had an extraordinary aura even back then. Much greater than I already proved it with the album. What other proof do you want, haha, fuck? I swiped my friend's fucking class photo. Is this enough? You people don't believe a fucking word anyone says. So damn suspicious, haha. Calling it an extraordinary aura was a nice way to put it. As a commenter wrote, he was closer to a social misfit. There was a reason other classmates didn't remember him. Common sense dictated that you'd remember someone you went to school with for 6 years. When a label is attached, the claimant's words gain power. It becomes easier for outsiders to chime in. In this case, the label that stuck was social. Misfit. The word misfit became a keyword. The new controversy caught fire, so we gathered in the dorm living room right after our schedule ended. The number of posts had already grown significantly in that short time. Much greater than the classmates' words aren't exactly wrong. PJW's social skills are fucking terrible, ha ha ha. What's your basis for saying that? I don't talk to solo stans, Shrey. At least a solo stan is a fan. Why are you dragging another group's idol instead of standing your own faves? Much greater than a lot of reactions are surprised that PJW lacks social skills. I thought everyone knew and was just turning a blind eye, but you guys are genuinely coddling him. Shocking. It's not just me who thinks this, right? Much greater than people whose bias is another member all know why Ju is so fucking annoying, right? Getting his hair and makeup done last, claiming the passenger seat as his fixed spot, getting a solo stage in the survival show finale. When you live in a group, there are times you sacrifice for each other and receive consideration. But this, LOL, you've never lived in a group, have you? So why does one specific person have to keep receiving that consideration? Stop dissing him like this for getting his makeup done late, because cosmetics make his skin itchy. The members decided it among themselves. But look at you nitpicking. Don't go around calling yourself a sparkler. The members themselves say Jiwoo is the most considerate one, so what is this bullshit? Do you even watch their original content? Do you have any other proof besides those three things? It really seems like someone who hasn't even bought a single Spark album is just dragging him for fun, lol. I became a fan during the third letter, and I'm saying this because it's annoying how everyone suffers equally, but only one person gets all the coddling happy face. The people who say this crap all claim they became fans during the third letter, as if they coordinated it. I guess they think we'll believe them if they say they were moved by the fan's song and joined the fandom. But who becomes a fan after seeing a performance with only one concert video? LOL, and a non-fan listening to a fan song? LOL, what do you know about their narrative? Ha ha ha, and of all things, it's a digital single, so you can't even prove it with a physical album, lol. You completely erase the efforts of the kids who practiced their instruments for a year to be in a band, and just say solo stage. LOL, who's the one trying to talk about consideration now? It was true that Park Jiwoo had his quirks, but they were just his personal traits. So what if he sat in the passenger seat when the rest of US didn't get carsick? We rarely had a set time to get off work, so what was the big deal if he got his makeup done later? Those people couldn't imagine that Park Jiwoo was the one putting up with the more insensitive members. The other guys felt the same way. They surrounded Park Jiwoo and told him not to take those opinions to heart. Then, Park Jiwoo replied calmly, "They're not wrong." "What?" Choi Jiho shot back. "I said they're not wrong. I am a social misfit." Jong Song-bin, who was next to Park Jiwoo, grew flustered at the nonchalant response. "Why do you think that?" "Jiwoo, what is there that you haven't been able to do?" "I couldn't even go to high school. If it weren't for you, Song-bin, I probably wouldn't have gone to college either." "Jiwoo." Park Jiwoo looked at me when I called his name. Not everyone has to go to school and learn the same things. Some students are homeschooled, and many people don't go to college. You know, everyone lives their life differently. That's not what I'm talking about. Park Jiwoo bit his lip. I'm talking about my pathetic attitude. I can't make a single friend unless we meet through a contract, and I don't want to do anything by myself. All of this, it's my problem. Is it normal to refuse any blanket that isn't white? To hate anything mint or pan-flavored in my mouth? To feel like I have to turn the whole dorm upside down to clean it? To have to wear a band on my wrist just to put on a single bracelet? Park Jiwoo tugged at the bracelet with his fingertips, then let go. Faint marks remained on his skin from the few times he had worn it without the wristband and scratched himself. Not everyone has to make lots of friends. Everyone has colors they like and foods they dislike. What's important is that you're living well. Even if the hyungs and the younger guys are suffering because of me? Park Jiwoo's voice grew louder as his emotions flared. Most people can't understand. The members only put up with it because they're nice. Even I know that much. It's not because we're nice. They weren't things that would cause problems, so there was never a reason for us to clash. Everyone makes those kinds of concessions for each other. That's how we've maintained our group life. You're the same, Jiwoo. If things weren't clean enough for him, Park Jiwoo took action himself. He always asked for our understanding before he started cleaning and doing laundry. As a result, the rest of us became a bit neater, and everyone was satisfied with our clean environment. Despite his sensitivity, Park Jiwoo always slept with an eye mask so Choi Jiho could turn on the lights at night. He made me hangover soup after I stunk up the dorm with liquor, and every member knew that he, a guy who gets exhausted just from riding in a car, had rushed from Taejun to Seoul without a break because he was worried about Lee Chonghyun. We all know how kind he is, yet for some reason, he himself. The other guys crowded around Park Jiwoo. They insisted they weren't inconvenienced and knew how hard he tried for the members and the fans. In the end, Park Jiwoo burst into tears. I knew they weren't tears of hurt, but tears of unresolved guilt. My heart felt heavy. 432. Chapter 432. Misfit 4. The Misfit controversy dragged on for some time. The situation escalated when some people tried to defend Park Jiwoo, claiming geniuses were always unconventional. In reality, this opinion only fueled the fire. A post even circulated that claimed to have proof of Park Jiwoo being an outcast in Spark. For instance, Park Jiwoo's habit of going out to the veranda to grow plants was twisted into an act of avoiding his members. Normally, a fuss this large would have settled within K-pop fan communities. However, Spark's recognition had grown, and Park Ji-woo had become a public favorite. This, combined with the recent all-over case where a member was threatened into silence over a drug incident, added a terrifying amount of fuel to the fire. Much greater than how are they supposed to respond when people just take moments out of context like this? This is such a damn headache. Much greater than are those solo stans acting like this because they think UA will just drop a solo album for him if the group breaks up? Did they forget that JW said the members are his biggest support? Snap out of it. I saw you guys screenshotting my post, saying I'm pressuring him because he can't make it solo. I also saw you fans cursing me out because my profile picture is Keon or the members. Do you think I wrote all fan in my profile for decoration? If you've seen JW bragging about the members and the members bragging about JW since their debut, how can you carelessly tell him to re-debut solo? Setting everything else aside, did you really think the saying, "It's not easy to love Spark more than JW does," was just a joke? I'm only using initials because I'm worried he might see this, but you guys don't even use search prevention and say trash like he has no social skills or the artist is fanning the flames. I'd rather listen to speaker one more time than respond to that garbage. The Sparks even flew to the line distribution. The problem was that Park Ji-woo, the main vocalist, had too few parts. A strict quota system had been in place ever since I was removed from managing line distribution, but some people were still dissatisfied. If you give the intro or middle parts to the main vocal, he'll never escape being the next shuttle. That seems to be a popular opinion these days. Kong Keon added his explanation. It was driving me crazy. Why didn't I see this? Your monitoring time has been reduced, you know. Just as Kong Keon said, my permitted monitoring time had been cut to the bare minimum. The company had strictly restricted my internet access, warning me to be especially careful until the trial ended. I only checked immediate album reactions and major issues, so I couldn't look into the details. I never expected something like this to happen. No, that was just an excuse. This wasn't an unprecedented case in the entertainment industry. I had been complacent. Don't worry too much. Joo-hyung, you promised to start eating properly again from tomorrow, right? So it's fine. Dae-hyung said he's getting some tofu delivered from Gangwon province. Lee Chong-hyun and Kong Keon tried their best to change the atmosphere. Park Ji-woo watched his younger brothers stick by his side and smiled bitterly. Whether Park Ji-woo was a social misfit or genuinely wanted to go solo, Spark's activities continued. The new concept attracted a new demographic. The controversies and mentions ultimately just contributed to the overall buzz. Even as interest in the group grew and their performance peaked, Park Ji-woo's condition did not improve. I suggested he could rest if he was struggling, but Park Ji-woo refused. He never let it show in front of the cameras. The company staff insisted there's nothing wrong with Ji-woo, but their words had little effect. I wanted to do something, anything, but since Park Ji-woo himself didn't want my help, there was nothing I could do. I can't keep whining to Jong Songbin, so what should I do? The fastest way to solve the problem with Park Ji-woo was to approach his best friend, Jong Songbin. However, I had bothered Jong Songbin until recently about that pathetic man. Since Jong Songbin was already taking care of Park Ji-woo, I felt sorry to burden him further. Lee Chong-hyun and Kong Keon were at a loss, wondering if it was okay for them to get more involved in their Hyung's problem. The only one left to rely on was, why does it have to be me? Are you trying to pick a fight? Choi Ji-ho, this punk, just cooperate a little. My eye pressure keeps rising because I have to keep my eyes wide open at every schedule, worrying that a stage prop might fall. It's natural you don't know my contributions, but you should know to play nice on your own. So what do you need help with? I want you to tell me if there's anything different about Ji-woo. If he shows any unconscious signs of struggling, someone around him needs to let me know. Wouldn't it be better to just ask him directly? Or tell him to rest? You don't want to be hated for bringing up a topic that's already been settled? These guys had only gotten better at poking at people's weak spots. Choi Ji-ho remained unfazed by my furious glare. He simply racked his slow brain, trying to recall something. Not really. There's nothing spec. Choi Ji-ho trailed off. There's one thing. What is it? When he's in his room, he's almost always wearing his headset. Doesn't he wear his headset often anyway? Ji-woo likes listening to music. He's not listening to music. I thought I had misunderstood Choi Ji-ho, or that Choi Jiho had misspoken. However, Choi Jiho did not correct himself. I said, he's not listening to music. My conversation with Choi Jiho only made my thoughts more complicated. Was it always like that? Or only recently? It's been especially noticeable recently. He used to listen to music just fine. How could you tell if he was listening to music or not? I could tell by seeing if he was fiddling with his phone before putting on the headset. Choi Jiho added that Park Joo-woo rarely charged his headset. He said that lately, Joo-woo frequently wore the headset even while sleeping. On the rare occasion he took it off, no sound came from the device. Even as I lay in bed, my chaotic thoughts would not settle. Could it be because his senses are heightened? Is it like wanting to be alone? It was not entirely incomprehensible. When people are exhausted, they can lose their appetite or find others help burdensome. Realizing this was a sign of his poor state made me even more anxious. At the same time, a conversation I had with Park Joo-woo long ago suddenly came to mind. When Jong Song-bin received the offer for the In My Office OST, I had asked Park Joo-woo if he was okay with his turn not coming yet. It's not so much that I believe, it's because you promised. Hyung, you've kept every promise you've made. That's why I'm waiting for my turn. I can wait until then. Even back then, Park Joo-woo had clearly said, until we can be in a band together and do intense songs. Together. He also called it a promise. We promised to jam together. Watching that Park Joo-woo, I too had thought, promises are important. And most recently, I'm talking about my pathetic attitude of not wanting to do anything alone. Park Joo-woo had stated it clearly. He did not want to do anything alone. The band wasn't the important part. Being together as six and keeping promises. Those were the two things Park Joo-woo had consistently insisted on. The band was just a genre he liked and one of the things he wanted to do together. The core issue was something else entirely, so he must have been frustrated with me saying all that infuriating stuff. I was belatedly starting to understand Park Joo-woo's attitude when a question struck me. Wouldn't the previous Park Joo-woo have pursued the same values? The deep-seated essence of spark they had shown so far was not much different from what I knew before my regression. He had tried his best to mediate when the past Park Joo-woo and Lee Chong-hyun fought over a misunderstanding. Would a guy who loved the team performing as one more than the stage he adored have actively agreed to disbandment? Park Joo-woo's video letter from the concert VCR echoed in my mind. You told me to let you know anytime if there was something I wanted to do. You might have thought that was the band, but my wish is to sing and dance with the members on this stage where we're standing now for the rest of our lives. And also Park Joo-woo's answer when I suggested we play that ridiculous balance game. I don't want to give up good memories because of one brief moment. For the rest of our lives, and giving up. Would the previous Park Joo-woo, with the same disposition, have really agreed to disband so meekly? An unknown anxiety began to rise within me. System, can I view memory data that I've already opened? The system readily agreed and asked which data I wanted to see. The day I died, my vision darkened. My body returned to the dark, dingy room. The first time I opened this data, I had touched my dead self's hair. The memory of the strands slipping through my fingertips was vivid. It meant I could exert some influence in this past space. I walked up to the computer and stood before it. The article about Spark's disbandment was still on the screen. I took a deep breath and placed my hand on the mouse. I vividly felt the cold, lifeless plastic. I dragged the mouse, and the article's title glowed blue. SPARC, unable to overcome the 7-year curse. To begin disbandment process. With a trembling hand, I scrolled down. The page moved. The 5-member boy group Spark will begin the process of disbandment. Unable to overcome the 7-year curse. UA Entertainment announced through its official account that Spark will conclude their activities after their upcoming national tour. Discussions were held with the goal of all members renewing their contracts, but they fell through. It is confirmed that the decision to disband was made long before the official announcement. It is reported that no members have yet signed exclusive contracts with other agencies. They drew a clear line, stating there will be no group activities for the 5 members after the disbandment. The article's contents stabbed into me like daggers. It was then that I saw it. Under the advertisement section on the right side of the screen, red arrows began to appear one after another next to the popular articles. 433, Chapter 433, Misfit 5. This chapter contains content that may trigger trauma, depression, suicide. Please be advised. Spark Joo-woo, attempts to make an extreme choice at home. A ringing filled my ears, louder than a warning siren. I clicked the title that had somehow climbed to the #1 spot. The screen changed. Breaking news, Park Ji-woo attempts to make an extreme choice at home. Reported by a member 20XX. XX. XX 12:17 a.m. Photo.jpg. Park Ji-woo. Photo is unrelated to the incident. Seoul equals dispatch. Park Ji-woo reportedly attempted to make an extreme choice at his home. Member Songbin discovered him during a visit and immediately transported him to the emergency room. It has been revealed that his life is not in danger. Some speculate the incident occurred due to despair over the group's disbandment. As the time of Ji-woo's attempt coincided with UA Entertainment's disbandment announcement, demands for a transparent disclosure of the decision-making process have arisen, primarily on social media. UA Entertainment has appealed to the public to refrain from baseless speculation regarding the artist. My fingertips grew cold as if frozen. My head ached. I couldn't even bring myself to ask why. My vision went black, then blindingly bright. I felt like I could collapse at any moment. Was I standing? Or was I sitting in a chair? He was planning to die? He would have died just like that. If he didn't call Jong Songbin himself, does that mean he really intended to leave all alone? Without asking for help even once. Having given up on everything. Because he thought there was no reason to live if Spark was gone. He had that little attachment to living. Fuck, stop trying to project your own misfortune onto others at a time like this. Kim Yiwol, are you even human? I struck my head again and again for dwelling on things already past. The impact resonated through my bones, and my cheek went numb. I remembered Park Ji-woo during our trainee days, sick in bed with a cold. The kid wouldn't say a word about being sick, even with a raging fever. I knew people don't usually die from a bad cold, but I was still scared. I was so scared I shoved on any pair of shoes and ran out. My heart sank, and I broke out in a cold sweat, unable to sleep all night. But this was so much worse. Something could have really gone wrong. And Jong Songbin must have been so. I felt dizzy. However, what overwhelmed me more than the confusion was Park Ji-woo's resolute voice from when I had tried to persuade him. I don't want anything else. Just recording with the members, performing on stage. That's all I need. Ji-woo. I pushed myself up, leaning on the desk. I looked for Park Ji-woo, who couldn't possibly be here. Fear washed over me. Ji-woo. It was the fear that Park Ji-woo might make the same choice again. It was the emptiness that comes when someone by your side disappears forever. Guilt flooded in. The guilt that I, the one closest to him, might have pushed him toward a choice he should never have made. My face burned as if scalded. I couldn't breathe. I burst out of my office door, nearly breaking it down, and my memory shattered. Instead of the building's hallway, I saw the darkened living room of our dorm. It was just like that night when Park Ji-woo was suffering all alone. Even when I threw the door open, Park Ji-woo just lay there motionlessly. When I lifted the blanket, Park Ji-woo took off his sleep mask in the darkness. He removed his headset with surprised eyes. Ji-woo. I had prayed that no one would get hurt. It's a relief that he isn't physically sick like back then, but I can recognize when someone's body is sick, but I'm too inadequate to quickly notice when their heart is hurting. I'm sorry. Wait. I was wrong. I'll never force you to do anything again. Park Ji-woo shouted. Someone grabbed my shoulders, and my body was pulled away from Park Ji-woo. Ji-woo, please. I held onto Park Ji-woo's arms and resisted. My head ached so much it was hard to lift, but I endured it. If I let go now, Park Ji-woo might disappear. My surroundings brightened. A commotion seemed to erupt all around. Do whatever you want. I'll make sure you never have to do anything you don't want to. You. A hand covered my mouth, which had been pleading with a deathly pale Park Ji-woo. A strong grip pressed against my nose and mouth. A fucking tissue. Park Ji-woo, his expression distorted, reached a hand toward my face. Plus, system, synchronization rate, is announced to employee. Current synchronization rate. 80% plus, are you okay? I could faintly hear Park Ji-woo's voice beyond the system. I slowly lowered my gaze. Park Ji-woo's white bed was completely red. It took some time to regain my senses. In fact, I only remember rambling incoherently for several hours. Much later, I realized it had been Choi Ji-ho who had pinched my nose shut. He had irritably thrown the soaked tissues on the floor and neurotically torn off new ones to stop the bleeding. He suddenly ran into the room, and I saw he had a nosebleed. While Choi Ji-ho explained the situation to Jong Song-bin, who had come looking for me, Park Ju-woo stayed by my side. I knew I must not have seemed sane, but I exploited their kindness. I felt I could only be at ease if at least one member of Spark was in my sight. Fuck, I'd have nothing to say even if they completely lost all affection for me. Is your nose still bleeding? Jong Song-bin asked with a worried expression. He held a tissue in his approaching hand. Park Ju-woo replaced the one I was using. Should I call Chanyoung? Or Daeun? Jong Song-bin knelt in front of me and asked. I shook my head. I wasn't sick, nor did I need help. As long as you guys were within my reach. Just letting me hear your voices or footsteps was enough. What about Chonghyun and Kion? Are they sleeping? Probably. Their light was off. Can you just check on them once? I'm anxious. It was hard to keep my eyes open properly. My head kept drooping. If Park Ju-woo hadn't been holding my shoulder, I would have slammed my forehead into something and fallen asleep. Jong Song-bin agreed, comforting me. Choi Ji-ho also gathered the scattered tissues and left the room. Only Park Ju-woo and I remained. Ju-woo. I'm sorry. Why do you keep saying you're sorry? I'm certain I hurt you, but I don't know what the biggest problem was. The thought that you might not even want me to ask about it made me feel helpless. I'm sorry for depending on you without being able to explain myself, all while not fully understanding what you're going through. So very sorry. Park Ju-woo gently pulled at the hand I was using to press the tissue to my nose. The new tissue wasn't stained with blood. The bleeding has stopped. Let's get some sleep. We can talk after you wake up. I said no, but Park Ju-woo was gentle yet firm. He laid me down on his own treasured bed and covered me with a new blanket that Jong Song-bin had brought. I don't want to sleep. Park Ju-woo asked. I'm scared that when I wake up, everything will be over. I can't sleep because I know tragic things can happen in the blink of an eye when I'm not aware. Yet, it's agonizing that my body is so heavy my eyes are closing on their own. The bed's too narrow for two people. Right. Ju-woo. The compliment that used to come out of habit got stuck in my mind. Thud. My brain really wasn't working at all. I heard something being set down nearby. A rustling sound, too. Then I heard Park Ju-woo's voice from a little farther away. I'll be right here. You'll see me whenever you wake up, so don't worry and get some deep sleep. My eyes were closed so I couldn't see, but I could tell Park Ju-woo was by my bedside. My headache eased just a little. They said Chonghyun and Kion are dead asleep. Park Ju-woo said softly, let's all sleep well, and see you tomorrow. With that gentle farewell, I fell asleep. Nothing appeared in my dreams. Our managers heard about the commotion from last night and strongly insisted that I stop all activities. I explained it was just a simple nightmare, but they didn't back down. However, I didn't step down. It wasn't just stubbornness. I begged them to please let me tag along because I felt like I would lose my mind if I was separated from Spark in this state. Park Ju-woo's blanket was declared beyond saving. Park Ju-woo vehemently refused my offer to buy him a new one. I still couldn't figure out what Park Ju-woo was truly thinking. It was unclear if wearing his headset made him feel at ease, if he wanted to blend into society as long as he was with the members, or if he just wanted to associate only with those close to him. Fortunately, Park Ju-woo's stress over the term social misfit seemed to have lessened somewhat. Paradoxically, it was because I had emerged as someone who needed even greater help. Park Ju-woo would hate it if I said this, but I am functioning as a member of society by depending on Park Ju-woo and Spark, so I can't deny that Park Ju-woo's contribution is significant. The offer from the record label was settled. UA respected Park Ju-woo's opinion, who had repeatedly insisted he wanted to focus on group activities. Even I, allowed to sit in on the meeting because I was biting my lips so much, felt much more at ease after the matter was completely concluded. Do you not want to do any solo schedules for the time being either? Jukyung asked. I thought she was talking about his existing schedules like the radio show, but there was another matter. Remember Genre Swap, that Song-bin appeared on before? This time, an offer came in for Ju-woo. If you need time to think about it, we can give you as much as you need. Of course, it's okay to refuse, too. Park Ju-woo looked at me. I smiled and said, follow your heart. I hope you'll do that. Hey, just know this one thing. A factor that would likely have a huge influence on Park Ju-woo's decision. People will see it as an appearance to promote the album. Your intentions won't be misunderstood, so if you want to do it, don't hesitate. At my words, Park Ju-woo asked for some time. It didn't take him long to make a decision. I said I'll do it. I knew he would accept as long as it wasn't something that could be misunderstood as a stepping stone for a solo career. After all, Park Ji-woo loves singing. Enough not to turn down an opportunity that comes his way. Jang Song-bin was overjoyed at his friend's decision. He even hugged Park Ji-woo and patted his back and shoulders. You did well. You really made a good decision. I'm not unaware that Jang Song-bin felt indebted to Park Ji-woo. For Jang Song-bin, too, Park Ji-woo's decision must have been good news. 434. Chapter 434, Sleight of Hand, 1. Guys, are we all taking one car home today? Lim Chon-young agreed and took out the car keys. This was the first time all 6 of them rode in one car since the manager joined. The idea started with Kang Ki-yeon's suggestion. Song-bin, would it be too cramped if we all traveled in one car? 6 people in one car? Why? Kang Ki-yeon explained that Kim Yiwol had been frequently anxious since his nightmare. He mentioned it was obvious how restless Kim Yiwol became whenever the car Pyong-daeun was driving disappeared from sight. Kang Ki-yeon even brought Lee Chong-hyun as a witness. If the members agree, I think it's better to have everyone ride together. He just stares out the window when he's in the car, you know? Jang Song-bin then told Kim Yiwol they would use one car for a while, citing a reorganization of staff operational policies as the excuse. Kim Yiwol asked if it wouldn't be too cramped, but didn't seem to dislike the idea. The members, who had noticeably bulked up over the years, had to squeeze their shoulders together even after rearranging the seats. The kind youngest members volunteered to sit in the most uncomfortable 3-person seat. Making 3 of you sit shoulder to shoulder is just cruel. I agree with Lee Chong-hyun. Jang Song-bin decided to squeeze in between the younger members. Whether Kim Yiwol or Choi Ji-ho sat between Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Ki-yeon, the space was still tight. It was probably better for his younger brother's shoulder blades if he sat there. Should I sit in the back? Park Ji-woo had also brought it up. However, they had no intention of asking for more consideration from a friend who found even the passenger seat taxing. When told to just ask Chong-hyun or Ki-yeon to switch with him occasionally if it bothered him, Park Ji-woo nodded in understanding. Kim Yiwol calmed down so quickly that his trembling figure from the early morning seemed like a dream. It was a good thing he listened to the younger members. Whose concept was the set today? Chong-hyun, yours. I'm about to make history with my looks. Lee Chong-hyun quipped in response to Kim Yiwol's answer. Everyone chuckled. The set concept used backgrounds designed to highlight each member's birthstone. Starting with the opera house with golden lace curtains for the first broadcast, Spark built several large-scale, splendid sets. It was the result of Kim Yiwol's passion for beautiful visuals. However, Kim Yiwol himself couldn't fully enjoy the promotions. He was initially full of worry over Park Ji-woo's issue, and from the middle onwards, he seemed troubled himself. It was amazing that he managed to conduct himself without causing any talk among the fans. Chong-hyun, you said you're going to school after the pre-recording, right? You can take Daeun's car later. Oh, it's been a really long time since I've ridden in Daeun's car. As Lee Chong-hyun fidgeted, the back row erupted into chaos. A flattened Kang Ki-yeon shrieked. You have the radio show in the evening. Will you have the stamina? Kim Yiwol asked, looking back. It's fine. I can just sleep at school. You sound just like Ki-yeon. Hyung, comparing me to him is too harsh on me. Huh? Isn't it too harsh on me? The two started bickering again. They only quieted down when Jang Song-bin laughed and said, let's have a quiet ride. He wondered what he would do if even those words stopped working. I need to come up with a countermeasure urgently. Oh right, Ji-woo. Do you have your bag? Yeah, why? I wrote down what you asked for on paper. Take it before I forget. Lee Chong-hyun took an L-shaped folder out of his large backpack. The folder passed through Kim Yiwol's hands to Park Ji-woo in the passenger seat. What's with the folder? There wasn't another meeting I don't know about, was there? Kim Yiwol glared. Ever since finding out he was the only one who didn't know about the part distribution issue, Kim Yiwol had become subtly obsessed with the idea that he was missing something. It's about the genre swap. It has nothing to do with you, Hyung. Despite Lee Chong-hyun's explanation, Kim Yiwol didn't easily let go of his suspicion. Only after Park Ji-woo laughed and clarified that it was true did Kim Yiwol reluctantly lean back against the seat. Ji-woo just asked me to look over a few lyrics. That's all. Okay. Satisfied. He discussed the lyrics with you? Not Song-bin. The lyrics were in English. Ah, Park Joo-woo's area of effect attack saddened Jong Song-bin and the now silent Kim Yiwol. I'm sorry, Hyung. It's hard to write or translate lyrics with just basic conversational skills. No, it's not easy to be able to free talk as well as you, Song-bin. Kim Yiwol hurriedly made an excuse. Choi Ji-ho diligently mocked him for it. I wish we could just maintain this kind of atmosphere. Jong Song-bin often asked himself if he was wishing for too much. Compared to practicing while a senior harassed him at a company with no experience managing idols and working under a malicious producer, his current life was more than he deserved, creating results that wouldn't disappoint the fans and growing step by step, without regressing or stagnating. Everyone was looking forward. Even with obstacles, they always removed them and moved forward. Jong Song-bin was very pleased with the team's progress. However, he also found himself wishing for something more, even while knowing it was a greedy thought. He would have to find the answer to that something to motivate them. Something that could become a driving force when a crisis arrives that can't be overcome by the younger members' consideration or the older members' jokes. Or when someone becomes more exhausted and hurt than they are now, and their steps slow down. If we were to pick a leader among us, I thought you were the most suitable. He had to live up to the trust of Kim Yiwol, who had believed in him since they first met. Jong Song-bin steeled his heart. There would be many more things to do for the group in the future. Much greater than the set is the prettiest ever. UA definitely knows how to spend money. All the schedules are pre-recordings, so it's top tier. I was just staring blankly. It's such a relief that Yiwol didn't bring a failing computer repair shop set. But now I think that would be cool in its own way. They'd look perfect in anything vintage retro Yiwol. Let's ride a time machine. Much greater than to all my friends who changed their wallpaper to a picture of the set. What did you use to capture it? No matter how I try to screenshot it, a person is always in the frame. The fan cafe. After the broadcast ends, Yiwol edits and uploads them. Whoa, so that's why there are pictures of just the set without people. I thought they were stitched together from multiple screenshots. My baby even makes wallpapers for us to pretend we're not fans. Much greater than the masterpiece Lee Chong-hyun finally became a reality. I laughed for a while watching this choreography, the eldest Hyung who insisted on becoming part of the picture frame to turn Lee Chong-hyun into a painting. Knowing the whole saga of turning Lee Chong-hyun into a masterpiece is hilarious, but when they zoom in on Lee Chong-hyun, it's not funny. My mind just goes blank. If you watch MV reaction videos, everyone goes wow at this scene. Whoever gave Lee Chong-hyun the odd-eye lenses, please accept my deepest bows. It's not a bright color but a subtle purple and blue, so it's even prettier. Speaking of which, guys, Yiwol said to buy gold because the price went up. Gold is at its cheapest right now. I bought a tiny bit of gold during their debut and the price has almost doubled. Awesome. Much greater than the true value of Spark's new choreography is revealed in the full shot. During Kim Yiwol's part, they act like shopping mall employees over 180 centimeters tall. Then during Kang Ki-yeon's part, they stretch out their arms and fingers to look like a tree, using a member's back as a table, the Lee Chong-hyun picture frame. But you have to see the close-up of Choi Ji-ho blowing on Jong Song-bin's finger like he's blowing out a candle. I'll raise you that. And add Joo-woo pulling down the hand covering his eyes from behind to reveal his own. Why are you even commenting something so obvious? The details and directing are pretty perverted in a good way, but they controlled the movements and expressions well, so it doesn't go as far as being too much. Bright received good reviews in many aspects. Many posts especially praised its visual elements. Keyword analysis also revealed that along with musicality and public appeal, the word aesthetic held significant weight. Associated mental images included maturity, splendor, and sophistication. It's safe to say there's been a change in their image to some extent. This is perfect for a brand image improvement portfolio. If someone from UA actually used this material to successfully get a new job, I'd send them off wishing them a happy future, but I'd be crying tears of blood. The year has passed, so they must have gotten a salary increase, right? I'm really counting on you, CEO. While one phone delivered such good news, another thing flashed before his eyes, driving him crazy. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button assistant manager Kim. Does ignoring reality change it? For the past few days, the system had been pestering him more persistently than a gnat. To be precise, it started the moment the synchronization rate went up. At first, he hadn't noticed because he couldn't see straight. But once he realized, it had been continuously displaying similar messages. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button. How long is Assistant Manager Kim going to stay in denial? Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button. How can someone who's part of society be this weak? It was so annoying that he scrolled back up to check what comment had been the starting point. The very first message the system had sent was this. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button. Is Assistant Manager Kim still afraid of death? It sent this right after I found out the news about Park Ji-woo. That fucking. If the system had a physical form, today would have been the last day for both of us. The system had a coexisting mix of a compassionate side that tried to care for him and an inhuman part. That was why he tried not to waste his emotions on every little thing the system said. Afraid of death? In a situation where someone next to me could die, how could I not be? His thoughts paused. Something quickly clicked into place in his mind. At one point, he thought the system was threatening him using his sister as leverage. He believed it cared about his condition and safety only to ensure he could continue the KPI. If he failed, he thought it would just end with him being dropped into Hampyeong industry. However, why would a perfectionist system need to care about his mental state, which had nothing to do with achieving the KPI? Whether he couldn't feel pain or was emotionally unstable, the result should have been okay as long as he completed the mission, right? Even if it was for the sake of smooth labor, it didn't add up. If that were the case, it should have also provided a way to control the synchronization rate that hindered his activities, just like how it provided a means to reduce accumulated fatigue, even with side effects. Unless it couldn't prevent synchronization. You in some way. So, you can't interfere with my death, including by voluntary means, can you? 435. Chapter 435. Sleight of hand, 2. In the past, I had threatened the system with my life only once. It happened when my sister's survival was uncertain. Back then, I believed there had to be a specific reason I was an idol. I thought that if I strayed from that path, the system's entire design would collapse. My sister's situation was too urgent for deeper thought, so I postponed speculating on why it had to be me. When the system adjusted the negative emotion recognition rate, or showed me the other members' pasts, I assumed its purpose was to help me complete the mission. I saw it as a kind of benefit. But thinking it over, it was strange. The system presented itself as an exploitative company, but its essence was just an anomalous phenomenon. Why would it have any obligation to care for my welfare or my mental and physical health? It all made sense if I assumed the system's actions had another purpose. It pretended to help me achieve my KPIs, but it actually had a completely different goal. Everything it had shown me was just a cover for its true intentions. At this point, the most likely possibility was that I must not die and must carry out something. Even the system's shitty way of speaking was an example. Department head, I'm coming in tomorrow after visiting a client. Have Assistant Manager Kim handle the new employee onboarding. Come in early and get things set up. The Kim Yiwol who walked to the Hanam Bridge because of Department Head Nam had always followed his superior's orders out of inertia. Even on the verge of drowning himself, he would have gone back to do what he was told. If the system just mimicked an exploitative company, I would automatically stop myself from taking extreme actions. I would learn the framework it presented all on my own. A hollow laugh escaped me. My body trembled, so I took several deep breaths to calm down. What if this was all just a stage designed by the system to provoke specific behaviors? What if the KPIs and their rewards had no real value? What if the system had an ultimate goal it wanted from me? Since it couldn't control variables like my emotional state or synchronization, what if it just made me believe it was managing even those uncontrollable areas? What if it trapped me in an environment where I was the absolute subordinate? What if it used my sister and Spark as mere tools, just like the KPIs? Tell me your real purpose. I snapped at the system. I'm not going to die, so just tell me. It's clear now that me staying alive and stable is one of the conditions, right? The way you've been leading me proves it. What do I have to do? I asked again, but the system did not answer. I'll do whatever you want. If it doesn't take much effort or cost to nullify the car accident, wouldn't a direct deal be better? I asked why we had to take the long way around when there was a shortcut. The system gave a dismissive reply. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button. Assistant Manager Kim still doesn't have a good grasp of himself. How about taking a job aptitude test? Plus, I don't need to take one to know I'm an office worker. You bastard. What do you know? Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button. Superiors don't give orders for no reason. They do it because they have all the previous data and experience. Imagine if I just dumped work on Assistant Manager Kim right now without any feedback. Would Assistant Manager Kim know what the core task is or what the vision is? Plus, why? Are you scared because the synchronization rate is soaring and you can't even stop it? Does it look like I'm getting skeptical about the KPI system? Is it less fun to just lay it all out and negotiate instead of keeping up this roleplay? Did you think I couldn't fulfill a single one of your demands without doing it this way? At the very least, you shouldn't have deceived someone so desperate. Don't give me any more guilt. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button. Assistant Manager Kim. Plus, the system flickered. The thing slowly typed out the words. Assistant Manager Kim seems to think he can do anything, but he can't. Assistant Manager Kim is. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button. You're still a long way off. Plus, with those last words, the system vanished. What must an individual do to survive? For a while, I tried to ponder that question whenever I had a spare moment. It was not easy. An idol in the middle of promotions barely had enough time to breathe. Even Park Ju-woo, who had suffered from the controversy, was pulling himself together and focusing on work. I couldn't be the only one walking around in a daze. I tried my best to get a grip. Much Greater Than Spark is doing a pop-up in collaboration with a gallery. A gallery is pretty fresh, huh? Plus, everyone said the posters and jewel top loaders were pretty, so I went to check them out and fell into an impulse where I had to buy the green apple Kongjian. Sorry, wallet. I saw the merch lineup and the mini poster is so pretty. The jewel top loaders are a bit pricey for merch, so I was like, it's pretty, but should I buy it or not? But then I saw the sample image with an album photo card in it and immediately added it to my buy list. I was wondering what they were thinking mass-producing jewel top loaders that you usually only see in the commission market, but it was all to match the birthstone concept, and they even nailed the colors. I took a million screenshots of green apple Kion from the MV, so I'm happy they just gave us a whole photo shoot of it. To the sparkler who was like, Mini Apple is cute, Kim Yiwol gave apple green frostite. Thank God Yiwol didn't buy the friendship bracelets. If Kim Yiwol had bought them, they would have all been matching birthstone bracelets. Much Greater Than Today's Spark reverse support mini bouquets. They said they're made from the dried fresh flowers song bin used during the MV shoot. The boys collected the flowers plus only outsourced the drying. Why couldn't I go to the fan meeting? They said the boys did the packaging too. I envy, resent, and am jealous of the sparklers who went to the fan meeting. It didn't seem mini though. If the boys said it's mini, it's mini. Our boys are so generous. Much Greater Than I've seen a lot of idols with ribbons tied on their faces, you know? But you're the first idol I've seen tie a pearl ribbon. Chonghyun, how can a person look so much like a ball-jointed doll? Biting the pearl should be illegal for C Pretty V. And then after this, he gave pearl ribbon charms to the people who came to the fan sign that day to decorate their light sticks. He really knows his fans. Much Greater Than the most ridiculous thing in the world to me is how Kim Yiwol picks on Choi Jiho all the time, but then praises El Dorado Choi Jiho nonstop. He's a frustrating friend, but his face is handsome. Is that it? El Dorado is legendary. Sorry, but it's not that Jiho is golden. Lolalalal. Jiho X Gold is a combination that can't fail. The bright MV did it all. How can Natural Light X Choi Jiho X Chandelier possibly fail? Since everyone loved it so much, I had to live up to their expectations. What did we spend all that time researching and filming for anyway? Am I going to let all our hard work go to waste just because of some trouble with the system? I couldn't let that happen. Who would that even benefit? No matter how much the system treated Spark as a tool, I had no intention of treating them as a means to an end. There was a time when achieving the goal right in front of me was my top priority. That was not the case anymore. I had received too much love to only look forward to rewards. I was clearly aware of what I should hold important and what my driving force was. I resolved to do what needed to be done, even if my own work was overwhelming. Only now, at this age, was I realizing how important it is to have people who help you endure. Perhaps the heavens were helping me avoid distracting thoughts, because there was plenty of work outside our album promotions. Just this week, Choi Ji-ho had a photo shoot with a new magazine. With spring approaching, his appearance in Jang Junho's music video resurfaced at the perfect time. First, posts saying, "I miss autumn" Ji-ho circulated quietly among fans. Then, a powerful cry of, "Who says coat Ji-ho can only come in autumn? Come in spring too," exploded in popularity. And so, Choi Ji-ho, once known as the autumn coat guy, completely sold out in outerwear brand stock. The heartwarming story ended with him shooting a spring coat pictorial. As for Jang Songbin, he had somehow become a master of memes, his face circulating all over the internet. A brave sparkler systematically compiled all of Jang Songbin's eccentric behaviors. Known for a face that turned cold if you covered his mouth and his unflappable demeanor, he earned comments like, "He's not the leader among those shoulder gangsters for nothing." Much greater than Spark Songbin is weird. Trying to fix a friend's knocked-over flower pot but getting confused and sticking an artificial flower in it. Carrying around a "murder if you touch my ginseng" notebook. Picking up a bag his brother threw away. Making animals out of towels. Leaving work wearing fairy wings. Taking a picture. At his graduation wearing someone else's name tag. Pouring grape juice into a flower vase and drinking from it. And one of these isn't even Jang Songbin. The one about wearing someone else's name tag is Jang Seongjin. Haha. They're twins and Seongjin came wearing the wrong name tag. So on that day, there were two Jang Songbins at the graduation ceremony. Lol, lol. I thought he was a handsome and wholesome young man. He is handsome and wholesome. My ballad prince. Is weird. In an era where even peculiarity is a selling point, Jang Songbin attracted attention in a new market. The influx of new fans from memes and short-form platforms was a boon for the team and couldn't be ignored. I could only hope that, thanks to our self-sacrificing leaders' benefits, I would slowly be forgotten amidst the festival of memes. Lee Chong-hyun was so busy his eyelashes, which looked nurtured by expensive supplements, were fluttering. The guy rarely complained, so for him to say he was close to an academic warning said it all. But you have to work hard when you have work. Chong-hyun will go make some money. I was proud of him for staying energetic despite his killer schedule. Every morning, I squeezed out cabbage juice, which I now had on a regular subscription. I might not become a VIP at Woo Younji's Jajangmyeon restaurant, but I could definitely become a cabbage juice. VIP. Kang Ki-on filmed a perfume commercial. Advertisers who had hesitated to contact him because of his young age became more proactive after the new year. Of course, a high school senior promoting a perfume for adult men would have created a sense of dissonance. His image, both internal and external, had been youthful despite his mature face, but Bright completely overturned it. The once energetic Kang Ki-on perfectly pulled off a calm and composed atmosphere. Having both a classic and a modern impression was one of Kang Ki-on's greatest strengths. The advertising industry recognized this brilliantly. Since the sample smelled good, I bought one for myself. Only one individual activity remained, Park Ji-woo's genre swap. Nudge effect, a method of guiding the choices of others through flexible and gentle intervention rather than through forceful commands. 436. Chapter 436. My Beloved Family 1. Park Ji-woo was swamped with work before his appearance on My Singer's genre swap. It was hard to even see him at the dorm on days when his schedule didn't end with group activities. When I asked if his throat would get sore from so much singing, he replied that he wasn't just singing all the time. I'm preparing to move forward. It sounded meaningful, but I didn't press for details. I couldn't dampen his spirits before such an important show, so I just cheered him on and told him he was the best. People's expectations were high. That was how many people were waiting for Park Ji-woo's solo stage. UA also diligently put out press releases that followed the current trend. They also undeniably aimed to push out the articles about him being a maladjusted person. The controversy over Park Ji-woo's social maladjustment and uncooperative group activities was completely buried by the combined firepower of the Sparkler, who were furious over the absurd hair-pulling incident, the rock enthusiasts who had to watch cold water get thrown on the genre's revival, and the general public who were unaware of the full situation due to their limited access to entertainment news. The talk about my solo debut has really almost disappeared. See, I told you. Park Ji-woo saw the comment section for himself and nodded in agreement. After that, Park Ji-woo's expression relaxed considerably. Choi Ji-ho told me Park Ju-woo now sometimes slept without his headset on. It was reassuring news for a change. He also started eating regularly. Today, Park Ju-woo diligently ate his galbatang, even mixing rice into the soup. You should at least tell me the song, though. Park Ju-woo's eyes widened at my question. How else are we supposed to prepare our support for your solo stage? During Jong Songbin's turn, he wanted to go alone. Since we were rookies, it was hard to ask the production team if we could all go together. We filmed our own content from the living room's front row, but it was a shame we couldn't cheer for him up close. This time, however, the writer asked us first if any members would visit the waiting room. It meant they wanted to film Spark's reaction shots. From the program's perspective, it was likely a way to boost viewership from the Sparkler without paying extra appearance fees. Park Ju-woo gladly permitted the members' visit. He went beyond permission and warmly invited his colleagues. I'll be happy if everyone comes. The weight of the everyone Park Ju-woo mentioned was different, so I accepted immediately. Despite inviting all of us, Park Ju-woo wouldn't even tell us the song he was singing. There was no merit in being an invited guest. It seemed he had properly learned the importance of confidentiality. Even I, his roommate, don't know. Choi Ji-ho replied, looking unconcerned. I couldn't mess with the guy while he enjoyed his meal, even if he was being annoying. Ugh. Lee Chong-hyun, the only one who knew the song, promised to keep it a secret until the broadcast. His only spoiler was that we wouldn't be disappointed. If Lee Chong-hyun saw no major issues, then a disastrous song choice probably wouldn't happen. What about the arrangement? Jong Songbin asked, adding Chongyang peppers to his bean sprout soup. Every Spark song involved Lee Chong-hyun in some way. To be precise, Lee Chong-hyun was at the center of every song. Until now, the members had only performed songs Lee Chong-hyun had made or arranged at official events. This was the first time a song untouched by Lee Chong-hyun would be performed on a stage bearing Spark's name. This was also one of Park Ju-woo's wishes. When Park Ju-woo first said he would entrust the arrangement to the A&R team, Lee Chong-hyun shouted, looking as if he'd just heard the sun rises in the west. It's not that you don't trust me, right? Of course not. There's a reason for it. It had better be a reason I can accept. Lee Chong-hyun grinned, even while glaring. He had probably already accepted the decision at the words, there's a reason. It didn't seem like he ever intended to nag Park Ju-woo. The A&R team staff looked puzzled for a while, which made me worry. I was curious what direction Park Ju-woo had suggested, but I didn't spy or dig into it. I just decided to trust the guy with the picky taste in music. The person in question, Park Ju-woo, sipped his soup and answered. It came out just how I wanted. That's a relief. I'm looking forward to it. Park Ju-woo smiled at my words. Will Park Ju-woo be okay as long as we're all together? I would do my best, but I knew my efforts weren't perfect and felt anxious. I worried a day might come when I would have to look into his personal history, telling myself it was unavoidable. Honestly, I didn't want to. I hoped I would never have to dig up a story he didn't bring up himself. I had even told Choi Ji-ho that everyone has things they want to hide. But no one knew if the reserved Park Ju-woo was truly at ease. I knew that hiding things isn't always comfortable. You have a very precious friend. You like that friend very, very much, but other people say that friend is a bad person and that it would be better not to be close to them. What would you do in that situation? The words Park Ju-woo once tossed out like casual conversation might have been a signal, a hope that I would listen to his inner thoughts. I just hoped my choice would ease his complicated mind, even a little. Ju-woo, I called out as Park Ju-woo headed to the sink with his empty bowl. If you ever have something you want to talk about, call me anytime. I promise I'll always listen to what you have to say first, no matter what. I didn't say it casually. I spoke with sincerity, pressing the full weight of the word promise into my voice. Thankfully, Park Ju-woo understood my heart. Okay, promise. Park Ju-woo smiled. For some reason, I felt a lump in my throat. People were looking for Park Ju-woo even at 4 a.m. It had been like this for the past few months. Ju-woo, you're going to release a solo album before I get eliminated, right? I'm not kidding. I'm really on the verge of elimination. The messages grew more persistent each day. Park Ju-woo just stared blankly at the glowing screen. He didn't know when things had gotten like this. People had first mentioned him going solo in passing, but their voices grew loud before he knew it. The time he spent working hard as a team member was denied so easily. Perhaps it was because Park Ju-woo was someone who didn't fit in with a group. Park Ju-woo had always been like that. He couldn't belong anywhere. At times like these, Park Ju-woo felt he alone had no place to return to, not even his home. Maybe it was obvious he had dropped out of social groups early on. You know that everyone lives their life differently in society. Kim Yiwol was kind. He tried so hard not to be difficult himself, yet he was generous to the incredibly sensitive Park Ju-woo. But Park Ju-woo knew that abnormal people stood out, and unfortunately, he was far from ordinary. Extremely emotionally unstable and sensitive, Park Ju-woo still remembered the doctor's words from when he was young. It was nearly a miracle that 5 people who understood his disposition had gathered. He knew he was being selfish, but he acted spoiled because he knew how precious that warmth was. He just didn't want to be alone anymore. Much greater than idols also last longer if they maintain a business relationship. There are more cases where obsessing over a family-like relationship leads to emotional fights and becomes irreversible. It felt like he would never be able to blend into society. He wished they would ask why he liked being with others, not why he hated being alone. If they did, Park Ju-woo could answer as much as they wanted. Because the members were precious. Because accomplishing new things every day was fun. Because the things that happened while living together were interesting. Being alone was desolate. Every day was a mundane repetition. Joyful events never happened to a person who was alone. A life without people was lonely. He could sing his favorite songs anytime, but good people tended to disappear in an instant. Park Ju-woo wanted to hold on to the things that wouldn't last forever, even for a little longer. Was that why the words telling him to do his part alone felt like a dagger? It felt like being dragged from the sanctuary he had finally found. The more outsiders urged him to come out, the more Park Ju-woo shrank back. He knew what the problem was. Park Ju-woo had long been aware that his inner self was immature. He just couldn't fix it, or more accurately, he had no will to. He was sick and tired of being pitted. If he had said he liked the members more often, would this not have happened? If he had gone to school like others and made many friends, would things not have gotten this big? If he had stayed by his mom or dad's side a little longer. One thought led to another. A sharp scream tore through Park Ju-woo's mind. Hearing auditory hallucinations was as familiar as breathing. His mind, worn and tattered from years of strain, slowly rewound his memories. Kang Ki-an had been afraid of cameras, but ultimately returned to the stage. Lee Chong-hyun, responsible for the group's songs, made his past fear of promoting his own work seem meaningless. Jong Song-bin had escaped the shadow of the senior who tormented him. From the outside, they all poked at Park Ju-woo's empty heart. Choi Ji-ho had his first drink because of a friend. Kim Yiwol had started to open his heart to the members. They had all changed. Only Park Ju-woo remained the same. From before his debut until now, Park Ju-woo hadn't changed at all. Not everyone has to make a lot of friends. What's important is that you live well. Park Ju-woo was living the exact opposite of Kim Yiwol's words. He knew exactly how he wanted to live, yet he didn't try to change. We're saying this for your own good. Why do you keep ignoring us? A new message had piled up. A comment he had read long ago overlapped with the message. Much greater than they probably thought. They couldn't do it when they considered the child they'd be leaving behind. Let's not just curse them out blindly. Park Ju-woo closed his eyes. The day he was first left alone in the world surfaced like a dream. 437. Chapter 437. My Beloved Family, 2. This chapter contains content that may trigger trauma, suicide. Please be advised. It had been a while since he asked to go play. His dad tightly wrapped a handkerchief around his neck, telling him not to catch a cold. He felt light enough to fly anyway. He hated motion sickness, but he happily got in the car to go to the amusement park with his mom and dad. His mom always packed snacks and water, but she hadn't packed anything today. So he asked her first, "Mom, what about water? Should I put it in Ju-woo's bag?" His mom said it was fine since they would arrive soon. Still, Park Ju-woo insisted on bringing his yellow bag. The amusement park, a place he'd never even heard of, was very far away. The car was quiet, with no music or radio. The only sound was his mom and dad talking softly to each other. Tell Ju-woo too. He tried to join their conversation, but no one listened. Normally, his dad loved exciting things and would have played a stream of songs too fast for Park Ju-woo to sing along to. His mom would have sat next to Park Ju-woo, feeding him cut fruit or telling him how much farther it was to the next rest stop. She would say, "Our Ju-woo gets carsick, so we should take a break." Today, Park Ju-woo was alone. There was no place for Park Ju-woo in the back seat or in their conversation. They drove and drove, but the destination never appeared. His stomach churned as the car twisted along the winding mountain road. But Park Ju-woo didn't complain. He didn't want to throw a tantrum and get the outing canceled. Until yesterday, his mom had stared blankly into space, and his dad had only just come home. He knew if they didn't go today, he didn't know when they would take him again. Disappointed, he closed his eyes and endured it. The sky spun with the car. The trucks and motorcycles that occasionally passed them disappeared. Soon, only their family car moved through the endless mountains. He wanted to say he felt stuffy. His stomach hurt, too. Park Ju-woo knew from experience that if this continued much longer, he would soon go black. Pouting, Park Ju-woo secretly unbuckled his seatbelt. The adults didn't notice. His mom and dad just kept talking, looking straight ahead. They never met Park Ju-woo's eyes in the mirror. Mom is a dummy. She always told me never to unbuckle my belt. Her saying the policeman would take me away was a lie, wasn't it? Humph, humph. Swallowing his sulk, Park Ju-woo turned to the window. A small finger pressed the button, and the glass slid down. He heard the rustle of crushed leaves. Park Ju-woo. The window. Just leave it. His dad took Park Ju-woo's side. Cool air rushed in, messing up his hair. Park Ju-woo endured a little longer. He thought that if the wind blew harder, his stomach would feel better. A little more. If the car went faster, if the speedometer passed 100. Honey, honey, I love you, darling. His mom screamed. The shriek tore at his ears and dug into his mind. Park Ju-woo thought she was scared because the car was going too fast. Park Ju-woo scooted forward to pat his mom's back and comfort her. When he peeked between the front seats, he saw his mom and dad's hands clasped tightly together. A large lake spread out before them. Park Ju-woo didn't know the word reservoir, so to him it looked like a puddle as wide as the sea. The gray metal guardrail along the road rushed closer. A sound like thunder erupted right in front of him. The car smashed through the guardrail and launched into the air. His body lifted, then his head slammed hard against something. The pain was so intense that tears welled in his eyes. He wanted them to hold and comfort him, but his mom and dad were crying, too. They screamed even louder than Park Ju-woo. How much must it hurt for a grown-up to scream so loudly? Unable to understand their pain, Park Ju-woo was terrified. For a moment, his body felt weightless, like he was in space. Then his heart lurched, and gravity pulled Park Ju-woo down. When he woke up, everyone wore black clothes. The reservoir accident in the news, that was about this couple, right? That. The people who cried before his mom and dad's photos and sighed while stroking Park Ju-woo's head all said the same thing once they sat down. They said they tried to commit suicide with the kid. Why? Were they in debt or something? I don't know. Outsiders wouldn't know the details, so they probably thought they were living well. The poor kid. People pitied Park Ju-woo. They acted like they could say anything as long as they ended by pitying the lonely child. To Park Ju-woo, whose family sank with the car, their goodwill felt incredibly shallow. No, we were going to the amusement park. Park Ju-woo desperately denied it. He refused to admit his mom and dad had left with only each other. After all, Park Ju-woo's family was a happy one. If you're going to talk nonsense, get out. No, it's just because I feel sorry for the kid. I said get out. Don't spout nonsense in front of the child. What made Park Ju-woo saddest was his aunt. After chasing away the people bad-mouthing his mom and dad, she would cry alone late at night, spitting hateful words at them. Those awful bastards. Those damn bastards. How could you do that with a child? Are you even human? For Ju-woo's sake, you shouldn't have done that, you too. His aunt was a good person. Park Ju-woo loved his aunt, and his aunt loved Park Ju-woo, too. And yet, his aunt cried. She said his mom and dad deserved a great punishment for trying to take Park Ju-woo with them. She said this even while she was sad, even while she choked out his mom's name, telling her to come back. Because Park Ju-woo was a precious nephew, she wouldn't trade for the world. Park Ju-woo's mind couldn't comprehend it. His mom and dad had done nothing wrong. Park Ju-woo just wanted to see his mom. One more time, the mom he was told he could never see again. Someone hugged Park Ju-woo from behind. The embrace was warm, like his dad's. Hyung. Park Ju-woo looked up at Hyo Seo, who had come to get his little brother. Can't I say I miss mom anymore? Hyo Seo hugged Park Ju-woo tightly. Dad too. He asked again, but Hyo Seo didn't answer. He just hugged Park Ju-woo even tighter, as if he thought Park Ju-woo might run away. Let's go inside. Let's go to sleep, Ju-woo. In Hyo-seo's eyes, Park Ju-woo saw the same look he had seen countless times over the past 3 days. It was the exact expression people made when faced with tragedy. His elementary school teacher, his friend's mother, his kind deskmate, the apartment security guard. Everyone wore sad faces in front of Park Ju-woo because his mom and dad had passed away. Park Ju-woo never saw his mom and dad's faces in the end. He only realized later that his aunt made that difficult decision out of consideration for her young nephew. Maybe it was because his last memory was of them saying goodbye. It felt like if he went under the white blanket, his mom could hold him. The smiling mom he remembered, the one who led him to the shoe rack to go play, was calling to Park Ju-woo from under that blanket. Park Ju-woo holed himself up there. When he covered himself with the cozy blanket, he felt like they were one, even though they were apart. This must be what it felt like to finally step into the lake he couldn't follow them into. He couldn't live under a blanket forever. The day the blanket went into the washing machine, his aunt sat the hysterical Park Ju-woo down. She told him his parents had gone to the land of stars. His aunt didn't know that from that day on, Park Ju-woo's dream was the stars. It wasn't a child's vague longing for family. He knew it was an eternal dream, but he missed the people who left so much that he sincerely wished for his own end. And yet, when the news reported a record-breaking meteor shower, he would stay up all night. He stood by the window, eyes wide, worried about his mom who was afraid of falling things. Much greater than seeing cases like that makes you wonder what family even means. Some families are better off not existing. Much greater than Park Ju-woo should go solo. Promoting in a group is a loss for him and the team. Much greater than an idol's lifespan is 7 years at most, and it's a given that their form dies even if they successfully renew their contract. So it's not bad to find your own way to survive. It's not like you can be an idol forever. When every day is lonely, you feel left alone in the world. When the value of your cherished existence is denied, a person loses their reason to live. The time he endured alone like that was very long and lonely. All that was left for Park Ju-woo was the group that formed as if by fate and their fans. This was the only place for Park Ju-woo to stay. That's why he didn't have the confidence to leave. People could disappear even when they were together. He feared he would open his eyes and they would vanish like a mirage, as if they had never existed. If that happened, Park Ju-woo couldn't endure the emptiness again. However, the day Kim Yiwol ran into his room, Park Ju-woo confronted his own defense mechanisms. Do what you want to do. I'll make sure you never have to do what you don't want to. I just you. Kim Yiwol's desperate pleas circled in Park Ju-woo's mind long after Kim Yiwol fell asleep. I want to be with the members. I'm satisfied just being all together. Was that purely Park Ju-woo's own will? Or was he just hiding his fear of being a loner again behind the words, I want to be with good people? For the agonizing Park Ju-woo, the competition program was a major turning point. The choice was up to the adult he had become. Park Ju-woo called out mom in his mind. He was used to the silence that followed, and it made him sad. I don't want to part with mom and dad. If he remained tied only to them, he would be stuck in the same place forever. He would be scared to stand on his own. While everyone else grew, he alone would remain stagnant, just as he always had. Park Ju-woo covered his face with his hands. He could feel them trembling. To move forward, he had to sort things out. No one pushed Park Ju-woo from behind or pulled him from the front. Park Ju-woo had to move forward with his own strength. Until now, he had been afraid of every single step, but I think the time has come to say goodbye. He had to do it so he wouldn't fall behind his changing members. He didn't want to go back to the days of being alone. Park Ju-woo trusted Kim Yiwol, who promised to prioritize his little brother's words and told him to call anytime. So, Park Ju-woo decided to finally tie up the loose ends of his past. 438. Chapter 438, My Beloved Family, 3. The day of the genre swap, filming dawned. Park Ju-woo left the dorm at the crack of dawn to handle a preliminary interview, rehearsal, and the opening recording. Spark arrived at the forest later. They attended as gallery members for a traditional competition program, so they toned down their flashy idol makeup. They each wore their neatest casual clothes. I was the exception, choosing something moderately formal. My neatest outfit would have been a full black suit. Songbin, your bangs. Sorry. Jong Songbin unconsciously brushed his bangs down. It was the third time. His hands just couldn't stay still. "You're that nervous?" Kang Kian asked while quietly watching the leader. He looked ready to offer Jong Songbin a calming pill. "Yeah, it's not even my stage, but it's strange." Jong Songbin laughed awkwardly. "Genre Swap is a show where you're the senior, Songbin. Did you give Juwoo some advice?" "What advice could I give Juwoo?" The man was perfect on stage. Park Juwoo had carved out a niche with his voice alone in Spark, a group with Choi Ji-ho as its center and Lee Chong-hyun as its visual. Still, Jong Songbin hesitated, then smiled. "I told him I'd cheer for him with all my heart." Those are the words that will resonate most with Park Juwoo. Jong Songbin instinctively knows how to encourage him, something I only grasped after reviewing data and having a flashback. I guess this is what they mean by having friends. Juwoo must have liked that. He did. Juwoo's a pure guy, you know. Jong Songbin's bangs were neat once again. The genre swap cast gathered in a waiting area, moving to the performance hall for their turn. They returned there after performing, and the entire cast watched each other's stages together until the recording ended. This meant we couldn't see Park Juwoo in his personal waiting room. When we arrived before the recording, we saw the waiting studio on a large monitor. The recording began soon after, and the Park Juwoo who appeared was, incredibly calm. With his hair dyed black, he looked like a different person. He wore a matching black half-sleeve jacket and long pants, giving no hint of the stage he would perform. His usual wristband was gone. The hair on his pale arms glittered under the lights. Kang Kian was shocked by his unexpected appearance. "Following Songbin, you're the second Spark member on the show, Yes, I'm even more nervous because I'm after Songbin. Juwoo, you're the main vocalist in your team, right?" Park Juwoo answered smoothly, a seasoned idol even by himself. His experience from many radio shows clearly helped. Still, his mouth was bone dry. The singers before him were formidable. An artist known for breakup songs performed an unconventional K-pop stage, instantly electrifying the venue. "I guess if you're good at singing, you look cool no matter what." "I suppose so," Lee Chong-hyun commented, his face flushed. Kang Kian nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling. He looked ready for a vocal lesson the moment the recording ended. It's this person's turn." The host picked a small ball from a box and checked the name. Jong Songbin's hands had turned white and red from clenching his fists every time a ball was drawn. He's the one who has captured the hearts of the youth with his captivating voice. The old-fashioned introduction still made it clear who was next. Lee Chong-hyun covered his mouth with both hands. "Let's welcome Sparks Juwoo to the stage." Unlike the broadcast, it took time for Park Juwoo to appear on set. He had to move from the studio to the stage. A few minutes later, Park Juwoo walked to the stage's center. Staff members clapped for him from a corner of the waiting room. "What were your thoughts watching the stages from backstage?" A brief interview began. Park Juwoo clutched the microphone with both hands and answered in a calm, soft voice. After he shared his thoughts on his first appearance, the questions turned to the competition. "Could you please explain what kind of stage you've prepared?" Park Juwoo's hand gripped the microphone tightly, then relaxed. It was a habit he had when he wanted to say something. "The anniversary of my family's passing is coming up soon." The topic was unexpectedly heavy. I had never heard him mention siblings, so the family Park Juwoo meant must be his mother and father. And for both of their death anniversaries to be on the same day meant. I was young back then, so it's always bothered me that I couldn't say a proper goodbye. Now, I've become a proper adult. I want to tell them that I'm doing well with good friends, so they can rest easy. Park Juwoo was composed. Losing someone close was never easy, but his calmness meant he had cried until no tears were left. I had been the same way. With his free hand, Park Juwoo straightened his black jacket. The melody of a famous old pop song began to flow. It was so well known that the original was instantly recognizable despite the new vocal arrangement. This masterpiece, spanning all generations and based on Anderson's The Little Mermaid, was titled My Family Submerged in Water. It was. Blue lights rippled across the stage. When I blinked, I felt like I was underwater again, back on that day. In my hometown, white seafoam swirls, and an endless black current flows. A splendid castle of sand where even the light that draped like a curtain sinks and melts. My beloved home. Water filled my nose and mouth. When I tried to spit it out, more rushed in. The car spun around, and then, with a thud, I was suddenly outside the car. Park Ji-woo saw his parents' hands tangled in his mother's long hair. They held on so tightly there was no room for him. Beneath his feet, there was a small, shallow patch of ground to stand on. The car, now far out of reach, sank into the bottomless depths. The land is beautiful. Birds chirp under the sun. The voices that used to call me can no longer be heard since some point in time. For a long time, Park Ji-woo heard his family's voices. He lived with screams from morning until night. He didn't mind. It was the only way he could still hear them. People had to call his name several times to get his attention. They all assumed he was just dazed with grief. The shock didn't fade with time. Park Ji-woo's mind stayed at the accident scene, its roots spreading into every part of his daily life. The memories scattered everywhere. A sudden shout, the sway of a car's back seat, or mud on his clothes would remind Park Ji-woo of that time. My name shatters and becomes a wave. The shouts searching for me spread on the water's surface and blur distantly. Only the sound of sand being swept away tells me that I am on the shore. Seeing Park Ji-woo press his hands tightly over his ears, his older sister gifted him a headset she bought with her part-time job money. She saw an ad that said noise-canceling helped with mental stability. It wasn't external noise that bothered him, but Park Ji-woo gladly accepted the gift. Under the covers with the headset on, the traces of his parents would fade, only to return more vividly. Park Ji-woo constantly rewound his memory to the fall. He replayed it desperately, trying to engrave that final moment into his mind. And he remained there for his entire life. Until one day, an unexpected change occurred. It was an accident. Hyo Soo wrongly connected his Bluetooth and blasted loud music into Park Ji-woo's headset. The world is full of amazing things. I smell a sweet, not fishy, fragrance from red flowers. I feel the dry, cracked texture of a large tree. A colossal noise poured down. The ear-splitting screams couldn't pierce the cranked-up volume of an electric guitar. The drums echoed louder than crying. Some voices were pleasant even when shouting. A song sung with a living person's will was never empty, no matter how many times he listened. The pouring rain soaks me, but it cannot rise enough to drown me. His whole body was drenched. Music was different from a reservoir. He could be submerged without the pain of breathing water. Even if he sank, he could get out on his own. For the first time in years, Park Ji-woo perceived music again. He had forgotten it even existed. Breathing outside was such a refreshingly cool thing to do. Park Ji-woo treasured the music he had rediscovered. When he didn't want to hear the screams, he cherished the only thing that could help him. I heard from the CEO that you're the same age as me. The world began to move again when a peer from the company, someone he had run into a few times, started a conversation. Are you by any chance interested in being an idol? Two eyes looked at Park Ji-woo without a hint of pity. He was interested. Very interested. He just hadn't considered it, thinking who would want him when his own family had left him behind. If he hid his past, Park Ji-woo could be normal friends with Jong Song-bin. He could live in a house with more people than his childhood home. A normal life was as comfortable as he had desperately hoped. Living as a merman on land is lonely, but it's enjoyable because I can hear whistling. Park Ji-woo sometimes remembered the family he had pushed away. It happened when Lee Chong-hyun returned crying from harsh words, or when Kim Iwol said, "You don't have to get along with your family," and he realized Kim Iwol couldn't forgive his own. At times like those, Park Ji-woo was always closest to them. It wasn't a coincidence. It was fate. Watching them, Park Ji-woo empathized as if it were his own story. He watched to see what choices Kim Iwol and Lee Chong-hyun would make. Lee Chong-hyun received an apology but decided to keep his distance until his resentment faded. Kim Iwol decided to end the relationship. The process would be long and difficult, but Kim Iwol wanted the freedom of knowing he wasn't at fault. Park Ji-woo had no one to apologize to him or to admit he wasn't at fault. However, one thing remained. Park Ji-woo himself, who could decide how to live his life from now on. I miss the people I left behind sometimes. When the full moon reflects on the sea, I pray for the moonlight to reach the deep sea. Some farewells are irreversible, so Park Ji-woo tried his best to avoid the worst outcomes. Death was still terrifying, but the grown-up Park Ji-woo could act. He made food for Kim Iwol after he collapsed from a spiked drink, wiping his own tears at the sink. He decided not to linger on the departed so he could do his best for the living. It was time to let go of the two people he had carried his whole life. On the stage he had meticulously prepared, Park Ji-woo sent his precious ones on their way. I won't go back. Even if my shed tears pile up and become sea foam, I will drag my heavy legs and walk on the ground. My life is here to Hyung. If you find something you want to do, just tell me anytime. Park Ji-woo remembered how long it took to say those words. It required great courage because he never thought he could do something for someone else. He couldn't say his life was whole. He wasn't sure he could give back as much comfort as he had received. Park Ji-woo still slept under his mother's blanket and reached for his headset when he missed his father's voice. When lonely, he was weak, scraping together the last traces of his family to hug and curl up with. But now, he would slowly begin to change. How could you do that with your child? The people Park Ji-woo had loved so dearly had no place for him at the very end. But the people who say that are probably just giving me advice for my own good. There were more people who cared for him even more than that. People who fulfilled every promise he had uttered, promises he never expected to come true. I will go to the water. Don't miss the departing merman. If you loved me, forget me. Actually, I resent you a lot. You lied and didn't even look at me, even though you knew it was the end. What upset me the most was that you didn't hold my hand. I still miss you, but I might resent you sometimes. Still, don't blame me or be disappointed that I don't want to see you soon. My family, asleep in the deep, cold sea, may you be at peace forever in the darkness. I'll stay here, because I like it here, because a new family is waiting for me. Goodbye, sleep well. If I miss you, I'll cry just a little. 439, Chapter 439, My Beloved Family 4. The performance's afterglow lingered for a long time. I was trapped in the deep sea Park Ji-woo had created, unable to escape even after the final contestant finished their song. The victory went to Park Ji-woo. We waited quietly for Park Ji-woo to return. Park Ji-woo finished his winner's speech, interview, and greetings, then opened the door and entered. Jong Songbin shot up from his seat. The two hugged each other without a word. Park Ji-woo patted Jong Songbin's back, and when our eyes met, Park Ji-woo approached me next. I opened my arms, and Park Ji-woo slid into my embrace. The searing heat from his body transferred directly to me. In the past, Park Ji-woo made a choice for himself and failed. As for me, I faced a sudden death and met my end without doing anything. Once my head cooled, I deduced that our common ground wasn't suicide. Our painful feelings might have been similar, but everything from the process to the result was different. I just hadn't been able to read beyond that. And only today did I find the answer, one that might have been better left unknown. If our commonality was losing someone we loved and being left alone for a long time, it would have been better if we weren't so similar. 4. Now, at least, I decided to gladly accept it. I could now understand his loneliness, even if just a little. There was a difference, though. Unlike me, who couldn't accept the farewell, Park Ji-woo had already sorted out his feelings. Don't you have any thoughts? Park Ji-woo asked. I almost said that commenting on such a performance didn't feel right, but I stopped myself. I knew he wouldn't have done that performance if he had wanted pity. I knew the feeling of being unable to move forward without confronting the past. Back then, I usually chose to avoid it. Park Ji-woo faced it head-on and ultimately overcame it. His expression said it all. It was my role as a listener to hear the message in his song and respond. It was amazing. The image of Park Ji-woo, shining despite being dressed in black from head to toe, was vivid. I felt like I would never forget today's performance. How could I forget such a fierce life story? It was truly amazing. Rock is the best, after all, right? Park Ji-woo stepped back and looked at me. I could feel the vitality from his damp hair and flushed skin. Park Ji-woo's eyes twinkled and shone. That's right, he grinned. This is why I love rock. Even without the wristband, Park Ji-woo didn't scratch the skin where the bracelet had been. The bracelet likely no longer felt cold to him. If stars existed on Earth, wouldn't they resemble Park Ji-woo? Especially in the way they sparkle and how people cheer when they see them. The star named Park Ji-woo is so dazzling that anyone who encounters him would stop for a moment under the starlight, even if no one asked them to. Then, Park Ji-woo would smile and sing a song for the audience with a pure heart, just like the childhood dream he himself had wished for. After appearing on Genre Swap, Park Ji-woo became much more cheerful. He started to frequently shake his head alone in front of the fridge or hum while tending to the potted plants. His reply pace on Bubble Pop also returned to normal. Park Ju-woo said that the negative reactions didn't bother him anymore. I guess it's because I've made a decision in my heart. Park Ju-woo explained, slowly but clearly, that he was focusing on group activities entirely of his own will. He wasn't swayed by external factors or shrinking into himself. I've decided to be grateful to the members rather than feeling sorry. He said something quite admirable. I told him that was a good way to think. On the broadcast day, he and Lee Chong-hyun also did a live stream about his genre swap experience. Jong Song-bin, Kang Ki-on, and I watched it live together in the living room, biting our nails. The mood of the performance was a bit heavy, so I couldn't ask you to arrange it. Chong-hyun. What's that about? From now on, you have to come to me first, no matter what. At Park Ju-woo's honest confession, Lee Chong-hyun grumbled needlessly. Park Ju-woo soothed his younger brother with a faint smile. A lot of people were worried about me after my situation was revealed, but I'm okay. Ji-ho-hyung even told me I could be his younger brother if things got tough. Really? He said there's not much difference between having one younger brother or two. He's a funny Hyung, anyway. Thanks to the live stream, I heard the conversation the roommates had. I need to let the world know that Choi Ji-ho, who officially became Park Ju-woo's Hyung, actually went to bed early. I was about to type furiously in the live chat, but held myself back. I decided to let it slide just for today, seeing how sincere he was in looking after his dancing. The members are all family, Park Ju-woo said. It was a short sentence, but his sincerity was palpable. So, I want to be active with our members for a long, long time. For much longer. It was a gentle refusal to the mentions of a solo career. The words that had frequently appeared in the chat slowly began to vanish. Lee Chong-hyun nodded, saying he understood how he felt. I'll keep doing covers, and genre swap was fun too. Do whatever you want to do. Just make sure you're back in time for the comeback. Yeah, Park Ju-woo answered meekly. He looked happy, perhaps pleased by the words telling him to come back. After the live stream, the number of obsessive posts decreased significantly. Some people were angry, claiming he was targeting his fans, but they all disappeared after hearing a flood of comments like, "Do you have no conscience? You should be grateful he said it this nicely." Instead, the individual attention on Park Ju-woo grew even more. It was obvious he would get caught up in unnecessary attention. Even though it was a waste of tuition, I told him to give up on this semester, but he diligently attended his classes. I was so worried that I grabbed Jong Song-bin after he came home from school and sat him down. Did people at school bother Ju-woo? They did. The people in his department were careful, but it was the other students he didn't know and just happened to run into. Jong Song-bin glossed over his troubled expression with a laugh. Still, Ju-woo was very composed. He didn't seem burdened by it either. Okay, I get it for now. What did I say you should do if a professor looks at Ju-woo and asks, "Aren't you going to do solo activities?" "Professor, you can't have Ju-woo. What are you two doing?" Park Ju-woo appeared before Jong Song-bin and me, who were in the middle of our repetitive training. We're running a simulation to prevent the abduction of Park Ju-woo. It'd be a problem if more people started targeting the master singer Chinchilla. What did I say a visual member is more precious than? Wild ginseng. It looks like Song-bin is almost brainwashed. Ju-woo, if your voice cracks once, it's a mistake, but what is it twice? Carelessness. And a third time? A warning. The reason? Because from the fourth time on, the shame and sense of caution disappear, and a collection of voice cracks is a byproduct left in the path of one who was lazy in their development. Park Ju-woo covered his mouth with a start, as if surprised by his own answer. I just added one more thing to that. Ju-woo belongs to Spark. We can't give him to anyone. It's not a big deal, but it's a very important story, right? Park Ju-woo nodded, though he looked reluctant. It might have been more excessive than what he wanted, but he must have clearly recognized that the group cherishes him. For a while, Yue's phone rang off the hook with love calls for Park Ju-woo. They were called love calls, but the content was closer to love ops. It was natural for Park Ju-woo's skills to receive nationwide attention. It would be stranger if someone who sings as well as him didn't become known. However, we needed to pay attention to his rapid rise. There were precedents of fake dating scandals being spread to cover up issues and public opinion being manipulated for money, so we had to be even more careful. So, at the risk of being rude, I decided to check for myself whether it was normal for Park Ju-woo's performance to have this much of an impact. Plus, Spark's eternal vocal, Park Ji-woo Career History. Grand Music Festival Rookie of the Year Award. My Singer's Genre Swap winner. Performance Evaluation. Vocal Proficiency, 21/. Dance Proficiency, 14/20. Self-PR, 4/20. Attendance Management, October 20th. Adaptability within organization, 8/20. Plus, I realized I had been under a huge misunderstanding. At first, I thought the vocal proficiency was written incorrectly, but only the vocal proficiency had no limit, and the maximum score standard, 10-0, wasn't written next to the performance evaluation like it was on my or Jong Songbin's resumes. I could tell there was no error. It went beyond a guy who should have been famous is finally famous. This was a case of a guy who should have been famous hadn't been famous until now. He really worked hard. Looking at his adaptability score, which was double his self-PR score, made my heart feel complicated. Unlike KPIs, proficiency levels changed quickly. Park Ji-woo's self-PR score likely reflected the I.A.M. the best effect. The fact that it was still less than 5 points showed just how passive Park Ji-woo was about exposing himself to the outside world. At the same time, his adaptability score revealed the effort he put into fitting in with his peer group, an effort that involved hiding himself away. Now that it's come to this, I can't help but care. Following the monthly Leaders Day, I should create a quarterly Harmony Day. I'll organize it with effective programs, not dogs hit things like group jump rope or unity rallies, to promote mental health and foster a sense of belonging. Hyung, are you busy? Yeah, why? You don't even bother lying anymore. Park Ji-woo, who had come to my room, said with a complicated look on his face. I have time to talk. Want to sit? Park Ji-woo obediently sat on the edge of the bed. I closed my diary and turned my chair to face him. What are you doing tomorrow morning? Park Ji-woo asked. Now that promotions were over, my only schedules were monitoring, working out, practicing, and preparing for the next album. If no new schedule comes up, I'll probably go to the gym. The gym is important. Then he trailed off. He clearly had something to say. What did you want to do with me tomorrow morning? Go on, tell me. I can work out in the afternoon. Park Ji-woo hesitated for a long time, then glanced at me cautiously as he spoke. I'm planning to go see my mom and dad. Can you come with me? 440. Chapter 440, Side Story. A certain January 31st. Chonghyun, your mother called and said to check your texts, Lim Chon-young said, holding out the phone he had been keeping. The phone felt as cold as a lump of scrap metal, as if it had been in a drawer. Back in the practice room, Lee Chong-hyun plugged the phone into a charger. He asked his Hyungs for a moment, then leaned against the wall while the other members practiced. He opened the message from his mom. Mom, the CSAT is next year. How are your preparations going? Send me your target major and grade. She called the company just to tell me to reply to this. A sigh escaped him. He did not reply right away, knowing his mom was too busy to constantly check if he had read the text. The music stopped, and he heard his colleagues talking. Hyung, you have to jump a little higher than you just did, said his friend, Kang Kyeon. Singing, dancing, and jumping high is a very difficult task for a beginner like me, replied Kim Yiwol, who had been a trainee for almost a year. Jumping about 100 times should do it. I'll try to get it done in under 70. Isn't that compromise a bit too realistic? That Hyung said he originally planned to go to college too. Lee Chong-hyun did not know the details of how an ordinary student preparing for entrance exams became a trainee. He just assumed there was a reason and left it at that. When the new year came, Lee Chong-hyun told his family he would be debuting soon. His debut had been confirmed much earlier, but he had waited for the right time. He knew what they would say if he told them in advance, and a delay occurred. I thought I'd hear less of this kind of talk once my debut was decided. It was a futile hope. He glared at the innocent screen for a long time, then closed his strained eyes. I wonder if she even knows tomorrow is my birthday? Even if she knew, not much would change. The birthday gifts from home were always similar. He would be lucky not to get a book titled something like, Become a Global Leader. Lee Chong-hyun turned off his phone and stood up. As he returned to the formation, Kim Yiwol, in the middle of his fourth jump, started a conversation. The message? Did you check it? It's nothing bad, is it? It was nothing, Lee Chong-hyun said playfully. My mom, honestly, making things difficult for a busy person. Kim Yiwol smiled in relief. Only Kang Kyeon, who knew the situation, did not look bright. Lee Chonghyun patted Kang Kion's back a couple of times and resumed practicing. It was not uncommon for him to wake up before his alarm. A troubled mind made him wake at the slightest sound. Today was the same. Lee Chonghyun woke to a small noise from under his bed, a sound he normally would not have noticed. It came from Kim Yiwol's spot. Does that Hyung not sleep at all? Last night, when Lee Chonghyun had gone to bed first, Kim Yiwol was still in the living room, glued to his laptop. The album was about to go into production, and the promotional text and posters were finished, but Kim Yiwol's work never seemed to end. Lee Chonghyun used to think all adults gained that kind of perspective when they grew up. The adults he had seen growing up were his mom and dad, Lee Soo-hoon, and Kim Yiwol. But after seeing people like Jang Junho, he learned that not everything an adult says is right. Anyway, Kim Yiwol was not an ordinary Hyung. Lee Chonghyun shook his head and slipped back under the covers. 3 seconds later, he opened his eyes again. He had realized why Kim Yiwol was up at the crack of dawn. Hyung, you scared me, Kim Yiwol said nonchalantly. Why are you up so early? Lack of sleep is the enemy of healthy skin. Kim Yiwol had dark circles the size of his own eyes. Cut seaweed already sat in the sink. If lack of sleep was the enemy of healthy skin, Kim Yiwol's skin should have staged a full-blown uprising by now. Why are you celebrating another birthday? It had become a tradition for Kim Yiwol to make seaweed soup on a member's birthday. Because of this, everyone, including Jong Song-bin, would wake up together to help. For today, they had already decided who would stir-fry the meat, soak the seaweed, and start the rice. It would be unfair to not make it just for you. MEM-dis is a sin. What's MEM-dis? Member discrimination. It's usually a problem caused by the agency, but there are also issues of differential treatment between members, so just be aware of it. Who would think it's discrimination just because they didn't get a birthday meal? I'm not that petty. It's not. Like I'm preparing this meal specifically to avoid a discrimination controversy. It's just that I know it's your birthday, so there's no reason not to celebrate it. Lee Chonghyun opened the rice cooker, intending to at least wash the rice. But the rice was already thoroughly washed and waiting to be cooked. There's not much to do while the seaweed is soaking, so why don't you go back and sleep some more? Sorry, but I'm wide awake now. Then at least drink some milk. To grow taller. Wow. Kim Yiwol ignored Lee Chonghyun's reaction. He poured milk into a mug and put it in the microwave without waiting for an answer. He stood guard to make sure it did not boil over, then handed the perfectly warmed milk to Lee Chonghyun. Steam rose gently from the mug. Aren't you drinking anything, Hyung? Nope. I'm satisfied with my height. It was the statement of a deceiver. I'll definitely grow taller than that, Hyung. I'll get my revenge by surpassing 183 centimeters. Despite his words, Kim Yiwol brought a glass of lukewarm water for himself. He seemed to think Lee Chonghyun might feel awkward drinking milk alone. Aren't you tired, Hyung? You've already celebrated 5 birthdays. If celebrating birthdays was the only thing I had to do, I could do it any number of times. What other anniversaries do you have to worry about besides birthdays? A lot. The 100th day celebration, first birthday, entrance. Ceremonies, graduation ceremonies, weddings, wedding anniversaries, 60th, 70th, and 80th birthdays, father's passing, mother's passing, grandmother's passing, grandfather's passing, father-in-law's passing, mother-in-law's passing, ancestral rites. Kim Yiwol recited the list like a broken vending machine. He seemed ready to list someone else's moving day, so Lee Chonghyun cut him off. But why won't you tell us your birthday, Hyung? Because it already passed. When on earth is your birthday that it's already passed every time I ask? I think the timing is impeccable too. Kim Yiwol was not the type to evade a question just to play with words. He seemed to have a reason for not saying, so Lee Chonghyun did not press further. Right? I have to cook the meat, Kim Yiwol said. I ordered the seasoned vegetable side dishes pre-made, but I ordered the meat uncooked. It doesn't taste good if you reheat it after it gets cold. What else did you buy besides the seaweed? Just things to set the table, since it's been a while since you've had a home-cooked meal. Kim Yiwol poured water into a small earthenware pot and took soybean paste and tofu from the fridge. And since you like Korean food, he continued, it had been a long time since any member had a home-cooked meal. They were all restricting their diets to get in shape before their debut, but Kim Yiwol was not making soybean paste stew. Just because everyone missed home-cooked food. Kim Iwol was going through all this trouble because the birthday boy, Lee Chonghyun, had not been able to eat the food he liked for so long. Lee Chonghyun had never received such a thoughtful birthday celebration in his entire life. What if I binge today and get chubby in one day? We're back to salads tomorrow, so don't worry. With our practice volume, you could eat a 12-course meal for all 3 meals today and still lose the weight, so rest assured. Aren't you being a little too nice just because it's my birthday? Kim Iwol had been replying mechanically, like an answering machine, while slicing enoki mushrooms. He put down the knife, looked at Lee Chonghyun, and spoke. Didn't you once say I was only harsh on you, unlike with Kion? When did I ever go that far? I just said you were a little stingy with my sleeping hours. I make Kion sleep early because he wants to grow taller. I feed you well while working you hard because you want to try writing songs. Got it. Kim Iwol had a knack for leaving people speechless. This often happened when Lee Chonghyun talked with his mom or dad, too. But there was a clear difference. When Kim Iwol left him speechless, he did not feel bad. Kim Iwol checked the time and pressed the cook button on the rice cooker. Soon, the delicious smell of cooking rice filled the air. After setting the stew to simmer, they talked about their debut song. They discussed what kind of song they should release for their next comeback to maintain the color of their debut album. Are you going to entrust the next song to me too? If you're not burdened by it and the result is good. I heard that too much self-production can lead to self-plagiarism. A creator's style is bound to be present in their work. Whether it becomes diversification or a copy doesn't depend solely on you. There are countless points to create differentiation, from concept selection and lyrics to arrangement and producing. If it still sounds like a copy, then the people in the middle also bear some responsibility. But what if 10 out of 10 songs I write have similar melodies? Weren't you studying right now to prevent that from happening? Once again, Lee Chonghyun was at a loss for words. Kim Iwol's expression did not change one bit, even after cornering him with no way out. Hyung, you're very confident in yourself. Do I look that way? A look of puzzlement flickered across Kim Iwol's previously calm face. Kim Iwol, who usually conversed without hesitation, was uncharacteristically quiet. That's an unexpected assessment. The reaction was too short to have been given much thought. It did not seem like a lie, either. It was a peculiar response from someone who never doubted others' abilities. Perhaps feeling awkward, Kim Iwol excused himself to grill the meat. Lee Chonghyun did not care about the meat. He had already received everything he wanted for his birthday. I'm really so immature. Praise and trust. With just one of those things, Lee Chonghyun could have the happiest birthday ever. This year, he was overjoyed even before the sun rose. It could not be better. Give me the tongs. I'll grill the meat. Lee Chonghyun forcibly took the tongs from Kim Iwol. His only thought was to quickly fill the table with food so they could have a delicious breakfast with the members. 441. Chapter 441. Reappearance 1. The next day, Park Ju-woo and I left the dorm early. Manager Daein accompanied us on the trip to Daejeon. It's not even an official schedule. We can go by ourselves. You know that safety has to be the top priority, don't you, Iwol? Manager Daein insisted. Because of that, I couldn't refuse and ended up riding in the car driven by our manager. Everything was fine, except for one thing. Why the hell did this bastard Choi Ji-ho tag along? Park Ju-woo was supposed to meet me secretly at dawn, but he showed up with Choi Ji-ho without any warning. Choi Ji-ho claimed he knew nothing and just came along, but he was quite neatly dressed. Since Park Ju-woo's opinion mattered most, I asked if he was okay with the 3 of us going. He readily agreed. So Choi Ji-ho joined us and now sat next to me, happily munching on puffed rice snacks. Choi Ji-ho's eyes met.